The story commences with a breakup, as he faces disdain and contempt from his girlfriend. In the next instant, he activates the luxurious lottery system. Reward: a supercar. Reward: a lavish villa. Reward: a magnificent skyscraper. Reward: a vial of bodily enhancement liquid. A windfall of 10 consecutive draws, yielding an array of wondrous rewards. When he reappears before his girlfriend, his life has undoubtedly taken a different trajectory. Chapter 82: The Billionaire. Lu Shishir. Upon hearing this name, Jiang Yuan feels a flicker of recognition, though it remains vague. Conversely, Zhao Tianming exhibits a keen interest, immediately inquiring, "What news do you have?" Lu Mengmeng covers her mouth and chuckles softly, saying, "Have you heard of the name Lu Tianyan?" Lu Tianyan? Jiang Yuan shakes his head, as he has no recollection of this name. Instead, upon hearing this name, Zhao Tianming's expression changes dramatically. He exclaims, "Lu Tianyun, the insurance magnate from Xiaqing, the one reputed to be the billionaire of Xiaqing." Hearing the title of billionaire, Jiang Yuan raises an eyebrow. In Nancheng, although there are numerous hundred millionaires, even possessing a path to becoming a billionaire, billionaires are exceedingly rare, with only a handful existing. Individuals of such wealth are undeniably formidable figures, akin to real estate tycoons like Su Tianhao. Lu Shishir, astonishingly connected to such an individual. Lu Mengmeng no longer teases and begins recounting the story concerning Lu Shishir. It turns out Lu Shishir has a great uncle who, after a falling out with the family decades ago, chose to leave home. This great uncle possesses a sharp vision. He ventured to Xiaqing to start a business in the insurance industry. After decades of relentless effort, he indeed carved out a domain in the insurance sector. However, due to years of toil, his health has deteriorated, leaving him at the end of his strength. On the 12th of last month, Lu Shishir's great-uncle sadly passed away at the first hospital of Xiamen City. Lu Shishir's great-uncle was none other than the insurance magnate Lu Tianyan. Having lived a life devoid of children, Lu Shishir stands as his sole heir. In other words, Lu Shishir is a woman on the cusp of inheriting a fortune amounting to billions. To describe her merely as a wealthy woman falls woefully short. Whoever manages to capture her heart and unite with her in matrimony will undoubtedly find themselves with the equivalent of several hundred years of hard work rendered unnecessary. No way. Zhao Tianming swallowed hard in disbelief. She is actually inheriting the assets of a billionaire? His eyes were wide with astonishment. Even though Zhao Tianming is an academic prodigy, having graduated from Stanford University, and upon returning to his homeland, he founded a company, rising to the position of vice president of Tianqi Corporation. Behind his impressive credentials, Zhao Tianming deeply understands a crucial truth. Personal endeavor is invariably limited. Despite his exceptional qualities, the fruits of his labor have only amassed a modest sum in the realm of hundreds of millions. The path to becoming a billionaire remains a distant dream. Zhao Tianming is acutely aware that in the domestic gaming market, titans such as Yuan Mei Company loom over him, casting a long shadow. Even if his Tianqi Corporation were to flourish for another decade, it is unlikely that his wealth could ever reach the level of a centibillionaire. A thought surged within Zhao Tianming's mind, unbidden. What if he could be with Lu Shishir? Would that not elevate him to unprecedented heights? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he inwardly chided himself for his lack of ambition. How could he think of relying on a woman rather than striving through his own efforts? Yet, he could not help but feel a flicker of hope. What kind of man does Lu Shishir fancy? Could it be that she might be drawn to someone like himself? Among the young men from his hometown of Qinghe Township, he considered himself one of the most outstanding. Perhaps she might indeed have a preference for someone like him? Perhaps. As Zhao Tianming's thoughts wandered, Jiang Yuan remained remarkably composed, seemingly unaffected by the news. Lu Mengmeng secretly admired Jiang Yuan for his rare composure. Even Zhao Tianming, an exemplary young man, wavered upon hearing the news. However, Jiang Yuan exhibited no signs of being influenced, demonstrating the strength of his character. Lu Mengmeng continued to stoke the flames of intrigue, teasing, "My cousin called me yesterday and mentioned she would be arriving in Qinghe Township tonight. If you wish to prepare, you'd best do so swiftly." Her words jolted Zhao Tianming from his reverie. He felt an urgent desire to return and ready himself. After hastily exchanging a few words, he promptly set off back to Qinghe Township, while Jiang Yuan nonchalantly continued to peel an apple. Lu Mingming couldn't help but inquire, "Aren't you interested in my cousin?" Without lifting his gaze, Jiang Yuan remained focused on his task, replying, "Why should I be interested?" He meticulously handed Lu Mingming an apple while taking a bite of his own. "But she's a billionaire. Doesn't that stir your heart?" Even Zhao Tianming can't resist such temptation. Lu Mingming was taken aback. Jiang Yuan took a bite of his apple, his expression indifferent as he said, "Is being a billionaire truly that esteemed?" This sentiment was not born from arrogance or pretentiousness. Since he had acquired shares in several colossal enterprises, his total assets had long surpassed the billion mark. To him, the notion of a billionaire held little allure. Ding. Shot points 100. Lu Mingming was somewhat astonished. Jiang Yuan's tone was so audacious that it left her incredulous. "Brother Jiang Yuan, are you serious?" Jiang Yuan nodded in affirmation. A glint of cunning flickered in Lu Mingming's eyes as she lowered her voice conspiratorially to Jiang Yuan. "Brother Jiang Yuan, I actually withheld a crucial piece of information from Zhao Tianming on purpose. It was you who saved me, not him, so I wanted to assist you." I made that remark in front of him to ensure he would return to Qinghe Township. If Sister Shishir hears about the trouble between me and Tian, she will undoubtedly come here to care for us. At that point, you will have your opportunity. Jiang Yuan, taken aback, lifted his gaze to regard her. He hadn't anticipated that Lu Mingming, who appeared so innocent and somewhat adorable, harbored such clever thoughts. Nevertheless, her intentions seemed genuine, stemming from gratitude for his assistance in her time of need, prompting her to devise this plan. Jiang Yuan chose not to elaborate, simply stating, "Please refrain from such actions in the future. Tianming is not that kind of person. He merely succumbed to temptation momentarily." Lu Mingming studied Jiang Yuan's face, momentarily perplexed. If it were any typical man hearing this news, he would likely be consumed by excitement. Yet, Jiang Yuan was entirely different, exhibiting an extraordinary level of calmness. In that moment, Lu Mingming felt as though a veil of mystery and unfamiliarity had enveloped Jiang Yuan's visage. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Brother Jiang Yuan, what is your current occupation?" Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yuan replied, "I am a courier." Lu Mingming stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance. A courier? Chapter 83. The kindness of Lu Mingming the courier. Who would have thought that Brother Jiang Yuan was struggling so much? A pang of sympathy stirred within Lu Mingming. However, perhaps there still remained a chance for Brother Jiang Yuan to turn his life around. Deliberately diverting Zhao Tianming. Lu Mingming's intention was to assist Jiang Yuan by orchestrating a meeting between him and her cousin, Lu Shishir, while others were oblivious. She alone was aware that her cousin had harbored feelings of affection and admiration for Jiang Yuan since childhood. Yet, this sentiment had long been concealed within Lu Shishir's heart, never openly expressed. If Jiang Yuan were to set aside his pride and actively pursue Lu Shishir based on her understanding of her cousin, there might be a substantial opportunity for success. However, given Brother Jiang Yuan's current predicament, he was unlikely to take the initiative. It seemed that I must create an opportunity to lend him a helping hand, Lu Mingming silently resolved. Since Brother Jiang Yuan had saved her life, this debt of gratitude was one she would repay, even if it meant toiling tirelessly. Moreover, assisting him in facilitating a connection with her cousin was a modest endeavor. She recognized Jiang Yuan's strong sense of pride and reluctance to lower himself. Thus, it fell upon her to take action. Even in the absence of an opportunity, she would contrive one. Lu Mingming was determined to unite Jiang Yuan with her cousin, hoping to repay his life-saving grace while also wishing for her cousin to be with the one she loved. She gazed intently at Jiang Yuan's handsome face, her mind racing with plans. After Jiang Yuan had settled the hospital expenses and related matters, he intended to drive back to Qinghe Township, returning home. Just then, Lu Mingming spoke up. "Brother Jiang Yuan, would you be able to accompany me to see my cousin tonight?" She suddenly asked. "Why?" Jiang Yuan replied, somewhat puzzled. "I heard that my cousin has gotten into some serious trouble, and you are the only one who can help her." Lu Mingming fabricated a lie, seeking an excuse to bring Jiang Yuan and her cousin together. Sometimes, too much matchmaking might not be necessary. Perhaps a single meeting could spark an instant connection between them. But first, they needed to meet, especially before any other suitors could make their move. That way, Brother Jiang Yuan would have a fighting chance, Lu Mingming thought. Thus, she told a small white lie, claiming that Lu Shishir was in dire need of Jiang Yuan's assistance. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan nodded. since Lu Shirshir was in trouble. It would be inappropriate for him to stand idly by. He was more than willing to lend a hand to an old acquaintance. He took out his phone and called his mother, briefly explaining the events of the day and informing her that he would return home the following day. Lu Mingming also made a call to her cousin, informing her that a dilapidated house in their hometown had collapsed, and she was currently in the hospital. As expected, upon hearing this, Lu Shirshir immediately expressed her intention to come over that night. Wonderful. Now we just have to wait for the evening, Lu Mingming thought with delight. In truth, her injuries were not severe. She had merely fainted due to excessive blood loss. And Jiang Yuan's swift driving had ensured she received timely medical attention at the town's hospital. In reality, a few hours of rest would suffice for her to be discharged. However, in the interest of Jiang Yuan's future and her cousin's happiness, she had intentionally chosen to remain in the hospital, creating an opportunity for Jiang Yuan and Lu Shirshir. I'll go park the car first, Jiang Yuan announced, preparing to head out. Earlier, due to his haste in delivering the injured Lu Mingming, his vehicle was still left parked downstairs. At this moment, Lu Mingming recalled that Jiang Yuan had used an exceptionally fast car to bring her here. And that vehicle was luxuriously appointed, clearly not inexpensive. Did brother Jiang Yuan jest when he claimed to be a courier? Lu Mingming's intuition was sharp. She sensed that something was amiss. Brother Jiang Yuan, why not let me accompany you? My injuries aren't too severe. I can manage to walk a bit. We could grab a bite together, Lu Mingming suggested eagerly. She wished to catch another glimpse of that Ferrari 500, hoping to uncover some clues. Very well, Jiang Yuan agreed. However, given that Lu Mingming had just sustained injuries and lost considerable blood, she struggled to walk on her own. Jiang Yuan naturally wrapped one arm around her slender waist and rested the other on her shoulder, helping her down the stairs step by step. Their actions appeared somewhat intimate to onlookers, resembling a couple in the throes of young love. Even though Jiang Yuan felt this was merely a matter of caring for a patient, Lu Mingming was acutely aware of Jiang Yuan's strong, warm embrace, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Stealing a glance at Jiang Yuan's profile, her heart fluttered like a startled deer. Brother Jiang Yuan is truly handsome, she mused, unable to contain her infatuation. If my cousin should overlook him, and brother Jiang Yuan fails to win her heart, perhaps I could. As Lu Mingming's thoughts wandered, her face grew even rosier, akin to a small red apple. Yet, Jiang Yuan was preoccupied with his own thoughts. After an exhilarating drive, he felt a pang of hunger, eager to indulge in a hearty meal. Upon reaching the ground floor, a few onlookers were engrossed in discussing Jiang Yuan's Ferrari 500. What a cool-looking car. Though the emblem is somewhat unfamiliar, I wonder how expensive it is? One remarked. Unfamiliar? This is the Ferrari 500, a performance beast among the Ferrari series. Who would have thought we would see such a car in this remote area? Another exclaimed. Indeed, you are quite knowledgeable, recognizing even this obscure model. If I hadn't worked at a dealership for several years, I might not have known either. Jiang Yuan feigned ignorance to the surrounding chatter as he led Lu Mingming to the car, preparing to park it. Meanwhile, Lu Mingming regarded Jiang Yuan's profile with suspicion, having overheard their conversation clearly. Brother Jiang Yuan, are you truly a courier? Lu Mingming couldn't help but inquire. Yes, Jiang Yuan replied with a simple word. However, Lu Mingming immediately raised her right hand, pointing to a diamond-studded watch nestled in the corner of the car. Brother Jiang Yuan, can you tell me how much this watch is worth? She exclaimed. Oh no. Jiang Yuan had forgotten to stow away the Graf watch, leaving it carelessly in the car, and it had now been discovered. Chapter 84. The shocked brothers. The Graf watch, adorned with 153 carats of white diamonds, exuded unparalleled luxury. Yet, Jiang Yuan had deemed the reward too ordinary upon receiving it, casually tossing it into the car. To his astonishment, Lu Mingming's keen eyesight had allowed her to spot the diamond watch immediately. It's merely a toy model. You can buy 3 of these for $1. Jiang Yuan fibbed. And what of this car? Oh, I rented it. It's been a while since I've been home, and I wanted to save face, Jiang Yuan replied, causing Lu Mingming's suspicions to deepen. The woman's intuition hinted to her that the situation was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared. However, she refrained from further questioning, knowing that Jiang Yuan would certainly not divulge the truth willingly. Everything would be addressed when she met her cousin later that evening. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Mingming's mindset gradually began to shift. She would occasionally steal glances at Jiang Yuan's handsome profile, feeling her heart race uncontrollably. This sensation intensified, particularly when Jiang Yuan drove the sleek Fei Tuater 500 and when she caught sight of his Graf diamond watch. Her heartbeat quickened, and her cheeks flushed as her breathing became more rapid. There was no escaping the allure of his captivating looks, which ensnared women effortlessly. Lu Mingming found herself unwittingly becoming a devoted admirer of Jiang Yuan. As Jiang Yuan assisted Lu Mingming into the hospital cafeteria, he ordered a meal for her. Lu Mingming pretended to be too weak to lift her arms, Feigning fatigue as she implored, "Brother Jiang Yuan, I can't lift my hands. Would you be so kind as to feed me?" Jiang Yuan raised an eyebrow, bemused. "Weren't you just saying your injuries were minor, and that you could walk with my support? How is it you lack the strength to eat?" Nevertheless, Jiang Yuan kindly picked up his chopsticks and fed her a piece of braised pork with rice, which she accepted eagerly. As she savored the food he offered, a delightful warmth spread through her, and a bashful smile crept across her face. It was uncertain whether the meal was truly delicious or if it was simply the fact that it was Jiang Yuan himself who had prepared it. Just as the atmosphere became increasingly sweet, two unexpected visitors arrived. Two young men, bearing a resemblance to one another and adorned with insincere smiles, approached. "Jiang Yuan, Ming Ming. Long time no see. Do you still remember us, the Luo brothers, Luo Shouqing and Luo Shi?" Upon seeing them, Jiang Yuan's brows knitted together, a sense of displeasure washing over him. This was due in part to the disingenuous and lewd expressions on their faces, and also because he recognized them, not as childhood friends, but as classmates from elementary school notorious for their shameless behavior. These two had a reputation for colluding with older students to bully their peers and were infamous for petty thefts, often framing others for their misdeeds, leading to widespread resentment. Jiang Yuan felt no fondness for these brothers. "How did you find out we were here?" he inquired, frowning. Luo Shi chuckled. "Oh, noble Jiang Yuan. With such a significant event occurring, how could we not be aware?" Jiang Yuan, uninterested in further banter, cut straight to the point. "What do you want from me?" The Luo brothers exchanged glances before shamelessly declaring, "We would like to ask for your assistance. Just say that during your journey to rescue Lu Mingming, you encountered a dire situation, and it was us who ultimately saved her. If you cooperate, we can offer you a handsome sum. Name your price, and we can accommodate." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan merely uttered a disinterested "oh." It was amusing to discover their intentions, attempting to claim credit for a heroic act and coax him into lying about a fabricated danger that had nearly cost Lu Mingming her life, only to be saved by the Luo brothers. Jiang Yuan smirked. "You want me to lie, I assume, for the sake of her cousin?" The Luo brothers nodded in unison, candidly admitting, "Indeed, being the saviors of Lu Mingming would surely elevate our status in Lu Shishir's eyes." Their blatant acknowledgement took Jiang Yuan by surprise. "May I pose a question?" Jiang Yuan arched an eyebrow. "If I were to accept money, why not simply ask Lu Shishir directly instead of staging this charade with you?" The Luo brothers erupted into laughter at his query. What money could that girl Lu Shishir possibly possess? "Over the years, we have earned quite a bit from our business endeavors. Name your price, and we can come to a mutual agreement." Jiang Yuan realized that the brothers were blissfully unaware that Lu Shishir was on the verge of inheriting her great-grandfather's billion-dollar fortune. Their motives seemed to stem solely from a desire for Lu Shishir's beauty. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Yuan inquired, "Is this all for Lu Shishir?" The Luo brothers responded without hesitation. "You have no idea. Lu Shishir now resembles a movie star, with an air of elegance. We have long wished to make her acquaintance, yet have lacked the opportunity. If you, Brother Jiang Yuan, would assist us, we could easily part with several tens of thousands." Especially as they emphasized the last part, their voices rose significantly. Prior to this, they had conducted a brief investigation and deemed Jiang Yuan merely a courier. A sum of several tens of thousands would essentially equate to his annual salary. Thus they confidently regarded Jiang Yuan, assured he would acquiesce. Simultaneously, they glanced at Lu Mingming, stating, "Ming Ming, you too, feel free to name your price. We can accommodate." Lu Mingming furrowed her brow in displeasure at their presumptuous demeanor, while Jiang Yuan had grown weary of their antics. Rising to his feet, he retrieved his phone and opened a digital banking app to showcase his account balance. Initially, the brothers dismissed it lightly, but upon a cursory glance, their eyes widened in disbelief. Ding. Shock points, 500. Ding. Shock points, 500. Such an amount. One of them exclaimed incredulously. "Now do you think I lack funds?" Jiang Yuan smiled. "Do you truly believe I would condescend to play along with your ruse for a mere pittance?" The Luo brothers exchanged glances, unable to conceal their astonishment. Though they had experienced some success in recent years, cultivating a sense of superiority, they relied on a relative's connections to secure a decent position at the Royal Century Entertainment Club, primarily handling beverage procurement, a lucrative gig. The club's revenue was unparalleled in the region, and even with just one venue, the procurement figures were staggering. Every brewery sought after contracts from the Royal Century, ensuring the Luo brothers benefited significantly, earning well into six figures annually. Such income allowed them to look down upon their peers, as few young individuals from Qinghe village could rival their financial success. Thus, the Luo brothers could not help but feel a sense of pride and arrogance, harboring a deep-seated disdain for the people of their hometown, Qinghe Township. Upon inadvertently glimpsing the beauty of Lu Shishir through social media, they naturally began to entertain ulterior motives. However, They were utterly unprepared for the staggering bank account balance that Jiang Yuan casually showcased, which rendered them utterly astounded. Simultaneously, their hearts raced as they recalled a recent rumor circulating in their circle. The major shareholder of their company also bore the name Jiang Yuan and was remarkably young. Could it be? The Luo brothers found themselves engulfed in uncertainty. Recent whispers had suggested that the proprietor of the Royal Century Entertainment City was a young man named Jiang Yuan. Initially, they had dismissed this, considering the vast distances that separated them from such lofty heights. After all, a car might roll over an ant, but the ant would simply slip through the cracks of the tire. They believed themselves to inhabit entirely different realms. They had thought that this Jiang Yuan was likely just another person with the same name. After all, the world was replete with individuals who shared names. One could toss a brick off a bridge and probably hit a few people named Jiang Yuan. Same name, yet vastly different fates. One was a formidable and legendary figure, while the other was merely a courier struggling to make ends meet. Yet, upon witnessing Jiang Yuan's exorbitant account balance, trepidation began to creep in. Could it truly be him? Perhaps not, but Jiang Yuan was undoubtedly not to be trifled with. After all, it was merely a woman at stake. Indeed, offending a powerful figure over a mere woman hardly seemed worth the risk. They pondered whether it might be wiser to abandon their pursuit of Lu Shishir, or even assist Jiang Yuan in wooing her, as a means of ingratiating themselves with this formidable individual. A splendid idea, they concluded. They hoped that the esteemed Jiang Yuan might offer them a hand in return. With their resolve solidified, their gazes toward Jiang Yuan transformed, now imbued with reverence, flattery, and an ambiguous sense of fear. Jiang Yuan, with a calm demeanor, remarked, "We still need to eat. You may leave now, no need to see you off." Upon hearing this, the Luo brothers hastily took their leave, expressing, "Then we shall take our leave. Enjoy your meal." After their departure, Lu Mingming could not contain her curiosity. Inquiring, "What did you show them?" Jiang Yuan simply replied, "Oh, just a digitally manipulated image of a bank account balance, depicting a fictitious sum of nearly 10 billion. I never anticipated they would take it at face value." "A digitally manipulated image?" Lu Mingming questioned, skepticism evident in her tone. Although the brothers appeared rather dim-witted and easily deceived, was it truly that effortless to fool them? Perhaps there were numerous critical factors that remained unclear to her. Jiang Yuan, in her eyes, had grown increasingly enigmatic. As she pondered this, Jiang Yuan's voice suddenly broke through her thoughts. "Open your mouth. It's time to eat." Lu Mingming snapped back to reality. Her cheeks flushed as she opened her mouth to accept the morsel Jiang Yuan offered. The meal quickened her heartbeat, nearly rendering her as red as a ripe fruit. After finishing their meal, they returned to the hospital room to rest, while the Luo brothers, audacious as ever, lingered in the room. "We are merely Lu Shishir's elementary school classmates, wishing for a simple reunion. There are no ulterior motives," they asserted. "Indeed, we merely wish to see an old classmate," they echoed. Jiang Yuan cast them a fleeting glance, his indifference apparent. After all, they were insignificant individuals, and he chose to indulge them. In truth, the Luo brothers were scheming to find an opportunity to facilitate a connection between Jiang Yuan and Lu Shishir, hoping to secure favor and advancement from him. As night fell, a young woman arrived, dressed in a fiery red off-shoulder top paired with a light green skirt. Her nearly perfect figure would drive any man to madness. Just by her silhouette, one could ascertain she was a woman capable of captivating hearts. Regrettably, her face was obscured by a black mask, leaving only her expressive, enchanting eyes visible. Her long, lustrous black hair only added to her allure. The Luo brothers were left in a state of bewilderment. Goodness, is she a fairy? She's even more beautiful than in the pictures. Lu Mingming, upon seeing her long-lost cousin, was overwhelmed with emotion and tears welled in her eyes. "Sister," she exclaimed, rushing into Lu Shishir's embrace and weeping profusely for nearly 10 minutes before recalling something. "Sister, it's all thanks to Jiang Yuan that I am safe today." Lu Shishir then turned to Jiang Yuan, expressing her gratitude with polite distance. "Thank you." Jiang Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze clear and composed. The group, comprised of old acquaintances, began to reminisce about other friends from their past. Lu Shishir casually mentioned, "I heard Zhao Tianming graduated from Stanford and has been doing well since returning home." The Luo brothers immediately bristled, chiming in, "That Zhao Tianming is just a bookworm. Ugly people must read more. No wonder everyone says Jianggu is not cut out for studying." Indeed, everyone back home says that if a woman turns her nose up at Jianggu, she might as well donate her eyes to someone in need. Jiang Yuan remained silent, bemused by the brothers' sudden shift in demeanor. Their current attitude was a stark contrast to their initial encounter, a complete 180-degree turn. One might think that even if he merely passed gas, they would proclaim it as divine inspiration. Lu Shishir, taken aback, glanced at the Luo brothers. recalling their notorious reputation for bullying the weak and fearing the strong. It was astonishing that Jiang Yuan, merely a courier, could command such respect from them. Clearly, Jiang Yuan possessed a remarkable charm that could sway even the most unruly. Lu Mingming seized the moment, suggesting, "Sister, since we're all here, why not visit Blue Tear Lake tomorrow? We haven't been there in over a decade, and the ancestral worship ceremony doesn't begin for a few days." Blue Tear Lake, a renowned scenic spot in Qinghe Township, became a breathtaking spectacle each late summer when the temperature hovered around 25 degrees Celsius, with numerous bioluminescent algae illuminating the waters. At that moment, the lake would be enveloped in an ethereal blue glow, as enchanting as a dream. From afar, it resembled a deep blue tear, captivatingly beautiful. Such a romantic locale naturally served as a backdrop for many couples to solidify their bonds. Lu Mingming aimed to leverage this enchanting atmosphere to facilitate a connection between her cousin and Jiang Yuan. Upon hearing this proposal, the Luo brothers' eyes sparkled with excitement. Especially upon hearing about the Blue Tears Lake, the two of them immediately patted their chests and declared, "This place is under the care of our uncle. If you choose to visit, we assure you will be thoroughly satisfied." Jiang Yuan harbored no objections. After all, his return to the countryside was prompted not only by his mother's situation, but also by a desire to wander and relieve his mind. With such breathtaking scenery to behold, why not indulge? Lu Shishir nodded in agreement, as she too had not visited Blue Tears Lake for many years and held a certain curiosity in her heart. Thus, a tentative plan for an outing was established. Aside from Jiang Yuan, each individual harbored their own intentions. Jiang Yuan's thoughts were simple. He merely wished to enjoy the beauty and have some fun. Lu Mingming, wishing to repay Jiang Yuan's kindness and to ensure her cousin's happiness, sought to create opportunities for her cousin to be alone with him. The Luo brothers aimed to ingratiate themselves with Jiang Yuan, hoping to impress him and perhaps establish a few significant accomplishments that would earn them his respect. After all, the actual overseer of Blue Tears Lake was their uncle, and the Luo brothers had stumbled upon an excellent opportunity to curry favor with Jiang Yuan. Lu Shishir, too, found herself harboring inexplicable feelings for Jiang Yuan. Early the next morning, the Luo brothers promptly contacted their uncle, expressing their desire for an impromptu visit to Blue Tears Lake. However, the response they received left them utterly dumbfounded. "No, absolutely not. You two young ones know nothing. You are entirely unaware of Lu Shishir's true identity. She has already caught the eye of a powerful figure. I advise you, heed my words. The waters here run deep, and you cannot navigate them. Best to keep your distance from these individuals." The Luo brothers exchanged glances, feeling somewhat at a loss. Their uncle was a significant figure, having assisted them immensely in the past, and even helping them secure a lucrative position at the Royal Century Entertainment City in South City. If all went as expected, they could comfortably spend the latter half of their lives under their uncle's protection. This uncle was shrouded in mystery and possessed considerable influence, rumored to have substantial connections. If even he deemed the situation perilous, it must indeed carry some danger. Yet, the Luo brothers remained undeterred and added a caveat to their uncle, stating, "But we have an old classmate named Jiang Yuan who wishes to join." On the other end of the line, a middle-aged man with a cigar and a distinctive mustache, previously reclining in his chair, suddenly straightened up, his demeanor shifting. He casually warned his young subordinates to avoid trouble. Although Lu Shishir was a stunning beauty with considerable prospects, she had already been reserved by a significant individual, one far beyond their reach. Any attempt to interfere would be tantamount to courting disaster. However, upon hearing the name Jiang Yuan, he immediately stiffened, rising from his chair. "Which Jiang Yuan?" His tone turned anxious. "What if it truly is that Jiang Yuan?" The Luo brothers lamented. "We don't know if it's that Jiang Yuan. We can't identify such a prominent figure, though he is indeed quite young and wealthy. Do you have a photo? Send it to me at once." The Luo brothers discreetly snapped a side profile of Jiang Yuan and sent it to their uncle. Approximately 30 seconds later, a strikingly handsome profile appeared on their uncle's phone, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. "No way, it really is Jiang Yuan," he exclaimed, shocked. He shared a close bond with the director at the Royal Century Entertainment City, and naturally, he could not be unaware of the new power holder there. However, how could such a formidable figure suddenly appear in their small locale? Could it be that Jiang Yuan was merely visiting? If he inadvertently spoiled the enjoyment of such a distinguished individual, it would spell disaster for him. With that thought, his heart raced. "Get the car ready. I must personally welcome this esteemed guest." The Luo brothers, meanwhile, were engulfed in anxiety. After sending the photo, their uncle had not responded. What was the situation now? To their astonishment, over 10 minutes later, their uncle arrived in a Rolls-Royce to greet them. Yet, the once imposing figure now appeared remarkably humble and respectful. He scanned the surroundings, but saw no one and inquired, "Where is Jiang Yuan? Has he arrived?" Upon witnessing their uncle's demeanor, the Luo brothers immediately realized the gravity of the situation. Jiang Yuan was indeed that significant figure. He just went out for breakfast. He will be back shortly, they replied, their voices trembling. Is this Jiang Yuan truly the one? There can be no doubt. Their uncle affirmed emphatically. He is a prominent figure in South City. If we provoke him, it would be catastrophic. The Luo brothers, upon hearing this, instinctively lowered their heads in shame. Their initial purpose for coming here was to have Jiang Yuan collaborate with them in a ruse to claim his accolades, even boasting in front of him and suggesting he set any price he desired. Such an attitude was utterly deplorable. Surely, Jiang Yuan won't hold a grudge against us. Will he? Perhaps not. But what if he does? That would be a dire mistake. Noticing their trepidation, their uncle's expression darkened. Have you two already offended Jiang Yuan? His voice quivered with anger. You two have caused enough trouble already. After all the effort I put into securing you a good position at the Royal Century Entertainment City, you've created this mess. If Jiang Yuan grows displeased, he could easily make life unbearable for the Luo family. We haven't been too unreasonable, the Luo brothers stammered, swallowing hard. They promptly confessed everything to their uncle, including their plan to matchmake Jiang Yuan and Lu Shishir in hopes of winning his favor. Upon hearing their account, their uncle's expression softened slightly, recognizing that the situation was not beyond repair. However, he spoke with unwavering resolve. If you cannot handle this matter, allow me to intervene. The Luo brothers exchanged glances and chorused, Uncle, are you eager to showcase your capabilities before Jiang Yuan? Their uncle, incensed, retorted, Isn't this mess you're doing? If we fail to serve Jiang Yuan properly, how can we expect to have a good life? The Luo brothers declared with steadfast determination. We can also assist in strategizing from the sidelines. The glory cannot be solely yours. Uncle Luo, exasperated, thought to himself, these two fools, at the critical moment, surprisingly display some cleverness. They know how to seize an opportunity. So what do you plan to do? Uncle Luo inquired casually, pinching the space between his brows. He had no real expectation that these two simpletons could offer anything of substance. He merely asked out of curiosity. We have deliberated for an entire night and devised a plan, the Luo brothers proclaimed with an air of confidence. We will recruit a few petty ruffians to tease Lu Shishir, then let the illustrious Jiang Yuan swoop in for a heroic rescue, ensuring he wins her heart. Upon hearing this, Uncle Luo immediately shook his head and sighed. The old trope of a hero saving a damsel in distress is utterly trite. It is astonishing that you even conceived such an idea. It is contrived, artificial, and lacks originality, a truly pathetic scheme. Employing such a worn-out tactic is akin to a gang of lowly thugs flailing away at a fight, devoid of any skill, ostentatious on the surface, yet yielding little effect. Only these two could come up with such a ludicrous notion. Who would have thought that our modest Luo family could produce two such crafty minds? It is truly absurd. Uncle Luo cleared his throat and promptly offered his opinion. Listen closely, you two. The one thing women believe in most is fate. What is fate? It is a serendipitous encounter preordained by the heavens, imbued with romantic allure. No woman can refuse her destined Prince Charming. The Luo brothers listened, somewhat bewildered. How could we control such ethereal concepts as fate and destiny? Uncle Luo, disdainful, recounted an incident. 2 years ago in Xiqing, there was a couple deeply in love, living in bliss. However, due to a job relocation, the young man's girlfriend had to go abroad for 2 years and proposed a breakup. The young man did not protest, but merely nodded. Yet, on the day of her departure, she found herself stuck in an unexpected traffic jam en route to the airport, unable to do anything about it. Just when it seemed like all hope was lost, the young man miraculously appeared, offering to drive her to the airport. She was so moved by his sudden appearance that she immediately deemed him her fated partner. In the end, she quit her job and happily joined him. However, upon hearing this, the Luo brothers remained perplexed. What does this story have to do with our plan? Uncle Luo chuckled. It has everything to do with it. For that traffic jam was orchestrated by the young man himself, who had hired a large group to stage a racing spectacle, only to make his miraculous entrance afterward. What does this illustrate? This is the power of wealth. Fate is a belief. If one believes, it exists. If one does not, it does not. The key is how to make others believe, and that is the advantage of wealth. The Luo brothers were awestruck by his eloquent words. But if we were to imitate such tactics, would it not be unethical? You two are truly simple-minded. Uncle Luo exclaimed, exasperated at their naivety. We are devoid of morals. Who could possibly bind us with moral constraints? The Luo brothers suddenly grasped the reasoning behind this. Thus, the three began to devise their plan. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan and Lu Shishir, along with Lu Mingming, casually enjoyed a light breakfast before taking a stroll around the town. However, the trio attracted far too much attention. Passers-by found it difficult to divert their gaze from them. Lu Mingming, embodying the sweet and innocent neighbor girl, resembled a charming little bunny following closely beside Jiang Yuan. Despite Lu Shishir wearing a black mask that concealed most of her features, her breathtaking figure and the enchanting glimmer of her eyes left many men parched with desire. As for Jiang Yuan, his stunning looks rendered him the most dazzling presence wherever he went, akin to the brightest star in the night sky. Undoubtedly, Jiang Yuan was the most striking figure on the street. The trio's captivating appearance stirred quite a commotion. "Is that you, Jiang Yuan?" A woman, around 21, tall and provocatively dressed, approached them, her heavily made-up face betraying familiarity. Jiang Yuan glanced at her, but struggled to recall who she was. "I am your elementary school classmate, Suru." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yuan suddenly remembered. Indeed, there had been a girl who pursued him for 5 years. But he had rejected her due to his youth. Her name was, as he recalled, Suru. However, the woman before him had evidently changed significantly since then. Her heavy makeup and revealing attire starkly contrasted with the reserved Suru he remembered. As the saying goes, women blossom into maturity, and it seemed her transformation extended beyond mere appearance to her demeanor as well. Upon encountering Jiang Yuan, Suru was overjoyed. Her dream idol had re-entered her life. In an instant, her mind was flooded with fantasies of their acquaintance, romance, marriage, and even growing old together. Overwhelmed by a wave of happiness, she blurted out, "Jiang Yuan, let us be buried together." Jiang Yuan was taken aback, his expression questioning. Realizing her slip, Suru quickly blushed, shaking her head. "No, I meant we haven't seen each other in ages. How have you been?" "Just working as a courier," Jiang Yuan replied succinctly. "A courier?" Upon learning that her idol was now a courier, Suru felt a rush of delight. This could signify an opportunity for her. A courier likely earned a modest salary, perhaps around 3,000 a month, financially vulnerable and easily swayed by money. If she seized the moment, she could win him over. Suru's mind raced with plans. However, when she caught sight of Lu Mingming and Lu Shishir beside Jiang Yuan, her spirits dampened. Though Jiang Yuan might be a courier, he was still undeniably handsome. Surely, he must have no girlfriend now, especially not two? This scoundrel. Suru cast a suspicious glance at Jiang Yuan, her expression darkening with resentment. Love can easily turn to hate, and the bitterness of being spurned for 5 years only intensified her feelings. "Jiang Yuan, you're back for a visit, right?" Suru asked with a smile. "Yes, we're hoping to visit the Blue Tears Lake," Jiang Yuan nodded. "How fortuitous. I'm the person in charge of the Blue Tears Lake scenic area. Allow me to personally show you around," she exclaimed enthusiastically, pulling Jiang Yuan and his companions along with a warm demeanor. The trio, hearing that she was in charge of the scenic area, readily accepted her as their guide. However, Suru's little schemes were soon laid bare. She led Jiang Yuan and the other two to the parking lot, extending her finger towards a Mercedes SUV, exclaiming, "Let us chat in the car. This vehicle was a gift from my esteemed boss." Lu Mingming immediately recognized the car, her eyes widening in astonishment. "This model of Mercedes costs at least 700,000 to 800,000. Your boss is indeed generous." Suru feigned modesty, chuckling lightly. "It's merely that our boss is quite lavish. To him, this sum is inconsequential." Lu Mingming expressed her surprise. "Your boss truly possesses wealth." Suru, pretending to be bashful, replied with a smile, "Our boss is a person of significant stature. He drives cars worth tens of millions. And many local attractions are developed by him, making him exceedingly affluent." She added, "Moreover, it seems my boss holds a particular fondness for me, frequently presenting me with gifts," subtly insinuating that she was being pursued by a more distinguished and wealthy man. Such ostentation, so brazenly displayed. Suru had never anticipated that one day she would flaunt herself before her idol. In that moment, she felt a swell of pride. The humiliation of having pursued Jiang Yuan for 5 years suddenly alleviated. Suru reveled in her covert glee. Yet, when she furtively glanced at Jiang Yuan's face, she found it as impassive as a tranquil pond. Jiang Yuan displayed no sign of emotion. The grand display had utterly failed. Suru felt as though she had struck a blow against cotton, her spirits slightly deflated. Shouldn't boys at this age be more competitive? Upon hearing of such a wealthy benefactor, wouldn't Jiang Yuan feel at least a twinge of inferiority? Suru's heart bristled with discontent. Surely, Jiang Yuan was merely putting on a brave front. She then produced a Vacheron Constantine watch, stating, "This was a special gift from my boss for my birthday last year. I'm unsure of its price." Lu Mingming's eyes widened in disbelief. "That's a Vacheron Constantine. It must be worth several 100,000. Your boss is indeed extravagant." Suru inwardly chuckled, as this reaction was precisely what she desired. Yet, Jiang Yuan remained unfazed, merely gazing out at the familiar scenery, lost in thought. Suru felt a pang of disappointment, realizing none of her tactics had borne fruit. Just as she contemplated employing further stratagems, her phone rang. Upon answering, She discovered it was her boss calling. Xiaoru, today we are to host a distinguished VIP named Jiang Yuan. Please be attentive and astute. We must cater to his every request. Furthermore, ensure he is exceedingly comfortable. If he experiences even the slightest discomfort, you will be dismissed immediately. Distinguished VIP, Jiang Yuan. Upon hearing her boss's words, her body stiffened involuntarily. Had she misheard? The tremor in her boss's voice when mentioning Jiang Yuan was unprecedented in her years of service. Could it be that the Jiang Yuan in her boss's phone was the very same person in her car? Perhaps it was a case of homonymous coincidence. The Jiang Yuan in her car was merely a courier, she thought. Nevertheless, a vague unease gnawed at her. Wasn't it too coincidental that the Jiang Yuan in her car was visiting the Blue Tears Lake today? Coinciding with her boss's mention of a distinguished guest named Jiang Yuan? The more she pondered, the more disconcerted she became, leading her to nervously inquire, Jiang Yuan, are you truly a courier? Yes, I am, Jiang Yuan replied. He was not lying. He hadn't formally resigned from his courier position, thus he indeed bore that title. Yet, he hadn't disclosed any other identities, so it wasn't technically deceitful. Relieved, Su-Ru drove Jiang Yuan and the others toward the Blue Tears Lake. Chapter 89, The Outing. Where is Jiang Yuan? Why hasn't he returned? The Luo brothers waited anxiously, their hearts heavy with unease. Uncle Luo furrowed his brow, awaiting news. Fortunately, a call from Lu Mengmeng clarified the situation. Jiang Yuan has gone directly to the Blue Tears Lake. Upon hearing this, Uncle Luo's expression turned serious as he commanded. Let us commence the plan early. Inform all personnel to take their positions immediately. It turned out that Uncle Luo and the Luo brothers had devised a scheme to allow Jiang Yuan to shine. Eager to matchmake Jiang Yuan with Lu Shishir, Uncle Luo had put in significant effort. In psychology, there's a phenomenon known as the suspension bridge effect, which posits that walking across a perilous bridge can accelerate one's heartbeat. If an individual of the opposite sex appears at that moment, their heart may race, leading them to mistakenly believe that person is their destined partner. Uncle Luo aimed to create a perilous environment, facilitating an opportunity for Lu Shishir and Jiang Yuan to be alone together. Naturally, this would allow Jiang Yuan to act freely. Uncle Luo and the Luo brothers exchanged knowing glances before bursting into laughter. If they could help Jiang Yuan accomplish this, it would be a significant achievement. Gaining Jiang Yuan's favor would undoubtedly lead to a future of abundant wealth and success. They immediately set about their preparations. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan and his companions had arrived at the Blue Tears Lake. Su-Ru felt inexplicably restless, sensing that Jiang Yuan was unervingly composed, as tranquil as a deity. When she flaunted her wealth before him, any normal person, even if feigning calm, would not possess the kind of gaze Jiang Yuan exhibited. His expression was one of detachment, as if he regarded all material possessions with the indifference of someone far removed from such concerns. It reminded her of the rare glimpses she had caught in the eyes of high-ranking magnates. Ordinary individuals, even when attempting to feign composure, could never replicate such an expression. Could it be that Jiang Yuan had some influential backing? Su-Ru pondered, her mind swirling with uncertainty. Just as Su-Ru led Jiang Yuan and the others into the Blue Tears Lake, she was abruptly reassigned, personally escorted away by a park official. Shortly thereafter, she encountered her boss, Uncle Luo, who appeared anxious and resigned. With a serious demeanor, he divulged the truth regarding Jiang Yuan. What she heard was beyond her wildest imagination. Are you out of your mind? How dare you walk alongside Jiang Yuan? That is the eminent Jiang Yuan, a figure of renown in South City. The owner of the Fiskarlton restaurant, the authority behind the Royal Century Entertainment City, and rumored to have significant ties to a renowned domestic gaming company. Not to mention his close associations with the daughters of the Yi and Su families. The revelation struck Su-Ru like a thunderclap. The overwhelming influx of information left her momentarily stunned. However, as she recalled the prideful display of wealth she had just exhibited before Jiang Yuan, bordering on arrogance, a cold sweat broke out across her back, and a sense of dread washed over her. It was a disaster. These two Jiang Yuans were, astonishingly, the same person. Moreover, she had been exceedingly rude, flaunting her affluence in the presence of someone of his stature. To think that after several years apart, Jiang Yuan had transformed into a formidable figure. The true fool was, indeed, herself. Su-Ru was suddenly engulfed by panic, her body trembling involuntarily. What should I do? She stammered. You will cooperate with us in our actions, Uncle Luo said with utmost seriousness. Su-Ru nodded, her mind racing in disarray. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan was leisurely enjoying the surroundings. The Blue Tears Lake, with its breathtaking scenery, was a serene escape from the chaos of the metropolis. Although the enchanting blue tears would only appear at dusk, the atmosphere was refreshing. It provided a delightful respite, especially since it was a cherished playground from their childhood. At that moment, Lu Mingming gazed at Jiang Yuan and her cousin with a glint of mischief in her eyes. Sister, do you remember the story of the dragon and the sand at Blue Tears Lake? She inquired. In the legend, the dragon lived a carefree life in the lake and never shed tears. Yet, the dragon felt an insufferable loneliness until it encountered the distant winds and sands, which taught it the sensation of weeping. Strangely, the dragon did not resent the sands. It welcomed their company, even if it meant shedding tears. Lu Mingming recounted the tale with a hint of pride, believing such a romantic story would resonate with them. To her surprise, Jiang Yuan burst into laughter. What a third-rate love story. When I was a child, I could hear street vendors conjure up 100 such tales while buying newspapers for my parents. Lu Mingming thought to herself, what a quintessentially blunt man. She couldn't help but feel exasperated by Jiang Yuan's straightforwardness. Conversely, Lu Shishir found his remark amusing. Her striking beauty had always attracted suitors, but after hearing countless insipid romantic lines from various men, she found them nauseatingly pretentious. Jiang Yuan's unabashed honesty, however, piqued her interest. Upon hearing her cousin's laughter, Lu Mingming was momentarily taken aback. She then looked at Jiang Yuan with newfound admiration. Realizing he had accurately discerned Lu Shishir's preferences, this straightforward demeanor seemed to be a deliberate facade, revealing a deeper complexity within Jiang Yuan. How impressive! While Lu Mingming's imagination led her to misconstrue Jiang Yuan as a master of charm, he hadn't overthought the matter. Returning to his hometown and witnessing the familiar scenery had placed him in a remarkably relaxed state, prompting him to speak candidly without much deliberation. Unbeknownst to him, this unguarded honesty had inadvertently won Lu Shishir's favor and led Lu Mingming to perceive him as a cunning charmer. As the trio indulged in their outing, an unexpected incident unfolded nearby. A girl had gone missing, and alarmingly, she had vanished despite being accompanied by her family. How could a living person simply disappear? Has a thorough investigation been conducted? Someone questioned. I don't know. I heard she just went to the restroom and then vanished without a trace. It's terrifying. Could she have been abducted by some nefarious individual? We must be cautious. It's unsettling to think that such incidents could happen here, where safety is typically assured. In light of this bizarre situation, Lu Mingming grasped Jiang Yuan's hand anxiously. Brother Jiang Yuan, this place seems dangerous. I'm so frightened, she confessed, her heartbeat quickening as she sought solace in his presence. The atmosphere of panic was precisely the intention of Uncle Luo and his nephew, who aimed to position Jiang Yuan as a savior. By fabricating perilous scenarios, they hoped to create a suspension bridge effect, making Lu Shishir perceive Jiang Yuan as her destined protector. However, the strategy appeared to falter. Lu Shishir remained remarkably composed, unaffected by the turmoil. She exhibited an impressive psychological fortitude, wholly uncharacteristic of a timid girl. In contrast, her cousin Lu Mingming clung to Jiang Yuan, visibly anxious. Her lips pursed in a fearful expression. She resembled a drowning person, and Jiang Yuan became her sole lifeline as she clung to him desperately. He could only offer gentle reassurances as he patted her back. Uncle Luo and his nephew watched with growing frustration, feeling a sense of defeat. Plan A had failed. They decided to execute Plan B. As the saying goes, no plan survives contact with reality. In truth, they had prepared multiple contingencies. At that moment, Su Ru returned to Jiang Yuan's side, intending to take Lu Mingming away to discuss a matter privately. However, Jiang Yuan firmly held her back. Can you take me to meet the big boss you mentioned earlier? He asked directly. Su Ru was momentarily taken aback, feeling unmoored as she instinctively began to speculate. Could it be that Jiang Yuan was astute enough to see through her intentions? Had he caught on to her subtle hints and unraveled the entire situation? This level of intelligence was daunting. Caught in a dilemma, she felt torn between Jiang Yuan's command and her boss's directive. She was ensnared in a murky decision-making process. Yet, as she observed Jiang Yuan's profile and recalled his various accomplishments, she promptly made up her mind. Faced with a choice between her employer and Jiang Yuan, it was clear whom she prioritized. Thus, Su Ru acquiesced to Jiang Yuan's request and led him to meet her boss, leaving Lu Shishir and her sister behind for the time being. Soon, under Su Ru's guidance, Jiang Yuan entered an office where he encountered Uncle Luo, who immediately presented him with a cup of red tea. This is a special Dahong Pao from Mint City. Please enjoy, he said respectfully. Jiang Yuan felt a twinge of surprise. He seemed not to recognize the individual before him, yet this person appeared to possess considerable assets in the locality, leaving Jiang Yuan perplexed as to why he was being treated with such deference. Nevertheless, Jiang Yuan graciously accepted the hospitality, raising a cup of Dahong Pao tea and consuming it entirely. This particular tea was once reserved solely for royalty in ancient times. The flavor was exceptionally smooth, imbued with an utterly unique fragrance. The taste was indeed delightful. Uncle Luo, smiling amiably, raised his cup in unison. However, after finishing his tea, Jiang Yuan uttered a statement that nearly caused Uncle Luo to choke on his drink. I wish to acquire your scenic area, Jiang Yuan stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Uncle Luo nearly jumped from his seat, taken aback by such an unexpected and audacious proposition, and it seemed he had no intention of engaging in lengthy discussions. It was akin to playing a game of do di zhu, where one plays a powerful hand right from the start, catching Uncle Luo completely off guard. What? Uncle Luo stammered, startled. Why would you want to acquire our site? Jiang Yuan replied, I find myself quite intrigued by the events transpiring in this locale. So, what do you say? Are you willing to sell? In truth, Jiang Yuan harbored a genuine fascination for events shrouded in mystery, particularly regarding the blue-tier lake. With a heavy sigh, Uncle Luo wiped the cold sweat from his brow upon hearing Jiang Yuan's words. This isn't something easily sold, you know. How much are you willing to offer? Jiang Yuan, opting for brevity, promptly retrieved his mobile phone and opened his electronic account, casually showcasing a staggering balance of over 10 billion. Uncle Luo swallowed hard, staring at the astronomical sum before him, finding it difficult to utter a refusal. However, this scenic area was akin to a golden goose. He had no intention of selling it to Jiang Yuan. His original plan had merely involved hiring some individuals to artificially create a tense atmosphere, thereby facilitating his own agenda to ultimately assist Jiang Yuan in winning over a romantic interest, thus allowing him to bask in the glory and perhaps align himself with Jiang Yuan's fortune. Yet, to his utter astonishment, Jiang Yuan misinterpreted the situation, believing something significant was at play here, and sought to acquire the entire site outright. This left Uncle Luo utterly flabbergasted. Who would act so brazenly? Rather than attempting to resolve an issue, one would simply choose to spend an exorbitant sum to acquire it, taking over without hesitation? Was this a human being? It seemed almost divine, and Uncle Luo felt tears welling up. While he was aware of Jiang Yuan's wealth, he had never fathomed it to be this immense. This was beyond mere extravagance. It bordered on the reckless burning of money. A sensible individual would approach an acquisition with caution, meticulously drafting a proper business plan before considering such an exorbitant purchase. Jiang Yuan was indeed playing by a different set of rules, catching everyone off guard with his audacity. The world of the wealthy is truly intimidating. See, could we have a moment to consider? Uncle Luo's face resembled that of a bitter melon. Sure, take your time. I'll return later, Jiang Yuan replied. Once Jiang Yuan departed, Uncle Luo exhaled deeply, as if he had expended every ounce of energy, his face etched with despair. Jiang Yuan's approach to matters was entirely beyond his expectations. Chapter 91. Lu Mingming causes trouble. Upon returning to his previous location, Jiang Yuan happened upon some news. The matter had been clarified. It was merely a misunderstanding, and the missing girl had been found. Lu Mingming gently patted her small chest, exuding a sense of relief. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but feel that it was quite a coincidence that he had just returned and the issue had already been resolved. However, he thought little of it, recognizing that coincidences abound in the world. He then continued to explore the various scenic spots by the lakeside with the Lu sisters. Lu Mingming pointed excitedly at a distant view, exclaiming, "Let us go see how that ancient plum tree is doing now. We used to love playing there as children." The soil by Blue Tier Lake is remarkably fertile, steeped in history. Ouyang Xiu had personally planted a plum tree here, now over 1,000 years old. Regarded as a treasure of the town, this tree was invaluable and held immense collectible worth, even in the vastness of Long Country. Ancient trees of such age were exceedingly rare. Only a handful of millennia-old trees remained, making this particular one extraordinarily precious. Mention of this ancient tree sparked a glimmer of interest in Jiang Yuan, stirring a rush of thoughts. Each summer's end, Blue Tier Lake transforms under the influence of Noctiluca, creating a stunning spectacle. Beneath the pitch-black night sky, a surreal blue radiance illuminates the ancient tree, lending it a majestic and solemn presence. This ancient tree stands approximately 8 meters tall, with a canopy spanning 50 square meters, providing shade and exuding a subtly bittersweet aroma reminiscent of apricot and plum, invigorating all who catch a whiff. "Let us go," Lu Shishir said, equally intrigued. She too wished to revisit the millennia-old plum tree. Jiang Yuan nodded, just as he was about to move. He noticed a couple had appeared behind Lu Shishir without him realizing. A somewhat handsome young man with round glasses stood beside a moderately attractive girl. Jiang Yuan found the young man somewhat familiar, but could not immediately recall his name. Meanwhile, Lu Mingming urged, "Jiang Yuan Gij, let us go. We need to see that plum tree." Reluctantly, Jiang Yuan led the way. However, after Jiang Yuan left, the young man with the round glasses ceased to conceal his emotions, his eyes glinting with a fervent malice. "Jiang Yuan, it's you," he growled. "I pursued Su Ru for 5 long years, yet she paid me no mind. Always pining for you. What a small world, and here I am, running into you again." He smirked. "Well, it makes sense. The ancestral worship ceremony is about to commence, and all of us from afar have returned. I just didn't expect to encounter you here." This young man, named Zhou Chun, was a classmate of Jiang Yuan and Su Ru. However, his presence had always been rather insignificant, to the point that Jiang Yuan had entirely forgotten his name. During their school days, he had pursued Su Ru relentlessly, serving as her devoted admirer for 5 years, always in her shadow. Regrettably, despite his decent looks, he could not compare to Jiang Yuan's charisma. Su Ru had outright rejected him, declaring that her heart belonged solely to Jiang Yuan. Zhou Chun had returned this time specifically to Blue Tier Lake, having heard that Su Ru was working there. He intended to showcase his newfound status alongside his current girlfriend, hoping to make Su Ru regret her past rejection. Yet, he hadn't anticipated that he would run into Jiang Yuan before seeing Su Ru. In Zhou Chun's eyes, Jiang Yuan was the source of all his grievances. Had it not been for Jiang Yuan, Su Ru would have been his without question. If Jiang Yuan had not existed, he would not have had to endure years of servitude as Su Ru's admirer. "You little brat, since we crossed paths again, let us have some fun," Zhou Chun thought to himself, a sinister smile creeping across his face. He stealthily pulled his girlfriend along, trailing behind Jiang Yuan, intending to seize an opportunity to ensnare him. At that moment, Jiang Yuan had already brought the Lu sisters to the vicinity of a plum tree. However, due to the area's popularity as a tourist attraction, the crowd was bustling and exceedingly dense. It had been many years since he last visited this place, yet the plum tree remained unchanged. Lu Mingming, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "So many people. Let's squeeze in for a closer look." Her straightforward and somewhat endearing demeanor prompted her to disregard the throngs and approach the tree. Jiang Yuan, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement at Lu Mingming's innocent enthusiasm, found himself at a loss for words. Lu Mingming, either intentionally or inadvertently, mentioned, "Jiang Yuan Gij. There are so many people here. You must hold tightly to my and my cousin's hands." As she spoke, a hint of cunning glimmered in her eyes, for she aimed to create an opportunity for Jiang Yuan to take her cousin's hand as well, cleverly suggesting that they navigate through the crowded throng together. With the multitude surrounding them, it naturally provided a reason for Jiang Yuan to grasp both their hands. "Hee, I'm truly clever," Lu Mingming thought to herself, reveling in her own cunning. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Yuan deemed her request quite reasonable and took the initiative to hold the hands of both Lu Shishir and Lu Mingming. When Lu Shishir felt Jiang Yuan's grasp, her entire body shuddered slightly, but she chose not to voice her thoughts. Her hand was somewhat cool to the touch, yet incredibly soft, exuding a faint fragrance reminiscent of orchids. The sensation was rather pleasant, causing Jiang Yuan's thoughts to wander. Lu Mingming's delicate, warm hands felt akin to those of a pure white rabbit, inciting an irresistible urge to tease her. "Ah, Jiang Yuan Gij is holding my hand." Lu Mingming blushed, feeling a wave of shyness. Initially, her intention was to create a chance for Jiang Yuan to take her cousin's hand, but she found herself making a small sacrifice for the sake of the situation. Yet, when Jiang Yuan indeed grasped her hand, a dizzying sensation of happiness enveloped her. Jiang Yuan Gij's hands are so broad, so warm, and so comforting. Lu Mingming felt a rush of glee, her mind momentarily clouded with bliss. The three of them, hand in hand, approached the ancient plum tree. However, calamity struck unexpectedly. Amidst the crowd, an errant foot suddenly extended, tripping Lu Mingming. With a startled yelp, she stumbled forward, colliding directly with a tender branch of the plum tree. A crack echoed in the air. Though Lu Mingming merely experienced a minor fall, the precious tree's branch was damaged, rendering it somewhat unsightly. "Oh no, I've caused a disaster." Lu Mingming's face turned pale with fright. Chapter 92. "Mr. Jiang, why must you compensate?" Zhou Chun chuckled with satisfaction. He affectionately ruffled his girlfriend's hair and tightened his embrace around her shoulders. The foot that had tripped Lu Mingming was orchestrated by him, a covert ploy to create chaos. In the throng, no one noticed the outstretched foot, but Lu Mingming's collision with the plum tree was evident to all. This ancient tree was akin to a living historical treasure, and even casual visitors approached it with reverence, well aware that damaging such a tree would result in exorbitant compensation. Given that Lu Mingming was brought by Jiang Yuan, and the incident occurred while Jiang Yuan held her hand, the blame would inevitably fall upon him. "Hee, Jiang Yuan. I can't wait to see the spectacle of you all shifting blame," Zhou Chun mused with malicious glee. Delighting in his scheme, Zhou Chun anticipated the ensuing chaos that would unfold as they faced the repercussions of their actions. Typically, when confronted with such a calamity, individuals would often seek to absolve themselves of responsibility, a phenomenon colloquially known as passing the buck. This was a profoundly damaging occurrence for relationships. Zhou Chun's intentions were insidiously vindictive. He sought not only to compel Jiang Yuan to pay a hefty price, but also to incite discord and blame among Jiang Yuan and the beautiful sisters. Next, I shall relish the unfolding drama, Zhou Chen thought, reveling in his foreseen entertainment. After Lu Mengming's inadvertent mishap with the plum tree, Jiang Yuan helped her to her feet. Are you all right? He inquired with concern. I'm fine, but I've damaged the ancient plum tree. Lu Mengming trembled, shaken by the incident. This tree was a treasured symbol of the town, and she had unwittingly marred its branch through her clumsiness. If only she had been more cautious. She regretted her carelessness, wishing desperately for a chance to rewind time, yearning for the entire episode to be merely a nightmare. Yet reality loomed before her, a stark reminder of the trouble she had caused. Surprisingly, Jiang Yuan merely patted her head, offering reassurance. It's just a tree. As long as you're unharmed, that's what matters. Whoa, Jiang Yuan Gige is so gentle. In an instant, Lu Mengming felt tears welling in her eyes, an overwhelming urge to throw herself into Jiang Yuan's embrace. Lu Shishir, maintaining her composure, gently patted Lu Mengming's back. A serious incident has occurred. A tourist has damaged the plum tree. The plum tree? The one personally planted by Ouyang Xiao? My goodness, they must be facing ruin. Who is so unfortunate? Let us go see. How tragic. Encountering such a calamity. And it involves a handsome man and two beautiful women. The staff at the scenic area soon arrived on the scene. Observers regarded Jiang Yuan and the two sisters with a mix of sympathy and curiosity. The damage to such a precious entity would surely require a hefty compensation, perhaps a sum that could cost them their fortunes. Yet unexpectedly, the two staff members did not exhibit anger or blame. Instead, they displayed an air of concern. Miss, are you all right? Did the tree injure you? The onlookers were bewildered. Why were the staff behaving in such an unusual manner? Typically, when someone damages such a rare ancient tree, they would receive stern reprimands and demands for exorbitant compensation. Instead, these staff members were respectful and inquiring about any injuries. Isn't it customary for them to demand compensation for such a valuable tree? Zhou Chen's girlfriend interjected. Unable to contain her disbelief, Jiang Yuan nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, we have damaged something and should be liable for compensation. However, to their astonishment, the two staff members immediately reacted with displeasure, raising their voices towards Zhou Chen's girlfriend. What compensation is warranted? This tree is merely an ordinary tree, nothing more. The claim that it was personally planted by Ouyang Xiao is merely a sensationalist gimmick, entirely fabricated. Indeed, the tree here caused injury to this young lady, which is unequivocally the responsibility of our scenic area. Upon hearing this, the surrounding onlookers immediately displayed expressions of astonishment. Goodness, they've damaged such a precious ancient tree and are not liable for any compensation? The staff even had the audacity to appear unapologetic. What on earth is happening in this world? Ding. Shot points 300. 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 I comprehend now. This young lady perhaps possesses an extraordinary status. Even the staff at the scenic area seem reluctant to demand compensation from them, indicating their sheer unwillingness to confront these three individuals. They must be significant figures, undoubtedly of considerable importance. Zhou Chen's smug expression gradually solidified into one of disbelief. He tightened his grip around his girlfriend's arm, causing her to emit a soft cry of pain. The unfolding events were far beyond his expectations. This tree turned out to be a fake. Damn it. He had gone to great lengths to orchestrate a mishap to embarrass Jiang Yuan. Yet not only did he fail to extract any compensation, but he also couldn't even achieve his aim of shifting blame. It was infuriating. Lu Mengming stood there, equally stunned. She had erred, yet astonishingly, she bore no responsibility. According to the staff, it was their fault instead. This situation was exceedingly bizarre. Lu Mengming stole a furtive glance at Jiang Yuan's profile, sensing that the staff's unusual demeanor might be connected to him. Meanwhile, the trio from the Luo family, not far off, were breaking into a cold sweat. Even with their combined courage, they would not dare to demand compensation from Jiang Yuan. The ancient tree was indeed genuine, and all rumors surrounding it were true. However, once they associated with Jiang Yuan, claiming it was a falsehood would yield no consequences. Even if Jiang Yuan were at fault, it would hardly matter. After all, even if he tossed money at them, they wouldn't dare to accept it. Offending Jiang Yuan would be tantamount to courting disaster. While this ancient tree was undoubtedly precious, it paled in comparison to Jiang Yuan, who was worth far more. Chapter 93. Who told you this is fake? Zhou Chen's frustration intensified with each passing moment. He had finally seized an opportunity to discreetly engineer an accident to ensnare Jiang Yuan. Such chances were rare, and once lost, they would not return. Yet, because the tree was fake, Jiang Yuan was unscathed. The next opportunity to trap Jiang Yuan like this was uncertain. Such chances to ensnare him were scarce, especially those involving underhanded tactics. What a wretched tree, and it turned out to be fake. Zhou Chen cursed vehemently. He strode directly to the plum tree, raising his right foot and delivering a forceful kick, venting his pent-up frustration and resentment. The ancient tree, already advanced in age, was succumbing to decay and pestilence. Portions of its trunk had been hollowed out and were withering, facing a perilous fate. Zhou Chen's kick sent it swaying, and the branches that had been secured with bandages and wire now came crashing down, clearly suffering significant damage. What have I done? The staff's eyes widened in alarm as they approached him with urgency, demanding, "Sir, you have intentionally damaged our scenic area's ancient tree. Please provide compensation." Compensation? Zhou Chen's anger flared. He pointed at Jiang Yuan, exclaiming, "Why doesn't he have to pay?" Yet when he looked, he saw that Jiang Yuan had already departed with the Lu sisters. Lu Mingming had stumbled earlier and was now on her way to seek medical attention. The staff, with a stern demeanor, declared that gentleman's actions were unintentional, and we naturally forgive him, but your actions were deliberate harm, and the circumstances are quite different. Zhou Chen scoffed disdainfully. "Fine, I'll pay. It's just a fake tree. How much could it possibly cost?" He wore a nonchalant expression, emboldened by his situation. "A mere fake tree. How much could that set me back?" Moreover, his wealthy girlfriend was the daughter of a high-ranking executive at a well-known gaming company in the city. They drove luxury cars and lived in multi-million-dollar villas, spending thousands on leisure activities. Since becoming involved with this affluent woman, Zhou Chen felt he could do as he pleased. This trip was intended to showcase his newfound superior lifestyle to Su Ru. He had ample resources at his disposal. Besides, how much could a fake tree possibly cost? To his surprise, the staff's expressions turned grave and serious. Their gazes were filled with contempt, as if staring at a notorious criminal. "Immediately notify Boss Luo." Before long, Uncle Luo arrived, accompanied by the Luo brothers. These three were not to be trifled with. In truth, they were notorious figures, especially Uncle Luo, who was harboring a pent-up fury that needed an outlet. Jiang Yuan had unintentionally damaged the ancient tree, a town treasure of immense value. The damage to even a single branch could result in significant losses. However, they dared not approach Jiang Yuan for compensation and had begrudgingly claimed the tree was fake. Now, Zhou Chen had audaciously appeared, brazenly committing an offense. He was courting disaster. Clearly, a lesson needed to be taught. Uncle Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, resembling a cunning tiger poised to strike. "Sir, since you have damaged our scenic area's ancient tree, please compensate us in accordance with regulations. 74 million yuan. Zhou Chen was momentarily taken aback, believing he had misheard. "How much?" 74,000. The Luo brothers exchanged knowing smirks, responding in unison, "No, it is 74 million. 74 million. Zhou Chen's face froze in shock. His wealthy girlfriend's eyes widened in disbelief, reflecting her astonishment. While her family was indeed wealthy compared to ordinary folk, 74 million was a staggering sum. For her, it was a financial blow that could cripple her. Zhou Chen incredulously shouted that it was a fake ancient tree, accusing them of attempting to extort him, insisting he would not pay and would take them to court. "A fake tree, huh?" Uncle Luo found the situation amusing. He clapped his hands, and the three staff members carefully presented several documents: the county annals, the plant identification certificate, the World Heritage Property Rights documentation, and the Dragon Kingdom's intangible cultural heritage certification. Each document served as irrefutable evidence, ironclad proof. This tree is undoubtedly authentic. A genuine millennium-old specimen personally planted by Ouyang Xiao. Its value is immeasurable. Uncle Luo chuckled. "Do you still believe this tree is a counterfeit?" The Luo brothers chimed in. "Are you planning to sue us? With all the evidence and surveillance we possess, who do you think would prevail in court?" Zhou Chen's expression shifted dramatically, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The tree was indeed genuine, and now, having taken out his frustration on it, he faced an astronomical compensation bill. His wealthy girlfriend was equally stunned, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Zhou Chen took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Akin to a drowning man grasping a lifeline, he exclaimed, "That person also damaged this tree. We should share the liability and split the costs." Regrettably, this was a most ill-timed remark. The three members of the Luo family exchanged glances, their faces paling in unison. To demand compensation from Mr. Zhang was a notion far too audacious. The gentleman's status was extraordinarily elevated. Even a mere finger of his was worth more than this tree. Did he require monetary restitution? Absurd. A joke, indeed, the most ludicrous one I've ever heard. Mr. Zhang's mood was of utmost importance. "Do you think we would risk disturbing him for money?" In that moment, Zhou Chen felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. He suddenly grasped the reality. The claims of the tree's falsity were merely a facade to avoid offending Jiang Yuan. It became clear that Jiang Yuan was no ordinary individual. He was a true heavyweight. Yet now, Zhou Chun had made a colossal blunder. Awaiting him was a daunting debt, one he could scarcely fathom affording. He had always relied on the wealth of his girlfriend. Shouting, "Could you possibly assist me?" Zhou Chun implored, his tone pleading. "Your family is so affluent. This sum exceeds 70 million. To his dismay, his girlfriend quickly distanced herself, asserting, "This mess is yours alone. It has nothing to do with me. I believe we may not be suited for each other. Please, let us part ways." A boyfriend could be replaced, but losing over 70 million was a far more daunting prospect. Such a sum would take an eternity to regain, while a boyfriend is not easily substituted. 70 million could not be so readily earned. Zhou Chun was left in tears, his expression one of disbelief and regret. He had lost both love and fortune, having foolishly meddled with Jiang Yuan. But it was too late for remorse now. The Luo family members, with ill intentions, gazed at Zhou Chun, stating, "Please repay the debt promptly, or we shall pursue legal action." At that moment, Zhou Chun felt as if death were his only escape. Chapter 94. A private date with Lu Shishir. After recently suffering a fall, Lu Mingming's foot was somewhat sprained. Given her prior injuries, Jiang Yuan, feeling concerned, escorted her back to the hospital for rest. Lu Mingming felt a twinge of guilt for the trouble she had caused, although she had narrowly escaped disaster. A sense of remorse lingered. Believing that her cousin would fare better alone with Jiang Yuan, she encouraged them to take a stroll together. Thus, Jiang Yuan and Lu Shishir wandered through the quaint town. This was the nearest town to Qinghe Township, where they had spent their childhood, filled with delightful memories. However, Lu Shishir appeared somewhat withdrawn. Upon returning, Jiang Yuan could distinctly sense the weight of her thoughts. Yet, he hesitated to inquire directly. The two stood merely half a meter apart, yet Jiang Yuan felt an inexplicable distance between them. Nevertheless, Lu Shishir's profile quickened his heartbeat. Despite his daily encounters with stunning women, Jiang Yuan's perspective had evolved significantly. With beauties like Yao Wenwen, Su Wanting, and Yi Ran surrounding him, he had grown accustomed to their allure. Yet, Lu Shishir possessed a unique, intellectual beauty that was profoundly captivating, perhaps attributable to her role as a teacher. Lu Shishir, too, found herself surreptitiously gazing at Jiang Yuan, unable to resist his extraordinary charm, which drew her in like a whirlpool. Despite her efforts to maintain her composure, she felt a pang of hesitation due to her current circumstances. At that moment, a small team with a camera suddenly approached them. A charming female host greeted them politely. "Hello, beautiful people. We are from the Street Interviews program. May we take a few minutes of your time to ask some questions?" Jiang Yuan and Lu Shishir exchanged a glance and, in unison, nodded. With no pressing matters at hand, they decided to engage in a casual conversation with the host. The female host politely inquired, "What are your professions?" "Delivery person," Jiang Yuan replied. "Teacher," Lu Shishir added. Upon hearing Jiang Yuan's profession, a fleeting glimmer of disdain crossed the host's eyes, though she concealed it well. It was evident that she was far more intrigued by Lu Shishir's identity as an educator. The host turned the camera towards Lu Shishir, focusing on her while subtly diminishing Jiang Yuan's presence in the frame. "Which school do you teach at? Is it Sanzhong, Yizhong, or Fuzhong?" she asked, referencing several esteemed local institutions. Given the lack of quality schools in the town and Lu Shishir's impressive demeanor, the host had already surmised that she was exceptional and thus sought clarification. Lu Shishir shook her head and replied, "None of those. I teach at Lawrence High School in Xiqing." Lawrence High School. The host's eyes widened in astonishment. This institution was renowned as an elite international high school, even in Xiqing. With its abundant educational resources and esteemed faculty, it consistently ranked at the top. More importantly, it was a prestigious private academy with high standards for student admission, often rumored to have unspoken criteria regarding the students' family backgrounds. Those fortunate enough to attend were invariably from affluent families. Furthermore, the requirements for teachers at Lawrence were exceedingly stringent. One could assert that it was a selection process that only the rarest individuals could navigate. Lu Shishir was, indeed, a teacher at this illustrious institution. Impressive. The host's demeanor softened instantly, her smile radiating warmth. She posed her next question. "What are your personal criteria when it comes to choosing a partner?" This inquiry was clearly a gossip-driven one, and the allure of a beautiful woman's preferences piqued the interest of many onlookers. A small crowd began to gather, intrigued by the unfolding conversation. "That girl is stunning. Her standards for a partner must be incredibly high, either exceptionally handsome or immensely wealthy. I too yearn to be her boyfriend. If I could marry such a stunning wife, I would willingly sacrifice a decade of my life. Dream on, for even if you were to forfeit 50 years, you would never win the heart of such a goddess." As for this gossip, Lu Shishir did not dwell on it too much, simply stating, "I feel a connection." "And what about unattractive men?" "Not at all," she replied. The female host continued her probing. "If we disregard appearances, what qualities would you seek in a man?" Lu Shishir fell silent for a moment, then earnestly began to ponder. After approximately 3 minutes, she surrendered, saying, "I cannot disregard appearances." A burst of laughter erupted from those around her. Jiang Yuan could hardly contain his amusement. It was unexpected to discover that Lu Shishir was also a connoisseur of beauty. At that moment, the female host unveiled her trump card. "What about Jack from our production team? Does he meet your standards?" she inquired, gesturing toward a tall foreign man standing at 6 feet. This man, named Jack, indeed possessed a somewhat handsome face, with sharp features and defined lines. Though he could not rival the striking Jiang Yuan, he was still a rare find. Lu Shishir shook her head decisively, stating, "I will only consider men from Longhua." The moment those words left her lips, Jack's expression turned sour, his brows furrowing in discontent. The female host, perplexed, asked, "Why limit yourself to Longhua men? Many foreign men possess commendable qualities that may be more appealing than those of Longhua men." At this juncture, Jiang Yuan could no longer remain silent. He furrowed his brow and boldly interjected, "I believe that for women from Longhua men are the most attractive." Upon hearing Jiang Yuan's voice, the female host immediately directed her gaze toward him. Chapter 95, Longhua, where no one shall be insulted. A fleeting look of disdain crossed the female host's face as she regarded Jiang Yuan. "Dear sir, while you are indeed quite handsome and possess remarkable looks, do remember your station. You are merely a courier. No matter how fast a pig may run, it remains a pig. A handsome courier is still just a courier. It is a simple truth. By virtue of your status, do you truly believe you are qualified to declare that Longhua men are best suited for Longhua women? What a farce. In truth, the reason this program featured Jack, a foreign man, and posed such a provocative question was fundamentally driven by profit. The investors behind the show, nearly all foreign, had a vested interest in promoting the foreign son-in-law business, which involved packaging ordinary foreign men and introducing them to women from Longhua. Not only could they profit from the male participants, but they could also extract money from the female side. The potential for profit was immense. Those foreign men who struggled abroad, once they paid a fee, were transformed by these investors into supposed social elites, deceitfully claiming to seek love in Longhua. Meanwhile, some naive and Western-adoring women from Longhua believed they had struck gold, unwittingly parting with their money. By leveraging this online program to extol the virtues of foreign suitors, their business would naturally thrive. The foreign man Jack was merely a meticulously packaged fraud, possessing only superficial charm. In reality, his qualifications, background, and abilities were largely fabricated. When the truth eventually emerged, it would be far too late, an irreversible situation. This was a deeply unscrupulous trade. The female host, motivated by financial gain, had clearly sold her conscience, akin to a dog in service to its master. As long as the show succeeded in promoting the foreign son-in-law business and kept the investor satisfied, she would be generously rewarded with tokens of appreciation. Her approach was to extol the merits of foreign men, branding them with gold labels. Thus, she could attract a multitude of ignorant women from Longhua to be interested in foreign men. Consequently, the investor's foreign son-in-law business would flourish. Recently, the program had garnered significant attention, leading to promotions and substantial bonuses for the host, reaching 6 figures. The host felt immensely satisfied, believing her future was bright, and she had begun to adopt an air of superiority, particularly towards Longhua men, whom she regarded with distinct disdain. If Longhua men were truly so exceptional, how could they effectively engage in such business dealings? Now, a mere courier dared to disrupt her lucrative endeavors. It seemed necessary to teach this presumptuous young man a lesson. The host, with a smirk devoid of genuine warmth, remarked, "Oh, it appears this young man holds outdated views. The economic conditions of many foreign gentlemen indeed surpass those of Longhua men, which is an undeniable fact." Jiang Yuan countered, "The one with outdated views is you. Longhua has long surpassed many nations. Our development is not inferior to that of numerous countries, and the qualifications of Longhua men may very well rival those of foreigners." The host elongated her response with an exaggerated tone. She then casually extended her right hand, pointing at Jack, asserting, "Let us make a comparison. Our Jack is a graduate of Stanford University, with a family that runs a well-known public enterprise. Who do you think is more suited to this lovely lady, you or our Jack?" Her words were starkly blatant, practically pointing at Jiang Yuan's nose to declare his inadequacy. Faced with such provocation, Jiang Yuan merely raised an eyebrow. This was approaching his breaking point. While he could endure personal insults, any affront to his compatriots was intolerable. To openly assert that foreign men were more deserving of Longhua women for the sake of petty personal gain was utterly shameless. Bystanders could no longer remain passive. The entirety of the program's structure was rotten to the core. Every time they praised these foreign men, it turned their stomachs. In the territory of Longhua, to have such clowns brazenly propagate these values was a disgrace. Alas, This courier spoke truthfully, yet was subjected to humiliation. It was infuriating. These Western-adoring individuals were truly shameless. It was particularly disheartening that a fellow Longwa person would sell their integrity for monetary gain. While their transgressions may seem small, if they brought shame upon their compatriots, they would become eternal pariahs. Longwa, where no one shall be insulted. Jiang Yuan resolved to no longer conceal his identity. He retrieved his phone, preparing to make a call. Upon witnessing Jiang Yuan's expression grow increasingly cold and his intent to call, the female host could not help but chuckle inwardly. She turned to exchange a glance with the dashing Jack, their eyes filled with audacious confidence. They had powerful backers, individuals of considerable influence. The investors of this program were among the most prominent figures in Nanjing, possessing luxurious cars, opulent homes, and extensive connections. Could their immense power not suppress a mere courier? A mere courier dares to confront us directly, utterly oblivious to the vastness of the world. The ignorant are indeed fearless. Planning to make a phone call? Even if you were to summon the most powerful deity, what could you possibly do to us? Even the ever-composed Lu Shirshir could no longer contain herself at this moment. The disdain exhibited by these individuals towards Jiang Yuan is utterly appalling, and their words are exceedingly discomforting. Had we known, we would have ignored them entirely. However, since we have reached this juncture, do not blame us for our ruthless actions. To dare speak such words to brother Jiang Yuan is an unforgivable sin. Lu Shirshir, with her gentle exterior yet steely resolve, allowed a fleeting glimmer of ferocity to flash in her eyes as she prepared to impart an unforgettable lesson upon these individuals. Meanwhile, the trio from the Luo family had not strayed far. After dealing with Zhou Chun, they discreetly dispatched someone to follow Jiang Yuan, keeping a watchful eye on his situation. They were acutely aware of every detail unfolding. Upon hearing the female host's brazen provocation directed at Jiang Yuan, they were filled with righteous indignation. How could a mere foreign program dare to speak to a figure like Jiang Yuan in such a manner? Such audacity. They are but pathetic clowns engaged in unsavory business. Yet they dare to challenge Jiang Yuan. I shall ensure they forever regret their decisions made today. Just a handful of foreigners. Yet they dare to wreak havoc on our territory. They must be taught a lesson this time. Chapter 96. A Dream Shattered. In Nanjing, on the 13th floor of the Century Building, a meeting room is filled with 17 investors encircling one another. These investors are stakeholders in the Street Interviews program and in the foreign son-in-law business. They are fervently discussing the quarterly financial report. I am honored to announce that our financial report this quarter is exceedingly favorable. We have seen a 36% increase compared to the same period last year. If we continue on this trajectory, we will achieve even greater heights next quarter. Let us applaud our mutual success. The atmosphere within the room is exuberantly jubilant. Following the announcement of the financial report, the room erupts in fervent applause, akin to thunderous roars. Every investor's face beams with barely concealed joy. This marks the third significant increase this year, with growth outpacing last year's figures. Earning this money feels as effortless as printing currency. Should this momentum persist, the profits for each investor will reach staggering heights. Truly, choosing this investment was a sagacious decision. The money from the Dragon Kingdom is indeed easy to acquire. A sentiment echoed in the hearts of every investor. Yet, just as the atmosphere was one of ecstatic celebration, a grim piece of news suddenly broke through. Someone has anonymously reported us for concealing the true identities of our subjects, alleging fraud. They are aware that our documentation is incomplete and are demanding we immediately repatriate these individuals. In an instant, the meeting room fell into a deathly silence. This sudden revelation plunged them into a hellish despair. Should these foreign gentlemen be sent back, all their business would be obliterated. Furthermore, if the true identities of these individuals were exposed, they would undoubtedly face legal repercussions, possibly even charges of fraud. A few founders managed to force a semblance of a smile, assuring everyone, do not worry. We have a plan to resolve this. We will surely suppress this matter. Even if this particular venture fails, we have many other businesses, and next quarter's report will still show growth. The surrounding individuals, hearing this, offered faint smiles. Their anxiety evident. After all, such matters are unpredictable. They all knew they were merely painting a rosy picture to stabilize morale. Without this crucial business, the numbers in the next quarterly report would likely not be favorable. The anonymous whistleblower, of course, was the trio from the Luo family. They recognized that, given their absolute lack of hard power, they could not confront these renowned investors from Nanjing head-on. Yet, they still sought to contribute in their own way. They gathered information through various channels and submitted a portion of the evidence. Although they could not inflict severe damage, they had succeeded in avenging Jiang Yuan. To provoke our esteemed Jiang Yuan is to court disaster. Let us see how you conduct your business now. While they did not intend to annihilate them entirely, they certainly aimed to cause significant financial losses. The Luo family trio was resolute in their desire to cling to Jiang Yuan's coattails, treating him as their leader. A younger brother's duty is to avenge the elder. Yet, all of this was merely the beginning. Jiang Yuan had already contacted manager Wang of the Fiskalton restaurant. After briefly outlining the situation, manager Wang, an astute individual, immediately understood the gravity of the matter. Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, I promise to deliver a satisfactory resolution. He promptly reached out to his extensive network. Armed with the substantial funds and formidable influence provided by Jiang Yuan, he was determined to teach these ignorant individuals a lesson they would never forget. The Tianming Group refuses to repay us. Our financial chain is on the verge of collapse. A partner of 7 years is severing ties with us. Our internal supply capacity cannot keep up. Our business is ruined. In the Century Building's conference room, nearly everyone was on the brink of madness. Each face was contorted with rage and disbelief. No one could have anticipated that just moments ago. They were dreaming of soaring profits in the upcoming quarterly report. Yet, in the blink of an eye, their various businesses encountered problems. Almost all partner enterprises had turned against them. The financial chain was poised to snap, and capacity had plummeted. They had become pariahs, with no one daring to collaborate further. It was as though an unseen hand was determined to obliterate their enterprises. All of this transpired in less than an hour. Conditions shifted dramatically, leaving everyone bewildered and fearful. Signs suggested that a formidable figure was orchestrating their downfall, yet they had no inkling of whom they had offended. Investigate immediately. Who have we wronged? Who possesses such power? Conduct a thorough inquiry. As they exerted themselves in their investigation, they soon turned their attention to Jiang Yuan's situation. Undoubtedly, this was the only plausible explanation. There must be an issue here. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan stood firm against the program's representatives. The female host maintained her haughty demeanor, completely disregarding Jiang Yuan. However, both the arrogant Jack and the female host received a phone call simultaneously. Are you out of your minds? It's all over, utterly finished. All of us have been ruined by the two of you brainless fools. Immediately kneel and bow in apology to those you have offended. The near-manic roar echoed in their ears. The female host was left dumbfounded, while the foreign man, Jack, was rendered completely speechless. In that moment, they both found it impossible to grasp the reality of the situation. What on earth was happening? A wave of gut-wrenching dread surged up, striking them like a thunderbolt. They instinctively turned their gaze towards Jiang Yuan. Could it be that this delivery man was actually a figure of great significance? However, before they could ponder further, a vehicle carrying investigators from the relevant authorities rushed onto the scene. We are here to apprehend you for endangering the safety of public opinion. You have the right to remain silent, but we ask for your cooperation. The female host's mouth fell open, yet no sound escaped her lips. Jack's face turned ashen. It was evident that this was the handiwork of Lu Shishir. Chapter 97. Back to Qinghe Township. Ding. Shot points 500. 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 After the unscrupulous production team was promptly arrested, the onlookers were left in astonishment. My goodness. The retribution came far too swiftly. Just moments ago, the production team appeared to be firmly in control, only to collapse in an instant. This delivery guy is astonishingly formidable. Crushing this group seems no different from squashing a nest of ants. Is this delivery man truly that impressive? Seeing this makes me want to become a courier myself. Perhaps he has powerful connections. What do you mean perhaps? This fellow undoubtedly possesses a substantial background. It is rumored that the production team also had influential figures backing them. Yet, evidently, they were no match for him, indicating that the delivery man's connections far exceed theirs. However, the onlookers, initially engulfed in shock and suspicion, began to surreptitiously cast glances at Jiang Yuan. Yet, recalling the production team's open promotion of foreign men while belittling the worth of men from Longhua, they could not help but feel a sense of righteous indignation. Soon, a wave of applause erupted. Well done. Justice prevails. How can our great Longhua tolerate these foreign clowns causing a ruckus? It was a joyous spectacle indeed. Jiang Yuan observed the crowd's furtive glances directed at him, some even pulling out their phones, eager to capture this sensational event for the online world. Others aimed to immortalize Jiang Yuan's striking visage. He had no desire for his photograph to circulate wildly online the following day. Grasping Lu Shishir's hand, he made his way towards the parking lot. Following this incident, Jiang Yuan undeniably became a local celebrity in this small town. It was likely that no one would remain unaware of his identity. He decided to return to Qinghe Township directly to visit his mother. Lu Shishir had also returned to attend the ancestral festival, and after inquiring about her, he planned to take her back to Qinghe Township with him. Lu Mingming would need a few days to recuperate, and he would return to fetch her later. The downfall of the unscrupulous production team quickly spread throughout the town. Given the town's small size and its proximity to Qinghe Township, news traveled swiftly. The word reached Jiang Yuan's hometown in no time. The neighbors in Qinghe Township engaged in lively discussions. That trashy production team should have been shut down long ago. Indeed, it's absurd to suggest that foreign men are more suitable for our Longwell women. As the townsfolk continued their discussions, some discreetly shifted the topic. What do you mean unworthy of Longwell women? Our child graduated just 2 years ago and is already a vice president at his company, earning a 6-figure salary. Does that count as unworthy? Indeed, who says otherwise? Some people love to generalize. My child, too, bought a car and a house just a few years after graduation, all on his own. He now runs his own company and is not short on money. My child is also quite accomplished. Not only is he thriving in his career, but his girlfriend is from a prestigious family, stunning and well off. They're getting married by the end of the year. They seized the opportunity to boast, incessantly flaunting their children's achievements. Who wouldn't want to share how remarkable their own child is? What a source of pride. Ostensibly, they were criticizing the production team's values, yet in reality, they were signaling to others how successful their children had become, engaging in a subtle competition. Jiang Yuan's mother had initially wished to join in the conversation, hoping to share a few words. Her child had long been absent from her side, and with her husband working away, he returned home infrequently. She yearned for some social interaction. However, as the conversation shifted toward showcasing each child's accomplishments, Jiang Yuan's mother felt an awkward silence envelop her. Others' children were thriving, starting companies, running businesses, and some even engaged to high-caliber partners, set to marry soon. But what of Jiang Yuan? Jiang Yuan's mother let out a resigned sigh. Meanwhile, the neighbors continued their chatter, indulging in idle gossip. Have you heard about Jiang Yuan from the Jiang family? At his age, he is still just a delivery man. They finally set him up on a blind date, but the girl wasn't interested. How pitiful. Shouldn't we have our own children lend him a hand? How can they help? Jiang Yuan is merely a courier. Even if they made him a manager, it wouldn't change his situation. Amidst the murmurs and idle chatter of the neighbors, it was undoubtedly the mother of the Luo brothers who was the most vociferous. Everyone knew that the Luo brothers had once been the bottom of their class, ranking second to last. They were the epitome of mediocrity. Having a child at the bottom of the class was an embarrassment that weighed heavily on Luo's mother, causing her much distress. However, the tides had turned. Having graduated and entered society, the Luo brothers now thrived, thanks to a relative's assistance, managing a beverage procurement business at the Royal Century Entertainment Club in the southern city. Their lives were exceedingly comfortable. They had purchased cars and homes, and finding girlfriends was practically effortless. They had an air of nonchalance, as if their desires were mere whims. This newfound success filled Luo's mother with pride. In their school days, Jiang Yuan had consistently excelled, often inciting intense jealousy in Luo's mother over his mother's good fortune in having such a brilliant son. But the tables had turned. The Luo brothers had prospered, while Jiang Yuan remained merely a delivery man. This stark contrast was truly heart-wrenching. Luo's mother could hardly contain her glee, barely able to suppress her laughter. Wasn't Jiang Yuan the top student back then? My child's academic performance may be at the bottom, yet they are thriving far better than the Jiang family now. Mrs. Luo has seized this opportunity and is ready to flaunt her success. Joking aside, if not now, then when? Mrs. Jiang, I've heard your child is living quite ordinarily these days. Mrs. Luo feigned concern as she approached. Would you like my child to lend a hand in securing a good job for him? After a moment of silence, Mrs. Jiang replied, what my son enjoys doing is his own business. Regardless of his status or income, he will always be the best in my eyes. As his mother, all I wish for is his safety. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Luo sneered, just as she was about to retort. She caught sight through the window of 2 cars returning to Qinghe Township. One was Jiang Yuan's Featuite 500, while the other belonged to the Luo brothers. A luxury Mercedes. Chapter 98. The astonished mother of Jiang Yuan. In Qinghe Township, the Luo brothers trailed closely behind Jiang Yuan's vehicle. Upon learning of Jiang Yuan's return to his hometown, they immediately sprang into action, following him without hesitation. After all, to them, Jiang Yuan was an extraordinary figure. He was not only their fellow villager, but also a childhood classmate. Now that he had ascended to the status of a prominent figure, it would be foolish not to seize the opportunity to align themselves with him. Moreover, since they had latched onto Uncle Luo's success and landed a lucrative position, they had come to relish the benefits of such alliances. Striving on their own seemed far less appealing. It was akin to pedaling a tricycle, laborious and ineffective. However, by clinging to someone influential, it felt as though they had hitched a ride on a swift vehicle, even akin to a rocket, ensuring rapid advancement while conserving time, effort, and peace of mind. Thus, the scene unfolded with Jiang Yuan leading the way and the Luo brothers trailing behind. Upon reaching their destination, Jiang Yuan did not exit the vehicle immediately. Instead, he instructed the Luo brothers on their tasks. After several hours without food, both he and Lu Shishir felt a pang of hunger. Upon consulting Lu Shishir, they both expressed a desire to indulge in the local delicacy of Qinghe crabs. Qinghe crabs are a specialty of Qinghe Township, characterized by their distinctive appearance. Although smaller in size, their claws are robust, and their bodies possess more spines than ordinary crabs. The meat is delicate and infused with a natural aroma that is truly unique. Once tasted, it leaves a lingering impression. While the crab roe and paste may not rival the renowned butter crabs in flavor, the sweet, fragrant meat offers a delightful experience of its own. With a longing to savor the taste of Qinghe crabs upon their return home, Zhang Yuan and Lu Shishir were eager to indulge. However, the Luo brothers found themselves in a predicament. This was not the season for Qinghe crabs, which are notoriously difficult to catch and thus quite scarce. The brothers were momentarily stumped. Despite a considerable distance, Mrs. Luo readily recognized her son's car, a Mercedes, a symbol of luxury. With a cunning glint in her eye, she immediately sought to drag Mrs. Jiang along to see her sons, eager to boast about their accomplishments in front of Mrs. Jiang. Mrs. Jiang, unable to refuse, found herself being pulled along by the overly eager Mrs. Luo, who was almost forcefully ushering her forward. However, just as they were making their way, they stumbled upon a scene that left them utterly astonished. The Luo brothers were seen bowing and scraping in front of a young man inside a car, their demeanor one of subservience. Although Mrs. Jiang and Mrs. Luo were too far to discern the young man's features, the Luo brothers' attitude suggested that he was a person of considerable importance. In an instant, Mrs. Luo felt embarrassed. She had come intending to show off her children's achievements, but was confronted with the sight of her sons ingratiating themselves to someone else. Yet, this thought quickly shifted as she realized that her sons were now individuals who drove a Mercedes and lived in a villa. If they were seeking favor from someone, that person must surely be a significant figure. Seizing the moment, Mrs. Luo began to boast to Mrs. Jiang. My son must have brought an influential person to the ancestral worship ceremony. It is a tradition to invite notable figures to such events. My son is employed at a large entertainment company in Nanjing, so he must have brought along a high-ranking executive. On the day of the ceremony, this individual will likely be the center of attention. Mrs. Luo spoke in rapid succession, exuding an air of superiority as if she were above others. Mrs. Jiang, though uncomfortable with her arrogance, felt helpless. After all, her son had indeed found success, and the implications were evident. Observing the scene, it seemed that the Luo brothers had indeed brought back an extraordinary individual. From a distance, they could see the Luo brothers' faces adorned with expressions of flattery and their gestures of utmost respect. These were the infamous Luo brothers. Known for their bullying behavior and harsh words, they had gained notoriety as local tyrants. After accumulating wealth in Nanjing, their arrogance had only intensified. For someone of such a notorious disposition to exhibit deference, the young man must surely be a person of remarkable stature. Caught in a dilemma, Mrs. Jiang found herself torn. On one hand, she recognized that Mrs. Luo's intentions were far from altruistic, primarily motivated by a desire to boast. On the other hand, if this connection could indeed secure a good position for her son, then as a mother, it would be worth it. Just as Mrs. Jiang's expression revealed her uncertainty, the Luo brothers spotted their mother and hurried over. Mom, is there any way to procure some Qinghe crabs? We'll pay any price. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Luo turned to Mrs. Jiang, who fortuitously had prepared several plump Qinghe crabs days in advance, anticipating her son's return. No, those are for my son. I want to sell them for any price. Mrs. Jiang immediately shook her head. The Luo brothers were unfamiliar with Jiang Yuan's mother. They had heard rumors of her possessing Qinghe crabs, yet she was unwilling to part with them. Immediately, their expressions soured, and they declared, "We won't sell them for any price. Mind your words, old lady. Let me remind you to be aware of your place." Just as the Luo brothers were gearing up to take a hard stance, Jiang Yuan arrived in his car. Who truly is unaware of their standing? Jiang Yuan's cold voice emanated from within the vehicle. Jiang Yuan's mother recognized that voice instantly, her face betraying a flicker of uncertainty. The Luo brothers, sensing the shift in atmosphere, altered their tone to one of sycophancy, muttering, "She's just a country woman." Jiang Yuan retorted icily, "That is my mother." Ding. Shot points 500. Ding. Shot points 500. The Luo brothers were left dumbfounded. Both Jiang Yuan's mother and the Luo matriarch shared in their astonishment. Subsequently, the expressions of everyone present transformed dramatically. Chapter 99. The Perplexed Luo Matriarch. Upon realizing that this middle-aged woman was Jiang Yuan's mother, the Luo brothers were gripped by fear, their knees shaking uncontrollably, nearly buckling beneath them. They had approached this task for Jiang Yuan with a reckless abandon, determined to procure the Qinghe crabs for him, even if it meant digging deep into the earth. when they learned that this middle-aged woman possessed the coveted crabs yet refused to yield them. They had initially intended to assert their dominance. Moments prior, they had displayed an overtly aggressive demeanor, their actions brutish, their voices threatening, a true manifestation of their tyrannical nature. However, with Jiang Yuan's arrival, his declaration of her identity as his mother struck them like a thunderclap. They never anticipated that she was, in fact, Jiang Yuan's mother. After years away from their hometown, they could hardly recognize her. Realization washed over them. What unforgivable folly had they just committed? How could they have treated the mother of Jiang Yuan, a figure of such stature, with such contempt? Had they known her identity, they would not have dared to act so brazenly. The gravity of their misjudgment sank in, and they were overtaken by despair. Overcome with impulse, they decided to kneel and admit their wrongdoing, hoping for leniency. Without hesitation, they prostrated themselves on the ground. We apologize. We were disrespectful. We were short-sighted and failed to recognize the gravity of our actions. Please forgive us. Witnessing her son's abject submission, Luo's mother was taken aback. She had brought Jiang Yuan's mother along to boast about her son's current success and influence. Yet, the situation had flipped entirely. Her sons, without a word, had knelt before Jiang Yuan's mother, exhibiting such humility. The most shocking revelation was that the esteemed figure they had been fawning over was indeed Jiang Yuan himself. Now, they found themselves kneeling, pleading for forgiveness from his mother. Luo's mother, pulling at her sons, exclaimed, "What are you doing? This is so embarrassing. Get up." However, the Luo brothers remained immovable, their faces etched with trepidation as they insisted, "We shall not rise until we have received forgiveness." Luo's mother stared at her sons, momentarily feeling as if they were strangers. Were these truly the same two sons who drove luxury cars, resided in opulent villas, and spent lavishly, known for their domineering personalities? How could the fierce tigers of now appear as timid as two frightened cats? Despite her efforts to persuade them, the brothers remained on their knees, heads bowed, nearly pressing their foreheads to the ground. Could it be that Jiang Yuan had something incriminating against her sons? Luo's mother pondered. The Luo brothers had engaged in their fair share of misdeeds over the years. Perhaps Jiang Yuan had seized upon their vulnerabilities, threatening them. Most astonishing of all was Jiang Yuan's mother. Upon hearing her son's voice from the car, her mind momentarily blanked. The prominent figure the Luo brothers had been groveling to was indeed her son, Jiang Yuan. Wasn't he merely an ordinary deliverman? How could he possibly be someone of such significance, someone to whom these wealthy brothers would seek to curry favor? What was happening? Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. Jiang Yuan's mother struggled to grasp the enormity of her son's transformation, momentarily stunned. Yet, upon seeing the Luo brothers kneeling before her, she flustered, saying, "You, please get up. Act normally." The Luo brothers were steadfast in their resolve, responding in unison, "We will not rise until we have received Jiang Yuan's forgiveness." Jiang Yuan's mother hastily replied, "Forgiveness? Yes, I forgive you. Please stand up. It's inappropriate to be seen like this in broad daylight." Nevertheless, the Luo brothers remained obstinate, stating, "We mean we require Jiang Yuan's forgiveness." Jiang Yuan, hearing them refer to him in such a manner, both Jiang Yuan's mother and Luo's mother were taken aback. Yet, before they could ponder further, Jiang Yuan's voice, cold and detached, cut through the air. "Considering this is your first offense, and you were unaware, I shall allow you to kneel for half an hour." Half an hour. Luo's mother felt a surge of alarm. The scorching sun had baked the ground until it resembled a hot griddle. Kneeling for half an hour would be excruciating, but before she could voice her concerns, she noticed the Luo brothers exhaling in relief, their faces lighting up with expressions of gratitude. "Thank goodness, Jiang Yuan is willing to punish us, which means he is inclined to forgive us. Half an hour is manageable." Observing her son's subservient behavior, Luo's mother could hardly believe her eyes. Was she dreaming? Had Jiang Yuan bewitched her sons? Their obedience was not merely compliance, it was utter submission. Eventually, it was Jiang Yuan's mother who spoke up. "You have gone too far. One must show mercy where it is due." Hearing his mother, Jiang Yuan fell silent for a moment before replying, "Let us keep track of this half hour as a lesson. You may rise." The Luo brothers, upon hearing this, immediately stood without a second thought. Luo's mother bit her lip, filled with confusion as she gazed at her sons. After much persuasion, they had ignored her, yet when Jiang Yuan spoke, they obeyed without question. Kneeling when instructed, standing when commanded, they behaved as if they were mere subservient beings in Jiang Yuan's household. What on earth was happening? She resolved to inquire further later. As Jiang Yuan stepped from the car, he grinned and said, "Mom, you look even more beautiful after not seeing you for a few days." With a playful smile, he embraced his mother warmly. After a prolonged separation, Jiang Yuan's mother found herself yearning for her son. However, a certain perplexity enveloped her as she observed an undeniable air of nobility about him at that moment. a quality that is often intrinsic to those who bask in wealth and prosperity. Although she was somewhat bewildered by the changes that had befallen Jiang Yuan, her longing for her son stirred emotions within her, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears as she playfully scolded, "You rascal, it's been ages since you last graced us with your presence." Jiang Yuan chuckled, deftly diverting the conversation. "Mom, it's a rare occasion that I'm back. Let us indulge ourselves with a meal at Jufu Lu Chapter 100, the stunning Lu Shishir." Jufu Lu is one of the few esteemed dining establishments in Qinghe Township. Legend has it that the proprietor of this establishment was once a distinguished chef who traveled far and wide, particularly renowned for his mastery of 3 exquisite culinary styles, crafting dishes that tantalize the palate. However, the prices at Jufu Lu are rather steep. Yet, after such a long absence from her beloved son, Jiang Yuan's mother was more than willing to splurge, promptly giving her consent. Yet, a fleeting thought crossed her mind, causing her to hesitate momentarily as she inquired, "Xiao Yuan, about that young lady I introduced to you last time." Upon hearing his mother awkwardly broach the subject of the matchmaking candidate, Yi Kur, Jiang Yuan felt a twinge of confusion. Wasn't she merely a passing acquaintance? During his previous eagerness to rendezvous with Yi Ran, he had swiftly dismissed her. Unbeknownst to him, that day, Yi Kur, feeling unworthy of Jiang Yuan, had expressed a rather inappropriate remark to the relatives who facilitated the introduction, leading to a misunderstanding that painted her as disdainful of him in the eyes of all. Jiang Yuan's mother, having misconstrued the situation, was about to offer her son some consolation when, at that moment, a breathtaking beauty, ethereal and radiant, descended gracefully from Jiang Yuan's vehicle. It was none other than Lu Shishir. With a polite smile, she greeted, "Hello, Auntie, I am Jiang Yuan's friend, Lu Shishir." Upon witnessing the divine Lu Shishir emerge from Jiang Yuan's car, his mother was momentarily taken aback, soon followed by a surge of joy. A glimmer of pride and satisfaction shone in her gaze as she regarded her son. A thought crossing her mind, "You little scamp, I never anticipated you had such charm to attract a girl of such beauty." Jiang Yuan, slightly taken aback, replied, "She's just an ordinary friend. Please don't think too much of it." "I understand. You young people often shy away from acknowledging the truth," she retorted with a knowing smile. Feeling somewhat helpless, Jiang Yuan was about to elaborate further, aware that while he could bear the weight of such speculation, Lu Shishir was a modest young woman. Yet, he noticed her standing quietly beside him, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, neither contradicting him nor displaying displeasure, but rather exuding a hint of secret delight, reminiscent of a shy bride meeting her in-laws. Observing this, Jiang Yuan wisely refrained from saying more, instead inviting his mother and Lu Shishir to join him in the car as they made their way to Jufu Lu for dinner. Meanwhile, Luo's mother stood off to the side, incessantly brushing the dust from the knees of her 2 sons, her eyes gradually betraying a deep-seated envy. "Tell me, sons, has Jiang Yuan found something to hold over you? Speak up," Luo's mother whispered, her voice low. The Luo brothers exchanged glances of exasperation, replying, "No, not at all." Yet, Luo's mother remained resolute in her conviction, believing her sons were merely trying to spare her worry. What is there to be proud of in Jiang Yuan? He was even looked down upon during his matchmaking endeavors. Everyone knows about it. Upon hearing their mother audaciously speak ill of Jiang Yuan, the brothers' expressions shifted, and they hurriedly covered her mouth, fearful of the repercussions. "We mustn't speak carelessly. This could lead to trouble. If Jiang Yuan finds out, we are doomed." Seeing her sons cower in fear of Jiang Yuan, as if he were a ferocious beast, Luo's mother felt a surge of frustration. However, when her peripheral vision caught sight of Lu Shishir standing gracefully beside Jiang Yuan, her astonishment grew. What a stunning young lady, she mused, her mind racing. Initially, she had intended to exploit Jiang Yuan's embarrassing matchmaking incident for gossip, but upon seeing Lu Shishir, that thought dissipated entirely. My goodness, such beauty, how could she possibly be associated with Jiang Yuan? The allure of Lu Shishir surpassed that of many glamorous stars, her beauty and figure eclipsing the vast majority of women. Such an exquisite being should not be within the grasp of an ordinary man. What on earth is going on with Jiang Yuan? Luo's mother pondered, perplexed. The Luo brothers, sensing their mother's curiosity, began to elucidate Jiang Yuan's multifaceted identity, detailing his various enterprises and the legends surrounding him. With each revelation, Luo's mother's expression shifted, her astonishment deepening, accompanied by a profound sense of regret and trepidation. Jiang Yuan's power is truly formidable, she murmured to herself. Why are we still standing here? We must catch up to Jiang Yuan and seize this opportunity. Inside Jufu Lu, the gathering for the ancestral tribute had drawn numerous young individuals back to their hometowns. After years apart, they naturally congregated in trios and quartets at the restaurant, accompanied by their parents, eager to showcase their achievements and seize the moment to network. Among the crowd, all eyes gravitated towards Zhao Tianming, a graduate of a prestigious foreign university who returned to co-found Tianqi Gaming Company, which ranks just below Yuanmei Gaming in the domestic gaming industry. As the esteemed vice president of Tianqi, Zhao Tianming had undoubtedly become the focal point for the women present. Tianming, allow me to toast to you. I too raise a glass in your honor. One by one, strikingly beautiful women raised their glasses in his direction, ostensibly to celebrate their reunion after years apart. Yet, their fervent glances revealed their intentions all too clearly. If Zhao Tianming were to take notice of them, their fortunes would soar, transforming them into the very embodiment of success and wealth. However, while some were eager to align themselves with him, others felt a sting of resentment. Overshadowed by Zhao Tianming's impressive accomplishments yet remaining single, the majority of the women present fixated on Zhao Tianming, inciting discontent among many. A bunch of superficial admirers, only seeking to latch onto wealth. As if Zhao Tianming would be interested in such commonplace beauty. Many of the men scoffed. At that moment, a breathtaking beauty entered through the doors of Zhu Fulu. As she stepped into the room, it felt as though the entire space was illuminated anew. Any man who laid eyes upon her found it nearly impossible to avert his gaze. Even Zhao Tianming was momentarily lost in a daze. Chapter 101. The Disdain of Elders. Within the Zhu Fu building, the unparalleled beauty of Lu Shishir captivated the audience from the moment she arrived. Undoubtedly, beauty is a formidable weapon, possessing an extraordinary power to enthrall. Every man present, upon witnessing Lu Shishir's striking visage, felt a parched throat and a surge of heat within his heart. This was an instinctive pull from deep within, utterly irresistible. Their eyes could not wander for even a moment. Every gesture she made seemed to tug at the very essence of their beings. Even Zhao Tianming, accustomed to the sight of enchanting women, felt his blood race and was nearly overwhelmed. Especially when he recalled the earlier tidings received from Lu Mingming, his heart burned with even greater fervor. However, it was not only the younger men who were affected by Lu Shishir's presence. Many elders also gazed at her with unwavering attention, their eyes reflecting admiration. This young lady appears to possess remarkable attributes. I wonder if our child has a chance at winning her heart. It seems this girl from the Lu family is indeed quite charming. I wonder if she is single. Does our child have any opportunity? With Zhao Tianming present, that might be a challenge. Just as all eyes were fixed upon Lu Shishir, an unexpected event unfolded. As she entered, Jiang Yuan emerged from behind her, stepping in alongside her. Their whispered conversation and close proximity, coupled with their striking appearances, made them appear as a perfect pair. To onlookers, they seemed remarkably well matched. Akin to a couple, a collective sound of heartbreak echoed among the young men. Jiang Yuan's appearance undoubtedly suggested that Lu Shishir might already be taken. The goddess could possibly belong to someone else, a disheartening revelation. However, as Jiang Yuan made his entrance, many recognized him. Jiang Yuan, it's you. You rascal, it's been ages. You've grown even more handsome. Come, join us for a drink. Numerous old friends approached him with hearty laughter, playfully thumping their chests in camaraderie. Jiang Yuan, known for his affable nature, received a warm welcome from many. After settling his mother and Lu Shishir at their reserved table, he joyfully caught up with them. As familiar faces reunited, Jiang Yuan indulged in joviality, relishing the company of his peers. Among the younger crowd, the boundaries of status and identity were not overly pronounced. However, the elders present frowned slightly upon seeing Jiang Yuan. That is Jiang Yuan, a mere courier. How could our child associate with him? This is absurd. Mingling with a courier offers no promising future. He should be courting Zhao Tianming instead. Such childishness. Our child remains immature, utterly oblivious. Clearly, Zhao Tianming is the most valuable person here. It's foolish to drink with that courier. Many of the older generation were astute and pragmatic. Observing their children engaging in drinks and conversation with Jiang Yuan, displeasure flickered across their faces. Yet, when they noticed Zhao Tianming also joining Jiang Yuan for a few drinks and sharing hearty laughter, their frowns softened slightly. Nevertheless, their underlying disdain for Jiang Yuan lingered. In the realm of fame and fortune, identity and status dictate everything. A courier, naturally, evoked their scorn. As old friends embraced Jiang Yuan and shared drinks, they could not resist asking, Jiang Yuan, is that stunning girl your girlfriend? The stunning girl undoubtedly referred to Lu Shishir, whose beauty and figure eclipsed all others present. Jiang Yuan shook his head, replying, just a friend. His words, though spoken without intent, resonated deeply. Jiang Yuan's simple statement rekindled hope in the hearts of many young men. Since she was not his girlfriend, it meant they still had a chance. The prize flower was still unclaimed. Just then, the aged village chief entered the Zhu Fu building. With a warm smile, he surveyed the surroundings, his gaze filled with satisfaction and admiration. These were the children he had watched grow up. When the village chief spotted Jiang Yuan and Zhao Tianming, a tender light shone in his eyes. However, he was there with a purpose, clearing his throat. The old chief signaled for silence. His esteemed reputation ensured that his mere cough brought about a hushed stillness. Good afternoon, everyone. I apologize for the interruption. Allow me to say a few words. The village chief began. Jufu Building, our finest restaurant, is a gathering place for those who have achieved some measure of success. Most of you here are high achievers from Qinghe Township, well aware of the scarcity of educational resources in our area. I hope you can come together to help us establish a Qinghe Ho primary school. The village chief's message was straightforward. He aspired to rally everyone to pool their resources to construct a primary school, hiring reliable teachers to provide education. Although Qinghe Township is blessed with talented individuals, many have emerged from a challenging educational landscape. Being the top restaurant in Qinghe Township, Jufu Building attracted individuals who were either affluent or held respectable positions. Therefore, the village chief chose this venue to solicit donations, hoping to harness collective strength to build a school. His intentions were pure and noble, aiming to enable more children to pursue education and explore the outside world. Upon hearing the village chief's words, many young individuals spontaneously applauded. Since this is a project for our hometown, I will lead the way in donating. This is a wonderful cause, and I will certainly participate. Many young people expressed their willingness to contribute. As per the customs of Qinghe Township, the donation process required donors to introduce themselves and share their professional achievements before announcing their contribution amounts. Young individuals who had made strides in their careers suddenly felt invigorated. Donating would offer 4 significant benefits. First, it would publicly showcase their hard-earned accomplishments, thereby bringing pride to their parents. At this moment, the Jufu Building was filled with esteemed elders from the local community. Such recognition was immensely gratifying. Second, with the stunning Lu Shishir still unclaimed, this opportunity to donate could serve as a chance to impress her. By publicly announcing their professional successes, they could directly convey their worth to the goddess. Perhaps she would be smitten. How delightful. It is only natural for one to wish to showcase their accomplishments before old friends. Who does not desire a semblance of pride? Especially in the presence of familiar faces, revealing how well one has fared in life is an exhilarating sensation. Chapter 102. Who among the younger generation is most successful? As for the 4th point, it is sincerely aimed at contributing to one's hometown. Their current achievements are undoubtedly intertwined with the education they received there. With such advantages, it is no wonder that many young minds are stirred to action. Immediately, several young individuals, who have fared relatively well, stepped forward to participate. Zhao Tianming's gaze flickered towards Lu Shishir and then to Jiang Yuan's profile. Xiao Yuan, I had long intended for you to join my company, Zhao Tianming mused. Allow me to demonstrate my capabilities, lest you doubt me and believe that aligning with me holds no promise. Moreover, he was not one to shy away from charity. Witnessing the enthusiasm of the youth, the old village head felt a sense of gratification. He established a simple podium at the center of the gathering fortune building, drawing everyone's attention. Many young women watched intently, captivated by the imminent revelation of who among the younger generation was most accomplished. However, while their eyes were fixed on the podium, they could not help but steal glances at Jiang Yuan. The striking handsomeness of Yan Di was simply too dazzling for them to ignore. Yet, after a while, they sighed softly. If only Jiang Yuan were not a courier. How wonderful it would be. With such looks, I would gladly marry him if he were a mere office worker. But as a courier, I simply cannot accept. Many young ladies shared this sentiment, torn between their attraction to Jiang Yuan's physique and their disdain for his occupation. This conflicting psychology filled their gazes with complex emotions directed at him. Yet, Jiang Yuan remained unperturbed, seemingly oblivious to their stares. Accustomed to being observed by women, he had long developed immunity and instinctively ignored their attention. As he regarded the makeshift charity podium, he smiled faintly and took a sip from his glass. He was curious to see how these individuals had fared over the years. The first to step onto the stage was a young man wearing round glasses and a simple white t-shirt. He introduced himself. Hello everyone, I am Yi Ming, a graduate of Nanjing Transportation University. Yi Ming was one of the old acquaintances who had warmly welcomed and urged Jiang Yuan to drink. Jiang Yuan recalled him as a clever and helpful friend from school. Yi Ming continued, I am currently employed as a technical director at Jiyuan Game Company in Nanjing. He notably emphasized the title of technical director, making his words resonate with a rhythmic cadence. Upon hearing this position, many young faces changed color. For individuals of their age, attaining a technical role typically meant becoming a mid-level technician at best, while senior technicians were exceedingly rare. A technical director was a position reserved for those with exceptional talent and relentless dedication. The salary associated with such a role far surpassed that of their peers, with even the lowest-ranking technical directors earning upwards of 50,000. This time, I plan to donate 100,000 to support the construction of a Hope Primary School in my hometown, Yiming announced. The immediate declaration of such a generous amount astonished many present. The elders showered him with approving glances. Yi Lao's son has truly made a name for himself, effortlessly donating such a substantial sum. 100,000 is equivalent to many people's annual salary. You see, this young man is exceptionally diligent. The position of technical director is prestigious and commands a significantly higher salary. I've heard that such a title is typically only awarded to those with over a decade of experience. As Yiming relished the surrounding admiration, he cast a fleeting glance toward Lu Shishir, hoping to capture her attention. Unfortunately, she was engrossed in conversation with Jiang Yuan's mother, scarcely acknowledging him. Disheartened, he stepped down from the stage. Yiming's impressive entrance undeniably set a vibrant tone for the gathering, igniting a competitive spirit among several other young individuals who soon joined the line for the podium. They regarded Yiming with disdain. What is so remarkable about a mere technician? He is just a worker, trying to impress the elders. 50,000 a month? I could secure a contract worth far more than that. Next to take the stage were a pair of identical twin brothers, whose striking resemblance extended to their physique. Unless one was intimately familiar with them, distinguishing between the two was nearly impossible. They were the Lin brothers, who had established a chain restaurant together over the past few years, reportedly amassing assets exceeding 10 million, making them quite affluent. After their presentation, Zhao Tianming took a moment to straighten his attire, preparing for his turn. However, he glanced around but did not spot Jiang Yuan. Is Xiao Yuan not participating in this charitable endeavor for our hometown? Zhao Tianming furrowed his brow. Perhaps he was too concerned with appearances, unwilling to admit in public that he was a courier. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan sat casually in a corner, observing the proceedings. The elders around him shook their heads in disappointment, feeling a mix of sorrow and resignation. Among their peers, some had become directors, others had launched companies, and some had even ascended to the role of vice president. Yet here was Jiang Yuan, once the brightest in his youth, now reduced to this state. Alas, a real-life tale of wasted potential. What use is childhood brilliance if it leads to becoming an ordinary courier? They lamented. This Jiang Yuan is truly disappointing. Even if he is reluctant to contribute, he should not simply sit idly by as a spectator. Chapter 103. I am the vice president, donating 10 million. At the charity podium, the Lin brothers passionately recounted their entrepreneurial journey before revealing their donation amount. After much deliberation, we have decided to contribute 500,000 to assist in building schools in our hometown, they announced in unison. 500,000, a figure that left many young attendees stunned. For those who had fared slightly better, their salaries barely exceeded 10,000. This sum represented several years' worth of their earnings. Yet, such a significant donation was made with such ease. These two brothers possess remarkable talents. Surely, they are far more impressive than the previous technical director, who, after much hesitation, could only muster a donation of 50,000. In stark contrast, these brothers have generously contributed a substantial 500,000, tenfold the previous amount. Truly, they are deserving of their reputation as entrepreneurial giants, eliciting admiration even from many elders who couldn't help but steal glances at the pair of twins. To part with such a significant sum so readily is a testament to their wealth, which may well have surpassed the rumored 30 million. Such promising prospects brought a sense of comfort to the old village chief. Inside the gathering hall, an unending applause resonated, echoing through the air. Many young attendees gazed at the Lin brothers with eyes brimming with admiration. Relishing the spotlight akin to celestial bodies being adored, the brothers felt a sense of elation, especially since most of the onlookers were their peers and familiar elders. Receiving accolades and recognition from these individuals was a matter of great pride, a feeling that was immensely gratifying. Even several young women regarded them with a peculiar glimmer in their eyes, suggesting an unmistakable allure. However, the attention from these superficial admirers felt somewhat underwhelming, lacking the thrill they sought. The Lin brothers remained most captivated by the enchanting goddess, Lu Shishir. Even a mere glance from her would be a notable achievement. Regrettably, their generous donation of 500,000 seemed to have made no impact, as Lu Shishir remained engrossed in casual conversation with Jiang Yuan's mother, seemingly oblivious to their presence. This left the brothers feeling slightly disheartened. At that moment, Zhao Tianming rose from his seat and slowly approached them. The brothers quickly composed themselves, nodding politely in acknowledgement. Zhao Tianming's stature far exceeded theirs. In the southern city, few were unaware of the Tianxi Gaming Company, a rising star in recent years, renowned for its exceptional games that generated staggering revenue monthly. According to the latest financial reports, the company's quarterly net profit reached an astonishing sum in the hundreds of millions, earning it the moniker of a money-printing machine. As the vice president, Zhao Tianming wielded substantial power, including control over the company's finances, and his net worth likely surpassed several hundred million, with vast potential for growth in the coming years. To stand on the same stage as Zhao Tianming was already a mark of distinction. Upon taking the stage, Zhao Tianming immediately commanded silence. The gazes of his contemporaries were filled with a complex mix of admiration and envy, underscored by a profound sense of helplessness. At just over 20 years of age, he had achieved what many could only aspire to after 2 decades of hard work. His position as vice president of a top-tier domestic company placed him in a league above his peers. The elders couldn't help but admire his parents. Pondering what more one could desire from a son of such caliber, Zhao Tianming eschewed formalities, preferring brevity. He introduced himself simply, stating his title, and then announced his donation. I am willing to contribute 10 million to support the development of my hometown. His understated declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. 10 million. The audience erupted with excitement, whispers buzzing as they struggled to comprehend such generosity. How could he, a vice president, part with such a sum? This was unprecedented for the younger generation in their community. Astonishingly, he was merely in his 20s, yet possessed such wealth. His future seemed limitless. Amidst the accolades and admiration, Zhao Tianming's attention was singularly focused on whether Lu Shishir would spare him a glance. Alas, she remained indifferent to the figure of 10 million, appearing unaffected. Zhao Tianming couldn't help but feel a twinge of self-mockery. Perhaps his offering was insignificant in her eyes. However, this sentiment was fleeting as he turned his gaze toward Jiang Yuan, prepared to welcome the admiration and compliance he anticipated. He had plans to extend an olive branch, inviting Jiang Yuan to join his ranks. To his surprise, Jiang Yuan's expression remained calm, like a tranquil pool, showing no signs of disturbance. Even upon hearing the figure of 10 million, something felt amiss. Zhao Tianming couldn't shake the feeling of confusion. Was Jiang Yuan merely feigning composure? At that moment, the Luo brothers, accompanied by their mother, arrived at the gathering. Upon seeing the charitable platform, the old village chief, and Jiang Yuan nearby, they quickly approached him. What? Jiang Yuan is donating? We'll match whatever he gives, they declared. Jiang Yuan rolled his eyes. I'm planning to donate 300 million. Are you in? What? The Luo brothers were taken aback. The mention of 300 million thundered in their ears. Are you serious, Jiang Yuan? They exclaimed, disbelief etched on their faces. Shaking his head at their astonishment, Jiang Yuan stepped toward the charitable platform. The crowd was rife with speculation. What was Jiang Yuan planning? Was he about to put on a facade, donating a token amount? Unexpectedly, he boldly declared, I'm a courier, and I'll donate 300 million. Many young attendees were left trembling in shock. A courier donating 300 million? Jiang Yuan's simple statement sent waves of disbelief through the audience. The immediate reaction was one of incredulity. Could he be intoxicated, boasting on stage? Yet, Jiang Yuan was not one to exaggerate, and he had hardly touched a drop of alcohol. Jiang Yuan possessed remarkable drinking capacity. He was not jesting, and his awareness remained acutely clear. Xiao Yuan's character was not one to speak lightly. He was earnest. Having grown up together, they understood Jiang Yuan's temperament well. He adhered strictly to his word, never indulging in empty boasts. A gentleman's promise is as binding as a team of 4 horses. Words that escaped Jiang Yuan's lips could not possibly be false. However, the notion of donating 300 million was something that, if uttered by Zhao Tianming, might carry some credibility. Yet Jiang Yuan, a mere courier, could hardly amass such a fortune. Even if he were to sell himself, he would struggle to gather 300 million. If delivering parcels could yield 300 million, I would join him in that endeavor. In an instant, shock, confusion, and bewilderment intermingled in the gazes directed at Jiang Yuan, having grown up alongside him. Their trust in Jiang Yuan was, of course, unwavering. Yet this matter was undeniably absurd. 300 million. Such a sum was unattainable for countless individuals over a lifetime. Could Jiang Yuan truly have such means? What was his true intention? Could he have won the lottery? Zhao Tianming was equally taken aback. However, he soon recalled Jiang Yuan's impressive skills in racing and his remarkable prowess behind the wheel. Could it be that Jiang Yuan was an underground professional racer, reaping vast profits? The more he pondered, the more plausible this theory seemed. Yet Zhao Tianming found it difficult to accept. The life of an underground racer was perilous, akin to gambling one's life for monetary gain. While the profits were substantial, the lifespan of such individuals was often tragically brief. If this were indeed the case, it would imply that Jiang Yuan's earnings came at the cost of his very life. This seemed a relatively reasonable explanation. Zhao Tianming felt a surge of urgency within him. He wished to speak with Jiang Yuan privately. In stark contrast to the astonishment exhibited by the youth, the elders erupted into hearty laughter. Their mirth was unrestrained, utterly disregarding the possibility of Jiang Yuan overhearing. Or perhaps they were deliberately mocking him, delivering parcels, and somehow managing to donate 300 million? Surely Jiang Yuan must have knocked his head while on the job. If he could truly donate such a sum, then I would contribute 3 billion. No, 300 billion. One elder even pointed at a roast pig, crimson and glistening, declaring, if a courier can donate 300 million, I will immediately perform a feat with this pig. This was your claim, and there would be no backing down. I shall not retract my statement. If he can indeed part with 300 million, what harm is there in my performance? Jiang Yuan's mother was equally astonished, feeling somewhat at a loss. 300 million? What jest was Xiao Yuan engaging in? This was no laughing matter. In that moment, she felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Lu Shishir's eyes also glimmered with an unusual light. Jiang Yuan seemed not to be as simple as she had initially perceived. All eyes were fixed intently upon Jiang Yuan's face. In the face of their skepticism, Jiang Yuan maintained his composure, solemnly declaring, ladies and gentlemen, you may be surprised, but please allow me to explain. I have harbored a deep passion for antiques since childhood, secretly studying the knowledge of antiquities behind my family's back. In my years of work, by serendipity, I was fortunate enough to acquire a scroll of considerable value. Recently, this scroll was purchased by a wealthy merchant, and thus, I have come into some money. However, I understand that this money should rightfully be used to pave the way for the children of my hometown. Once, I too was a lost child in Qinghe Township. Without the support of education from my hometown, how could I have had the opportunity to venture into the big city? Therefore, I have decided to donate all 300 million. Had he discerned the value of antiques and struck gold with his finds? Upon hearing Jiang Yuan's words, everyone displayed expressions of sudden realization. This explanation was, after all, quite reasonable. The world was not lacking in wealthy individuals who cherished antique collections. There had been instances of individuals striking it rich overnight by discovering renowned artifacts. Could Jiang Yuan be one of those fortunate souls? Yet he intended to donate it all. Jiang Yuan's eloquent proclamation resonated with strength and rhythm, imbued with heartfelt sincerity that could easily bring one to tears. His act of donating 300 million was portrayed as both selfless and courageous. Although he was aware that 300 million was merely a stroke of good fortune, perhaps a tenfold lucky draw, it was only fitting to deliver some grand rhetoric in the presence of so many. This was not excessive, was it? Little did he anticipate that his earnest yet fanciful declarations would resonate deeply with many. The revelation of Jiang Yuan's remarkable capabilities and his unyielding commitment to his roots, prioritizing the welfare of his hometown over personal indulgence, was truly commendable. His assertion that without the schools in our hometown, we might remain forever bound to rural life, was indeed profound. Jiang Yuan's elevated awareness left a significant impact, exceeding even his own expectations. In an instant, his peers felt a twinge of shame, their gazes gradually infused with genuine respect for Jiang Yuan. However, the most awkward moment was reserved for the elders who had previously mocked him. Did you not claim that if Jiang Yuan donated 300 million, you would contribute 3 billion or even 300 billion? I was merely jesting, just joking. And you? Did you not say that if Jiang Yuan truly possessed 300 million, you would perform a feat with that roast pig? I was just speaking offhandedly. Do not take it to heart. In an instant, the elders found themselves chuckling, their faces tinged with embarrassment. Jiang Yuan, however, chose not to dwell on their reactions. After all, if age were to be the ultimate testament, perhaps the most revered place in the world would be a nursing home. Chapter 105. Do you think I still have a chance? Delivering parcels and stumbling upon priceless antiques? Had I known, I would have pursued that path too. Brother Jiang Yuan, take me along. I wish to deliver parcels as well. You all should give it up. Jiang Yuan is exceptional. If it were you, you wouldn't even recognize a treasure if it were right in front of you. I don't care. I want to follow Brother Jiang Yuan. Brother Jiang Yuan is amazing. Take me with you. Jiang Yuan's impassioned, yet fanciful discourse convinced many. This was partly due to his impressive performance. He articulated simple words with such emotional depth that it stirred the atmosphere. Additionally, the allure of his striking appearance lent his words an undeniable persuasive power. This is what one might call a stereotype. The tale of fortuitously acquiring antiques and selling them for a high price to donate a substantial sum to his hometown was a legendary narrative that captivated those around him. Instantly, many found their perspectives refreshed, and waves of astonishment surged forth. Ding. Shop points 500. 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 Jiang Yuan's lips curled into a subtle smile, embodying the very effect he desired. Meanwhile, the most awkward individuals present were undoubtedly those elders who had just been criticizing him. Their disparaging remarks about Jiang Yuan's lack of ambition still echoed in the air. Their motivation stemmed partly from disappointment and partly from an overbearing sense of superiority due to their age. Among the younger generation, Jiang Yuan was merely leading an unremarkable life. Yet, he was not alone in this mediocrity. Many others shared his fate. Successful young individuals are, after all, a rarity. It was precisely because of Jiang Yuan's past brilliance, his striking good looks, and outstanding academic achievements, which had eclipsed his peers, that they chose to single him out for scorn. The palpable envy was unmistakable. However, with the announcement of his generous donation of 3 billion, their attitudes shifted dramatically. It was evident to even the simplest minds that Jiang Yuan would not surrender all his earnings to charity. He must have retained a substantial amount for himself. Furthermore, if he truly possessed the skills of an antiquities appraiser, discovering a few hidden treasures in the future could lead to an avalanche of wealth. Viewed in this light, Jiang Yuan emerged as an exceptionally impressive young man. In that instant, the elders exchanged knowing glances, silently acknowledging the shift in their perceptions. Although Jiang Yuan worked as a courier, who could claim that such a profession lacked a promising future? Every occupation deserves our respect and equal treatment. Moreover, this line of work is undeniably arduous, and given that Jiang Yuan had returned after a long time, it was imperative that they extend their warm hospitality to him. The elders, having grown older and more resilient, could switch their tones with remarkable ease. Passers-by around them could not help but reveal expressions of disdain. This group was nothing more than opportunists, bending with the wind. The loudest critic among them had been a portly uncle named Qian. Yet now, Uncle Qian wore a broad smile as he pulled his daughter, Qian Xiaotong, alongside him to approach Jiang Yuan's mother. "Mrs. Jiang, allow me to introduce my daughter, Qian Xiaotong," he announced. She is 21 years old, freshly graduated from Xiamen University of Technology, and currently working as an accountant in a large corporation. The title of Mrs. Jiang immediately took Jiang Yuan's mother by surprise. However, before she could ponder further, her attention was drawn to Uncle Qian's granddaughter, a charming young girl with rosy lips and a graceful demeanor. Her delicate features, cherry-like lips, and willow-like brows framed a face that exuded gentility and obedience, traits often favored by elders. Nevertheless, Jiang Yuan's mother hesitated and inquired, "What is your intention?" Uncle Qian, straightforward as ever, replied, "Look at your son, Jiang Yuan. He is at an age where he should be married, and my daughter is single as well. Perhaps we could facilitate an introduction." The implication of a matchmaking arrangement hung in the air. The surrounding onlookers stifled their laughter, recalling how vociferous Uncle Qian had been in his disparagement of Jiang Yuan moments before. Yet now, upon witnessing Jiang Yuan's remarkable capabilities, Uncle Qian was eager to align himself with the young man's potential. He approached Jiang Yuan's mother to suggest a meeting between their children, aiming to foster a budding romance. However, upon hearing her father's intentions, Qian Xiaotong felt a flush of embarrassment, her cheeks burning to the roots of her ears. Who wouldn't be captivated by the handsome Jiang Yuan, especially now that he had demonstrated his affluence? Yet, when she caught sight of Lu Shishir, a pang of insecurity washed over her. This woman was breathtakingly beautiful, possessing a striking allure that was hard to rival. If Lu Shishir shared a close connection with Jiang Yuan, then Xiaotong felt she had little chance. With this thought, her expression shifted slightly as she lowered her voice to her father. "Dad, look at that stunning woman over there. Do I even stand a chance?" Uncle Qian sighed. "Have confidence. Give it your all. You never know what may happen. Seize the opportunity," he urged. Qian Xiaotong blinked in surprise as she noticed several pairs of father-daughter duos had appeared behind them, all approaching Jiang Yuan's mother. "Mrs. Jiang, this is my daughter Zhao Xiaoqing. She is still in university. What do you think about her getting to know Jiang Yuan? This is my daughter Lu Wen. She'd love to talk to Jiang Yuan. Should we arrange a meeting? And this is my daughter Li Wenxiu, a yoga instructor who graduated 2 years ago. I believe she would be a fine match for Jiang Yuan." Suddenly, the number of suitors seeking Jiang Yuan's hand had multiplied. After all, Jiang Yuan had become an enigmatic figure of wealth. His willingness to donate 3 billion indicated that his actual fortune must be significantly greater than that. Everyone was eager to uncover the extent of his riches. Moreover, which woman could resist the charm of a handsome, wealthy man? Jiang Yuan had swiftly transformed into a highly sought-after individual. Yet, this was the first time Jiang Yuan's mother had encountered such a phenomenon, leaving her somewhat astonished. In the past, she had to pull strings and plead for connections to arrange a matchmaking opportunity for Jiang Yuan. Now, however, thanks to his modest revelation, a line of eager parents was presenting their daughters before her, reminiscent of an emperor selecting concubines in ancient times. The stark contrast was truly striking. Chapter 106, The Shocked Zhao Tianming. However, upon glancing at Lu Shishir beside her, Jiang Yuan's mother asserted, "This matter ultimately hinges on Jiang Yuan's preferences. My opinion does not hold sway." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately set off in search of Jiang Yuan. Yet, unbeknownst to them, he had already slipped away from their sight, quietly stepping outside with Zhao Tianming to reminisce. The sky outside was an expanse of unblemished blue. Unlike the hues of a bustling metropolis, this blue was exceptionally pure, devoid of impurities, reminiscent of a friendship untainted by ulterior motives. The two strolled along a country road, their spirits elevated. Zhao Tianming, walking beside Zhang Yuan, laughed heartily and remarked, "Xiao Yuan, who would have imagined you'd find yourself in such circumstances? It's truly enigmatic." Zhang Yuan shook his head, replying, "It's merely good fortune." Zhao Tianming, with a firm pat on his shoulder, earnestly proposed, "Xiao Yuan, why not join me in my endeavors? With my support, we can achieve great things together." Upon hearing Zhao Tianming's words, Zhang Yuan fell into contemplative silence. A direct refusal would be inappropriate, as it would undermine his brother's goodwill. However, the prospect of working alongside his brother did not appeal. At this juncture, Zhang Yuan relished a life of freedom and fulfillment. Wealth, a home, luxury cars, and beautiful companions. He had it all. Do we still need to strive and struggle? Oh, the thought of it is exhausting. Isn't it more delightful to be a carefree salted fish? In an instant, Zhang Yuan conjured up 7 or 8 subtle phrases and excuses to decline in his mind. However, Zhao Tianming seemed to have sensed his hesitation, saying, "Don't be so quick to refuse me. Wait until the ancestral worship conference is over, and then give me your answer. Shall we?" Zhao Tianming's words carried an insinuation, as if he believed that once the ancestral worship conference concluded, Zhang Yuan would inevitably acquiesce to his request to join his team. A flicker of intrigue stirred within Zhang Yuan. The ancestral worship conference. Each year, it is customary to invite prominent figures to attend, seeking good fortune. The more distinguished the guests, the more extraordinary their luck, which could bless the entire Qinghe township. Although Zhang Yuan regarded this with disdain, he acknowledged that nearly everyone here firmly believed in such notions. This was an ancestral tradition. However, despite the existence of this custom, a mere Qinghe township could only hope to invite a handful of ordinary, moderately affluent businessmen. Those of higher standing naturally looked down upon such a small locale. Yet, from Zhao Tianming's demeanor, it seemed he had indeed invited someone of remarkable stature. A thought crossed Zhang Yuan's mind. Why not invite a few acquaintances as well? Upon reflection, he realized he knew quite a number of people. Inviting a few to bolster the appearance would be a prudent choice. As Zhang Yuan and Zhao Tianming strolled, engaging in lively conversation, the unbearable heat outside compelled them to retreat to Zhang Yuan's air-conditioned feature-white 500 for respite. However, as soon as Zhao Tianming entered the vehicle, his peripheral vision caught sight of something astonishing. A dazzling diamond watch immediately seized his attention. "Xiao Yuan, is this watch yours?" Zhao Tianming exclaimed, astonished. This was a Graf diamond watch, a one-of-kind limited edition. I had heard of it, worth at least $1 billion. As the vice president of a leading company, Zhao Tianming had traversed many places over the years and had encountered numerous collectors of rare treasures. His discerning eye for luxury items far surpassed that of the average person. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Zhao Tianming's gaze was akin to a mirror revealing the truth. Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment. He had a premonition that Zhao Tianming was not as easily deceived as Lu Mengmeng. Even if he claimed it was a toy, Zhao Tianming would likely not believe him. Just as Zhang Yuan contemplated how to respond, Zhao Tianming displayed an expression of profound dismay, urging Zhang Yuan to remain silent. "Forget it, I understand. You don't need to say anything. I can guess the situation." Zhang Yuan was perplexed. "What do you know? I haven't said anything." In truth, Zhao Tianming's heart was breaking. The mere presence of such an extravagant item, valued at $1 billion, in Zhang Yuan's car could only imply that Zhang Yuan had likely entangled himself with Lu Shishir, the super-rich goddess. Clearly, this Graf diamond watch was a gift from Lu Shishir to Zhang Yuan. Zhao Tianming's imagination ran wild, envisioning the romantic escapades that might have transpired between Zhang Yuan and Lu Shishir in his absence. The more he pondered, the more his frustration grew, rendering him speechless. After all, it was he who had harbored a crush on Lu Shishir since childhood. How had it ended up that Zhang Yuan reaped the rewards? Yet, upon further reflection, he found it somewhat reasonable. With Zhang Yuan's striking good looks, it was no wonder women were drawn to him. Zhao Tianming felt a pang of heartache, his eyes nearly brimming with tears. However, he stifled his emotions and declared, "I'm a bit tired. I'm going to take a nap in your car. Please don't disturb me." Zhang Yuan was at a loss. He sensed that Zhao Tianming had misunderstood something and appeared quite distressed. However, he decided to let him be. He had his own matters to attend to. Earlier at Zhufu Lu, it seemed he had accumulated a significant amount of points. He wondered what he could exchange them for. Zhang Yuan's thoughts shifted, and his consciousness delved into the system space. Without hesitation, he converted all the points he had amassed recently into blind boxes. Remaining points, 9,105. A total of over 90 draws. With such ample opportunities, perhaps he could unearth some precious skills or exceedingly rare rewards. Zhang Yuan felt a surge of anticipation. Eagerly, he swiped his right index finger across 10 blind boxes. Ding. This time, Lady Luck seemed to smile upon him. A vibrant, rainbow-colored flame erupted, bathing Jiang Yuan's face in a dazzling golden glow. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 10 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 million yuan. Bonus reward, a limited edition Marcus motorcycle. Note, one of the fastest motorcycles in the world, designed with F1 racing principles, enhancing aerodynamic efficiency and significantly reducing weight. Capable of reaching speeds of 380 kilometers per hour. Made entirely by hand. Only 3 units exist globally, valued at approximately 1.2 billion. 1 gold, 7 blue, and 2 white. In total, 72 million yuan. Yet, this sum was of little consequence. Jiang Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight as he gazed upon the golden reward, thoroughly satisfied. Chapter 107, The Jackpot of Luck. Jiang Yuan's eyes gleamed brightly as he carefully observed the strikingly cool motorcycle before him. The entire body was painted black, its metallic sheen reflecting a lustrous glow. The aerodynamic design harmonized beauty with practicality, presenting an impression of being bold, trendy, and handsome. Wow! What man could resist such a mech-like motorcycle? Jiang Yuan marveled. A man remains a boy at heart. No man can refuse such a dazzling motorcycle. The moment Jiang Yuan laid eyes on the Marcus Limited Edition, he fell head over heels for it, envisioning himself racing down the open road on it. Wind in his hair, riding this magnificent beast of a motorcycle while watching the surroundings rush by in a blur. It felt exhilarating and utterly delightful. It seemed that today's fortune was indeed promising. Jiang Yuan smiled with satisfaction. There were still many chances for draws today. This was merely the first appetizer. He rubbed his hands together in excitement. Then, with a swift motion of his right fingertip, he decisively swiped across another 10 blind boxes. Bang, bang, bang. A kaleidoscope of rainbow-like brilliance erupted once more, illuminating Jiang Yuan's gaze with a radiant splendor. Indeed, luck had not disappointed him today. The next batch of 10 draws yielded yet another reward. Splendid. What treasures awaited him this time? Jiang Yuan rejoiced. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 10 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 million yuan. Critical reward, 70 shares of the Apocalypse Prosperity Media Company. Critical reward, Century Golden Giant Cruise Ship. Astonishingly, another double yolk egg. What incredible fortune. Moreover, upon closer inspection, Jiang Yuan discovered that this double yolk egg was remarkably powerful. Jiang Yuan was taken aback. Apocalypse Prosperity Media Company. Among the newly emerged 4 song queens of the entertainment industry, Tang Chenxin, Sun Yunch, Ouyang Shooting, and Zhou Yu, 3 hailed from this very entertainment company. This company boasts an abundance of formidable composers and lyricists. Most of the quarterly awards for newcomers, song gods, and song queens are claimed by the gold medalists from this media company. And this is merely in the realm of music. Almost all of the budding actresses currently flourishing have been nurtured by this singular media company. The entertainment resources are also tightly controlled by this establishment. Long ago, Jiang Yuan had often heard of this company through interviews on television or the internet. Not only is it a haven for beauties, but it also abounds with goddesses who are both talented and stunning. Particularly those engaged in the arts exude an exceptional intellectual charm. Good heavens! Jiang Yuan had once even contemplated joining this company. Alas, fate did not favor his aspirations. Yet, unexpectedly, through a stroke of serendipity, he had secured such a substantial stake in the company today, effectively becoming the leader of these individuals. In the external market, shares of such a media company would command an astronomical price that would be unattainable. For to possess this media company is to grasp half of the entire entertainment industry firmly in one's hands. Who are the primary beneficiaries of a classic television drama, a film, or a song? Typically, according to contracts, the company claims a staggering 80 of the profits. The remaining 20 is divided among the artists and lyricists. In other words, Jiang Yuan only needs to recline comfortably, watching these individuals create songs and films, while the majority of the profits flows into his coffers. Royalties, agency fees. Countless bills will inevitably pour into his pockets daily. It is exceedingly pleasant. It is profoundly gratifying. Furthermore, the 4 song queens are all exceptionally talented and beautiful. Not only are they endowed with remarkable talent, but their abilities are also unparalleled. Each possesses a beauty that rivals the legendary 4 beauties of antiquity. Some are alluring and graceful, others youthful and radiant, while some are strikingly charming. Now, Jiang Yuan has directly become their superior, endowed with the ultimate authority to direct them. This sensation seems rather delightful. Jiang Yuan felt elated. He couldn't help but think about heading to Shaman immediately. Once this ancestral worship conference concludes, I must visit Shaman to witness firsthand how my female artists diligently toil to earn money for me, Jiang Yuan mused. Additionally, he found the other large cruise ship intriguing as well. The bountiful and beautiful sea possesses its own undeniable allure. However, there was no rush. He proceeded to draw more prizes. Jiang Yuan again swiped through 10 blind boxes. Ding! Blue skies and white clouds. The 10 consecutive draws yielded only ordinary monetary rewards. Normal. Maintain composure. Jiang Yuan took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions. He executed another round of 10 draws. As expected, fortune smiled upon him once more. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 10 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 million yuan. Critical reward, director position at Luoka Law Firm in Xiamen. Luoka Law Firm? Jiang Yuan felt a twinge of confusion. He had little knowledge of this law firm, having never engaged in related fields. Moreover, why was he designated as the director? Jiang Yuan scratched his head, took out his phone, and searched for information, only to discover that the leader of a law firm is indeed referred to as the director. This should be useful. He speculated. If I encounter an unscrupulous individual on the road, I can directly send someone to sue him, and he will face dire consequences. The allure of the director position at the law firm paled in comparison to the shares of the media company filled with beauties. Little did he know that this law firm holds immense weight and prestige in Xiamen, almost as if it were as heavy as a mountain. In Xiamen, Luoka Law Firm is also colloquially known as the ever-victorious firm. Cases handled by this law firm rarely, if ever, result in defeat. Unbeatable in battle, invincible in offense. This law firm has been battle-tested and has never tasted defeat. It boasts a team of lawyers that could be deemed legendary. Not only rich in experience, but also exceptionally qualified. The lawyer team from this firm wields considerable influence in Xiamen. Numerous outsiders have sought to acquire this law firm to gain control over this formidable team of lawyers. For once in possession, not only would the immense fees from litigation yield substantial profits, but even the most convoluted cases could see resolution with the help of this lawyer team. Breathing life into the dead. It is exceedingly audacious, exceedingly domineering. Chapter 108, Minor Stock God. A bountiful harvest. Jiang Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just the shares of Apocalypse Prosperity Media Company are an invaluable treasure. Jiang Yuan could hardly contain his eagerness to meet those renowned song queens and film queens in Xiamen. They are all under his command. In the limelight, they stand tall and proud, adored and revered by countless admirers. Yet, before him, they must bow their heads. How thrilling! Jiang Yuan felt elated. He casually completed the remaining draws of 10. As for the blue and white monetary rewards, he couldn't be bothered to glance at them anymore. Currently, the quarterly profits from the Fiscal Ton Restaurant and Yuan Mei Company are more than sufficient for him to spend lavishly. He still vividly recalls the content of the last quarter's profit message. Hello, Mr. Jiang Yuan. A transfer of 700, 500. 100 yuan has been initiated from your Longxing account ending in 9527. Please check your account, and this message does not serve as a receipt. Note, Longwo Bank. This is merely the profit from the Fiscal Ton Restaurant. The profits from Yuan Mei Gaming Company are even higher, though they have not yet been credited. However, it is only a matter of days. Moreover, there are also the latest quarterly profits from Apocalypse Prosperity. The entertainment industry is indeed a gold mine. As a leading media company within this realm, its returns are bound to exceed his expectations. Jiang Yuan's gaze was fixated on the golden rewards before him. Critical hit reward. Heinz Crystal Piano. Note, an exquisite piano crafted entirely from crystal, once cherished by the world's foremost pianist, valued at 3.2 billion. Critical hit reward. Moonlight Star High Heels. Note, a masterpiece designed by a renowned designer from I Ching, acclaimed as the pinnacle of high fashion. Estimated to be worth around 1.4 billion. Critical hit reward. Entira Villa. Note, a premier luxury residence located in the heart of Xiamen, valued at 10.2 billion. Critical hit reward. Aurora Diamond Fountain Pen. Note, a commemorative fountain pen celebrating the centenary of Aurora, valued at 700 million. Jiang Yuan's satisfaction was palpable as he smiled. In the days that followed, he indulged in a delightful retreat in Qinghe village, fishing, sipping wine, and cherishing moments with his family. Occasionally, he amused himself by flirting with girls, playfully bantering with Lu Shishir. Life was blissfully enjoyable. A brief escape from the burdens of existence. After all, what do people seek, if not comfort and leisure. Zhang Yuan took the opportunity to unwind from the emotional toll of recent times. Unbeknownst to him, the ancestral worship ceremony was approaching swiftly. This was a rather solemn affair. The elderly village chief led the older generation, all donned in ceremonial attire. With utmost reverence, they bowed before a pearl the size of a pigeon egg. From a distance, Zhang Yuan observed the pearl, which bore resemblance to jade yet had the smoothness of glass. However, he knew it was the treasured heirloom of Qinghe village, an unnamed gem passed down through generations, worth a considerable sum. This pearl had been inherited for centuries, its true nature unknown. Curiosity piqued. Zhang Yuan noted that during every ancestral worship ceremony, the village chief and others would perform 3 prostrations and 9 bows before this pearl. What could it possibly be? It was said to be a priceless treasure, a relic from ancient times, left over from periods of turmoil. In the past, several esteemed experts had been summoned to appraise it, and it was estimated to be worth at least tens of millions. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the notion of a mere tens of millions for a pearl, considering he could casually draw a single prize worth several hundred million. Yet, as he gazed at the pearl, he sensed its extraordinary essence. Antiques from the Dragon Kingdom possess a profound historical gravitas. After all, it is our cultural heritage. Even if foreign luxuries are valued highly, they pale in comparison to the treasures of our own Dragon Kingdom. As the ancestral worship ceremony commenced, Zhao Tianming had yet to arrive, leaving Zhang Yuan somewhat perplexed. Could it be that Tianming was delayed due to some pressing matter? His curiosity was soon resolved. Approximately 7 minutes later, Zhao Tianming appeared, accompanied by a sharply dressed middle-aged man with piercing eyes. Tianming, you won't hold my tardiness against me, will you? The middle-aged man inquired. Not at all. Your presence in our humble locale for this ceremony is already a significant honor, Zhao Tianming replied respectfully. The middle-aged man's satisfaction was evident as he nodded, a hint of pride and arrogance flickering across his brow. Zhao Tianming introduced him, saying, "Allow me to introduce, this is Lu Qinghao, a figure from the financial sector in Nanxing. You may refer to him as Master Lu." Upon hearing the name Lu Qinghao, numerous faces in the crowd shifted dramatically. The Luo brothers exchanged incredulous glances, unable to suppress a gasp. Zhang Yuan turned to them and asked, "Is this person truly remarkable?" The Luo brothers quickly smiled and replied, "In comparison to you, he may not measure up, but he is renowned as the little stock god. Almost everyone in Nanxing who dabbles in stocks recognizes him." Little stock god? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but scoff at the moniker, finding it rather ostentatious. Meanwhile, the other young attendees began to exhibit signs of agitation. Particularly, the Lin twins were practically wide-eyed with astonishment. The presence of the little stock god was unexpected. How did Zhao Tianming come to know such a prominent figure? Throughout the history of the Dragon Kingdom, several major bull and bear markets had been accurately predicted by this little stock god. When others were greedy, he remained unperturbed. When others were fearful, he exhibited extreme avarice. His expertise in the stock market was unparalleled, with assets reportedly exceeding 10 billion, a true mogul. The fact that he would come to such a remote place was astonishing. Instantly, the little stock god's appearance captivated nearly everyone's attention, prompting many young people to approach him to greet and engage. However, they were met with indifference. Lu Qinghao, not only proud but also somewhat arrogant, let out a slight huff, showing no inclination to engage with the youths. Were it not for Zhao Tianming having saved his life years prior, he would have had no interest in attending such a trivial gathering in the countryside. Yet, out of respect for his benefactor, he reluctantly agreed to come. Amidst the fervent enthusiasm of the surrounding young crowd, one individual remained conspicuously unmoved, Zhang Yuan. When Lu Qinghao cast a glance toward Zhang Yuan's face, he couldn't help but murmur softly, "I feel as though I've seen this person before." Chapter 109. I am here to teach you a lesson. Lu Qinghao furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Yet, after a brief moment, he shook his head. What remarkable figures could possibly emerge from such a remote village? It was likely just someone with a similar appearance. His demeanor radiated arrogance and sharpness, a youthful prodigy, renowned far and wide. This little stock god held little regard for the inhabitants of this small locale. Meanwhile, the throng of young admirers continued to swell around him. Aside from the Luo brothers, the Lin twins and others had already gathered near Lu Qinghao, having long heard of the little stock god's fame. The reality of meeting him was even more impressive than anticipated. His charisma was undeniable. "Master Lu, would you honor us with your presence for a meal?" "Master, you've been famous for quite some time. We would love the opportunity to converse with you." Surrounded by a considerable crowd, the little stock god Lu Qinghao found himself at the center of attention, as if his status were unparalleled. Even many of the elders wore smiles of delight. According to tradition, the more distinguished the guest, the more auspicious the ancestral worship ceremony would be. Lu Qinghao was not only renowned, but also possessed undeniable talent. If the younger generation could follow in his footsteps, their futures would be limitless. However, the village chief felt a slight discontent toward this individual. The ancestral teachings warned that arrogance and entitlement often accompany great talent, and such traits do not befit a commendable person. Despite the fervor from those around him, Lu Qinghao remained silent, his arms crossed over his chest. This posture clearly indicated his disinterest in mingling with the villagers. However, the unreasonable demeanor he exhibited did not in the slightest deter the sycophantic fervor of those around him. After all, to be associated with such a figure would undoubtedly be a monumental stroke of fortune. Moreover, the more talented individuals tend to possess stronger tempers and distinct personalities. Instead of diminishing their fervent accolades, the others seemed to escalate in their enthusiasm. Meanwhile, the Luo brothers exchanged knowing smiles, bemused by the ignorance of these common folk, who failed to recognize that Jiang Yuan was the true powerhouse in this gathering. Ignoring Jiang Yuan entirely, they sought to curry favor with this Master Lu instead. A classic case of picking up a sesame seed while discarding a watermelon, truly short-sighted. Jiang Yuan, on the other hand, paid no heed to Master Lu. Striding directly to Zhao Tianming's side, frowning as he inquired, "Tianming, on such a significant day, how could you arrive late?" Not far away, the elderly village head also felt a twinge of displeasure. The ancestral worship ceremony was a momentous event occurring once every few years in Qinghe Township. Zhao Tianming, known for his cautious and steady nature, should not have been tardy, especially in such a critical moment. As a prominent figure among the younger generation of Qinghe Township, his failure to uphold his reputation at this juncture was uncharacteristic. Faced with Jiang Yuan's inquiry, Zhao Tianming could not help but wear a wry smile. He opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, the usually reticent Lu Qinghao spoke up. "Oh, Zhao Tianming was late because he came to pick me up," he said nonchalantly. It seemed that such a small town gathering hardly warranted an early rise for someone of his stature. The fact that he casually arrived late to such a significant ancestral worship ceremony, simply to indulge in a leisurely slumber, and did so with an air of indifference, was quite galling. Jiang Yuan's expression soured slightly. Lu Qinghao's arrogant demeanor was decidedly off-putting. Observing the subtly tense atmosphere, Zhao Tianming hurriedly interjected, "Master Lu. He is often busy with work, so it is understandable that his rest time may clash with our schedule. Let us be a bit more accommodating." Jiang Yuan, for the sake of Zhao Tianming, merely grunted in acknowledgement, unwilling to further engage in the matter. Yet, Lu Qinghao grew increasingly irate. "What am I even doing here at this trivial gathering? I have already shown you enough courtesy by attending. Yet, I am being made to listen to complaints over my mere few minutes of tardiness. This is utterly disrespectful to me." His naturally petty disposition, coupled with the success he had enjoyed in recent years, had inflated his arrogance. Lu Qinghao's expression shifted as he remarked coldly, "It seems I am not particularly welcome here. Zhao Tianming, perhaps I should take my leave." With that, he abruptly turned to exit. The sudden announcement left many young attendees astonished. "Please, don't rush off. Everyone here is eager to welcome you." Zhao Tianming quickly grasped his arm, speaking in hushed tones, "Let us discuss this calmly." Lu Qinghao retorted icily, "Then let this person apologize to me." As he spoke, he pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Yuan. This absurd demand struck Jiang Yuan as both ludicrous and laughable. "You arrive late, and you expect me to apologize? Truly, you have a grandiose sense of self-importance," he said, laughter bubbling forth as he clutched his stomach, nearly in tears. "You wish for me to apologize for your tardiness? Pray tell, how could such an absurdity escape your lips?" Everyone present understood the underlying truth. Neither logic nor emotion warranted Jiang Yuan's apology. Yet, in a world where few adhered to reason, most placed great emphasis on status and hierarchy, Lu Qinghao, with an air of superiority, declared, "You, young man, are utterly naive. Very well. I shall take pity on you today and impart a lesson. Listen closely." He gestured to himself, boasting, "I am the renowned little stock god, with 14 years of unparalleled success and assets beyond measure." He then pointed at Jiang Yuan, sneering, "And you? Merely an inconsequential bumpkin. Thus, it is entirely justifiable for you to apologize to me, with no need for further reasoning." His words were brazen and audacious, and when combined with Lu Qinghao's stature, they certainly carried a certain gravitas. The surrounding youth fell silent before tentatively suggesting, "Jiang Yuan, perhaps you should offer him an apology. Master Lu has made quite the effort to be here." Indeed, the journey must have been exhausting. Even Zhao Tianming's expression shifted, as he whispered to Jiang Yuan, "Xiao Yuan, this man is truly formidable. For the sake of brotherly camaraderie, please offer him a slight apology." Jiang Yuan sighed slowly, shaking his head. It seemed he had no choice but to engage in this contest of strength. Just then, a Ferrari arrived in Qinghe Township. A stout middle-aged man stepped out and, upon spotting Jiang Yuan, approached with a hearty laugh. "Mr. Jiang, I heard today is a momentous occasion in your hometown. So I specifically brought a gift to extend my greetings," he bellowed, brandishing an exquisite gift box that exuded an air of opulence. The sudden appearance of this manager left the onlookers bewildered. They were unfamiliar with this rotund figure and had no idea why he referred to Jiang Yuan as Mr. Jiang. However, the unmistakable emblem of the Ferrari was known to all. Such a luxury vehicle was beyond the means of ordinary individuals. And to discover that the owner of this extravagant automobile was Jiang Yuan's subordinate left everyone in a state of shock. Ding. Shock points, 300. 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 Could this truly be just a slightly fortunate courier? Jiang Yuan was undoubtedly concealing some pivotal truths. Lu Qinghao's expression shifted upon seeing the Ferrari. This limited edition Ferrari Sergio, priced at no less than 30 million, was driven by this portly man. Lu Qinghao's suspicion deepened. Moreover, this individual appeared to be the manager of the esteemed Fiskalton restaurant. Lu Qinghao's composure began to falter. The Fiskalton restaurant in South City was indeed a venue frequented by the elite, with revenues that were nothing short of staggering each quarter. Anyone holding a significant position there would undoubtedly possess wealth comparable to his own. Although Lu Qinghao bore the title of Little Stock God, he was, at his core, merely a retail investor. Despite his unique insights and remarkable luck enabling him to accurately predict market trends and profit handsomely, he remained just that, a mere trader among the masses. Yet, even if he desired shares in the illustrious Ritz-Carlton restaurant, it would remain a mere figment of his imagination. In contrast, Manager Wang, as a senior executive of the Ritz-Carlton, undoubtedly held a substantial amount of shares. With these shares alone, Manager Wang could easily stand on equal footing with him. Trading stocks involves both gains and losses. However, for titans of the physical industry, profits are virtually guaranteed. Jiang Yuan looked at Manager Wang with a hint of surprise. Although he had indeed discussed the matter with Manager Wang a few days prior and requested him to send a few people, he had not anticipated that Manager Wang would come in person, bearing visibly extravagant gifts. This was beyond Jiang Yuan's expectations. With an air of confidence, Manager Wang proudly waved the gift in his hand. A seasoned veteran like him approached every task with meticulous care, especially given that this was a matter directly conveyed by Jiang Yuan himself. He dared not exhibit any negligence, committing it firmly to memory. Upon concluding his call with Jiang Yuan, he immediately instructed his subordinates to thoroughly investigate the ancestral worship ceremony in Qinghe Township. They quickly grasped the significance of the event, prompting him to muster all his energy. Not only did he make the trip himself, but he also brought forth a treasured gift as a token for Jiang Yuan. "Mr. Jiang, this is a bottle of Dalmore 62 vodka from my private collection, specially brought today to celebrate your hometown's gathering," Manager Wang said respectfully. As he spoke, he extracted an exceptionally valuable bottle of renowned liquor from its exquisite gift box. Lu Qinghao was immediately taken aback by the sight of the bottle. Could this be the wine dubbed the most ideal investment, which once fetched an astronomical price of 46 million at an auction in New City? Gulp. He swallowed hard, finding it hard to believe. Such a liquor could not be obtained even at double the price without connections in the high-end dining industry. And yet, here it was, presented as a gift solely for this rural ancestral ceremony. Lu Qinghao felt utterly bewildered. Upon hearing that Manager Wang had brought fine wine, Jiang Yuan nodded. The ancestral ceremony traditionally involves offering fine wines as tribute. It seemed that this young Wang had indeed conducted some preliminary research. Quite thoughtful of him, Jiang Yuan mused, feeling a sense of satisfaction. "Young Wang, you've shown great thoughtfulness. I'll mention it to the other executives at the restaurant and see if we can assign you more responsibilities," he added. Upon hearing Jiang Yuan's promise, Manager Wang was instantly overjoyed, his round face beaming with sunshine and springtime delight. However, Wang's sudden arrival interrupted the confrontation between Jiang Yuan and Lu Qinghao. Just moments ago, Lu Qinghao had been intent on delivering a lesson to Jiang Yuan, but with Manager Wang's timely appearance, he hesitated. Something seemed amiss. His initial intention had been straightforward. This was a rural area filled with simple folk, making them easy to bully. Yet even someone of Manager Wang's stature had come bearing lavish gifts. Could it be that this rustic individual held some significance? Lu Qinghao took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. Although Jiang Yuan appeared to have some influence, he reassured himself that he need not feel overly intimidated. Perhaps he could find a way to gracefully exit the situation, knowing that Zhao Tianming would undoubtedly back him up. Sensing that Jiang Yuan was somewhat out of sorts, Lu Qinghao cleared his throat, ready to concoct an excuse to withdraw. However, before he could utter a word, another figure arrived. A pink BMW, driven by a woman. had mysteriously parked in Qinghe Township. From the vehicle emerged a young woman dressed in urban professional attire. Her figure was alluring, her beauty captivating. She exuded a poised demeanor, her footsteps resonating with authority. Yet, as she approached Jiang Yuan, she lowered her proud head and respectfully addressed him, Mr. Jiang. I have heard of the joyous occasion in your hometown today, and I have come to present a gift. Jiang Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. This was Yi Yuyao, his secretary at Yuan Mei Company. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but her figure was also nearly flawless, causing many young men to swallow hard in admiration. However, Zhao Tianming's expression shifted dramatically. Isn't this Secretary Yi, the one from Yuan Mei Company? He exclaimed, astonished. Ding. Shock points, 1,000. The gaming industry was indeed small, and especially for a leading firm like Yuan Mei Company. Any employee there was highly coveted within the industry. Yuan Mei Company was a titan that overshadowed his own Tianqi gaming company. Yet, here was Secretary Yi, addressing Jiang Yuan as Mr. Jiang. Zhao Tianming could no longer maintain his composure, exclaiming, Xiao Yuan, who exactly are you? Chapter 111. The little stock god begins to panic. Yuan Mei Gaming Company. Only those truly immersed in the gaming industry can fully comprehend the formidable prowess of this company. With robust research and development capabilities, extensive promotional channels, and a vast network of talent that encompasses nearly half of the Dragon Kingdom, they consistently release high-quality and engaging games that resonate with players. With the unanimous acclaim and rising enthusiasm among gamers, their quarterly revenue has already surpassed a staggering 10 billion. They are akin to a money-printing machine, a veritable powerhouse in the industry. Even Zhao Tianming, who prided himself on his exceptionalism, could not help but admire the formidable strength of this company's decision-makers. He understood all too well that, no matter how rapid the growth of his Tianqi company, it could never hope to match Yuan Mei's stature. This was universally acknowledged as an industry legend, the very goal Zhao Tianming aspired to achieve. However, now he discovered that his childhood friend Jiang Yuan possessed a somewhat unique identity, with significant ties to this leading company. How could this not leave him feeling bewildered? Beads of sweat began to trickle down Zhao Tianming's forehead, his eyes wide with shock and astonishment. Yet, Jiang Yuan did not respond immediately. He simply regarded him quietly. Earlier, Zhao Tianming had urged Jiang Yuan to demand an apology from the arrogant Lu Qinghao, which left Jiang Yuan feeling slightly disappointed. Zhao Tianming's sudden outburst caused the others to look at him with confusion, glancing between him and the alluring OL, Secretary Yi, feeling utterly at a loss. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan gently assisted Secretary Yi to her feet, smiling. There's no need to be so formal. Yi Yuyao felt Jiang Yuan's hand on her arm and promptly stated, I have come specifically to present a gift for Mr. Jiang, and I hope you will accept it. Jiang Yuan expressed genuine interest. What have you brought? Please take a look, Yi Yuyao replied, producing a delicately crafted square crystal box. Inside the box lay 10 cigarettes, each rather extraordinary in nature. Each cigarette was intricately entwined with a delicate chain of diamonds, presenting a rather unique aesthetic. Jiang Yuan smiled. Although he did not indulge in smoking often, he had never before encountered such exquisitely crafted cigarettes. The crystal box housing these diamond-chain cigarettes was indeed a sight to behold, and there were not merely one or two, but dozens of crystal boxes prepared by Yi Yuyao to be presented to Jiang Yuan. At the same time, Lu Qinghao's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets upon catching sight of the crystal cigarettes. These are Qigar diamond-chain cigars, he exclaimed, astonished. Each cigarette adorned with a diamond chain was a luxury gift reserved for the ostentatiously wealthy in Harlem, costing around 600,000 each. To see such a thing in Longwo was astonishing. Lu Qinghao, who had traveled to various opulent nations, had once laid eyes upon such extravagant items. Despite his considerable wealth primarily consisting of assets like cars and houses, his actual cash flow was limited, and the thought of smoking a diamond-chain cigarette or gifting one was far beyond his contemplation. He had not yet reached that echelon of affluence. However, the fact that this mysterious woman of unknown origin was so casually bestowing such an extravagant gift was quite disconcerting. How remarkable she must be. Even more unsettling was her subservient demeanor toward this man named Jiang Yuan, acting as if she were utterly devoted to him. Lu Qinghao hastily pulled Zhao Tianming aside, whispering urgently, Who are they? What place is this? The young lady is presumably the secretary of Yuan Mei Company, Zhao Tianming explained. As for Jiang Yuan, I am not entirely certain. I will inquire further later. Inquire later? Lu Qinghao was nearly frantic at Zhao Tianming's response. At that moment, he desperately craved knowledge about Jiang Yuan. The rustic fellow he had previously regarded as a mere country bumpkin might indeed be a concealed titan of power. It felt as though he had inadvertently picked a fight with the wrong person, having struck a solid wall instead of a wooden plank. Wait, did you just say Yuan Mei Company? Lu Qinghao's heart raced, and it took him a moment to process the revelation. His complexion changed dramatically. As a seasoned stock trader, he could not possibly be unaware of this extremely renowned publicly listed company. Over the past 5 years, while many companies experienced fluctuations in their stock prices, Yuanmei Game Company's shares had continued to rise with remarkable consistency, rarely experiencing any downturns. It was an exceptionally high-performing stock, buoyed by immense confidence from the capital market. Given Yuanmei's exceptional historical performance, other companies in the same sector were simply incapable of competing on the same stage. Lu Qinghao began to feel increasingly apprehensive. Had it only been manager Wang who had arrived, he might have maintained his pride, allowing Zhao Tianming to mediate to ease the situation. But now, with the involvement of a colossal entity like Yuanmei Company, it was clear he was entangled with forces far beyond his capacity to challenge. The mere utterance of a single word from the company's decision-maker could spell his doom. As he pondered this, Lu Qinghao, despite his trepidation, steeled himself and approached Jiang Yuan. He stammered, struggling to voice his apology and seek forgiveness. For someone so proud, this was akin to enduring a form of torture. The sycophants who had previously fawned over him sensed the shift in atmosphere and wisely retreated, creating space. They might not recognize the portly figure and the elegant woman, but they could tell Lu Qinghao was trembling with fear. Yet Jiang Yuan did not even glance in his direction, for after Yi Yao, another luxury vehicle, a lady's exclusive Rolls-Royce, had arrived. From it emerged a stunning woman clad in a flowing light blue gown inspired by ancient styles. Jiang Yuan, we meet again. The elegant lady greeted with a soft smile, her graceful presence causing even the elders nearby to take notice. It is you, Yiran. Jiang Yuan replied with a light chuckle. I did not expect to see you here. Draped in her light blue gown, Yi Yiran's alluring figure was accentuated, enhancing her already enchanting demeanor and rendering the surrounding colors dull in comparison. Her captivating charm rivaled even that of Lu Shishir. Jiang Yuan felt a rush of delight. He had not specifically invited Yiran, merely mentioning the ancestral ceremony and passing to a few of his subordinates. Yet here she was, traveling from afar, bearing lavish gifts to celebrate. Warmth flooded Jiang Yuan's heart, as he recognized that Yiran had missed him just as he had missed her. However, recalling her father's advice, she quickly composed herself. I heard today is a special day for your hometown. This is a gift from the Yi family, she said, presenting him with a box designed to hold precious antiques. With a smile, she placed the box in Jiang Yuan's hands. Upon opening it, he discovered a rare piece of purple jade, surrounded by a myriad of colorful gemstones, exuding grandeur. This is a gift from the Yi family. And this jade is named Chuanxing, Yiran announced with a smile. Chuanxing, Jiang Yuan echoed, nodding in appreciation. The jade's arrangement of gemstones resembled stars in pursuit of one another, making the name exceedingly apparent. Though Yiran did not disclose the price of the antique, Jiang Yuan could tell from a mere glance that the jade was a treasure of immense value. Given the Yi family's stature, they would not be stingy with such a gift. He accepted it with a smile. Meanwhile, Lu Qinghao was utterly bewildered. Is this the same jade Chuanxing that appeared at the auction in Xiqing 3 years ago? He thought, incredulous. The final selling price had been a staggering 600 million. Today, it was being given as a mere trinket. His worldview felt as though it had been shattered. How extravagant. To be able to casually give away a gift worth 600 million, one could only wonder at the wealth of this unfamiliar woman. Lu Qinghao, who had enjoyed wealth and success for years, could only muster assets slightly over 1 billion. This stranger had just gifted something equivalent to half of his fortune. It was undeniably ostentatious. Amidst the throng, whispers and murmurs proliferated. The young woman clad in a cerulean dress was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. She bore a striking resemblance to a siren of a band. It appeared that she hailed from a prestigious family renowned for their antique dealings, the Yi family of Antique Street in Nan City. Astonishingly, Jiang Yuan seemed to have ties with such an affluent lineage. Could it be that his relationship with this Yi family heiress was anything but ordinary? I was consumed with envy, wishing fervently to possess such charm. Being handsome, it seemed, allowed one to act with impunity. Truly, Jiang Yuan had effortlessly achieved what was beyond our reach, an impressive feat indeed. Upon overhearing the comments from those around him, Lu Qinghao felt his knees weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. His heart raced as if 1,000 wild stallions were galloping within him. The Yi family of Antique Street was a paragon of wealth and prestige. That enchanting lady in the blue gown was, without a doubt, the Yi family's daughter. Observing her conversation with Jiang Yuan, one could discern the delightful shyness and allure in her demeanor. It was evident to any discerning eye that she harbored feelings for Jiang Yuan. Yet, the individual he had offended seemingly stood as a prospective son-in-law to this illustrious family. Lu Qinghao felt as though he were courting disaster. Had he known, he would have tempered his arrogance. regret gnawed at him. He wished fervently for a potion of remorse to alleviate his predicament. Was he now merely awaiting his own doom? Should he not humbly kneel and apologize, hoping for leniency? Without hesitation, Lu Qinghao resolved to act. He lamented his earlier hesitation, wishing he had simply prostrated himself before Jiang Yuan and offered a sincere apology to avoid this turmoil. Jiang Yuan, I believe we may have a slight misunderstanding, he stammered, his face contorted with fear akin to a wilting flower. His speech faltered, stumbling over his words. Jiang Yuan turned, casting a dispassionate glance in his direction, neither affirming nor denying. In truth, Jiang Yuan felt a surge of joy at the arrival of Yi Ran and a few of his subordinates, and had little desire to engage with this so-called minor figure. To him, Lu Qinghao was merely an inconsequential insect, unworthy of his attention. Yet, the audacity of some individuals to disregard reason in favor of this man compelled Jiang Yuan to consider taking the high road, to apologize and settle matters peacefully. This sentiment left him somewhat disheartened. Meanwhile, those who had previously spoken so boldly had fallen silent, paralyzed by their own foolishness. Realizing the absurdity of having Jiang Yuan apologize to someone of Lu Qinghao's stature, a fierce tiger bowing to a powerless lamb, the sight was decidedly ludicrous, and expressions of profound shame spread among them. At that moment, to the astonishment of all, another vehicle arrived, a Rolls-Royce, specifically a Phantom. I had seen this model in foreign publications. It was a rare luxury automobile valued at 60 million. This was a vehicle long since discontinued, with no more than 5 in existence worldwide, and its auction price would undoubtedly exceed this figure. Who could possibly possess such grandiosity to arrive in such a car? As the crowd gazed in awe, a father-daughter duo emerged from the vehicle. The young woman stood poised and graceful, radiating an ethereal beauty reminiscent of a swaying lily. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man strode with the confidence of a ruler, his gaze surveying all with an air of authority that commanded wealth and power. His prominent nose and full forehead, along with his dignified brow and rounded chin, rendered his visage unmistakable. This man was no stranger. He had graced countless esteemed interviews and was a fixture in the media. He was none other than Su Tianhao, the wealthiest magnate in Nan City, reigning supreme on the city's wealth rankings for years. Lu Qinghao trembled, exclaiming, "The richest man in Nan City has arrived. What is this place, and who are you?" Chapter 113, An Unimaginable Spectacle. Su Tianhao, a renowned real estate tycoon in Nan City, he monopolized property development and transactions in the area. In recent years, the value of his properties had skyrocketed alongside market appreciation, resulting in an astonishing accumulation of wealth. He was universally recognized as the foremost titan of the region, his assets unparalleled. For an ordinary person, even a mere conversation with such a figure was a Herculean challenge. Yet, today, Su Tianhao had personally driven with his daughter, Su Wanting, to Qinghe Township. Accompanied by a cavalcade of luxury vehicles, including Aston Martins, Lamborghinis, Ferraris, Bentleys, Maybachs, and Maseratis, an array of opulence that left everyone in stunned silence. The scene was beyond comprehension, plunging the crowd into a profound quietude. In that moment, it seemed as though one could hear a pin drop. Zhao Tianming and Lu Qinghao stood aghast, the atmosphere thick with disbelief. The presence of the wealthiest man in the city was an unprecedented event. Upon learning of Jiang Yuan's affair, Su Tianhao had abandoned all else to extend his congratulations, exclaiming, "Brother Jiang, it's been too long. You still possess your charm." He approached Jiang Yuan with an exuberant smile, shaking his hand warmly before enveloping him in a hearty embrace. Despite their significant age difference, their camaraderie resembled that of two close brothers. The onlookers were rendered speechless, as if petrified by an enchantment. The astonishment of the crowd was palpable. Jiang Yuan had brought them an extraordinary surprise. Nan City's wealthiest magnate was conversing with him as an equal, even displaying a hint of deference toward Jiang Yuan. It was as if Su Tianhao had elevated Jiang Yuan's status. The collective astonishment of the crowd was overwhelming. Ding. Shock points, 1,000. 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 And this was merely the beginning. Su Tianhao instructed his aides to cautiously present a meticulously prepared gift. Naturally, a present from Nan City's wealthiest man was of a caliber unlike any previously bestowed. Soon, 12 impeccably dressed subordinates approached, bearing a 10-meter-long antique, carefully swathed in white cloth. The piece appeared remarkably heavy, requiring considerable effort to transport. "Brother Jiang, this is a jade carving of along the river during the Qingming festival that I specially prepared for you," Su Tianhao proclaimed with a hearty laugh. Amidst his boisterous laughter, the white cloth was unveiled. Before the gathered crowd lay an astonishingly exquisite jade sculpture, depicting the renowned masterpiece. along the river during the Qingming Festival. Could this be the very jade sculpture that garnered the prestigious grand prize at the last Dragon Kingdom Jade Flower Awards? The intricacy of the details and the vivacious aura emanating from this sculpture were nothing short of miraculous. The creator of this jade work was indeed a mad genius. To replicate such a celebrated painting in jade was an extraordinary feat. The beauty of this sculpture transported one to a realm of ethereal wonder, leaving all in awe. It was undoubtedly a treasure of the ages, a coveted artifact that countless individuals would vie for. Some had estimated its worth to be no less than $1 billion. Zhang Yuan gazed at the stunning jade sculpture, nodding in satisfaction. To perfectly replicate a timeless masterpiece in jade was a task of immense difficulty, only achievable by a master of unparalleled skill in the realm of sculpture. Moreover, the original jade material itself must have been of considerable value. When combined, the worth of this gift was indeed unfathomable. "Thank you," Zhang Yuan said, bowing slightly. Su Tianhao laughed heartily as he grasped Zhang Yuan's hand. Simultaneously, his daughter, Su Wanting, looked at Zhang Yuan with sparkling eyes. Initially, upon hearing about Zhang Yuan, her sister, Su Qingqing, had insisted on attending as well, but was firmly turned away under the pretext of school. Clad in a delicate light-colored sundress, Su Wanting appeared as enchanting as a fairy. She smiled at Zhang Yuan, saying, "Long time no see." Zhang Yuan reciprocated with a nod and a smile. From a distance, Su Wanting caught sight of Yi Ran, and a soft huff escaped her lips. She remembered their previous encounter all too well. Yi Ran's beauty was not inferior to her own. She was indeed a formidable rival. Approaching Yi Ran, Su Wanting raised her chin and remarked with a smile, "Today is a momentous occasion for Zhang Yuan. I didn't expect you to come alone." It seems the Yi family doesn't regard Zhang Yuan highly. As she fanned the flames of rivalry, she observed Yi Ran's reaction. True to her expectations, Yi Ran grew anxious. Whispering to Zhang Yuan, "Our family had intended to come, but we have recently encountered some issues." Before she could finish, Zhang Yuan could only smile wryly and shake his head. The two women had barely met before they were already poised for conflict, which was rather tiresome. Zhang Yuan had little patience for such disputes among women. He promptly interjected to avert the situation. Following Su Tianhao were numerous prominent figures from Nanxing, financial magnate Zhou Zicai, e-commerce king Zhang Tingsheng, and culinary emperor Lu Wangji. They had all come upon hearing the news, accompanying Su Tianhao to pay their respects to Zhang Yuan, eager to make a favorable impression. In simpler terms, they sought to become acquainted with Zhang Yuan, a super magnate, which was a remarkable honor. The number of influential figures grew increasingly dense, each presenting meticulously chosen gifts. Zhang Yuan's collection of presents continued to swell. Lu Qinghao and Zhao Tianming were utterly astonished, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. The old village chief was equally dumbfounded. Although the Qinghe Township's ancestral worship ceremony traditionally invited distinguished guests, he had never witnessed such an extraordinary scene in his lifetime. Talents were abundant, and magnates were as numerous as dogs. This was undoubtedly the most astonishing ancestral worship ceremony in history, without exception. Zhang Yuan's childhood friends and the elders of Qinghe Township were collectively in an uproar. "That's the financial titan Zhou Zicai, a legendary figure, my idol. He actually came to our little place. If you aren't in e-commerce, you wouldn't know how formidable Zhang Tingsheng is. He is the true leader in our field." Lu Wangji is not only a culinary emperor, but also a charitable giant, having donated at least tens of billions over the past decade. My goodness, these individuals are the pinnacle of excellence in their respective fields, and they have all graced our humble village. All of this is due to Zhang Yuan. He is simply terrifying. Chapter 114, An Unprecedented Spectacle. Lu Qinghao found himself rendered speechless. With so many illustrious figures present, he felt utterly insignificant. Today was supposed to be a momentous occasion. By tagging along with Zhao Tianming, he was honored to attend such a prestigious ancestral worship ceremony alongside so many magnates. The names of these figures carried weight that echoed thunderously. Had he approached this event with humility, he might have had the chance to meet one or two of these luminaries and soared to new heights. Such a splendid opportunity, so rare and precious, was something countless individuals would fight tooth and nail for. Yet here he was, squandering it, having arrived late due to his laziness. To make matters worse, he had clashed with the enigmatic super magnate Zhang Yuan. How foolish of him to waste such a golden opportunity and offend someone like Zhang Yuan. He felt as dim-witted as a pig. Regret gnawed at Lu Qinghao as he longed to slap himself. He wished for a time machine to return to the past and grovel before Zhang Yuan. But alas, it was too late now. He had previously had several chances. Perhaps had he apologized on the spot, with Zhao Tianming advocating for him, it might have turned out differently. But his pride and ego led him to hesitate, to waver, to be indecisive and timid. Now, even if he wished to apologize, the opportunity had vanished. With so many magnates present, There was no way a mere insignificant figure like him could speak. I hope Jiang Yuan doesn't hold a grudge against me. I'm just a fortunate fool. Please don't take me seriously. Lu Qinghao was engulfed in dread. He clutched Zhao Tianming by the side, shaking him urgently, pleading, "Brother Tianming, you must help me. Say a few kind words to Jiang Yuan, so he doesn't take this insignificant nobody like me seriously." He understood that if Jiang Yuan wished to retaliate, it would be as effortless as squashing an ant beneath his foot. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianming remained in a daze, still processing the overwhelming surprises Jiang Yuan had presented that day. The moment he realized Jiang Yuan's significant ties to Yuanmei Company, he began to feel as though he hardly recognized Jiang Yuan anymore. The power Jiang Yuan wielded was so formidable that it left him feeling estranged. When the wealthiest individual in Nanxing appeared, accompanied by a throng of elite figures, each offering extravagant gifts to win Jiang Yuan's favor, the sheer magnitude of it left Zhao Tianming utterly stunned. Prominent figures from various fields in Nanxing continued to arrive, ushering in an unprecedented spectacle at the ancestral worship ceremony. The village chief beamed with joy, his face seemingly rejuvenated by 20 years. Within him, a fire of excitement blazed brightly. The ancestral worship ceremony is a cherished tradition passed down by our forebears, which he holds in high esteem. Yet, alas, despite his fervent desire, he finds himself lacking in the requisite strength to fulfill it. Little did he anticipate that Jiang Yuan, the junior he holds dearest, would indeed prove to be a source of pride. A veritable assembly of the most distinguished figures from the South City converged upon Qinghe Township, all drawn by Jiang Yuan's influence to partake in this grand event. Such a display of prestige is unprecedented and likely unparalleled in future times. It is truly a sight to behold. This year's ancestral ceremony will surely remain etched in the old village chief's memory for eternity. The gaze of the village elder upon Jiang Yuan was filled with warmth and admiration. The previously silent elders exchanged glances, their expressions laden with regret and long sighs. Initially, they had perceived Jiang Yuan as a mere underachieving courier, incapable of even securing a partner, and looked down upon during matchmaking. However, they later realized their grave misjudgment. They contemplated introducing their daughters to Jiang Yuan, hoping for a promising match. Yet, it is only now that they recognize they had underestimated him. With his stature, Jiang Yuan is far beyond their daughter's reach. The fact that he could incite such fervor among these influential figures and receive extravagant gifts suggests a depth to his identity that they could scarcely fathom. Indeed, talent emerges from each generation, and each leads the way for centuries. Jiang Yuan is not merely the most accomplished among the youth of Qinghe Township. He stands unparalleled among his contemporaries. Jiang Yuan's childhood friends were equally astonished, whispering among themselves, "Brother Yuan is astonishing. Do we still stand a chance to befriend him?" They mused. He is not one to forget his roots. Upon his return, he remains approachable and integrated with us. They had not anticipated that Jiang Yuan harbored such remarkable fortunes. No, it appears that what he previously shared may not have been the entire truth. So many prominent figures, representing nearly every lucrative industry in South City, have gathered here to pay their respects to Jiang Yuan. This transcends any realm they could ever comprehend. Why dwell further upon it? Brother Yuan is truly exceptional. Lu Shishir, observing the astonishing spectacle, found herself enveloped in silence. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue as she regarded Jiang Yuan, a strong curiosity igniting within her. If it were Jiang Yuan, perhaps he could assist me in resolving my current dilemma. Just then, her phone rang. On the other end, a cold female voice inquired, "Have you made your decision?" Faced with the stark indifference of the question, Lu Shishir resolutely replied, "I refuse. I have already found someone special." "Very well, wait and see," came the response before the line went dead. After hanging up, Lu Shishir felt an overwhelming sense of relief. She looked at Jiang Yuan in the distance, feeling an immense sense of security. Perhaps only Jiang Yuan could offer her the protection she sought. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan's mother, after initially grappling with intense shock, now found a sense of comfort blooming in her heart. Although she remained oblivious to the full extent of Jiang Yuan's circumstances, witnessing his current success brought her immense solace. Chapter 115. To apologize, demonstrate your sincerity. The ancestral worship ceremony extended over a full day and night, marking the most grandiose and prestigious occasion in history. Each dignitary present was a notable force in their own right, and all had gathered in the humble Qinghe Township due to Jiang Yuan's influence. The scene was unprecedented. Many were curious about the fate of the initially brash and confrontational Lu Qinghao, who had demanded an apology from Jiang Yuan. As he continued to contemplate the matter, fear gnawed at him, and anxiety consumed him. Death itself is not fearsome. Rather, it is the agonizing wait for it that terrifies. Ultimately, filled with trepidation, He implored Zhao Tianming to intercede on his behalf. Zhao Tianming complied with his request. Jiang Yuan, exhibiting remarkable magnanimity, readily presented his own demands. He gestured towards a selection of red wine that had been prepared in advance. Lu Qinghao breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Yuan's request merely entailed accompanying him in a toast to express his contrition, a straightforward affair. However, the very next moment, upon hearing Jiang Yuan's words, an uneasy sensation gripped Lu Qinghao's heart. You insist on my apology. Given your boldness, I assume your capacity for drink is equally impressive. Jiang Yuan remarked with a light chuckle. Let us see. I am genuinely curious about your tolerance. An opportunity such as this was rare, and Lu Qinghao dared not refuse. Without hesitation, he seized a bottle of Amarone, a robust red wine with a 17 alcohol content, and tilted it back with abandon. The high-proof red wine was formidable indeed. Lu Qinghao forced down an entire bottle, feeling a fiery pain in his throat as though it were ablaze. Yet, when he turned to Jiang Yuan, he saw him observing with keen interest, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. Lu Qinghao's complexion paled, and perspiration beaded on his forehead. This was evidently only the beginning. Jiang Yuan's gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixated upon him. Lu Qinghao swallowed hard and reached for another bottle. This time a Ripasso, equally potent and with a more robust flavor and aftertaste than the previous Amarone. The surrounding youths, buoyed by the festive atmosphere of the ancestral ceremony, had indulged in their fair share of drink, and now they began to cheer Lu Qinghao on. Bravo! The little stock god's drinking prowess is commendable, they exclaimed. 2 bottles of high-proof red wine. Impressive. Come on, let us keep going until we're fully intoxicated. Many pulled out their phones to capture the moment on video. As Lu Qinghao continued to down the potent liquor, he felt the world spinning around him, and he was on the brink of tears. He had overindulged, and his bladder felt as if it were in turmoil. His face had turned ghostly pale. Yet, Jiang Yuan showed no intention of easing his torment. After all, Lu Qinghao had sought to humiliate Jiang Yuan before the entire Qinghe township, and had it not been for Jiang Yuan's formidable strength, he would have long since been reduced to a figure of ridicule. Lu Qinghao understood the gravity of his situation. Gritting his teeth, he continued to pour liquor down his throat. Conrad Castle red, Langek dry red, Liefen dry red. He had lost track of how much he had consumed, succumbing to a frenzy of drinking until the room spun around him, and he was left disoriented and on the edge of collapse. He felt as though he were on the brink of developing an alcohol addiction. It was only at this moment that Jiang Yuan, satisfied, began to applaud softly. Marvelous. Simply marvelous, he chuckled lightly. It appears your tolerance for alcohol is indeed commendable. Since today marks a momentous occasion, let us consider our matters resolved. Lu Qinghao, nearly teetering on the edge of unconsciousness, nonetheless stumbled forward in a dazed state upon hearing Jiang Yuan's words. He bowed deeply, performing a 90-degree salute. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for your magnanimity. I shall strive to be a better person henceforth, Lu Qinghao declared. He was genuinely frightened, even in his near-drunken state. He continued to apologize profusely to Jiang Yuan. A lesson learned from hardship, he mused. This time, he had come to understand an important truth. Even those he deemed as simple folk could possess extraordinary power. The waters of Qinghe Township ran far deeper than he had ever fathomed. Following the ancestral worship ceremony, Jiang Yuan returned to Nan City. Upon his arrival, Sun Tingting immediately leaped into his embrace. Brother Jiang Yuan, where have you been? You were gone for so many days, she pouted slightly. I missed you terribly. Jiang Yuan affectionately ruffled her adorable little head. The gesture was irresistibly charming, and Sun Tingting squinted her eyes in delight. Yet, a twinge of guilt stirred within Jiang Yuan's heart. He had promised to look after her for a few days. But due to the ancestral worship ceremony back in his hometown, he had inadvertently left her at home for several days. Upon his return, he learned that Sun Tingting's father's illness had shown signs of initial recovery. However, in the process of treating her father, the family had already lost everything. Reflecting on this, Jiang Yuan inquired, Tingting, how have you fared these past few years? Sun Tingting's expression dimmed as she replied, It's been all right, I suppose. After graduation, I obtained my teaching certification and was working at a middle school, but following my father's incident, I found myself borrowing money everywhere and lost my job. Listening to her plight, Jiang Yuan nodded in understanding. He then said, I can introduce you for an interview at Lawrence Middle School in Xiqing. Would you be willing to give it a try? Upon hearing this, Sun Tingting gasped, Really? Lawrence Middle School? Do I truly have a chance to interview there? The mere mention of Lawrence Middle School left her astonished. Ding. Shock points 300. She could hardly contain her excitement. This was the most prestigious international middle school in Xiqing, boasting not only luxurious facilities and ample funding, but also a selection of students who were truly exceptional. The teachers, too, were meticulously chosen, possessing formidable skills. However, The selection process for teachers was notoriously rigorous, with a high elimination rate. Sun Tingting felt a wave of self-doubt wash over her. Brother Jiang Yuan, do you think I can actually get in? Jiang Yuan smiled reassuringly and replied, believe in yourself. You can definitely do it. He encouraged her, though what he left unsaid was that with his presence, no one would dare to dismiss her. Chapter 116, Sun Tingting's Interview. Jiang Yuan took Sun Tingting to Xiqing. On one hand, he was quite intrigued by Tianqi Shengshi Media and wished to see the female artist signed under his company. Additionally, this provided a perfect opportunity to introduce Sun Tingting to Lawrence Middle School. On the other hand, he was eager to meet Lu Shishir. For some reason, Jiang Yuan sensed that Lu Shishir harbored unspoken concerns, yet she had not confided in him. The Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost sped along the highway. This time, Jiang Yuan had no intention of concealing any of his prowess. He took out the finest vehicle available. After all, leaving it to gather dust at home would be a sheer waste of its magnificence. Yao Wenwen was at the wheel, while Jiang Yuan and Sun Tingting relaxed in the back seat, enjoying the scenery outside the window. Other drivers on the highway were startled upon catching sight of the gleaming silver Lamborghini. Ding. Shop points 500. 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 What a luxury car. How strikingly cool it looks. I don't recognize it, but the emblem seems to be Rolls-Royce, though it appears far more exquisite and opulent than the usual models. We should keep our distance from this vehicle. I fear even a mere scratch could cost us an unimaginable sum. I wonder what kind of magnate owns this car. It sounds truly enviable to drive such a luxury vehicle. Best to steer clear of discussing it. Such bigwigs are beyond our reach. I would give up a decade of my life for a chance to own such a flashy car. The Lamborghini Silver Ghost was not merely a striking figure. Its performance was unparalleled. The journey from Nan City to Xiqing, even for the fastest of sports cars, typically took about 3 hours. However, this Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost accomplished the journey in just 1 hour and 17 minutes. Upon arriving at their destination, Jiang Yuan and Sun Tingting temporarily parted ways. Jiang Yuan intended to head directly to Tianqi Shengshi Media, while Sun Tingting was set to attend her interview at Lawrence International Middle School. After escorting her to the school, he offered a few final words of encouragement. You can do it. I believe in you, Jiang Yuan smiled. Sun Tingting clenched her tiny fist, signaling her determination to give it her all. She then turned and entered Lawrence Middle School. As soon as she stepped inside, anxiety began to grip her heart. Her little heart raced wildly. The school was astonishingly opulent, surrounded by brand new and exquisite buildings, vast flower gardens, and students and teachers alike dressed impeccably, exuding elegance. Following Jiang Yuan's advice, she made her way to a designated interview room, awaiting the arrival of the interview panel. The interviewer, a Ms. Chen Yuhua, had already received word that one of the candidates had an impressive background and required special attention to avoid dire consequences. Ms. Chen smiled subtly, aware that there were 3 candidates in total, one of whom was the daughter of the wealthy businessman Zhao Juanhe, owner of 7 renowned advertising companies in Xiqing. Zhao Juanhe was a household name, known to all. Yet, his daughter had chosen not to inherit her father's business, but to pursue a career in teaching. This so-called candidate with a significant background was undoubtedly her. As for the others, they could easily be dismissed with a few excuses. There was only one position available in this interview. Ms. Chen swiftly entered the interview room and encountered Sun Tingting, who, feeling nervous, immediately stood up upon the interviewer's arrival. Greetings, my name is Sun Tingting, and I am the interviewee today. Chen Yuhua's demeanor was somewhat aloof, showing little inclination to engage with Sun Tingting. She merely responded with a non-committal HM. Subsequently, she picked up Sun Tingting's resume and cast a fleeting glance at it. You are merely 22 years old? She inquired. Yes. Sun Tingting replied. Chen Yuhua frowned and remarked, with such youth, it may prove challenging for you to bear the heavy teaching responsibilities we impose. Most of our faculty are around 30 years of age. Being so young, you may require further honing of your skills. Upon hearing this, Sun Tingting quickly asserted, though I am young, my attitude is earnest, and I will diligently fulfill my duties and refine my abilities. However, before she could finish her sentence, she was abruptly interrupted by Chen Yuhua. I believe Lawrence School does not require an unseasoned teacher. Let us move on to the next question, she stated coolly. Observing the interviewer's frigid attitude, Sun Tingting felt a chill in her heart. This interview, she feared, was bound to end unfavorably. Chen Yuhua glanced again at the resume and, without raising her head, remarked, it seems you have previously been involved in the education sector, but your experience is rather limited, am I correct? As Chen Yuhua's indifferent voice reached her ears, Sun Tingting's heart raced with anxiety. She stammered, my experience is indeed scant, but I am committed to learning. Learning? Chen Yuhua scoffed derisively. You are to be a teacher at our institution, not a student. Hearing you speak of learning is quite amusing. Sun Tingting felt a wave of injustice wash over her. The female interviewer seemed to be targeting her at every turn. Ultimately, Chen Yuhua issued a dismissal. Very well. I believe we need not continue. Typically, even when rejecting a candidate, interviewers would offer some polite remarks, such as suggesting they await a response. Chen Yuhua's abrupt refusal was clearly indicative of a particularly ungracious attitude. With a heavy heart, Sun Tingting had no choice but to depart in disappointment. After Sun Tingting left the room, she encountered one of the school board members, Director Lin, who had come in person. Chen Yuhua, taken aback, hurriedly stood to receive him. Unexpectedly, Director Lin inquired, "Where's Sun Tingting? Has she not arrived yet?" "Sun Tingting?" Chen Yuhua was dumbfounded. "I just sent her away," she instinctively replied. However, as soon as the words left her mouth, she immediately regretted them. Director Lin's face flushed with anger as he thundered. She was introduced by Director Jiang. "How dare you send her away? Go fetch her back at once. If you fail to do so, be prepared to pack your bags and leave." Chapter 117. The interviewer's attitude takes an astonishing turn. Chen Yuhua was left in shock. Director Lin was the most senior board member at Lawrence School. Normally, he exuded a calm and affable demeanor, but today, he was furious solely because she had rejected a new candidate. His anger was palpable, veins bulging as he threatened her job. This blatant display of ire was something Chen Yuhua had never witnessed before. She was not foolish and quickly realized the gravity of the situation. "Are you saying the new interviewee was introduced by Director Jiang? You mean the newly appointed one?" Chen Yuhua asked cautiously. "Jiang Yuan." As soon as she uttered the name, she was met with another round of scathing reprimands. Director Lin was nearly beside himself with rage. Chastising her, "What right do you have to speak his name so casually? Quickly retrieve her. If she goes to Director Jiang to complain, we are all doomed." As she listened to the thunderous tirade, Chen Yuhua felt a jolt of realization. But what about Zhao Juan's daughter? She hesitated. Director Lin, exasperated, nearly shouted, "What nonsense! How can Zhao Juanha compare to Director Jiang? Forget about his daughter's admission. You should be more concerned about whether a eunuch can father children. Hurry up." Chen Yuhua understood completely. She rushed out of the door, sprinting in the direction where Sun Tingting had departed. Goodness, she had stirred a monumental misunderstanding. The interviewee with significant connections was not Zhao Juan's daughter, but rather the enigmatic new board member, Jiang Yuan. Although Chen Yuhua had heard the name Jiang Yuan only a few times, it paled in comparison to Zhao Juan's fame as a business magnate. Yet, the fact that even the cunning old fox, Director Lin, was now unmasked and furious indicated that Jiang Yuan was indeed extraordinary. At the very least, in terms of influence, he was undoubtedly on par with Zhao Juanha. How could she have treated a candidate endorsed by such a prominent figure with scorn? This was unequivocally emotional abuse. If Sun Tingting were to report her grievances to Jiang Yuan, he would undoubtedly come to her defense. Had she not just dug herself a monumental hole? The more Chen Yuhua pondered, the more dread enveloped her, propelling her into a frantic sprint. Her mind was a whirlpool of thoughts, focused solely on catching up to Sun Tingting to amend her grave mistake. In an instant, her frantic dash became a curious spectacle within the school. "Isn't that Director Chen? Why does she seem so flustered? What happened? She must be in a hurry. Look at her, she's sweating profusely. One might think she was robbed." Fortunately, Sun Tingting, feeling dejected after her unsuccessful interview, walked slowly. Chen Yuhua was able to catch up to her swiftly. Wait, don't go." Chen Yuhua gasped, nearly out of breath. "You've been hired." Sun Tingting was utterly bewildered. She looked at the panting interviewer before her mind swirling with questions. Hadn't she just failed the interview? Why was the interviewer suddenly declaring that she had been hired? "Are you sure there hasn't been some mistake?" Sun Tingting asked hesitantly. "Didn't you just say I was too young to handle the teaching responsibilities?" No. Chen Yuhua immediately shook her head vigorously, as if to dispel the very notion. "Every situation has its duality. Upon reconsideration, I realized that youth also possesses its advantages. Being young signifies a strong capacity for growth, boundless potential, and limitless prospects." Feeling that her previous remarks were insufficient, Chen Yuhua added, "Moreover, youth brings vitality. We, who are advanced in age, require fresh energy like yours to invigorate our team." Sun Tingting's expression was one of increasing bewilderment. "But didn't you just say that my lack of teaching experience would hinder my ability to tackle the challenges of the role?" Chen Yuhua shook her head once more, resolutely declaring, "Everyone begins with no experience. Who is born with expertise? What we value most in hiring teachers is potential and talent. I see boundless potential in you. And with our short-term training, you will undoubtedly excel in this position." This. Sun Tingting was taken aback by the shamelessness of this woman. It seems that the words, both flattering and disparaging, flowed freely from her lips. Such audacity in her speech. Just moments ago, during the interview, she had exuded an air of aloofness, rebelliousness, and superiority. as if she were signaling that Sun Tingting was unworthy. Yet now, she appeared to be desperately seeking talent, humbly pleading for her own employment. Sun Tingting was utterly bewildered. Was there something amiss with this middle-aged woman? How could her attitude shift so rapidly and so thoroughly? Could this be the fabled condition of split personality? However, before Sun Tingting could articulate her thoughts further, Chen Yuhua eagerly grasped her hand and exclaimed, "Come, come, let me take you to complete your onboarding procedures." Sun Tingting was momentarily stunned, practically being dragged back into the interview room by Chen Yuhua. Soon after, an employment agreement was laid before her eyes. The sudden revelation struck a chord in Sun Tingting's heart. "Is this real?" She gasped softly, covering her mouth in astonishment. "Am I not dreaming?" I had just breezed through the notoriously challenging interview at Lawrence High School. Meanwhile, two girls nearby appeared somewhat despondent, evidently having been eliminated from consideration. One girl, surnamed Zhao, wore an especially disgruntled expression, seemingly unable to comprehend how she had been dismissed, while Sun Tingting had effortlessly succeeded. Sun Tingting was no fool. As her initial joy and excitement subsided, she quickly grasped the implications. Could it be due to Jiang Yuan? Sun Tingting speculated in shock. The last time he had assisted her, she sensed he possessed considerable capability. But now it was apparent that she had underestimated him. His influence was so profound that even those at Lawrence High School were wary of him. Suddenly, Sun Tingting felt a strong desire to see Jiang Yuan and inquire about the situation directly. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan was leisurely on his way to Tianqi Shengshi Media. He found himself intrigued by the female celebrities he had only seen previously on television and online. Just then, an unexpected phone call rang through to his mobile. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. This is Zhang Jiayao, your newly assigned secretary at Tianqi Shengshi Media. You may call me Xiao Zhang." It was his secretary calling. Jiang Yuan inquired, "What prompted this sudden call? Is there something you need?" Indeed, the company is currently in the midst of its quarterly newcomer auditions, and the higher-ups wish to invite you to personally attend and provide your insights and guidance. The newcomer auditions? Jiang Yuan's interest peaked instantly. Every summer, renowned media companies hold auditions to select new talents based on their skills and looks, allowing them to join various mentor teams for competition. The victors gain rare opportunities to debut. This competition typically features an abundance of stunning participants, each possessing both beauty and talent, making it a spectacle of exceptional talent. To think he could now attend as a judge. Very well, I shall go. Chapter 118, Artist Selection Competition. The job-seeking season was indeed bustling. Jiang Yuan chuckled. Having just taken Sun Tingting to her interview, he was now set to assume the role of an interviewer himself. The auditions at Tianqi Shengshi Media during the summer newcomer season were grand affairs. Attracting quality new talent and signing promising artists was crucial for any media company. Consequently, the scale of these auditions was immense, occupying an entire building for the selection and assessment process. This event had stirred considerable excitement across the internet. Talented newcomers from all over had been meticulously screened for their potential, and those who passed the preliminary rounds were now facing even more rigorous evaluations. Each year during this period, trending topics would revolve around the newcomer auditions, such as the emergence of a goddess with outstanding looks or an astonishing singing voice. Naturally, accompanied by captivating short videos of these remarkable women. Previously, Jiang Yuan could only admire such enchanting figures from behind a screen. He had once imagined participating in the competition to meet these goddesses in person, yet fate had granted him the opportunity to attend as a judge instead. "Wenwen, turn around," Jiang Yuan commanded. "Let us head to Tianqi Tower." "Right away, boss." The Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost sped toward Tianqi Tower with remarkable swiftness. However, upon their arrival, the auditions had already commenced. "Boss, how about we contact the organizers and have them come out to greet us?" suggested Yao Wenwen. Jiang Yuan shook his head, declining the proposition. "The competition has already begun. There's no need to make a fuss. We should maintain a low profile." "Low profile?" Yao Wenwen silently scoffed, glancing at the gleaming Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. To arrive in such a luxurious vehicle and claim to be low-key was rather ironic. Nevertheless, she dared not voice her thoughts aloud. Jiang Yuan casually instructed, "You first park the car." "Understood," Yao Wenwen replied, preparing to carefully park the splendid vehicle. She moved with caution, anxious not to make any mistakes. For even the slightest scratch on such a luxury car could cost a fortune. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan wandered through the building with keen interest. The competition was progressing rapidly. The first group of successful candidates had already emerged. Jiang Yuan cast a glance and immediately spotted a goddess-like beauty, exuding an icy demeanor and stunning features. Her looks were likely on par with Lu Shishir, he mused with a slight smile, finding joy in simply admiring her beauty. The presence of this ice queen had drawn the attention of several hesitant young men around her. "Gu Jianing is the first-place contestant from our venue," one remarked. "No surprise. With her looks, she's practically guaranteed success on stage. Unfortunately, she's so aloof. The last time I tried to strike up a conversation, she shot me down coldly. Indeed, when I approached her, she outright told me to scram. Such a goddess would likely not even acknowledge ordinary men like them. As they exchanged whispers, they noticed Jiang Yuan observing the scene with delight. Bro, just give up. A woman like that wouldn't even look at us, one of them advised. You may be somewhat handsome, but it's futile. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan's interest was piqued. Do you truly believe I would fail at a flirtation? He chuckled. Then I suppose I must show you what I'm capable of. Jiang Yuan meticulously adjusted his attire before approaching the ethereal beauty, Gu Jiani. Meanwhile, Gu Jiani was engrossed in her phone, engaged in a conversation with her close friend. Suddenly, she heard a stranger's voice addressing her. Hello. I would like to get to know you. Could you share your contact information with me? Jiang Yuan inquired, his tone both cheerful and sincere, exuding an air of openness and confidence. Initially, Gu Jiani was disinclined to lift her gaze. Accustomed as she was to the myriad of men who attempted to engage her in conversation, each employing the same tired cliches. It was tiresome. Yet, Jiang Yuan's voice was melodious, akin to pearls falling on a jade plate, and his demeanor was remarkably friendly and unpretentious. This caused her to relax slightly, and she prepared to decline his overture. However, when she finally looked up and beheld Jiang Yuan's face, she was utterly stunned. Ding. Shock points, 300. The beauty of this face emperor was simply beyond reason. Men could never fully grasp the devastating allure a handsome man exerts on women. Gu Jiani opened her mouth, but words failed her. The refusal she intended to voice became lodged in her throat, unable to escape. Is that all right? Jiang Yuan asked with a subtle smile. Oh. When this young man smiled, it felt as though the entire world was illuminated. Gu Jiani's cheeks flushed crimson, and in a voice barely above a whisper, she murmured, Give me your phone. Feigning ignorance, Jiang Yuan pressed, What did you say? Give me your phone. Gu Jiani's voice rose slightly. Jiang Yuan chuckled with satisfaction, handing his phone to her. The group of young men nearby were left in a state of shock. Ding. Shock points, 300. Ding. Shock points, 300. Ding. Shock points, 300. Had the icy goddess truly melted? What sorcery had he employed that they could not decipher from their distance? They were determined to seek his wisdom on the art of wooing women. This was a masterful feat. To charm the icy beauty and obtain her contact information on their very first encounter was nothing short of extraordinary. Chapter 119. The young men were almost in tears. After acquiring the phone number of the stunning Gu Jiani, Jiang Yuan raised his device and flashed a smile at the group of young men a short distance away. Just moments ago, they were earnestly advising him against approaching this woman, insisting it would be futile. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Jiang Yuan had secured what they had long desired. His skill in flirting was nothing short of divine. The young men were in awe, practically bowing before him. Oh great sage, please share your wisdom with us. They clamored. As Jiang Yuan turned to leave, he was halted by Gu Jiani's gentle grip. You must be a contestant as well? She inquired shyly. Jiang Yuan could not deny it. He certainly could not reveal that he was, in fact, a judge, the most powerful one at that. Such a disclosure might intimidate her unnecessarily. Seeing his silence, Gu Jiani assumed his taciturnity was acquiescence. Her face lighting up with joy. Perhaps we will have the chance to meet again at the next competition. However, Jiang Yuan shook his head, clarifying. I am not here to compete. Her hopes dashed, Gu Jiani felt a flicker of disappointment. Nevertheless, she hesitantly remarked, I will be competing at venue A7 shortly. Jiang Yuan responded with a smile. Very well, I shall come to watch your performance. Upon hearing his affirmative reply, Gu Jiani beamed with satisfaction. The ice goddess smiled. The young men nearby nearly had their eyes pop out in disbelief. They had known Gu Jiani to be a stoic figure. Impervious to the advances of even the wealthiest suitors, her demeanor consistently frosty and unyielding. Yet today, she had smiled at a stranger and even willingly exchanged contact information. This was an unfathomable occurrence. Their curiosity about Jiang Yuan's charm techniques was piqued, coupled with a profound admiration. When Jiang Yuan approached, they surrounded him eagerly. Oh master, how did you manage that? Can you teach us a trick or two? They implored. It was remarkable. I've never seen Gu Jiani smile before. You absolutely must share your secrets with us, or we won't let you leave. In response to the eager inquiries of these young men, Jiang Yuan candidly explained. As the saying goes, simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. I merely expressed my desire to get to know her and asked for her contact information. The young men exchanged glances, hesitantly asking, Is it really that simple? You're not deceiving us, are you? Jiang Yuan patted their shoulders, offering gentle encouragement. Have faith in yourselves. It isn't as challenging as you believe. If you approach with sincerity and confidence, you will surely succeed. The young men felt a warm wave of inspiration wash over them. Buoyed by Jiang Yuan's encouraging demeanor, After receiving his guidance, they were eager to put it into practice. Meanwhile, after parking her car, Yao Wenwen immediately sought out Jiang Yuan. "Your movements were rather slow," he remarked. Yao Wenwen playfully stuck out her tongue, retorting, "That car is incredibly expensive. If I scratch it even slightly, I would be unable to bear the cost. I must be cautious." Jiang Yuan shook his head, knowing that the price of the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost was indeed astronomical and not ideal for frequent use. Nearby, the young men were filled with envy, seeing that even a goddess like Yao Wenwen was in Jiang Yuan's company, proving that his techniques for wooing were undoubtedly effective. A true master, without a doubt. Someone suggested, "Why not find someone to practice on right now?" The others nodded in agreement, and after searching, they spotted a stunning girl in a red dress. This fiery beauty was breathtaking, her eyes sparkling like flames. Zhang Jing, the Red Fairy, was one of the seed contestants in the competition. Rumor had it that she possessed a fiery temperament, yet her beauty was ethereal, earning her the nickname. The young men, upon seeing her enchanting visage, were momentarily bewitched, rushing forward to seize the opportunity. Ultimately, a tall young man managed to step forward. Mimicking Jiang Yuan's earlier demeanor, he politely said, "Hello. I would like to get to know you. Could you share your contact information with me?" One must admit, he emulated Jiang Yuan remarkably well, his voice bright and sincere, radiating warmth and authenticity. However, upon hearing these words, Zhang Jing could not help but curl her lips in a cold smile, angrily exclaiming, "Crazy." Immediately following her outburst, she delivered a sharp slap directly to the face of the tall young man before her. The sound resonated sharply, leaving a vivid red mark on his cheek. The other young men were nearly brought to tears by the shock. Despite diligently following the teachings of the esteemed master, the results were utterly disparate. Was it not said that sincerity and confidence would inevitably lead to success? The master's motivational platitudes, it seemed, were nothing but deceitful. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan had already turned to leave, his hands clasped behind his back as he strolled leisurely within the building. Beside him, Yao Wenwen could not resist asking, "Boss, those young men, do you think they truly believed your words?" Jiang Yuan cast her a surprised glance, replying, "So you heard." Yao Wenwen chuckled, saying, "I didn't eavesdrop. Just caught a snippet." Jiang Yuan shrugged, "If they believe it, so be it. I spoke no falsehood." Internally, Yao Wenwen could not help but scoff. Not everyone possesses the charm of a handsome deity. The same tactics, when employed by the handsome deity, yield entirely different outcomes. Otherwise, why do some men of the same age, 35, bear such contrasting titles? The dashing 35-year-old is affectionately called uncle, while the average 35-year-old is referred to as old man. After all, we live in a world that prizes appearances. The same words, when uttered by individuals of varying attractiveness, produce vastly different effects. She hoped that those young men were not too severely misled by their boss's words, secretly chuckling to herself. Stealing a glance at Jiang Yuan's profile, she found herself unable to suppress her thoughts. This old rascal, truly wicked in his ways. Yet, despite her teasing, she couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Jiang Yuan's handsome visage, adding silently in her heart, "But wickedness can be rather amusing." Chapter 120. An unfair competition. Jiang Yuan hummed a light tune, his spirits lifted as he meandered through the building. Yao Wenwen, wearing an expression of curiosity, surveyed the crowd gathered for the talent selection event. She, too, was intrigued by the new talent auditions organized by Tianqi Media. However, as the throngs of people began to swell, Jiang Yuan naturally took her hand, their fingers entwined to avoid getting separated. His straightforward gesture caused Yao Wenwen's cheeks to flush with warmth. She felt a comforting sense of security in his warm and robust grasp. As they strolled hand in hand through the Tianqi building, they appeared to others as a couple of youthful elegance, a picture-perfect pair. Upon passing the A7 competition venue, Jiang Yuan paused momentarily. Yao Wenwen exclaimed with delight, "Boss, you know there's a spectacle at the A7 venue. It's said that every selection round features some extraordinary talents. Let us go take a look." Jiang Yuan nodded, leading her into the A7 venue. At that moment, a contestant was on stage singing, while 3 judges listened intently. Below, several young women awaited their turn to compete, one of whom was Gu Jianing. She discreetly scanned the surroundings, hoping to catch a glimpse of Jiang Yuan, but alas, her search was in vain, leaving her heart slightly disheartened. However, she quickly shook off the disappointment, concentrating on preparing for her upcoming performance. Beside her, a mixed-race girl named Anna concealed a sly smile. She was fully prepared for today's competition, having already secured her father's connections with the 3 judges. Regardless of her performance, she was assured a spot in the next round. Even though only one contestant would advance, she was confident she would not be the one to falter, for her father was one of the sponsors of this competition. Anna cast a glance at the other contestants, stifling a laugh at their earnest efforts to break through, while she had already been guaranteed a place in the finals. Such is the disparity of fate. She wore a carefree expression, almost flaunting her satisfaction. She even slyly threw a flirtatious glance at the three judges, embodying an air of unrestrained pride. The competition on stage progressed swiftly, and Anna soon took her turn. She chose to perform a classic foreign song, Lonely. However, the moment she began to sing, her performance nearly sent the audience fleeing. Her voice was not only dry but also lacked technique, evidently a result of minimal practice and commitment. The quality was decidedly subpar. How can she even participate with such a performance? Surely she has connections, murmured the audience, their discontent palpable. Yet they understood that in such competitions, a few privileged individuals were almost guaranteed a smooth passage. Each year, such occurrences transpired, albeit typically suppressed by the organizers. Those with connections could coast through, regardless of their lackluster abilities. After all, until the semifinals, the preliminary rounds were devoid of live broadcasts, allowing for a free rein. Despite her mediocre singing, Anna seemed somewhat embarrassed, but her thick skin allowed her to subject the audience to her performance for the entirety of the song before finally exiting the stage. Even with Jiang Yuan's typically good-natured temperament, he found his brows furrowing in displeasure. Such a sound was intolerable. Beside him, Yao Wenwen erupted in exasperation. That was horrendous. I could do better. Fortunately, the next contestant was Gu Jianing. Jiang Yuan gazed at her beauty, and his earlier annoyance dissipated like mist in the morning sun. The sight of a lovely woman invariably uplifted his spirits. Gu Jianing chose to perform a classic Chinese song, Qinghua Xi, one of Jiang Yuan's favorites. As she opened her mouth to sing, she captivated the attention of everyone present. Her voice, like celestial music, was not only melodious and clear but also imbued with genuine emotion and an ancient charm. Jiang Yuan found himself delightfully squinting his eyes in enjoyment. Yao Wenwen, equally enthralled, remarked, "Boss, this girl sings beautifully. Why not bring her back to our villa in Dongshan district to serenade us daily?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan chuckled and retorted, "What do you mean bring her back? Such wording sounds rather harsh. If we have the chance, we should offer her a high-paying position as our personal band's lead singer." Yao Wenwen clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "If we could listen to such a beautiful voice every day, we would surely extend our lifespans." Not only was she impressed by Gu Jianing's musical talent, but the surrounding audience also applauded her performance enthusiastically. Clearly, her rendition of Qinghua Xi had won over the hearts of all present, even eliciting appreciative glances from the three judges, who then glanced back at Anna. Instantly, I found myself in a predicament. Undoubtedly, this contestant possessed formidable talent, yet she lacked any substantial background. Though Anna Air's singing fell short of excellence, her father was the sponsor of this competition, our benefactor. With only one spot available for advancement, the three judges engaged in hushed discussions for quite some time. Ultimately, they arrived at a decision that was utterly unacceptable. The results were announced. The winner of this competition is Anna Air. Upon hearing this outcome, the audience in the A7 venue collectively displayed expressions of profound discontent. The crowd erupted in outrage. A conspiracy, undoubtedly. The audacity of it all was staggering. Even a more discreet approach would have sufficed. I cannot come to terms with this result. It is a blatant affront to our senses. Anna Air's singing was atrocious, and yet she managed to advance. Anyone could discern who truly excelled in this competition. Faced with the audience's outcry, the three judges, seasoned in their roles, began to offer their justifications. "Ladies and gentlemen, I empathize with your sentiments. However, our selection process at Tianqi Media encompasses more than just vocal ability. We employ a comprehensive internal evaluation system. Factors such as appearance, potential, and talent are all meticulously assessed by our professional standards. Rest assured, our selection process is entirely fair, just, and transparent." Listening to this bureaucratic rhetoric, Jiang Yuan felt a surge of indignation. Was this not an outright bullying of the participants? In terms of appearance, Gu Jianning's beauty far surpassed that of the mixed-race girl. The claims regarding potential and talent were utterly nonsensical. It was evident that Anna Air had influential connections, prompting the judges to speak with blatant dishonesty. Unable to contain himself, Jiang Yuan strode directly towards the stage. Chapter 121. The judges were taken aback. The surrounding audience, while feeling a simmering anger at the judges' bureaucratic responses, found themselves powerless. After all, the criteria for selecting contestants were established by the judges themselves. Their words held sway. And even if one could be certain of the conspiracy, what could ordinary individuals do against colluding judges? At most, they could mutter a few curses to vent their frustration. Even if they managed to record the event and upload it online with irrefutable evidence, the news would inevitably be suppressed and dismissed. The entertainment industry is notoriously treacherous. Such occurrences were all too familiar to them, leading most to simmer in silence. Just as the results were about to be finalized, and Anna Air was reveling in her triumph, Jiang Yuan's voice rang out. Wait. Please allow me a moment to speak. The sudden interruption left everyone momentarily stunned. The unfamiliar yet handsome young man had stepped onto the stage, seemingly intent on voicing something. Gu Jianing, feeling a sense of injustice at the thought of being eliminated, not to mention by an inferior singer due to a conspiracy, was taken aback upon seeing Jiang Yuan's face. It was him, the gentle young man from earlier. Was he about to stand up for me? Such gallantry was truly commendable. Anna's expression soured instantly. While the young man was undoubtedly handsome, she implored him not to disrupt her moment of glory. The result had already been announced. She was on the brink of securing her victory. If he dared to cause any trouble, she would ensure her father dealt with him. With a darkened gaze, Anna fixed her eyes on Jiang Yuan, awaiting his words. The three judges shared her displeasure. They had already delivered their formal statements. What more did he want? This was merely a small competition. The outcome was solely within their purview. What right did a mere spectator have to disturb the proceedings? They warned him to mind his place lest he be ejected. Yet, Jiang Yuan, undeterred by their glares, began, since you possess your own professional standards and discerning vision, I too have my insights. The crowd, intrigued by Jiang Yuan's declaration, turned their attention to him, eager to hear what he would say. They too were incensed by the conspiracy but felt powerless to act, resigned to mere verbal complaints. If this young man were to speak out, they would admire and respect him for his courage. Jiang Yuan pointed at Anna, earnestly proclaiming absurdities. This girl's facial complexion is a mix of green and black, indicating recent financial misfortunes. Furthermore, the pinkish hue of her cheekbones intertwined with darkness signifies a weak constitution and poor career prospects, making her prone to legal troubles. Additionally, her sharply pointed chin suggests a tendency for bitterness in speech, a clear indication of poor interpersonal relationships. In summary, she is an ill omen and should not be hired. Then, he gestured towards Gu Jianing, stating, conversely, this young lady's complexion is a healthy yellow, a sign of favorable fortune. Her cheekbones match her skin tone, indicating she is destined for significant achievements in her career. Therefore, I recommend her for selection. Jiang Yuan's delivery was earnest, yet his claims were utterly preposterous. Resonating with conviction, the audience was taken aback at first but soon erupted in laughter. This young man was delightfully humorous, employing facial features as criteria. Clearly, he could not abide the injustice, and thus had taken the stage to advocate for this young woman. Brilliant. While his statements were ludicrous, his audacity was admirable. Many felt a sense of vindication. This young man was brave, and they appreciated him for it. Alas, he would likely be dismissed as a troublemaker shortly. Gu Jianing found Jiang Yuan's speech amusing and was touched by his willingness to speak on her behalf, while others merely observed. Only Jiang Yuan stood up against the prevailing power, advocating for her. Yet, she couldn't help but worry that he might soon be unceremoniously escorted out by security. Anna's face darkened further, transforming into an almost charcoal hue. How dare he describe me as an ill omen? This young man was clearly courting disaster. Not only was he spouting nonsense about facial features, but he also dared to defame me. I must teach him a lesson. The three judges were nearly apoplectic. Their competition had been proceeding smoothly, only to be disrupted by a spectator's absurd claims regarding facial features. This was sheer madness. One of the judges, with a stormy expression, commanded, "Have security remove this individual. No, throw him out." However, as soon as he uttered these words, he noticed that the other two judges remained silent, their expressions betraying a hint of recognition. They found Jiang Yuan's face strikingly familiar. Despite the distance, with careful scrutiny, they could discern his features. The visage of a renowned figure is hard to mistake. A reviewer's voice, strained and hesitant, remarked, "He seems to be Jiang Yuan." Upon hearing that name, the other two scrutinized Jiang Yuan's visage once more. As they fully comprehended the features of Jiang Yuan, they simultaneously gasped, "It truly is him." Ding. Shot points 500. Ding. Shot points 500. Jiang Yuan, the newly appointed largest shareholder of Tianxi Shengshi Media. The entire board of directors is compelled to heed Jiang Yuan's directives, their eyes fixed upon him in reverence. These modest reviewers are merely second-tier artists with decent professional skills. Their prolonged tenure in the industry has granted them certain connections and basic competencies, allowing them to ascend to the role of judges, tasked with selecting promising talents. In essence, their identities are simply those of ordinary workers. In stark contrast, Jiang Yuan stands as the preeminent figure among magnates. The power of life and death over their careers rests entirely in Jiang Yuan's hands. Should he express even a hint of displeasure, he could effortlessly cast them out. Furthermore, with just a casual utterance, he could ensure their permanent banishment from the industry, rendering them untouchable by any company henceforth. At that juncture, their lives would be irrevocably altered, reduced to mere specters of their former selves. Beads of sweat involuntarily dripped from their foreheads. The three judges wore expressions of bitterness, struggling to swallow hard. How could this formidable tycoon suddenly appear here? Wasn't he supposed to be reveling with other magnates? Chapter 122. The audience was astounded. It was indeed the illustrious Jiang Yuan. Had they carelessly summoned security and treated him disrespectfully, their lives would have been irrevocably altered. The thought sent a chill down their spines. As an overwhelming sense of dread spread within, the judges' legs trembled in fear, shaking like leaves in a tempest. Was Jiang Yuan displeased with them, thus taking the stage to voice his thoughts? That was a given. Jiang Yuan's stance was unmistakable. If they persisted with their initial decision, would they not be courting disaster? Perhaps they should amend the results. Better late than never. They resolved to make the change. A fleeting hesitation flashed in the judges' eyes. But the terror of Jiang Yuan's formidable influence compelled them to abandon their pride. A life is worth more than vanity. Any reasonable individual would choose the former. Thus, the three judges mustered their courage and spoke up. The young man's assertions, though unconventional, possess a modicum of validity. We have dabbled in the art of physiognomy ourselves, but over time, we have become somewhat remiss. However, inspired by the young man's insights, we have experienced a sudden epiphany. Therefore, with unanimous agreement from our panel, we declare that the victor of this competition is Gu Jiani. The judge's proclamation immediately ignited an uproar among the audience. They were utterly astonished. Ding. Shot points 500. 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 Goodness, I must have misheard. Not only did these judges refrain from ejecting the young man, but they also altered the outcome of the competition based on his mere words. Who is this young man? He is astonishingly powerful, capable of swaying the judges with just a few casual remarks. He must be a living deity. Am I losing my mind? Or has the world gone mad? Is it truly possible for an ordinary bystander to influence the outcome of a competition this way? This is utterly insane. It seems this young man possesses not only striking looks, but also extraordinary abilities. He undoubtedly has significant connections. Gu Jiani, too, was taken aback. I won. Just like that? Initially shocked, she soon found herself in a state of bemusement. What on earth was happening? She had inexplicably lost to a rival of inferior talent, only to miraculously triumph again, all due to the whims of physiognomy. Or was it all orchestrated by Jiang Yuan? Curiosity piqued, she gazed at Jiang Yuan, as if attempting to unravel the secrets that enveloped him. Anna was in a daze. She pinched the flesh on her hand until it stung, trying to ascertain whether she was dreaming. The results of the competition had already been declared. Yet some passerby had uttered a few esoteric words and managed to overturn the results. Moreover, the three judges had unanimously reversed their decision, disregarding their earlier agreement with her father. How could this be? I understand now, Anna thought. This fellow must have offered more than my father did. Anger surged within her as she glared at the judges, who seemed easily swayed by monetary allure. It appeared that this young man, or perhaps that woman, had outbid her father's offer, leading the judges to betray her. As Anna seethed, she caught sight of Jiang Yuan wearing a triumphant smile. He nonchalantly retrieved a box of cigars from his pocket and began to smoke, his demeanor exuding an infuriating arrogance. Anna's temper flared. Everything had seemed settled. She was the victor of this competition. Yet, Jiang Yuan's unexpected interference had snatched her victory away. This was intolerable. With a fierce stride, Anna approached Jiang Yuan and demanded, "Who are you?" Jiang Yuan, unfazed as he puffed on his cigar, appeared disinterested in her presence. However, recalling her painfully discordant rendition of Lonely, he finally spoke. "Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is the advice I have for you." Jiang Yuan chuckled lightly. "What advice?" She retorted. "I suggest you cease singing and consider a career in the funeral industry. While singing may connect with the earth, it should not connect with the underworld." At Jiang Yuan's words, Anna felt as though she might erupt. The suggestion was a profound insult. She marched up to him, snatched his cigar, and hurled it to the ground, stomping on it vigorously. Unsatisfied, she seized the entire box of cigars and crushed it underfoot. Unperturbed by her brazen behavior, Jiang Yuan calmly remarked, "Miss, you have damaged my property, and I suggest you compensate me." Anna burst into laughter at his serious demeanor. "I thought you were someone of consequence, but it appears you're merely a pauper demanding compensation for a box of cigars." Her eyes were filled with disdain. "Fine, how much?" "I'll pay you." However, what Jiang Yuan said next sent a shiver down her spine. "I remember that each of these cigars costs 600,000. You've damaged about a dozen of them, haven't you?" Jiang Yuan remarked. "I want to make things difficult for you. Just compensate me with 6 million, and we shall consider the matter settled." 6 million. Anna was infuriated to the point of laughter. What kind of cigar costs 600,000? Are you dreaming? At that moment, Yao Wenwen interjected with an explanation. "This is a Chi Guard diamond chain cigar. Each one is adorned with a diamond chain. thus justifying the price of 600,000. Upon hearing this, Anna Air exclaimed, "I've never heard of such a Chi-Guard diamond chain cigar. This is nothing but a scam, pure extortion. I will take you to court, and you shall await the lawyer's letter." Upon learning of her intent to litigate, Jiang Yuan chuckled, "Very well, let us meet in court in a few days." Anna Air, observing Jiang Yuan's unwavering demeanor, felt her ire intensify. She threatened, "My family is a lineage of lawyers. My grandfather, my brother, and my father are all attorneys. You are destined to lose." Chapter 123. Anna Air's father. Not only had a cooked duck flown away, but she was also being inexplicably demanded to pay 6 million. Anna Air was beside herself with rage, her fury nearing an explosion. "My family is a lineage of lawyers. Do you dare to take me to court? You are bound to lose." Jiang Yuan, disinterested in prolonging the argument, simply shook his head, saying, "I initially intended to resolve this amicably and let you pay a modest amount, but since you are so aggressive, let us settle it in court." With that, he turned, accompanied by Yao Wanwan, to seek out Gu Jiani. Seeing Jiang Yuan's nonchalant demeanor, effortlessly dismissing her, only fueled Anna Air's anger further. The Yin family was indeed a prominent lineage of lawyers in Xiamen, with 3 generations of distinguished attorneys. The Yangshi law firm had successfully handled numerous notorious cases within the industry, making the Yin family somewhat renowned in the legal circles of Xiamen. This was common knowledge in the city. Yet, this unknown man dared to suggest they meet in court. He was utterly foolish and recklessly ignorant. In her fury, Anna Air swiftly took out her phone to call her father. She intended to make Jiang Yuan regret his actions, at the very least compelling him to kneel and apologize. Otherwise, this matter would not end here. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan approached Gu Jiani. Before he could speak, she preemptively expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance. I truly didn't know what to do otherwise." Her face radiated appreciation, akin to a blossoming lily. Jiang Yuan waved his hand, stating, "In truth, all the audience, including myself, believe your talent far surpasses that of the other woman. I merely did what others were too timid to attempt." Hearing Jiang Yuan praise her vocal abilities, Gu Jiani felt a flush of color rise to her cheeks as she shyly replied, "I'm not that remarkable." Jiang Yuan smiled. "You are indeed talented. I am quite fond of your voice." The handsome young man's direct compliment left Gu Jiani nearly swooning with happiness. Seizing the moment, Jiang Yuan continued, "If the opportunity arises, would you be willing to serve as the lead singer for my private band?" Private band? Gu Jiani was taken aback. Was this charming young man hinting at something? She opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, her face growing increasingly rosy as she murmured, "If the opportunity arises, I would love to." In an elegant, antique tea room, 2 middle-aged men were savoring tea. And Hung, a well-known lawyer in Xiamen, owned the modestly reputable Yangshi law firm. He took a delicate sip of fine Longjing tea, closing his eyes in pure contentment. Beside him sat his longtime friend, Zhao Juanhe, whose expression was noticeably somber. As Hung enjoyed his tea, he remarked with a smile, "Juanhe, I've heard that your daughter is reluctant to inherit your business and instead wishes to become a teacher." Zhao Juanhe sighed helplessly. "Children have their own destinies. Let her be. I've already made arrangements at Lawrence Middle School, so her becoming a teacher there isn't a bad outcome." Upon hearing the name of Lawrence Middle School, and Hang's eyes brightened. "It seems your business is thriving, Juanhe. Lawrence Middle School is the finest private institution in Xiamen, with every teacher being meticulously chosen. The fact that they accepted your recommendation is truly commendable." Zhao Juanhe waved his hand dismissively. "You flatter me, and brother." Though he feigned modesty, he felt a swell of pride within. His advertising company had flourished in recent years, elevating his status significantly. Securing a teaching position at a mere school was a trivial matter for him. When the topic shifted to their daughters, Zhao Juanhe opened up, "And brother, I recall your daughter seems disinterested in law and desires to pursue a career in the arts?" And Hung chuckled wryly. "It seems we share the same plight, Juanhe." Zhao Juanhe sighed. "Children have their own fates. We can only assist them as much as possible and leave the rest to their own devices." Both men appeared to share a mutual frustration regarding their rebellious daughters. Just then, Hung's phone rang. Upon answering, he realized it was his beloved daughter, Anna Air, calling. Her voice trembled with emotion. "Dad, I've been bullied. I was competing at the A7 venue, performing exceptionally well. I was already declared the winner, and the judges were pleased with my singing. But just as the judges announced my victory, a rude boy created a disturbance, spouting nonsense about appearances, and swayed the judges to reverse their decision, awarding my victory to another girl. Moreover, he accused me of damaging his cigar, claiming it was worth 6 million and is demanding compensation. Dad, I feel so wronged." Hearing his cherished daughter being wronged, and Hang's brow furrowed deeply, his displeasure mounting. Hadn't he already made arrangements? The judges had clearly gone back on their word. And what kind of cigar could possibly be valued at 6 million? This was utter nonsense, clearly the antics of a petty scam artist. Understanding her father well, Anna aimed to soothe him, speaking in an endearing tone. Dad, I'm merely sharing this with you. Please don't intervene on my behalf. If this boy dares to treat me this way, it indicates he must possess some formidable strength, perhaps beyond our capacity to confront. I can endure this grievance, just don't let it escalate because of me. And Hung let out a disdainful snort, his voice gradually turning icy as he proclaimed, "And shaman, who would dare to disregard my reputation? Furthermore, what strength could a mere con artist possess? I believe this fool is simply courting death." After concluding the call, and Heng's expression fluctuated between dark and stormy as he instinctively touched his nose. Those familiar with him understood that this small gesture indicated he was on the verge of fury. Zhao Juanhe, well aware of this, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Brethren, what has transpired?" And Hung exhaled heavily and replied, "It's nothing, just an audacious wretch attempting to extort me." Upon hearing this, Zhao Juanhe burst into laughter. Extorting in Hung? Surely, this was an absurd jest. In Shaman, who had not heard of the esteemed Ungshi law firm, and Hung was the head of this very firm. To attempt to extort him was sheer folly. One might find themselves facing a lawsuit that could lead to their ruin. Following this incident, and Hung immediately began making calls to the 3 judges from Tianqi Media. To confront one's adversary, one must first understand them. And Hung sought to glean information about Jiang Yuan from those 3 judges. However, after 4 or 5 attempts, he found himself unable to reach them. And Heng's brow furrowed deeply. Could it be that these 3 avaricious individuals had accepted someone else's bribe and were now intent on feigning ignorance? In reality, the 3 judges were trembling in fear. Their reluctance to answer in Heng's calls stemmed from a desire to avoid drawing ire. What a formidable figure Jiang Yuan was. With but a mere finger, he could obliterate the infamily. Yet, Anna dared to provoke him, not only being disrespectful, but even trampling upon Jiang Yuan's cigarette. Surely, she was unaware of the peril she courted. The 3 judges exchanged glances, whispering among themselves. The infamily was courting disaster. It was best they avoid any association with Hung to prevent being embroiled in the fallout. Indeed, let us not answer. It would be wise to feign ignorance. They concurred. We must distance ourselves, lest Jiang Yuan's wrath befall us as well. The judges severed ties with Hung entirely, motivated by a desire to evade any repercussions from Jiang Yuan's vengeance. However, Hung interpreted their silence as a sign of guilt from the judges, further solidifying his resolve to seek justice for his daughter. At that moment, Zhao Juanhe received a call from his daughter. "Dad, I was rejected from the interview." Zhao Juanhe's daughter was clearly disgruntled. "Did you not assure me I would surely succeed?" Overwhelmed by his daughter's complaints, Zhao Juanhe was left perplexed and increasingly irritated. Had he not already made arrangements with Lawrence Academy? Was it possible that those individuals had turned against him and dared to reject his daughter? Someone must be obstructing her. What audacity! Please tell me the name of the girl who took your spot. I believe her name is Sun Tingting. Sun Tingting, Zhao Juanhe mentally noted. Preparing to investigate this girl's background and connections, pondering how she could have had the audacity to reject his daughter. A glint of cold fury flickered in his eyes. Seeing Zhao Juanhe conclude his call, and Hung, equally enraged, could not help but inquire, "Brother Juanhe, what troubles you?" Zhao Juanhe replied, "Someone has usurped my daughter's opportunity at the interview at Lawrence Academy." And Hung found the situation somewhat ludicrous. Both of their daughters had fallen victim to such indignities. This was an affront to their dignity. He comfortingly patted Zhao Juanhe's shoulder and said, "Do not worry, Brother Juanhe. If you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." In Shaman, the 2 of us united can contend with anyone. No matter how formidable the opponent, they shall witness the strength of our brotherhood. Both Zhao Juanhe and Hung, 2 seasoned men, gritted their teeth in determination. They simultaneously commenced their investigations to uncover who had wronged their daughters, vowing to deliver a lesson that would be unforgettable. At the center of this turmoil was Jiang Yuan, who was currently enjoying a leisurely meal. After spending the morning at the fiercely competitive event, he found himself quite hungry. Thus, he took Yao Wenwen and Gu Jianing out to dine. The restaurant at Tianqi Tower was of no low caliber. While it could not compare to the pinnacle standards of the Fiskalton restaurant in the southern city, it boasted chefs from the 8 major cuisines, including Sichuan, Shandong, Cantonese, Huayang, and others. Jiang Yuan had a particular fondness for Sichuan cuisine, and thus, the table was filled with dishes such as mapo tofu, twice-cooked pork, kung pao chicken, spicy beef slices, ants climbing a tree, and garlic pork. The vibrant red chili oil wafted enticing aromas, stimulating the appetite. As they gazed at the array of spicy and fragrant dishes, both Yao Wenwen and Gu Jianing, true food enthusiasts, were salivating. The trio indulged joyfully, relishing the delightful flavors. Although at their villa in the Dongshan district, They were accustomed to feasting on delicacies prepared by 4 renowned female chefs. Even the most exquisite dishes could become tiresome after days of consumption. There was a certain allure to dining out, after all. As Yao Wenwen savored her food, she remarked, "Boss, this food is simply divine." After being accustomed to home cooking, dining out is an entirely different experience. When shall we hire a few talented female chefs to bring back home? At this, Zhang Yuan nearly choked on his food. He hastily admonished, "What nonsense! You speak as if we're living in ancient times, purchasing maidservants. We shall engage them in a legitimate manner. Mind your words, hire, not buy." Yao Wenwen responded with an "oh," and then inquired, "So when shall we proceed to hire a few talented female chefs to bring home?" Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment, glancing toward the kitchen of Tianqi Tower. To ensure customer safety and peace of mind, the kitchen was entirely transparent. Upon inspection, he saw that the cooks were all burly men. He promptly dismissed the idea. Just then, a petite girl wearing black-framed glasses and walking gracefully approached Zhang Yuan. "Hello, Director Jiang. I am Zhang Yuning, the personal assistant from Luoka Law Firm. You may call me Xiao Zhang," she introduced herself. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly. This assistant was the one he had called for earlier, and he was pleasantly surprised by her promptness. "Please send out a letter of demand," Zhang Yuan casually instructed. Upon hearing there was business to attend to, Zhang Yuning immediately focused intently. She carefully pulled out a document and began to take notes. "May I ask what kind of case this is? I seek compensation. Someone has damaged my property, and I requested her to compensate me, but she refuses," Zhang Yuan explained. Zhang Yuning meticulously recorded his words, then asked, "And what is this person's name?" Zhang Yuan replied, "Anna." Upon hearing the name Anna, Zhang Yuning was taken aback. "That seems to be the daughter of Angshi Law Firm." Zhang Yuan expressed his interest with a casual "oh," and then remarked, "Well then, let us send the lawyer's letter directly to their law firm." Chapter 125. Angshi Law Firm is in a panic. With just a few nonchalant words, Zhang Yuan conveyed his demands in full to Secretary Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang, with a serious demeanor, meticulously crafted the letter, every stroke deliberate. This was a lawyer's letter initiated personally by Director Jiang, and she couldn't afford to be careless. Her professional competence was quite commendable. Within 10 minutes, she had drafted a simple lawyer's letter. Zhang Yuan, savoring his twice-cooked pork and garlic sauce, cast a brief glance at her work. Xiao Zhang had recorded the details satisfactorily, capturing approximately 7 or 8 parts of his intent. Zhang Yuan smiled with satisfaction and asked, "Xiao Zhang, you've done well. But I must inquire, did you just graduate this year?" Zhang Yuning, demure and scholarly, wore thick black glasses perched on her nose, exuding a distinct student aura. She nodded and replied, "Yes, I graduated just a few months ago and am still familiarizing myself with the work. I will diligently fulfill any tasks you assign, Director Jiang." Observing her youthful, innocent appearance, Zhang Yuan felt a mischievous urge to tease her. "So, Xiao Zhang, do you have a boyfriend?" he inquired with a smile. "I've heard our firm is home to many striking industry elites. If you fancy anyone, just let me know, and I shall arrange it for you." Upon hearing this, Secretary Xiao Zhang immediately flushed crimson, her cheeks blooming like roses, and she muttered under her breath, "This Director Jiang, how utterly inappropriate. Asking me such personal questions right after meeting. Besides, I don't even know those people. How could I possibly be swayed by mere looks? I am not one to judge solely by appearances. Moreover, those so-called industry elites are hardly as handsome as Director Jiang. If I were truly superficial, I would prioritize you over those insufferable men." With this thought, Zhang Yuning's face grew even redder, resembling a ripe apple. She felt shy and averted her gaze from Zhang Yuan, lowering her head to focus on her toes, her voice barely audible as she said, "I don't have a boyfriend and have no plans to find one for now. Thank you for your concern." Yao Wenwen, overhearing this, couldn't resist the playful spirit and began to tease, "Our boss doesn't have a girlfriend either. If you don't make an effort, little secretary, who knows? You might just end up with our boss." Yao Wenwen's loud exclamations made Zhang Yuning wish to disappear into the ground from embarrassment. Meanwhile, Gu Jianing, feeling a tinge of jealousy, chimed in, "Stop joking with her. Xiao Zhang is still quite young." Yao Wenwen laughed even more heartily, exclaiming, "Are you jealous? Why not compare talents and abilities with Xiao Zhang? I'll be the judge and see who is more worthy of our boss." Zhang Yuan, amused by her playful antics, couldn't help but pinch Yao Wenwen's ear, saying, "There's a limit to joking around." Yao Wenwen, in a soft voice, pleaded, "Boss, I was wrong. How about this? I'll stand in for both of them." Zhang Yuan, momentarily taken aback by her audacity, tightened his grip, eliciting laughter from Xiao Zhang and Gu Jianing. Inside the Angshi law firm, and Hing sat in his office, reviewing recent cases. However, his mood was evidently sour. He hadn't even touched his favorite Kadam coffee, allowing it to grow cold. He was unable to reach the three judges and lacked the means to investigate that scoundrel. And Hung was deeply dissatisfied. Am I really going to let this little brat off the hook? No way. How dare he bully my daughter? This matter is far from over. Just as he was stewing in frustration, a frantic knock echoed on his office door. Bang, bang, bang. The knocks were rapid and urgent. And Hung frowned and called out, "Come in." The door swung open, revealing a frail, middle-aged man, clearly flustered. "Director, it's bad. Someone sent us a lawyer's letter, claiming your daughter damaged someone's property and refuses to compensate. They intend to pursue legal action." Upon hearing this, and Hung felt a mix of shock and delight. He was astonished that they had the audacity to send the lawyer's letter directly to his law firm, yet pleased that he finally had an opportunity to confront them. And Hung's brow furrowed as he reprimanded, "Shaolin, how can you be so timid? Such a trivial matter has you in a tizzy. What kind of demeanor is that?" Shaolin trembled, struggling to articulate his explanation. "You don't understand who their law firm is." And Hung, visibly displeased, took a sip of his Kadam coffee, asking, "Which law firm?" Shaolin responded cautiously, "Callow Law Firm." "What?" And Hung spat out his coffee in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief, nearly dampening his trousers. Callow Law Firm, undoubtedly the premier law firm in Xiqing. Its team of lawyers is regarded as an undefeated legend in the legal community, each one a dragon among lawyers. Even a single member could dominate the legal arena independently. More alarmingly, their cohesion was formidable, with all members firmly bound to Callow Law Firm, making it impossible to lure any away, regardless of the financial incentives offered. In the legal circles of Xiqing, it was an unwritten rule to avoid provoking Callow Law Firm. Conversely, their fees were exorbitant, often tens or even hundreds of times that of ordinary firms. Such extravagant costs were beyond the reach of the average person. Furthermore, engaging Callow Law Firm required significant connections. The audacity of the opposing party to enlist this firm to confront him was a clear indication of their determination to see him topple. No matter how formidable Ungshi Law Firm might be, it could never stand against Callow Law Firm. An ant, no matter how strong, could never challenge an elephant. Who on earth is this person who could afford to engage the likes of Callow Law Firm to litigate against us? And Hung felt both anxious and enraged. He forcefully slammed the coffee cup onto the table. Shaolin interjected, "The letter states the opposing party is named Jiang Yuan." Jiang Yuan, a rather ordinary name, one that Hung had never heard before. Doubt filled his mind as he ordered, "Immediately find someone to investigate this Jiang Yuan and his connection to Callow Law Firm. Also, verify the authenticity of this lawyer's letter. Could it possibly be a forgery?" Callow Law Firm wouldn't represent an unknown individual. Chapter 126, Director of Callow Law Firm. Who exactly is Jiang Yuan? It seems he is connected to Callow Law Firm. Now all I can do is hope this lawyer's letter from Callow Law Firm is a forgery, and Hung thought to himself. Otherwise, if there truly is a link to Callow Law Firm, we absolutely cannot engage in a battle we are destined to lose. What began as a minor issue has now escalated to involve the foremost law firm in Xiqing, and Heng's anxiety grew with each passing moment. To err on the side of caution, he promptly resolved to conduct a formal investigation into the matter. He commanded Shaolin to examine the lawyer's letter while simultaneously dialing Anna's number. Approximately half an hour later, Anna, still groggy from sleep, appeared in the office. "Dad, I was resting. Why did you call me?" And Hung, his expression grave, inquired, "Daughter, you must speak to me with utmost clarity and seriousness regarding the situation with Jiang Yuan. What exactly transpired?" Upon hearing this, a fleeting look of uncertainty crossed Anna's eyes. She straightened her posture and declared, "That Jiang Yuan is utterly shameless. He exploited his privileges to usurp my spot and even extorted me." Extortion. And Hung seized upon the keyword, fixing his gaze intently on his daughter. "What exactly did you break of his?" Anna had never witnessed her father's demeanor so stern, and a flicker of fear gripped her. However, mustering her courage, she obstinately replied, "It was just a pack of cigarettes, Dad." "Do you really think a pack of cigarettes is worth much?" "He is demanding 6 million from me. It's blatant bullying." And Hung, still concerned, pressed further. "Are you certain you only damaged his pack of cigarettes?" Anna nodded emphatically. "I swear, I truly only damaged his pack of cigarettes." Hearing this, and Hung felt a slight sense of relief. If it were indeed just a pack of cigarettes, the exorbitant demand for compensation was evidently unreasonable. If he were to confront Callow Law Firm in court, perhaps victory was not entirely out of reach. At that moment, Zhao Juanha's call came in unexpectedly, and Hung answered and asked, "Brother Juanha, what is the matter?" Zhao Juanha, his voice laced with fury, replied, "I found out who has been bullying my daughter. His name is Jiang Yuan." Jiang Yuan again. How could this elusive figure be entangled in every incident? For reasons unknown, upon hearing that name, and Hung shivered, as if confronted by the devil himself. After a moment of silence, he confessed, "Brother Juanha, to be honest, I just received news that my daughter has also been victimized by this Jiang Yuan. Zhao Juanhe, upon hearing this, found it almost absurdly coincidental that the very person tormenting both their daughters was the same individual. About 20 minutes later, Zhao Juanhe arrived at An Heng's office in a fury. This Jiang Yuan must have a death wish. He has truly gone too far. Zhao Juanhe erupted in a tirade. To disrespect our daughters, he will pay a bloody price. If he doesn't kneel and apologize, this matter will not be settled. Listening to Zhao Juanhe's fierce words, Anna felt a surge of pride. She was acutely aware of Zhao Juanhe's immense influence in Xiqing as the king of advertising. If he spoke, his words would certainly carry weight. The thought of Jiang Yuan begging for mercy brought a rush of satisfaction to Anna's heart. Yet An Heng felt an unsettling sense of dread escalating within him. At that moment, Shaolin timidly entered the room, his face pale and trembling with anxiety. Director, the verification results are in. This is indeed a letter from Carlo Law Firm, Shaolin stammered. An Heng inhaled deeply. All right, I understand. However, Shaolin hesitated, clearly struggling to convey something further. An Heng furrowed his brow. Why are you so timid? Speak plainly. What is the worst that could happen? Shaolin gulped nervously, finally managing to say, that Jiang Yuan. He seems to be the director of Carlo Law Firm. Thunderstruck, An Heng felt his legs weaken, and he collapsed to the ground. What did you say? An Heng exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Yuan is the director of Carlo Law Firm? You can't be serious. Is your source credible? Shaolin replied, somewhat haltingly. This information is absolutely reliable. It was shared with me by an old classmate who took considerable risks to inform me. Zhao Juanhe was equally shocked, exclaiming, the director of Carlo Law Firm is actually that Jiang Yuan? He was so taken aback that he nearly had to lean against the table to avoid embarrassing himself. Carlo Law Firm was renowned in Xiqing, a legendary establishment that few in the older generation were unaware of. The realization that his adversary was the director of such a prestigious firm sent Zhao Juanhe's heart racing, nearly stopping in terror. A chilling sense of dread surged through him, creeping up his spine. Anna, grappling with this new reality, looked at her father and Uncle Zhao, both visibly shaken to the core. What is this Carlo Law Firm? Is Jiang Yuan really that formidable? She stammered. Zhao Juanhe, forcing himself to regain composure, reassured. Do not be overly frightened. While we certainly have our conflicts with this person, it is not necessarily insurmountable. We should prioritize harmony. If we prepare a gift and offer an apology, I believe they will not be excessively unreasonable. Anna retorted, Uncle Zhao, weren't you just saying that if Jiang Yuan doesn't kneel and admit his wrongs, this matter won't be settled? How did it suddenly turn into a focus on harmony? And why should I be the one to apologize? Isn't that more painful than death? In that instant, even a person as naive as Anna began to grasp the gravity of the situation and the extraordinary nature of Jiang Yuan's identity. However, being somewhat spoiled, she instinctively wanted to reject the proposal of an apology. Just then, Zhao Juanhe's phone rang. Upon answering, the news he received was so staggering he could hardly believe his ears. What? Jiang Yuan is a newly appointed board member at Lawrence School? Zhao Juanhe gasped in shock. Jiang Yuan, a board member at Lawrence? Another shocking revelation. An Heng felt as if his mind had gone blank, overwhelmed by a torrent of thoughts. He stammered, Gifts, go. He swallowed hard and declared, prepare gifts immediately. We must go in person to apologize. Chapter 127, Campus Goddess Lu Shir. Upon hearing this, Anna elongated her voice and protested, no way. I absolutely refuse to go. How could I possibly apologize to someone like that? Dad, Uncle Zhao, why are you both so frightened? Is this person really that impressive? Zhao Juanhe and An Heng both took deep breaths, striving to calm their emotions. Subsequently, their faces simultaneously donned an exceedingly serious expression as they fixated on Anna, stating emphatically, you must go. The atmosphere grew tense. Anna had never before witnessed such a fearsome expression on her father and Uncle Zhao. An unsettling feeling began to creep into her heart, and she felt a rising sense of fear. Lawrence School is not as simple as you might think, Zhao Juanhe said after a moment of silence. This institution is connected to many influential figures, and in certain respects, it is even more formidable than Carlo Law Firm. An Heng's expression was exceedingly serious as he added, moreover, some of the teachers at this school are rumored to have extraordinarily impressive backgrounds, far beyond our reach. Anna, still harboring some resentment, stubbornly retorted, but I haven't done anything wrong. It's clearly their fault. Why should I apologize? At this juncture, if anyone possessed even a modicum of understanding, they would have already acquiesced to her. Yet, Anna remained obstinately spoiled. Witnessing his daughter's obstinacy, An Heng felt a wave of irritation wash over him. He issued a directive, his voice cold and commanding. I don't care whether you are right or wrong. You must apologize. Anna was taken aback. Even if she were innocent, she was expected to apologize? This was utterly unreasonable. Anhing's face revealed an unimaginable sternness as he said, "Do you think I am being unreasonable? But who taught you that this world is governed by reason? What matters here is power and connections. Heed my words, prepare your things immediately, and go apologize to Jiang Yuan." Anna Eyre had never witnessed her father issue commands to her with such coldness. The father who usually showered her with affection suddenly felt somewhat alien. A surge of shock and fear coursed through her, sending goosebumps prickling across her skin. "All right, I'll go," she stammered. Having said that, she hurriedly opened the door and left, as if the atmosphere had become unbearable with each passing second. As she fled in a flurry, Anning exchanged a glance with Zhao Juanhe, both of them letting out a long, mutual sigh. At Lawrence High School, after successfully passing her interview, Sun Tingting swiftly completed her onboarding procedures. According to tradition, every new teacher is paired with a seasoned educator to familiarize them with their duties. Sun Tingting was assigned to a middle-aged female teacher, approximately 33 years old. "You can call me Sister Zhang," she smiled. "However, if you are to work with me, you must agree to one condition." Curiously, Sun Tingting inquired, "What is it?" "You are not to have any dealings with a teacher named Lu Shishir." Sun Tingting was somewhat baffled and asked, "Why? Who is this person?" Upon mentioning Lu Shishir, Sister Zhang's expression turned venomous. She pointed ominously and said, "If you wish to avoid trouble, I suggest you heed my warning." Following her pointing finger, Sun Tingting caught sight of a stunning girl in the distance. The girl was engrossed in writing, and Sun Tingting could only glimpse half of her profile. Yet, even that half was enough to incite envy in most women. Though Sun Tingting was a woman herself, her heart raced slightly upon seeing Lu Shishir's visage. She even began to comprehend why, in ancient times, there was a saying about a man's wrath being ignited for the sake of a beauty. Sister Zhang continued, "You see that young man seated 3 rows behind you? Since the day Lu Shishir joined, he has been infatuated with her, even ending a 9-year relationship with his girlfriend to prove his unwavering devotion to Lu Shishir." Sun Tingting glanced back and indeed spotted a somewhat handsome young man surreptitiously observing Lu Shishir. She was taken aback and asked, "Has he made any progress?" Sister Zhang shook her head and replied, "If he truly had the capability, it would be wonderful. She hardly pays him any mind." Sun Tingting silently thought to herself, "Poor guy." With the topic of Lu Shishir broached, Sister Zhang seemed to have opened a floodgate of gossip, perhaps a natural inclination among women. "Look at that balding middle-aged man seated to your right," Sister Zhang whispered. "He is married with children in middle school. Yet he frequently hints at his affections towards Lu Shishir and forbids any male teachers from approaching her." Sun Tingting gasped, covering her mouth. "That old man is utterly shameless." Sister Zhang discreetly pointed again, continuing, "The middle-aged man standing by the entrance is a parent of one of our students. Rumor has it he abandoned his wife of 7 years to pursue Lu Shishir. He was once one of the top 10 outstanding entrepreneurs and moral exemplars in Xiqing." Sun Tingting was somewhat astonished. At this point, Sister Zhang even leaned in closer and whispered, "But none of them stand a chance. It is said that a powerful figure has taken an interest in Lu Shishir, and they wouldn't dare compete with him. This woman is deeply entrenched in complexities. It is best not to approach her lightly." Sun Tingting immediately resolved to avoid this perilously enchanting woman at all costs to steer clear of potential trouble. Just then, a crucial thought struck her. She stealthily pulled out her phone and began composing a text to Jiang Yuan. "Brother Jiang Yuan, I passed the interview, before long." Jiang Yuan replied, "Congratulations. I will come to pick you up shortly." The prospect of Jiang Yuan personally coming to collect her filled Sun Tingting with a sweet elation akin to savoring honey. "All right, I'll wait for you." Approximately 20 minutes later, Jiang Yuan's figure appeared before her. His arrival caused many female teachers to gaze in awe. "That young man is quite handsome. Which teacher is he here to pick up?" They envied, wondering which fortunate teacher had such luck. Sun Tingting, amidst the envious glances of her fellow female educators, approached Jiang Yuan with a beaming face. Meanwhile, several male teachers looked on with displeasure. Initially, they had entertained their own notions about the newly hired beauty, Sun Tingting, but now it seemed she was already claimed. At that moment, an astonishing event unfolded. Jiang Yuan naturally took Sun Tingting's left hand, while simultaneously extending his right hand towards Lu Shishir. To everyone's shock, Lu Shishir looked up and immediately sprinted towards Jiang Yuan, leaping into his embrace. Chapter 128, The Astonished Suitors. Thunderous. A bolt from the blue. The several men who had coveted Lu Shishir were left utterly astounded. Ding. Shock points, 666. 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 The sudden, disheartening news drove them to the brink of madness, evoking an impulse akin to a wailing specter. Who was that somewhat handsome man? Lu Shishir has a boyfriend? This is outrageous. Is he here to pick up the teacher named Sun, or is he here for Lu Shishir? Perhaps he is here for both. How brazen. Is this man not excessively audacious? With Lu Shishir in Jiang Yuan's embrace, countless hearts shattered like glass. Sun Tingting, too, felt somewhat dazed. He had only just prepared himself, reminding himself to avoid any entanglement with this woman. Yet, in an instant, she unexpectedly threw herself into Jiang Yuan's embrace. Lu Shishir's face flushed, and she stepped out of Jiang Yuan's arms. Her previous excitement had led her to act so passionately. I never expected to see you here, Lu Shishir blushed. Why didn't you inform me you were coming from Nanxing? Jiang Yuan chuckled and replied, I brought my friend here for an interview. She has already been hired. Upon hearing this, Lu Shishir keenly sensed something amiss. Turning her gaze, it landed on Sun Tingting's face, and her eyes shifted to the hands Jiang Yuan and Sun Tingting were intertwined. Lu Shishir immediately revealed a somewhat envious expression to the multitude of suitors around. Her reaction was akin to a bolt from the blue. It was clear that Shishir was filled with jealousy. She must have feelings for this young man. Who is this audacious fellow? He doesn't even seem like he belongs to our shaman, yet he has managed to win over our goddess upon his arrival? It cannot be so easy. We cannot let this go. I believe this lad only possesses a modicum of charm. He may not have the substance to match. As Jiang Yuan held Sun Tingting's and Lu Shishir's hands, preparing to leave, a middle-aged balding man obstructed their path. Young man, you don't appear to be from shaman. Allow me to arrange accommodation for you, the balding man said, wearing a greasy smile. Coincidentally, my 5-star hotel is having a grand opening and can offer you a 30% discount. Jiang Yuan found himself both amused and exasperated. This middle-aged man was clearly trying to show off. On the surface, he seemed hospitable, eager to assist with accommodation, but his gaze was fixed intently on Lu Shishir. It was evident he intended to flaunt the opening of his new upscale hotel before her. Goodness, age has not dulled his spirit. Despite his baldness, he still harbors such frivolous ambitions. Jiang Yuan promptly replied, no need. We have already resolved our accommodation. The balding man then expressed curiosity. Oh? Jiang Yuan continued, it's merely a house. I can easily purchase one. Coincidentally, I do not own property in Xiamen, so I intend to acquire one. Upon hearing Jiang Yuan's words, the balding man laughed aloud. Young man, you're putting on quite the show. I can only give you an 8 out of 10 for that. And that S on a 100-point scale. To claim you'll buy property on site? It's as if you can just snap your fingers and make it happen. Are you a billionaire at such a young age? Such extravagant claims are far from reality. The other suitors also displayed amused expressions upon hearing Jiang Yuan's declaration. This young man is clearly a naive fool. It's evident he lacks wealth. Hence the need to puff himself up. Does he even understand the cost of a house, especially in Xiamen? Even the wealthiest of entrepreneurs wouldn't dare to claim they could buy one at will. It appears he is merely a pretty face, devoid of substance. Just as the oily balding man prepared to make a quip at Jiang Yuan's expense, a distinguished middle-aged man rushed in. And isn't that the director of Ungshi law firm? What brings him to our school? This is a big shot. His daughter Anna is also a student here. Upon seeing Heng's sudden visit, the balding man was taken aback. He hastily set aside his affairs to prepare for a greeting. Director An, your esteemed presence is a great honor. We apologize for not welcoming you properly. However, Heng didn't even spare him a glance. Instead, he anxiously scanned the area for someone. Upon learning of Jiang Yuan's assistance to Sun Tingting, he immediately speculated that since Sun Tingting had a close relationship with Jiang Yuan, he might be able to find Jiang Yuan's address through her. In order to apologize in person, it was also possible that Jiang Yuan had come to pick up Sun Tingting himself. Heng quickly surveyed the surroundings and soon identified a man who resembled Jiang Yuan. Having learned from his daughter Anna that Jiang Yuan was exceptionally handsome, a true paragon of beauty, it was difficult to mistake him. Heng approached Jiang Yuan cautiously and inquired, Are you Jiang Yuan? Jiang Yuan nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Without further ado, Heng stood upright, bowing at a 90-degree angle. I am sorry, I am Anna's father. Heng said respectfully, If my daughter has offended you in any way, I kindly ask for your understanding. The surrounding onlookers were momentarily stunned, witnessing Heng bowing deeply, displaying the utmost respect as if in the presence of a top-tier figure. Suddenly, the entire office was enveloped in shock. Ding. Shock points 768. Ding. Shock points 800. Ding. Shock points 813. Ding. Shock points 830. Ding. Shock points 900. Who on earth is this young man that director and is behaving like a mouse encountering a cat? Heng was trembling. It was evident he was quite fearful. This young man is not ordinary. Chapter 129, Whispers of Warning. The middle-aged balding man was immediately left in an awkward position. He had approached Heng with enthusiasm. only to be completely ignored while the director bowed to Jiang Yuan instead. What an embarrassing situation. He felt unwilling to let it go and pressed, "Director In, what are you apologizing for?" Yet In Hung continued to disregard him, addressing Jiang Yuan with utmost reverence. "My daughter is willful and has caused you trouble. Considering her youthful ignorance, I hope you can forgive her." He then added, "My daughter is on her way. Please wait a moment, and Mr. Zhao Juanhe is also eager to meet you." The bystanders gasped in astonishment. Zhao Juanhe, a notable figure in Xiamen's advertising industry, was coming to meet Jiang Yuan personally? The fact that both In Hung and Zhao Juanhe were personally coming to greet him indicated that Jiang Yuan's status was quite remarkable. If they were in Jiang Yuan's shoes, they would likely be overjoyed. However, Jiang Yuan frowned and coldly stated, "I don't have time to listen to your apologies. I have matters to attend to. Please step aside." Upon learning that this man was Anna's father, Jiang Yuan felt a surge of displeasure. He had a very poor impression of Anna. Not only was her singing atrocious, but her character was also exceedingly poor. After having rudely damaged his belongings, she had the audacity to threaten him with legal action. Naturally, Jiang Yuan had no interest in either her or her father. Moreover, he genuinely had pressing matters to address. As a newcomer to Xiamen, he did not even own a house. This simply would not do. Now that he was here, he must at least acquire a magnificent villa. Jiang Yuan was accustomed to living in exquisite villas within the Dongshan Villa district. It is often said that transitioning from frugality to extravagance is a simple endeavor, while the reverse is a formidable challenge. In regards to housing, his demands have escalated to an astonishing level. He is eager to purchase a property without delay, showing little patience for idle chatter. Meanwhile, In Hung, listening to his utterly indifferent remarks, finds himself drenched in cold sweat, realizing that this matter is far from easily resolved. Conversely, the middle-aged balding man appears increasingly displeased. He exclaims loudly, "How can you, a young man, speak in such a manner? Director In has been nothing but courteous. Can't you let him finish his words? Why the rush to leave? Are you in a hurry to be reborn?" Despite the rudeness and arrogance of the man's words, Jiang Yuan remains remarkably unperturbed. Instead, he calmly retorts, "While you may not be in a hurry, soon you shall wish you had been born differently." The middle-aged balding man, taken aback, is about to unleash a torrent of invective, but his words falter at his throat, stifled by the piercing gaze that suddenly engulfs him from behind. A chill runs through him as he instinctively senses fear. Turning, he finds an esteemed elder regarding him with a frosty demeanor. "Director Lin," he gasps, his voice betraying his surprise. The surrounding teachers are equally astonished. Director Lin is typically amiable, but today he seems rather different. The expression on his face is decidedly ominous. Upon his arrival, Director Lin immediately directs a scathing rebuke at the middle-aged man. "What concern is it of yours? Are you, like a dog chasing a rat, overly meddling in others' affairs? If you are so fond of interference, perhaps you should consider a career away from teaching." The middle-aged man, his face turning a shade akin to that of a pig's liver, dares not retort. After all, this is the director of Lawrence School, a figure of extraordinary influence. One word from him could send the man packing. The opportunity to work at Lawrence School is a coveted dream for many. Should he find himself dismissed, it would not only be a matter of lost dignity, but a monumental setback. Director Lin, evidently unwilling to waste Jiang Yuan's time, shifts his gaze to the young man, his face transforming into a sunlit smile, reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum. "Director Jiang, if you have matters to attend to, please feel free to leave. I shall handle everything else in your stead." His words brim with respect and reverence. To the ears of others, it sounds like thunderclaps. Did he just say Director Jiang? This young man is the newly appointed legendary director, Jiang Yuan? No wonder. His previous statements were entirely genuine. We were the ones with a narrow perspective. This individual is our superior. Goodness, he is barely in his 20s, and yet a director. Alert. Shock points, 1000. 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 Sun Tingting, hearing this, is also struck with astonishment. It's no wonder that with a mere word, Brother Jiang could secure her admission to Lawrence School. It turns out he is a director. Instantly, admiration sparkles in her eyes. A director in his 20s, this is completely unprecedented. Truly, Brother Jiang is remarkable. Lu Shishir glances at Jiang Yuan, surprised. He has concealed his depth well, she thinks to herself. Meanwhile, the previously boisterous middle-aged man now wears a look akin to one who has just tasted bitter defeat. After a moment, he manages to sputter, "Director Lin, you cannot be jesting. This young man is our newly appointed director?" Director Lin shoots him a sharp look and commands, "An emergency meeting. All teachers are to attend." He adds, "Except for Teacher Sun and Teacher Lu." Jiang Yuan nods, appreciating the elder's discernment in not wasting his time. He resolves to reward such thoughtfulness later. Jiang Yuan takes Sun Tingting and Lu Shishir with him as they depart from Lawrence School, heading towards the city center to explore potential upscale villas. After their departure, and Hung, filled with resignation, can only leave in silence. Meanwhile, Director Lin conducts a thorough inquiry, questioning whether anyone else has been disrespectful towards Director Jiang. The assembled crowd shakes their heads vigorously, denying any wrongdoing. Subsequently, Director Lin unleashes another round of fierce reprimands upon the previously insolent middle-aged man, berating him for over half an hour in front of all the teachers, employing a barrage of colorful language that leaves the onlookers in a state of shock. Their perception of Jiang Yuan's influence elevates to an entirely new level. The news of Jiang Yuan's departure with Lu Shishir soon reaches the ears of a sinister-looking young man. Chapter 130. The premier villas in the city center. The Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost glides along the road as Jiang Yuan sits in the passenger seat, admiring the scenery outside. In the back seat, Sun Tingting can no longer contain her curiosity and asks, "Brother Jiang, where are we headed now?" "To the city center." "What for?" "To buy a house." Sun Tingting nearly chokes on her own saliva, astonished. "You're really going to buy one? In the city center?" She is taken aback. Alert. Shock points, 300. Initially, she assumed Jiang Yuan was merely speaking out of indignation towards the middle-aged man, but it seems he is quite serious. Cautiously, she warns, "Brother Jiang, the prices of houses in the city center are terrifyingly high. Even as a director, you might find it challenging." Jiang Yuan remains silent, simply reaching out to gently pat her head. The head pat, an undeniable tactic. Whenever he wishes to avoid lengthy explanations, he resorts to this method, and it is invariably effective. As expected, after receiving the head pat, Sun Tingting's face lights up with pure delight, savoring the warmth of his hand atop her head, unable to utter another word. Beside them, Yao Wenwen, driving the car, secretly rolls her eyes at the scene, thinking to herself how the boss resembles someone petting a cat. Surprisingly, Lu Shishir does not display any jealousy but instead appears somewhat pensive, gazing out the window as the clouds above darken ominously. It seems as though a storm is on the horizon. The Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost speeds ahead, and soon the four arrive at the upscale villa sales district in the city center. A beautiful sales representative promptly approaches them. "Hello, sir and madam, my name is Chun. You can call me Xiao Chun," she introduces herself. Jiang Yuan nods in acknowledgement. Subsequently, he inquired, "Which villa is the finest in your establishment?" Xiao Chun retrieved her folder and extracted a document. "The most exquisite villa we offer is the Antilla Villa," she replied. "It encompasses an area of 3,000 square meters, with an indoor space of 1,200 square meters, accompanied by a sprawling 1,600 square meter garden and a private pool measuring 200 square meters. This stately French residence exudes an air of opulence, characterized by a distinctly European grandeur. It has garnered considerable interest from many prospective buyers. However, regrettably, it has already been reserved a few days ago." Antilla Villa. Why does that name resonate so familiar? Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment before suddenly slapping his forehead as the memory struck him. Just a few days prior, during a lottery event in Qinghe Township, he had won a villa. Yet, amidst the plethora of prizes, he had scarcely taken notice of it. He now recalled that the Antilla Villa had indeed been reserved for him by the system. "Nevertheless," Jiang Yuan replied, "are there any villas styled in the manner of the Dragon Kingdom? We would like to see one in person." In truth, Jiang Yuan was not particularly fond of European architectural styles. It is well known that when it comes to architecture, our ancestors were the true masters of the world. No matter how lavish foreign designs may be, they can never evoke the sense of belonging that our own Dragon Kingdom culture provides. This request was somewhat unique. Xiao Chen diligently sifted through the documents for approximately 4 to 5 minutes. She lifted her head, hesitantly responding, "We do have such a villa, but..." Noticing her indecisiveness piqued Jiang Yuan's curiosity, prompting him to press further. "But what? Speak freely." "There is a villa styled as a Wangfu, but its price is somewhat steep." Wangfu. Upon hearing this description, Jiang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. A residence so steeped in antiquity and infused with the essence of the Dragon Kingdom. How delightful. Meanwhile, Yao Wenwen and Sun Tingting exchanged incredulous glances. "What? A Wangfu? Is that truly a type of villa? I've never heard of such a thing." Jiang Yuan chuckled. "If it were a commonplace villa, I wouldn't even be interested. What I desire is something extraordinary and unheard of." Seeing Jiang Yuan's keen interest, Xiao Chen wasted no time. She promptly led Jiang Yuan and his companions to the Wangfu Villa. Upon arrival, Jiang Yuan's eyes widened in awe. With its vermilion doors and red windows, and the elegant eaves gracing the corners, the entrance was flanked by 2 imposing stone lions. Pushing open the grand door revealed an interior rich with ancient Dragon Kingdom architecture, radiating an undeniable charm. This architectural style was once reserved solely for royalty, a realm imbued with an air of nobility. Quite splendid, Jiang Yuan exclaimed, clapping his hands in approval. However, Xiao Chen hesitated before adding, in truth, this Wangfu villa is also highly sought after. Not long ago, the son of a prominent figure came to view it and mentioned he would be placing a deposit soon. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan resolutely stated, since it remains unsold, it is technically unclaimed. If I place a deposit, it shall rightfully belong to me. Xiao Chen, recognizing Jiang Yuan's determination, promptly began discussing the transaction details for the villa. After all, if Jiang Yuan were to encounter any trouble, she had already provided her warnings. Selling the property was her priority. This Wangfu, however, lacked a name. Jiang Yuan decided to christen it Yuan Wangfu. News of his intention to purchase the villa spread swiftly. In a prestigious office, a young man with a cold demeanor lounged with his legs crossed. Accompanying him were 3 demurely attractive secretaries, ever ready to cater to his every whim. Suddenly, a piece of news arrived. Young Master Yi, the Wangfu-style villa you were interested in has been reserved by someone else. Yi Rongtian, also known as Young Master Yi, furrowed his brow in displeasure. I had a quarrel with my father last time, resulting in my bank cards being frozen, which prevented me from purchasing that villa, he grumbled, visibly irked. Does this person not comprehend who I am? How dare they compete with me for something? His expression darkened, causing the 3 secretaries to tremble, fully aware that such a demeanor signaled impending misfortune for someone. Those who crossed young Master Yi rarely emerged unscathed, and often faced dire consequences. Shortly after this news, another report surfaced. Young Master Yi, Lu Shishir has been taken by a mysterious man, rumored to be a newly appointed director at Lawrence Academy. Upon hearing this, Yi Rongtian sprang to his feet, an aura of deadly intent radiating from him. Who is that man? Where are they now? Chapter 131, Yuan Wangfu. It was said that in Hung, the head of Ungshi law firm, held this person in considerable regard. Reports indicated that even in Hung had to apologize personally with his daughter, only to be coldly rebuffed. Yi Rongtian frowned, coolly remarking, that old fool in Hung, at his age, has achieved so little, resorting to bowing before a younger individual, truly disgraceful. The advertising magnate Zhao Juanhe also sought to pay respects to this individual. But he too was an inconsequential figure, hardly worth consideration. Cold and calculating, Yi Rongtian exuded an air of superiority. As the adage goes, dragons and phoenixes belong to the same family. Given that this person was associated with such inept individuals, it suggested that they were far from significant. Yi Rongtian's expression remained impassive, reminiscent of a king enforcing his will, not due to mere arrogance, but because his father, Yi Qianfan, was a genuine billionaire. His assets spanned a vast array of industries, including healthcare, finance, and real estate. From birth, Yi Rongtian had considered himself destined for greatness. Believing that he was meant to be an unparalleled figure, others were merely his supporting cast. With a clap of his hands, Yi Rongtian summoned a foreigner with golden curls. Peter, I entrust this matter to you, he commanded coldly. Peter immediately donned a sycophantic smile. This wretched fool dares to lay filthy hands upon our esteemed mistress. Such a sin warrants eternal damnation. I, Peter, shall ensure that this pitiful jester pays the price of everlasting regret. Yi Rongtian, observing Peter's demeanor and listening to his words, felt a surge of satisfaction. Peter had been a subordinate he acquired during his studies abroad, lacking any particular talent except for his remarkable ability to flatter. His skill in praising Yi Rongtian was unparalleled. Rest assured, I will ensure that this jester pays a price he will never forget, Peter declared obsequiously. Yi Rongtian nodded slightly, suppressing his fury. Lu Shishir was indeed the sole legitimate heir of a billionaire, yet due to her grandfather's final will, obtaining her inheritance would require significant effort without her father's assistance. The details of their negotiations had already been settled. Lu Shishir's stepmother had negotiated terms with her. Yet Lu Shishir remained perpetually indifferent towards her, keeping her at arm's length. Not even a single touch of her hand had transpired, let alone anything more intimate. This incited considerable frustration. As the rightful heir to a fortune of billions, the scion of the Yi family, one would expect that women would eagerly vie for his affections. Yet, this particular woman exhibited a disconcerting aloofness, showing no interest whatsoever. She was indeed unique. Recently, she had seemingly turned against him, increasingly ignoring his presence, refusing to utter a word. Messages sent by him were left on read, unanswered. Yi Xiao had long sensed something amiss. He had envisioned Lu Shishir as his future wife. But the current state of affairs left him feeling as if he were beneath a vast and oppressive Tibetan plateau. Love was a radiant light, yet it cast a greenish hue that left Yi Xiao in disarray. Upon learning that Lu Shishir had been taken away by a mysterious man, he immediately recognized the individual as the one who had dared to usurp his place. Fury boiled within him, and he promptly ordered Peter to take action, vowing to make this reckless youth regret his audacity. In stark contrast to Yi Rongtian's rage, Jiang Yuan reclined contentedly in the grand armchair of the royal mansion. The transaction for the villa had been finalized, with the contract now entering the stamping phase, soon to be handed over to Yao Wenwen. Ultimately, the expansive royal estate was sold for a staggering 50 billion, and its plaque was changed to Yuan Wangfu. Although the architecture retained the royal style, the interior was equipped with numerous modern conveniences, ensuring a comfortable lifestyle. As mealtime approached, Jiang Yuan casually summoned Xiao Chun. "I wish to hire some chefs at a generous salary," he stated succinctly. However, Xiao Chun appeared hesitant. "But we do not offer such services," Jiang Yuan responded lightly. Realizing that this place differed from the Dongshan Villa area in South City, lacking the necessary support services. "Very well, find a chef who meets my requirements, and I shall grant you a commission," he proposed. Xiao Chen's expression grew more troubled. "It is nearly dark. Where shall we find someone? I understand your desire for chefs, but we truly cannot assist you." Jiang Yuan nodded. "Find someone, and I will offer you a commission of 100,000. 100,000. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. "If that's the case, I am no longer fatigued." "Very well, what type of chef do you desire? I shall go to great lengths to find one for you." Xiao Chen rubbed her hands together eagerly, her demeanor obsequious. Jiang Yuan contemplated for a moment before slowly stating, "My requirements are not high. A beautiful female chef will suffice." Xiao Chen, astute as she was, immediately grasped the implications of his words. She keenly identified the keywords, beautiful and female chef, indicating that the candidate must possess extraordinary beauty, a score of at least 9 out of 10, as well as culinary skills that were nothing short of divine. In essence, she sought a fusion of goddess and culinary master. "Rest assured, I will undoubtedly find you a bevy of such divine chefs that will exceed your expectations," Xiao Chen assured him respectfully. At that moment, Yao Wenwen chimed in, "Boss, when I have some free time, I've learned a bit of culinary skill from the beautiful chefs at home. How about I prepare the meal today?" Jiang Yuan, upon reflection, embraced her waist in admiration, exclaiming, "That sounds splendid. You shall cook today." He then turned to Xiao Chun, instructing her to postpone the chef selection until the following day. Xiao Chun immediately complied, dedicating herself to meticulously selecting suitable talent. After all, a commission of 100,000 was quite substantial. Her primary target was a stunning chef named Meng Meng, renowned on a streaming platform. Not only did she possess an enviable hourglass figure, with a perfect height-to-body ratio, but her beauty was also of the highest caliber, natural and untainted by artificial enhancements. Multi-talented, she excelled in both cooking and dance, being a fiery dance instructor whose dishes were as aromatic as they were visually appealing. Meng Meng consistently ranked among the most popular on the platform, attracting a plethora of admirers who watched and gifted her daily. Xiao Chen quickly arranged for a connection with her. However, amidst her busy schedule, she did not forget to hand over the villa transaction contract to Yao Wenwen. This was a contract worth billions. Negligence was simply not an option. Upon receiving it, Yao Wenwen carefully secured it within her bag. Chapter 132. Anna Air weeps. Bullying is unacceptable. As Yao Wenwen turned to enter the kitchen, a look of anticipation spread across Jiang Yuan's face. He had deeply appreciated the culinary prowess of the beautiful chefs in his household, having not tasted their cooking for several days. He felt as though a year had passed in their absence. Longing is indeed a form of affliction. With Yao Wenwen voluntarily stepping forward, it suggested she had gleaned some culinary wisdom. Otherwise, her confidence would not be so pronounced. Jiang Yuan found himself fantasizing about the exquisite delicacies soon to grace the table. Surely a feast for the senses. At that moment, 3 individuals arrived at the entrance of Yuan Wangfu: Anna Air, and Hung, and Zhao Juanha. The trio stood in astonishment before the grand and imposing mansion. Ding. Shot points 800. Ding. Shot points 800. Ding. Shot points 800. Who is this person? They actually reside in a royal mansion? And Hung and Zhao Juanha, surprised, exclaimed in unison. Jiang Yuan is simply too extravagant. He must have just purchased this place. Changing the plaque to Yuan Wangfu. This must be worth at least several billion. Their astonishment was palpable, having navigated the complexities of society for years. They had seen many things, but witnessing a young man casually acquire a royal estate for billions and rename it was beyond comprehension. Yet, despite their shock, they remained steadfast in their purpose. They knocked on the door, and upon Lu Shishir opening it, the trio was instantly captivated. What a stunning young lady. A true goddess. They marveled. Clearly, Jiang Yuan had an eye for the finest. However, Lu Shishir swiftly recognized in Hong, recalling Jiang Yuan's previously unfavorable attitude towards him, indicating that he was not a man of good character. With a hint of coldness, she inquired, "Who are you, and whom do you seek?" and Hung promptly stated their purpose and held up what he carried, indicating he was there to apologize. Yet, Lu Shishir, astute as ever, refrained from making any assumptions about granting them entry. Instead, she first sought Jiang Yuan's approval. "Please wait a moment," she said coolly, before turning decisively to close the door, leaving the three outside. Anna Ayer's expression soured, her displeasure evident. Deep down, she felt a strong sense of indignation. Even though she was forcibly brought here by her father to apologize, deep down, she harbored a profound disdain for Jiang Yuan. At this moment, the fact that a mere woman had the audacity to deny entry to the three of them ignited Anna's indignation. Lu Shishir quickly returned to Jiang Yuan, recounting the visit of the trio. However, Jiang Yuan was too preoccupied to heed her words, as his entire focus was captivated by the peculiar dishes prepared by Yao Wenwen. These were not culinary delights, but rather bizarre concoctions emitting an odd aroma. Yao Wenwen proudly proclaimed her culinary creations: braised fat sea, charcoal grilled pig trotter, rice wine radish skin, spicy fish scales, and candied intestines. Jiang Yuan was taken aback. It became evident that this woman had no culinary skills whatsoever, seemingly a culinary pariah devoid of even basic cooking knowledge. The outcome of her efforts was nothing short of dark cuisine. Unable to contain his curiosity, Jiang Yuan inquired, "Didn't you claim to have learned from those culinary masters?" To his surprise, Yao Wenwen earnestly nodded and replied, "Indeed, I learned the essence. Not merely to replicate their dishes." Jiang Yuan's expression darkened significantly. The mere scent of these dishes was enough to evoke a sense of impending doom, as if tasting even a morsel would cast a shadow over one's existence. Just then, Lu Shishir returned, and Jiang Yuan gradually emerged from his stupor. Anna, the impudent woman, had come to offer her apology? A faint smile graced Jiang Yuan's lips as a brilliant idea sparked in his mind. This was fortuitous. He instructed his people to lay out all these dark dishes at the entrance of his home. Yao Wenwen swung open the door, and the trio instantly brightened at the prospect of being invited inside. However, Yao Wenwen blocked their way, stating, "Since you have come to apologize, you must demonstrate your sincerity." She added, "Our boss has decreed that you must consume all these dishes today, or he will not meet with any of you." Upon hearing this, and Hung's face lit up with joy. "It's just a few dishes, we'll eat them right away." Yet Anna's complexion paled dramatically. She tugged at her father's sleeve, whispering, "Dad, these dishes smell so strange." "Strange smell?" And Hung was taken aback. His age had dulled his senses significantly compared to his daughter. As he focused intently on the table of food, he nearly lost his overnight meal. "What on earth is this?" And Hung exclaimed in confusion. Yao Wenwen gleefully introduced her dishes. "This is my signature dish, braised fat sea." "Fat sea braised?" And Hung felt his stomach churn, a wave of nausea washing over him. This was merely the first dish. The remaining offerings, rice wine radish skin, charcoal grilled pig trotter, spicy fish scales, were equally formidable. Anna could barely glance at them without feeling faint, tears brimming at the corners of her eyes. Was this not sheer bullying? Such fare was unfit even for dogs. Her face turned ashen as she declared, "We want to eat this." Upon hearing her words, Yao Wenwen's demeanor shifted, her displeasure evident. "What do you mean? Do you look down on my cooking?" And Hung quickly intervened, forcing a smile. "These dishes are splendid, but we just need a moment to adjust." Yao Wenwen huffed, "That's more like it. Hurry and eat." Zhao Juanhe was nearly brought to tears, his resentment palpable as he regarded the grotesque dishes. At that moment, a foreigner with golden curls arrived at the entrance of the Wang residence. It was Peter. Having received orders from young Master Yi, he immediately set out to investigate and discovered that Jiang Yuan had not only seized Yi's villa, but also his woman. He promptly made his way to the villa, ready to confront Jiang Yuan. "I wish to meet the owner of this villa," Peter declared, brimming with arrogance. Upon seeing a potential scapegoat in Anna, she promptly replied, "The owner has said that anyone wishing to meet him must consume this entire meal." Peter cast a glance at Anna and laughed. "Just a meal? What kind of dish is this?" His shock was palpable. The array of bizarre dishes defied his previous impressions of the exquisite nature of Dragon Country cuisine. Each dish was grotesque and emitting an odd odor. Yet, burdened with a task from young Master Yi, he understood that failure to meet Jiang Yuan would result in dire consequences. But to meet him, he would have to endure this repugnant meal. Peter swallowed hard. Chapter 133, Playing the Trump Card. However, as he considered the situation, he remembered who his boss was, a billionaire's son. What was Jiang Yuan, despite his modest means? Surely, he could not rival a billionaire. If Peter maintained a cordial demeanor, leniency might be granted. However, should he dare to be disrespectful, his boss could easily deal with him. Clearing his throat, Peter stated with gravity, "Inform Jiang Yuan that I am the representative of Yi's group and have matters to discuss with him." To err on the side of caution, he pushed the braised fat sea before him, nervously adding, I want to eat this. He doesn't have the authority to make me. The mention of Yi's group caused Yao Wenwen to startle slightly. Though she hailed from South City, she had heard whispers about this conglomerate. Yi Qianfan, the group's owner, was a formidable figure, having made his mark across finance, healthcare, and education within a mere 30 years. Amassing assets rivaling those of South City's richest, Su Tianhao, Yao Wenwen promptly returned to inform Jiang Yuan. Meanwhile, Lu Shishir's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the name. Jiang Yuan inquired, "Do you know him?" After a moment of silence, Lu Shishir recounted her experiences in detail, including her stepmother's machinations to obstruct her inheritance and the Yi family's persecution and intimidation. Without Jiang Yuan's intervention, the consequences could have been dire. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes as he sneered repeatedly. "A billionaire, is it? How dare he lay a hand on my woman?" Jiang Yuan mused. "I shall bring him to ruin, reducing him from wealth to destitution." The chasm between the heights of prosperity and the depths of poverty would surely drive anyone to madness. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Yuan made a phone call. He dialed Yi Lao, the expert who had assisted him during the computer siege against foreign invaders at Yuanmei Corporation. "Yi Lao, this is Jiang Yuan," he announced. On the other end, the renowned computer expert Yi Nanshan had been engrossed in work but immediately set everything aside upon recognizing Jiang Yuan's voice. "Director Jiang, how may I assist you?" Jiang Yuan's tone was earnest as he asked, "Yi Lao, have you heard of Yi's group?" "I've heard of it. It's a well-known consortium in Xiamen. Though I've heard their business practices are rather unsavory. My impression of them is not particularly favorable." Jiang Yuan issued a command. "Very well. If I grant you 3 days, can you utilize the computer expert team I have assigned to investigate any blemishes in the business dealings of the Yi group?" Upon hearing this, old Yi was elated, as this was precisely what he had hoped for. He immediately pounded his chest and assured, "No problem at all. The Yi group is riddled with scandals. By employing big data analysis, we can uncover a wealth of information regarding their transgressions. 3 days? If all goes smoothly, we could even accomplish it within a single day." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yuan exhaled softly, a testament to old Yi's prowess as a top-tier computer expert. The team of computer specialists Jiang Yuan had acquired, especially under old Yi's formidable capabilities, was intended to be a trump card that he seldom revealed. However, since the Yi group had dared to bully his woman, they would undoubtedly face consequences. Jiang Yuan then clapped his hands, summoning his 3 bodyguards, Yi Yuhan, Zhang Tianjue, and Lei Qinyan, who had been discreetly protecting him from a distance, ensuring his safety without intruding upon his life. Yet, whenever Jiang Yuan called upon them, they would respond without hesitation. "Let us go outside," Jiang Yuan instructed. "Yes," the 3 bodyguards replied in unison. Before long, Jiang Yuan encountered Peter, an arrogant foreigner. He could distinctly perceive the disdain for Chinese people etched upon Peter's features, which only deepened his disdain for him. Meanwhile, Anna and her companions, upon seeing Jiang Yuan emerge, immediately discarded their chopsticks, unwilling to partake in the unpalatable dishes before them. Ignoring them entirely, Jiang Yuan fixed his gaze upon Peter and inquired, "Who are you?" Peter, with an air of superiority, replied, "You pitiful clown are unworthy of knowing my name. I am here to inform you that the woman named Lu beside you must accompany me, and you are to vacate the villa you just purchased. Otherwise, the Yi group can make you pay a bloody price at any moment." A cold glint surged in Jiang Yuan's eyes. To be called a pitiful clown and have his woman threatened, not to mention being asked to relinquish his newly acquired home, was infuriating. He couldn't help but chuckle in rage. At that moment, and Hung, having caught the crucial information, exclaimed in disbelief, "You are affiliated with the Yi group?" The Yi group was renowned in Xiqing, its name known far and wide. Peter reveled in Heng's shocked reaction, his pride swelling. However, the next words from Jiang Yuan left him momentarily stunned. Jiang Yuan coldly retorted, "I recall stating that anyone wishing to see me must finish their meal first. Since you have encountered me, you must complete your meal. That is only proper. Of course, if you prefer not to maintain decorum, I can assist with that." Peter was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. In an instant, Yi Yuhan, Zhang Tianjue, and Lei Qinyan surged forward, effectively restraining him. Jiang Yuan then sneered, "Let this foreign guest sample our delicacies." Once a figure of arrogance, Peter now resembled a pig awaiting slaughter, terror flashing in his eyes as plates of bizarre, dark cuisine were forced into his mouth. Ah, ah, ah. Peter's screams echoed, utterly astounded that, after revealing his identity as part of the Yi group, Jiang Yuan would dare to treat him in such a manner. "You have lost your mind. You are absolutely insane. I am with the Yi group, and you dare treat me like this. You are doomed, Jiang Yuan, absolutely doomed." Unfazed, Jiang Yuan continued to pour the entire table of grotesque dishes into the mouth of this haughty foreigner. and Hung and Zhao Juanhe, witnessing the chaos, had their expressions shift dramatically. Seizing the moment while Jiang Yuan was preoccupied, they quietly exited the Yuan Wangfu. They were not afraid of Jiang Yuan compelling them to consume the same abominable dishes. Rather, they feared being associated with him. Jiang Yuan had gone mad, daring to provoke a top-tier force like the Yi Group. They had initially intended to extend an apology and mend relations, but it now seemed unnecessary. The Yi Group's influence was formidable, and Jiang Yuan was likely in grave danger. While he held the position of a law firm director and was even a board member of a prestigious international school, he paled in comparison to the behemoth that was the Yi Group. Chapter 134. I heard there's a fiancé. Jiang Yuan smiled with satisfaction. The entire table of grotesque dishes had been thoroughly consumed, the plates appearing as if they had been licked clean. Before him, the foreigner looked utterly disheveled, his complexion pale, his mouth stuffed with an array of peculiar dishes. The bizarre aromas were detectable even from a distance, let alone the taste experienced firsthand. Peter's eyes were wide with horror. How could someone from the Yi Group be subjected to such indignity? In fact, Peter had not come alone. He had been assigned numerous aides by young Master Yi. Unfortunately for him, those aides had already been subdued by the 3 bodyguards. With a resounding slap, Jiang Yuan struck Peter, admonishing, "What nonsense is this about the Yi Group? You, a mere lackey, dare to flaunt your power before me?" Another sharp slap followed, crisp and resonant. "You think I will simply vacate like a stray dog?" Slap, slap. The staccato of slaps continued. "You dare attempt to seize my woman?" With each blow, Peter's face swelled, adorned with red handprints, rendering him a comical sight. Jiang Yuan chuckled derisively, stating, "Go back and inform your master that the Yi Group is finished." All because of his foolishness, Peter was left bewildered. As a sycophant of the Yi Group's young master, he was accustomed to swaggering about, exuding arrogance wherever he went. Even local strongmen hesitated to confront him. He had reveled in his privileged position, but now he found himself thoroughly humiliated. Not only was he forced to consume an entire table of bizarre dishes, but he had also endured several stinging slaps. His face flushed with anger. He felt his dignity trampled. "You vile madman, you will pay a bloody price for your arrogance," Peter screeched. "To offend the Yi Group is to seal your fate. There is no sanctuary for you anywhere in this world." Jiang Yuan's eyes narrowed, poised to escalate his aggression. This time, it would not merely involve slaps. He was prepared to be ruthless. Peter trembled, goosebumps rising along his skin. He swallowed hard, desperately pleading for mercy. "My attitude was inappropriate, esteemed sir. I apologize for my recklessness." Jiang Yuan clenched his fist and sneered. "Are you eager to leave now?" Upon hearing this, Peter immediately nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains. "You may leave, but that depends on your cooperation," Jiang Yuan said, resting his hand on Peter's shoulder. Peter felt Jiang Yuan's hand was as cold and slippery as a serpent, sending shivers down his spine. "Cooperate? I will certainly cooperate," Peter exclaimed. "Esteemed sage, I am willing to trade all my knowledge for my freedom." Clap, clap. Instead of continuing to slap Peter, Jiang Yuan began to applaud with both hands. "Excellent. Those who recognize the situation are truly wise," he chuckled. "From a pitiable clown to a despicable madman, then to a genial gentleman, and finally, a revered sage." Jiang Yuan recognized that Peter was genuinely afraid as he listened to the evolving titles bestowed upon him. Jiang Yuan picked up a nail clipper, casually grooming his nails while inquiring, "How many women does your master have? Which one does he cherish the most?" He straightforwardly posed the question, knowing that men of the Yi family conglomerate typically had an abundance of women. Upon hearing this, Peter hesitated. This was certainly not a secret that could be disclosed lightly. If such information were exposed, those opposed to the Yi family might threaten Yi Xiao's women. This matter was undoubtedly highly confidential. With a sigh, Jiang Yuan remarked with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown, "It seems you are unwilling to cooperate?" Peter gritted his teeth. "If I divulge such information, Yi Xiao will undoubtedly seek retribution against me. I cannot comply." Jiang Yuan chuckled softly and then extracted some data from his phone. Information recently provided by Old Yi. In truth, Old Yi acted with remarkable speed, and Jiang Yuan swiftly obtained numerous anomalous data regarding the Yi family conglomerate. The overall volume of data was immense, yet Jiang Yuan had managed to acquire several key pieces. On December 5, 2017, the Yi family conglomerate held a fundraising event under the guise of aiding impoverished, disaster-stricken areas, yet only 30% of the funds were ultimately allocated to charity. On July 10, 2018, the Yi family conglomerate acquired several properties, raising prices exorbitantly. On March 6, 2019, the Yi family conglomerate. Listening to these figures, Peter was momentarily stunned. Ding. Shop points, 1,000. Ding. Shop points, 1,000. Ding. Shop points, 1,000. This data was all classified. How could Jiang Yuan possibly have accessed such confidential information? If these details were leaked, the Yi family conglomerate would undoubtedly face significant turmoil. Jiang Yuan, with a coaxing tone, suggested, if you cooperate with me, I can assure you that I will not disclose this information. Peter, startled, quickly replied, Yi Xiao has had 6 women, but the one he loves most is not among them. Rather, it is his betrothed, a fiancée chosen for him by his family many years ago. Fiancé? Jiang Yuan seized upon the crux of the matter. Who is his fiancé? Is it not Lu Shishir he wishes to marry? Peter clarified. That is the fiancé chosen for Yi Xiao long ago, but his family has set their sights on Miss Lu's fortune, thus insisting that Yi Xiao marry her. And where is she now? Jiang Yuan pressed. Peter promptly responded, she is still studying abroad and is said to be returning home in a few days. Jiang Yuan applauded. Excellent, very good. Now, provide me with specific information about his fiancée. A chill ran down Peter's spine as he asked, what do you intend to do? Jiang Yuan leaned close to his ear and whispered with a smile, since this Yi Xiao wishes to take my woman, do you not think I should return the favor? Peter was taken aback, exclaiming in shock, are you truly planning to confront Yi Xiao head-on? I advise you, the power of the Yi family conglomerate is unfathomable. Even if you possess some data, it is hardly sufficient. Peter believed that although Jiang Yuan might hold some incriminating evidence to leverage against the Yi family, such evidence was not lethal. Otherwise, if the Yi family conglomerate were so easily dealt with, it would have collapsed long ago. Chapter 135. Ruthless Persecution. Peter returned to the Yi residence and promptly recounted everything that had transpired with Jiang Yuan, embellishing the details for revenge. This Jiang Yuan is exceedingly arrogant. He called you a useless second-generation scion, a shameful wastrel, and a foolish jester, Peter exclaimed. He even claimed that not only does he desire Lu Shishir, but he intends to take all your other women and gradually consume your assets, ultimately annihilating the Yi family conglomerate, thereby destroying your father, Yi Qianfan's lifelong efforts. Peter felt he had been thoroughly bullied by Jiang Yuan. Not only had he been forced to endure a table full of culinary disasters, but he had also received several slaps across the face. Even when leaving, Jiang Yuan had playfully kicked him on his backside, saying farewell to his rear end, which only heightened his frustration. Jiang Yuan watched Peter's departing figure with a cold snort, quietly awaiting the results of old Ye's data while contemplating how to uproot the Yi family conglomerate entirely. However, after a moment of reflection, Jiang Yuan suddenly recalled something and called out to Yao Wenwen, get a few more chefs in here. We haven't had dinner yet. Yao Wenwen, looking somewhat aggrieved, responded, Boss, is my cooking really that unpalatable? Jiang Yuan replied earnestly, Wenwen, let me share a little story with you. Noticing Jiang Yuan's serious expression, Yao Wenwen straightened her posture, eager to listen. What story is it? Please, go ahead, she said earnestly. Jiang Yuan began. The story unfolds like this. A young couple at home. The girl prepares a meal for her boyfriend. She says, darling, try this, it's my special cola chicken wings. The boyfriend takes a bite and feigns surprise. It's delicious. The girl blushes, asking, really? But when she picks up a piece of chicken to taste, she exclaims, you lying. It's completely undercooked. The boyfriend, generously, replies, silly. I love everything you make. The atmosphere is incredibly sweet. Thus, they finish the cola chicken wings together. Upon hearing this, Yao Wenwen felt a sense of warmth and sweetness. But Jiang Yuan's tone shifted. 3 months later, the couple succumbed to avian flu after consuming the half-cooked cola chicken wings. Yao Wenwen gasped. Jiang Yuan sighed, explaining, this story teaches us that one must not lie. If something is unappetizing, it is unappetizing. Speaking the truth can prevent the loss of 2 lives. Do you understand my point? Yao Wenwen, with a face full of grievance, replied, I understand. I will go find some chefs right away. Jiang Yuan smiled indulgently. Good. From now on, don't cook anymore. I would like to live a few more years. Yao Wenwen stumbled slightly, nearly fainting from exasperation. After Peter returned to the Yi residence, he immediately reported everything about Jiang Yuan in detail. In his desire for retribution, he even exaggerated the events. This Jiang Yuan is too arrogant. He says you are nothing but a useless second-generation scion, a disgraceful waste, and a foolish jester, Peter declared. He also claimed he would take not only Lu Shishir but all your women, gradually eroding your assets, and ultimately obliterating the Yi family conglomerate, annihilating your father Yi Qianfan's lifelong work. He seized the opportunity to incite animosity against Jiang Yuan, pointing at Yi Xiao and urging him to exact vengeance. As expected, upon hearing these words, Yi Xiao's wrath ignited instantly. He rose abruptly, exuding an air of arrogance befitting a petty tyrant. Was Jiang Yuan truly so audacious? Yi Xiao chuckled in disbelief, even absent-mindedly touching his nose. Peter felt a surge of elation. He recognized that this small gesture was a telltale sign of Yi Xiao's fury. Jiang Yuan was as good as doomed. Peter thought gleefully. Yi Xiao immediately issued commands, stating, Jiang Yuan's support is merely a law firm, Carlo Associates, and a single school. He instructed to contact the lawyers of the firm without hesitation, vowing to spare no expense in hiring them under his command. Upon hearing this, Peter's spirit soared. He added, It seems Jiang Yuan has had past grievances with an Engshi law firm. Yi Xiao's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. He clapped his hands. And Peter promptly set about making contact. In less than half an hour, and Hung, Anna, and Zhao Juanhe arrived at the Yi group, their hearts racing with apprehension. Meeting Yi Rongtian only heightened their anxiety. This was the stronghold of the Yi group, the lair of a billionaire, and they felt utterly dwarfed in comparison. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Yi Xiao, with a knowing smile, sipped his tea and asked, Have you had conflicts with Jiang Yuan? And Hung was taken aback, yet before he could respond, Anna piped up sharply, Yes, I despise him. Applauding with satisfaction, Yi Xiao declared, I'm offering you an opportunity for retribution. I'm allocating 1 billion in funds for you to leverage your connections and lure over the personnel from Carlo Associates. 1 billion. Anna's face lit up with ecstatic joy. With such funds at their disposal, and the backing of the Yi group, Jiang Yuan was bound to be at their mercy. Moreover, Heng's Engshi law firm was second only to Jiang Yuan's Carlo and Xiqing. With the financial support secured and endorsements in place, the trio felt confident they could strike at Jiang Yuan. Yi Xiao then issued further orders. Peter, reach out to Lawrence Academy. I intend to acquire this school and gauge the reactions of the other board members. Peter's excitement surged once again. The board of Lawrence Academy was not solely comprised of Jiang Yuan, and should the members feel the pressure from the Yi group or be swayed by substantial financial backing, Jiang Yuan would gradually lose his grip on the institution. Yi Xiao's strategy was undeniably ruthless, seeking not only to usurp Jiang Yuan's assets, but also to make him taste the bitterness of betrayal. Human loyalties are fickle, and Yi Xiao aimed to demonstrate this truth to Jiang Yuan through the power of money. This was the fate that awaited those who dared to oppose him. Yi Xiao reveled in his triumph. In less than 3 days, you will regret all your actions. Just as Yi Xiao was finalizing his plans, a renowned female journalist contacted him. Hello, Yi Xiao, I'm Zhang Xiaoning, the journalist who scheduled the interview for the Xiqing Wealth Rankings. Could we conduct the interview tomorrow morning? Her melodious voice resonated through the phone. Yi Xiao felt a stir of excitement. The Xiqing Wealth Rankings spotlighted the city's elite, and as the legitimate heir of Yi Qianfan, he was eager to represent the Yi group in this program. His intent was clear, to proclaim to the world that he was the most outstanding successor of the Yi group, rendering his brothers unworthy of comparison. Furthermore, the live broadcast would be viewed not only by Xiqing, but also by audiences in other cities. Such visibility would undoubtedly affirm his status as the foremost heir of the Yi group. Very well, tomorrow morning it is, Yi Xiao responded courteously. Chapter 136. The Yi family's assets plummet tenfold. In the Xiqing Wealth Rankings, the Yi group stood proudly in 3rd place. This was an astonishing figure. Xiqing's waters ran deep, with various wealth magnates emerging continuously. To rank among the top 10 was to signify oneself as a formidable figure. 3rd place represented the badge of a billionaire. At this moment, the wealth leaderboard was being continuously updated. 1st place, Tianjun Group, asset valuation 805, 050, 513, 234. 2nd place, Xingtian Group, asset valuation 601, 004, 123, 601. 3rd place, Yi Group, asset valuation 400, 165, 401, 324. The live broadcast transmitted these figures to viewers across the internet. These valuations were based on the shares and asset estimates of the respective groups. With the advancement of big data analysis, wealth estimations had become almost impeccably accurate. Though the figures fluctuated, the overall rankings remained stable. The Yi group held firm at 3rd place. Numerous comments flooded the screen. It said that the representative for the Yi group in today's interview is Yi Rongtian, the eldest son. Envy permeated the remarks, the son of a billionaire, destined to inherit the entire Yi group. Different fates for different people. They say that one must win at the starting line. But it seems this rich 2nd generation had already been waiting at the finish line since birth. Yi Xiao sauntered over to the journalist with an air of superiority, casually sitting down and crossing his legs, exuding an aura of dominance. Zhang Xiaoning felt a bead of sweat trickle down her brow, slightly displeased. In fact, the first 2 episodes of this wealth interview series had been reserved for the heirs of the top 2 groups, both of whom were low-key and amiable, making for a pleasant interaction. In contrast, Yi Rongtian, the wealthy, was far less so than the top contenders, yet he exuded the most pretentious demeanor. This was quite inappropriate. Yi Xiao is so full of himself. Just look at him. acting as if he is the greatest, she thought. He has no decorum whatsoever. Were it not for his privileged father, would he even be worthy of this opportunity? Despite her inner discontent, journalist Zhang Xiaoning forced a smile and began the interview. What do you believe is the secret to a person's acquisition of wealth? Upon hearing this question, Yi Xiao feigned a thoughtful chuckle, affecting an air of wisdom. He replied, I believe the most important qualities for an individual are ambition and desire. One must be willing to strive, even in dire circumstances. One should never abandon hope or despair, but maintain a calm demeanor. The essence of a person's character ultimately determines their success. Although our Yi family may currently be overshadowed by the Tianjun conglomerate, I am confident that within a decade, we shall surpass them entirely. As Yi Rongtian spoke, he gestured animatedly. The interviewer, Zhang Xiaoning, offered an awkward smile and replied, Thank you, young Master Yi, for sharing your insights on wealth. This man exuded an air of ostentation. Every gesture, every word, seemed designed to showcase his self-importance. His proclamations were nothing short of audacious. Viewers in the comments section expressed their growing displeasure. Is he for real? His words are nothing but deceitful drivel. He is merely riding the coattails of a wealthy father. Hypocrisy and shamelessness were evident, as he boasted of his own efforts while leveraging his family's influence to thrive in business. If hard work alone could yield wealth, then the richest individuals in the world would surely be those coal miners toiling over 20 hours a day. I would relish seeing him maintain his composure if he were truly brought to his knees. Yi Rongtian raised a cup of tea to his lips, savoring the moment. He felt a sense of fulfillment, basking in the spotlight before so many. Yet, just as he believed he had reached the pinnacle of his life, the valuation of the Yi Group suddenly shifted on the wealth rankings. What had once been an estimated 400 billion abruptly plummeted as if it were in freefall. Within minutes, it had nosedived to over 300 billion. This was all being broadcast live. Soon, astute viewers began to notice. The comments erupted in disbelief. Look, the Yi Group's valuation is crashing. What on earth is happening? As a flurry of question marks flooded the screen, an ominous premonition surged within Yi Rongtian. Nevertheless, he feigned composure, insisting, it's merely a standard adjustment. Many may not fully grasp the financial system, but I assure you yet before he could finish, he noticed Zhang Xiaoning's eyes widen, her mouth forming an astonished O. All this was due to her unwavering gaze fixed on the wealth rankings. Yi Rongtian swallowed hard. Turning to glance, he was met with a shocking sight. The speed of the Yi Group's valuation decline had far exceeded his worst fears. In less than 10 minutes, it had plummeted from over 400 billion to just over 100 billion. In a matter of minutes, his family's fortune had evaporated by over 300 billion. It was akin to incinerating a mountain of cash. A wave of panic surged within Yi Rongtian, leaving him breathless and on the verge of suffocation. The Yi Group's ranking had already slipped to 7th. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The stock price of the Yi Group continued its terrifying descent, with the entire valuation crumbling. Another 10 minutes passed, and it plummeted further to around 40 billion. The Yi Group had even fallen out of the top 10. As the stock price and valuation collapsed, Yi Rongtian neared a mental breakdown, especially given that this was all unfolding in front of a live audience. The humiliation was monumental. Viewers across the internet were witnessing his downfall. Yi Rongtian's complexion turned ashen, almost collapsing under the weight of it all. Ironically, the wealth secrets he had just espoused were about maintaining composure in dire situations, yet here he was, visibly unraveling, nearly fainting. The stock price had nosedived. The valuation had crumbled. The orchestrator of this chaos was none other than Zhang Yuan. 1 hour prior, Zhang Yuan had discreetly released numerous confidential data regarding the Yi Group under the cover of anonymity. Led by the venerable Mr. Yi, a team of computer experts possessed formidable capabilities. The data they had gathered was undeniably lethal for the Yi Group. No matter how grand an empire, there are always vulnerable points. Once pride, even the mightiest can topple. This data served as damning evidence and exposed weaknesses. Most of it could be easily verified, and many who encountered it quickly confirmed its authenticity, solid as a rock. It was clear to any discerning observer that a storm was brewing for the Yi Group. More critically, as Zhang Yuan disseminated this data, he added another alarming piece of information. Soon, the Carlo law firm would formally sue the Yi Group with this evidence in hand. Upon hearing this, shareholders in the stock market immediately descended into panic. The Yi Group stock had exhibited remarkable strength in recent years, rarely dipping, leading investors to hold substantial shares. However, the exposure of this data would undoubtedly wreak havoc on the stock price. Under normal circumstances, they might not have been overly concerned. After all, modern public relations techniques had advanced significantly, making it feasible to suppress certain information. What truly sent them into a frenzy was the impending lawsuit from the Carlo law firm. Carlo law firm. In Xiaoqing, everyone knew of this legendary establishment. The firm boasted a team of extraordinary lawyers, renowned for their undefeated track record. The public held but one opinion: invincible in battle, unassailable in offense. Even those outside the legal community had heard whispers of the firm's might. Now, with irrefutable evidence and a powerhouse law firm at the helm, it was evident that the Yi Group's stock would soon be engulfed in a wave of catastrophic declines. For investors, the best course of action was to divest from the Yi Group entirely and swiftly. Any delay could result in monumental losses. Thus, they found themselves gripped by fear, frantically selling off their shares. Consequently, the once illustrious stock price of the Yi Group plummeted to a mere fraction of its former glory. The market had lost all faith in the Yi Group. A dramatic scene unfolded, while Yi Rongtian basked in the limelight, crossing his legs and boasting about his position among the top 3 on the Xiaoqing wealth rankings. The Yi Group's shares were simultaneously crashing online, plummeting precipitously. Misfortune arrived with startling abruptness. Yi Rongtian was left utterly bewildered, his demeanor shifting from self-assured to stupefied. As his inflated ego began to deflate alongside the valuation drop, he struggled to grasp the harsh reality. The audience in the live stream found the spectacle utterly amusing. Just moments ago, Yi Rongtian had preached about maintaining a positive mindset in the face of adversity, yet now he appeared utterly terrified. His earlier bravado had vanished, revealing his true self in the face of unforeseen calamity. Viewers noted his pallor, trembling like a leaf in the wind, and one could only wonder if his pants had become damp from fear. This individual undoubtedly provides me with an entire day's worth of amusement. He is simply hilarious. However, what exactly is transpiring? Can you speculate on the events unfolding within the Yi Group? Might there be a significant upheaval in the wealth rankings of Xiqing? An urgent meeting was convened within the Yi Group. The head of the group, Yi Qianfan, who is also the father of Yi Xiao, now wears a grim expression, his face a mask of fury. What on earth is happening? Why has our internal management been so chaotic in recent years, resulting in such a plethora of complications? Yi Qianfan thundered. Before him, a group of senior executives trembled, their faces ashen. Now, with the Yi Group mired in a quagmire, none can evade responsibility. Yet, Yi Qianfan, a figure of formidable prowess, retained his sharp focus and declared sternly, "The most critical issue is that you failed to execute things with precision. How could this be so easily uncovered? What is the matter with you?" One director timidly spoke up, "Chairman Yi, the majority of these troubled ventures fall under the management of young master Yi Rongtian." Yi Qianfan gritted his teeth, a seething breath escaping his nostrils. "That good for nothing. Once this matter is resolved, I will settle the score with him." He then took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. Why were we unable to contact the relevant personnel or instruct the technical staff to erase this information promptly? Do you possess no basic public relations skills? What do you think I am paying you for? Yi Qianfan questioned. The relevant technical staff, looking distressed, replied, "We cannot delete it. Their technical capabilities far exceed ours, and the public relations department has been unable to reach them." Yi Qianfan slammed a teacup in frustration. A bunch of useless fools. At that moment, his second son, Yi Rongdao, stepped forward and reminded him, "Father, our primary objective now is to resolve the issue." Yi Qianfan frowned. "How do we resolve it?" Yi Rongdao answered, "I have conducted an investigation, and this incident appears to have been instigated by my elder brother. A few days ago, he suddenly procured a substantial amount of funds, intending to poach talent from the Carlo law firm and to acquire Lawrence Academy. Both organizations share a common leader named Jiang Yuan. My brother must have provoked this individual, thus precipitating today's calamity." Upon hearing this, Yi Qianfan's frown deepened, clearly displeased. Once again, this little wretch has caused trouble. Where is he now? Young Master Yi is currently engaged in a wealth interview. Yi Qianfan's anger flared anew. The family fortune has been squandered by this idiot, and he still has the audacity to appear on some ridiculous program. Hurry and bring him back. He then turned to his second son, silently pondering for a moment before asking, "What do you think we should do next?" Yi Rongdao calmly replied, "The stock market experiences fluctuations. Although our assets are currently plummeting, as long as Jiang Yuan is willing to show us leniency, the stock price will gradually recover, thereby minimizing our losses." Yi Qianfan's expression shifted between anger and contemplation. "Prepare gifts. I shall personally visit this Jiang Yuan." Chapter 138. I can fulfill one of your requests. Just as the external world descended into chaos, almost erupting, Jiang Yuan reclined in a grand chair within his own Yuanwang mansion, leisurely basking in the sun, stealing a moment of tranquility amidst the turmoil. Jiang Yuan relished this serene time. Meanwhile, Yao Wenwen, languidly bored, fiddled with her smartphone. Suddenly, she stumbled upon a piece of news and exclaimed, "Boss, look! The Yi Group's stock price has evaporated by hundreds of billions. Chairman Yi Qianfan is on the verge of a breakdown." Upon hearing this news, Jiang Yuan smirked and remarked, The world is rife with chaos. Each day ushers in new fortunes for some, while others face ruin. There is no need to be so astonished, as if you have never encountered such occurrences before. Yao Wenwen retorted. Boss, this is your arch-nemesis. Just days ago, they sent people to provoke you, practically poised to trample on your face. If they suddenly collapse now, would that not be a grand occasion worthy of celebration? Your reaction seems quite unusual. Yao Wenwen inquired uncertainly. Boss, could it be that you orchestrated this? Jiang Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, Rumors require evidence. I have done nothing. Yao Wenwen muttered under her breath. If there were evidence, it wouldn't be called a rumor. You, old rascal, are quite cunning, not even confiding in me. Jiang Yuan chuckled, playfully pinching Yao Wenwen's chubby cheeks, and laughed heartily. Do I need to explain my actions to you, little sister? Yao Wenwen's cheeks flushed as she retorted, Unseemly. Just as the two were engaged in playful banter, Lu Shirshir appeared somewhat downcast. She had just received a phone call instructing her to return home immediately. The call was from her stepmother. It goes without saying that it could not be anything good. Jiang Yuan, perceptive as ever, directly inquired, What is the matter? Lu Shirshir briefly recounted her predicament. Her stepmother, driven by greed for wealth, was coercing her into marrying into the Yi group to become Yi Rongtian's wife. In terms of inheritance, the Yi family could be of great assistance, and their influence is quite substantial. However, Lu Shirshir had repeatedly postponed her compliance, even having outright refused last time. Now, being summoned home could mean she would be forcibly controlled. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan frowned. Why bother with such a person? Lu Shirshir, caught in a dilemma, replied, She may come to find me in person, and I fear it will cause you trouble. No worries. Jiang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Even if the sky were to fall, I would support you. There is nothing to fear. Lu Shirshir, observing Jiang Yuan's bold demeanor, felt her heart steady somewhat. Yet, the underlying anxiety remained unshakable. Subsequently, Jiang Yuan turned to Yao Wenwen and asked, Have we received any news about the chef we sought? Yao Wenwen pulled out her documents, stating, There is a highly esteemed Western restaurant near the Southwest Equestrian Grounds, where a talented female chef supposedly meets your requirements. Not only is she stunning, but her culinary skills are exceptional, surpassing those of the chefs we currently have at home. Oh, Jiang Yuan instantly became intrigued. A beauty with culinary prowess exceeding that of the exquisite chefs in Dongshan Villa is indeed a rare and precious find. Yao Wenwen teased, Boss, shall we simply buy her outright? Jiang Yuan interrupted. Such a phrase is rather unpalatable. It is a high-paying invitation. Very well, a high-paying invitation it shall be. Yao Wenwen rolled her eyes, thinking it was essentially the same thing. Jiang Yuan made a decisive statement. Today, we shall visit the Southwest Equestrian Grounds, ride some horses, enjoy a fine meal, and then hire that chef at a high salary. Upon hearing this decision, Yao Wenwen joyfully cheered. Horseback riding and gourmet food, both are dear to their hearts. Seeing the enthusiasm of the two, Lu Shirshir could not help but smile faintly. The trio swiftly prepared themselves. Aside from the two women taking a bit longer to apply their makeup, it was a relatively efficient process. Approximately an hour later, the three appeared at the Southwestern Equestrian Grounds. Majestic steeds with flowing manes, each a magnificent specimen, radiating a blend of grace and power. Yao Wenwen, filled with excitement, quickly grasped the art of horseback riding under the guidance of a professional. However, just as she was about to turn and boast to Jiang Yuan about her equestrian skills, she realized that his proficiency in riding was evidently superior to her own. In a remarkably short span of time, Jiang Yuan had tamed the steed beneath him with effortless grace, guiding it as if it were an extension of himself. Boss, when did you learn to ride so expertly? Yao Wenwen asked, her voice tinged with surprise. Jiang Yuan rubbed his nose, uncertain himself as to why he had such a natural affinity for riding. Perhaps it was a gift, or maybe his previous mastery of driving had bestowed upon him an advantage in horseback riding. Yet, after a while, he found his enthusiasm waning. The horse he rode was too docile and lacked strength. He thought to himself that it would be wonderful to have a more formidable mount. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a magnificent crimson stallion appeared, its hooves pounding the ground as its flowing mane billowed behind it, charging forth like a crimson dragon. What a fine horse! Yao Wenwen exclaimed in admiration. However, when Jiang Yuan discerned the identity of the horse's owner, his expression grew slightly frosty. The foreigner, Peter, was trailing behind the three individuals. He was holding the reins of the fiery steed. Jiang Yuan, this is a gift for you, a Hanoverian horse, Peter announced. The Hanoverian breed is one of the most sought-after competition horses globally. A purebred Hanoverian can cost at least $1 million, with some fetching tens of millions. This horse was a present from Yi Qianfan, Yi Rongtian, and Yi Rongdao. As a father and his two sons, they had learned of Jiang Yuan's presence here and prepared this gift accordingly. Yi Rongtian, with reluctance and a lack of sincerity, stated, "So, you are Jiang Yuan? My father sends his apologies and hopes you can be magnanimous." His words were delivered with palpable insincerity. Jiang Yuan remained impassive, silent, his demeanor clearly indicating his dissatisfaction. He required a more genuine apology. Otherwise, he had no intention of backing down. Yi Rongdao, the second son, maintained his composure and said, "Mr. Jiang, if my elder brother has offended you, I, as his younger sibling, am willing to accept any punishment in his stead. Please, be merciful." Yi Qianfan also interjected, "Young man, one should show leniency when possible. It's wise to leave room for future encounters. Why escalate this situation unnecessarily? How about you propose a request? And we will do our utmost to fulfill it as compensation for my son's rudeness? Surely that would suffice." Chapter 139, Private Jet A380. While Jiang Yuan was engaged in negotiations with the Yi family trio, many members of the Yi group had gathered in a nearby corner of the horse arena, gazing in astonishment at Jiang Yuan's youthful visage. Ding. Shot points 500. 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 It was astonishing. Was this the young man who had turned the Yi family upside down? How could someone so young have caused such upheaval? The younger generation continues to surpass the older, and who would have thought that the person responsible for the Yi family's financial evaporation was merely in his early 20s? This individual was audacious, openly opposing the Yi group, a rarity in Xiqing for many years. The Yi family had weathered numerous storms over the years. Surely, they could withstand this young upstart. It was hard to say. Everything depended on the chairman's decision. Yi Qianfan, the cunning old fox, squinted slightly, a flicker of cold light flashing in his eyes. Facing the seasoned trio, Jiang Yuan displayed no signs of trepidation, exuding an air of calmness and composure that belied his youth. This was not the demeanor one would expect from a man in his early 20s. This young man was extraordinary, Yi Qianfan mused. Such steadfastness would likely prove challenging to overcome with mere words. As a seasoned entrepreneur who had navigated the treacherous waters of business for decades, Yi Qianfan was adept at reading people. Jiang Yuan's silence and tranquility felt as vast as an ocean, rendering him momentarily powerless. At this moment, Jiang Yuan remained resolutely silent, clearly dissatisfied with the lack of sincerity from the other side. Yi Rongtian, the eldest son, exuded a domineering selfishness, his eyes flashing with intensity. If soft measures failed, they would have to resort to harder tactics. Yi Rongdao, the second son, also regarded Jiang Yuan with a cold gaze. If this man had made demands, it would have been manageable, but his silence suggested he was plotting something more significant, making him a formidable opponent. The three Yi family members exchanged glances, each silently nodding in agreement. Before arriving, they had discussed basic strategies, courtesy before confrontation. If the matter could be resolved amicably, that would be ideal. Even if the cost were slightly higher, as long as it remained within acceptable limits, it could be negotiated. However, if Jiang Yuan insisted on opposing them, they would not hesitate to take action. The Yi family had held power in Xiqing for decades, wielding authority with an iron fist. By now, they had discreetly positioned their bodyguards around the vicinity, most of whom were highly trained, retired foreign special forces. These individuals were battle-hardened, having emerged from numerous war-torn nations, and their combat prowess was formidable. The backup plan of the Yi family was straightforward. Should Jiang Yuan refuse to cooperate, they would resort to force. The three men kept a close watch on Jiang Yuan's expression, waiting for the right moment to strike. They had previously conferred that if the situation changed, they would shatter their cups as a signal. Yi Rongtian, with a forced smile that barely concealed his irritation, asked, "Jiang Yuan, are you truly prepared to confront the Yi family to the bitter end? You must understand that you have merely inflicted a temporary setback on our stock prices. Once we weather this storm, regaining our footing will be no challenge at all." At this point, emboldened by his father's presence, Yi Rongtian unconsciously displayed the demeanor of a petty tyrant. Jiang Yuan cast a cold glance at him, mocking, "Is this a place for you to speak? You have already brought your family significant trouble. What gives you the audacity to speak here? That singer surnamed Liang? You." Yi Rongtian was furious, unable to find the words to retort. He was on the verge of using force to subdue Jiang Yuan when Yi Rongdao firmly restrained his hand, warning, "Don't act rashly." A flicker of unwillingness crossed Yi Rongtian's eyes. This Jiang Yuan was pushing his luck. With their apparent advantage and strength, they could have easily subdued him. Why waste time negotiating? Yi Rongtian seethed with frustration. Just then, Jiang Yuan clapped his hands, and the sound of helicopter blades echoed through the air. Yi Qianfan, taken aback, looked up and exclaimed, "A private jet A380. This must be worth at least 3 billion. Such a rare aircraft was something even Yi Qianfan had once aspired to acquire at a sky-high price, but But unfortunately, he had missed the opportunity. Unexpectedly, today I found myself in Jianyuan, encountering this rare and exquisite private jet. Yet, this was merely the prologue. The true astonishment that left Yi Qianfan astounded was yet to unfold. Just as the private jet was preparing to touch down, a bruised and battered man in a suit was suddenly thrown from the aircraft. The visage of this suited man appeared somewhat familiar, prompting suspicion in Yi Qianfan. As he discerned the man's features, disbelief washed over him. "Ahu, how could this happen to you?" Yi Qianfan exclaimed. This man was one of his bodyguards, a formidable force deployed to subdue Jianyuan. Previously, he had served as the personal protector of a foreign president, adept in close combat and criminal psychology. This had been his trump card, yet it was effortlessly neutralized by Jianyuan. Ahu was merely the first of many. Shortly thereafter, 7 or 8 more men in suits were unceremoniously cast from the private jet. All were elite bodyguards entrusted to the Yi family, yet now they resembled drowned rats, battered and wailing in despair. The expressions of the Yi brothers darkened in unison. Even Yi Qianfan, known for his cunning, could not conceal his shock. Ding. Shock points 700. Ding. Shock points 700. Ding. Shock points 700. As the A380 private jet landed, 3 figures emerged, standing tall and straight like verdant pines, 1 woman and 2 men. They were none other than Jiang Yuan's 3 legendary bodyguards. "Mr. Jiang, we have dealt with all those lurking around," reported Yi Yuan. Jiang Yuan nodded, then turned his gaze to the Yi family trio. With a sly smile, he remarked, "These individuals disrupted our affairs. I merely imparted them a lesson. I trust you, one-team mind?" The implication hung heavy in the air. How could they dare to object? Yi Rongtian swallowed hard, his usual bravado faltering. He had relied on his martial prowess, confident in his strength, yet in an instant, Jiang Yuan had seized control of the situation. The Yi family, forced to muster their voices, muttered in unison, "We do not mind." Jiang Yuan stretched languidly in the saddle and stated plainly, "Let us speak candidly. If you truly wish to apologize, then demonstrate some sincerity." Chapter 140, The Shocked Lu Family. Jiang Yuan, let us discuss this amicably. What exactly do you desire? Yi Rongtian could no longer contain himself, observing the disarray of his forces. The once proud demeanor of Yi Xiao deflated. They were compelled to adopt a conciliatory approach. Yi Qianfan's eyes gleamed with a clever light as he smiled. "Dear Jiang Yuan, there is no need for such animosity. Our conflict is merely a trivial squabble among the youth." "Oh, a trivial squabble." Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered momentarily toward the battered men on the ground. Had he not possessed 3 legendary bodyguards, he might well have found himself in a similarly pitiful state, at the mercy of his adversaries. The astute Yi Qianfan's words were pleasing on the surface, yet ultimately, strength was the currency of the realm. With this thought, Jiang Yuan ceased his pretense and directly articulated his demands. "If a child is unruly, it is the father who must bear the blame," Jiang Yuan stated coldly. "Since your son has committed transgressions, you shall be responsible for rectifying them." This expression, "to lead the horse and lower the stirrups," refers to the ancient custom wherein a servant must assist their master in mounting, a gesture reserved solely for those of servitude to their lords. Jiang Yuan's actions were an affront to the Yi family's dignity, compelling the once mighty Yi Qianfan to bow to him as if a servant to his master. How utterly domineering. Even the polite Yi Rongdao could not hide his astonishment. Yi Rongtian erupted in fury. "You disgrace the Yi family. You go too far." Jiang Yuan remained stoic, while Yao Wenwen interjected icily, "Disgracing the Yi family. Did you consider our dignity when you sought to usurp our assets and deplete our talents? Did you reflect on our honor when you attempted to seize our boss's property and claim his women? When you sought to dominate our boss by force, threatening his very life? Did you contemplate the damage to our reputation? Today, we have the power to make your assets plummet 10-fold, tomorrow 20-fold, and the day after that 30-fold. As long as we choose to, we can perpetually erode your wealth. By then, the Yi family will be no more. And what dignity will be left to salvage? Our boss requesting Yi Leoi to lead the horse is not meant to humiliate you. It is an honor for you to serve him." In this crucial moment, Yao Wenwen's words resonated with a formidable authority, leaving the Yi family members visibly shaken. Yi Rongtian, simmering with suppressed rage, was about to voice his thoughts when Yi Rongdao, gritting his teeth, wore a face of humiliation. Only Yi Qianfan, taking a deep breath, allowed his expression to fluctuate between stormy and serene. Ultimately, he sighed. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward, and it is I, Yi Qianfan, who has failed to recognize a noble person. You are correct. If a child is unruly, the father must bear the blame. The debts of the son must be repaid by the father. A bitter taste filled Yi Qianfan's heart. Jiang Yuan's strength had been meticulously investigated before his arrival. On the surface, he was the head of the Carlo law firm and Lawrence Academy. However, that was merely one facet of his identity in Xiqing. In Nanqing, he held substantial connections and influence, even with the wealthiest magnate, Su Tianhao. A young man of such unfathomable prowess was not someone Yi Qianfan wished to provoke further. Resorting to threats of violence was merely a temporary strategy, especially now that their marshal might have been thoroughly dismantled. If peace were to be sought, he might have to swallow his pride. Yi Qianfan sighed repeatedly, stating, I, Yi Qianfan, have spent decades in this world, earning the respect and fear of many, basking in glory, yet to find myself in such a predicament in my twilight years is indeed absurd. Yi Rongtian's eyes reddened, yearning to step forward, but was firmly restrained by his brother. Jiang Yuan, with an indifferent demeanor, slowly dismounted from his horse, extending a gesture of invitation. Observing this, Yi Qianfan had no choice but to slightly hunch his form, resembling a humble servant, as he began to lead the horse and lower the stirrups. The onlooking Yi family members were left aghast, nearly popping their eyes out in disbelief. Ding. Shot points 1,000. 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 What was Yi Leoi doing? It appeared as though he was paying respects to that young man. Could it be that the three Yi family members had all been utterly defeated? A storm was brewing in Xiqing, and the power dynamics were poised for a dramatic reshuffle. At that moment, a sleek women's Ferrari approached from a distance. Its driver, a formidable middle-aged woman with an air of sharpness, was none other than Lu Shishir's stepmother, Lu Yueran. Beside her sat a close friend, engaged in conversation. That Shishir is truly naive. The current youth seem utterly oblivious. Unlike our generation, sighed Lu Yueran. Her friend nodded vigorously, replying, indeed, the young master of the Yi family is quite a figure. To marry into such a prominent family is a fortune one could hardly amass in several lifetimes. However, her friend cautiously added, yet, it seems the Yi group has recently encountered some troubles. Lu Yuerong scoffed. Even a starving camel is larger than a horse. A billionaire may face difficulties, yet he remains a 100-millionaire. Moreover, the distribution of the old patriarch's inheritance still requires the Yi family's assistance. Upon hearing this, her friend wisely fell silent, refraining from delving deeper into such sensitive matters concerning the Lu family. Despite their long-standing friendship, certain topics were better left unspoken. Lu Yuerong sighed again, saying, since Shishir returned from her hometown, that remote Qinghe township, she has become increasingly rebellious. What could there possibly be to attract her in such a backwater? It's likely just a bunch of poor boys who have bewitched her. She's far too young and inexperienced. I fear she may be deceived. Her friend laughed lightly. Ah, youth is often like that. Lu Yuerong continued. The Yi family is vast and powerful, especially their chairman, Yi Qianfan. He is. Before she could finish her sentence, a scene unfolding nearby momentarily distracted her. She squinted in surprise, straining to widen her eyes. There. The chairman of the Yi group, Yi Qianfan, was behaving like a lowly servant, leading a horse for someone. Lu Yuerong gasped. Yi Qianfan is personally leading a horse? Who is this young man? Chapter 141, Acknowledging Mistakes. Jiang Yuan observed quietly as the elder tended to his horse. One of the prominent figures in Xiamen, the head of the Yi group, was deigning to serve him. Jiang Yuan had deliberately made such an outrageous request, and to his astonishment, it was met with compliance. Such depth of character was indeed befitting someone who had risen from humble beginnings. Jiang Yuan sighed inwardly. His request had been a test of the other's limits. In truth, he was quite curious about the depth of resources possessed by these powerful figures in Xiamen. To his surprise, the other's demeanor was even more accommodating than he had anticipated. Perhaps Yi Qianfan had gleaned some information about him, Jiang Yuan speculated. However, when he caught sight of Yi Rongtian's begrudging gaze not far off, he couldn't help but find it amusing. That look seemed to convey a promise of revenge. A vow to one day reclaim the humiliation of today. Jiang Yuan leisurely rode his horse, approaching Yi Shao. Yi Rongtian, he chuckled lightly. You are arrogant and overbearing. Considering yourself the favored son of heaven, believing that all good things should belong to you. Yet here I am, taking away Lu Shishir right in front of you. Do you accept this? Yi Rongtian clenched his fists, filled with resentment. Yet he realized that even his father could do nothing against Jiang Yuan. If he were to retaliate now, it would only squander his father's hard work. Though Yi Rongtian's upbringing had made him somewhat brash, he was not a fool. His strength seemed to drain away, and with downcast eyes, he murmured, I concede. Lu Shishir had originally been the woman he had set his sights on, intending to leverage his family's connections to marry her forcibly. Yet circumstances had shifted, and he now faced the mightier Jiang Yuan, who had snatched Lu Shishir from him. Karma was indeed relentless. Yi Rongtian felt as if all strength had been drained from his body. He was used to being the one who bullied others. But now the tables had turned. While it was exhilarating to dominate, Being on the receiving end was anything but pleasant. Accustomed to a position of power, he found himself compelled to bow his head. Jiang Yuan, observing his demeanor, felt a surge of mischief. Your Yi family is vast and powerful, reigning over shaman. Yet I have caused your assets to plummet tenfold, leaving you severely weakened, Jiang Yuan teased. Such damage cannot be rectified in mere years. I have harmed your family's fortune and tarnished your reputation. Do you accept this? Yi Rongtian's heart bled, yet he understood the futility of resistance. Justice does not reside in the hearts of men. It lies solely within the tides of fate. Just as the grass on the ground grows with the changing seasons, dark clouds inevitably bring forth rain. Jiang Yuan had seized control of the situation, orchestrating everything to his advantage. Yi Rongtian's pride evaporated, and he could no longer maintain any semblance of arrogance, only able to mutter, I concede. Jiang Yuan continued, your family as chairman, a lifetime of ambition and glory. Yet I have him performing the humble task of leading a horse for me, treating me like a master. I have diminished the Yi family's prestige and stolen their renown. Do you accept this? Yi Rongtian felt a surge of frustration, nearly fainting from indignation, and weakly replied, I concede. Jiang Yuan clapped in delight, his voice ringing out, I know your words may not reflect your true feelings, but no matter, we can take our time. While laughing, he turned his horse around, leisurely departing with Lu Shishir and Yao Wenwen, leaving the crowd behind in stunned silence. Jiang Yuan is ruthless. He is undoubtedly a formidable character, they murmured. Did you capture that moment? Yi Qianfan was actually leading a horse for someone. You're risking your life. Who would dare to film such a scene? If the Yi family finds out, they might pursue you to the ends of the earth. Even the trio of Yi family members had to bow their heads to Jiang Yuan. This man was undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. He was someone they could not afford to offend. The one who felt the most fear and shock was Lu Shishir's stepmother, Lu Yuero. She had her own modest assets and had located Lu Shishir through special means. Her intention today was to forcibly bring Lu Shishir back to marry into the Yi family. Yet now, she felt as if her worldview had been shattered, unable to proceed with her original plan. Yi Qianfan, such a powerful figure, had actually shown submission. Lu Yuero was utterly astonished. What sort of man had Shishir found? It was terrifying. Her friend beside her mirrored her shock, mouth agape in disbelief. After about 20 minutes, the two women slowly emerged from their astonishment. Lu Yuero managed a strained smile, saying, I always knew Shishir was clever and mature for her age. The man she chose is undoubtedly trustworthy. We are getting old. We cannot comprehend the ways of the young. Let them decide for themselves. Her friend, hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle. Just moments ago in the car, she had insisted that Lu Shishir was inexperienced and knew nothing. How could her stance shift so rapidly? Ultimately, it all came down to strength. Jiang Yuan rode away with flair. Once they were out of sight of the crowd, Yao Wenwen immediately remarked, Boss, your words were quite arrogant. They sounded like something a villain in a movie would say. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan immediately reached out to pat her shoulder, playfully chiding. What nonsense are you spouting? Whether one is righteous or villainous is determined by their actions. I have not committed any unscrupulous deeds of bullying the weak or oppressing the vulnerable. That young Master Yi, on the other hand, has certainly engaged in many nefarious acts. Just look at that foreign lackey of his, strutting about with an air of superiority. It's evident he has taken advantage of quite a few of our compatriots. Do you really think I would let him off so easily? Yao Wenwen, upon hearing his words, found some merit in his argument. That day, when Peter had approached her, his demeanor had been quite haughty, clearly indicative of someone who was accustomed to being brazen and arrogant. As a subordinate of the Yi family, it was apparent that he reflected his master's disposition. A lesson was certainly warranted. However, Jiang Yuan's subsequent remarks left Yao Wenwen feeling both amused and exasperated. He candidly stated, Moreover, I never claimed to be a paragon of virtue. I am merely an ordinary individual, so please do not hold me to such lofty standards. At this, Yao Wenwen pursed her lips. Ordinary person, are you indulging in a bit of self-deprecation? If you consider yourself ordinary, then what does that make me? Lu Shishir observed their banter with some amusement. Yet, once their horses were returned to the stable, a nearby Western restaurant captured their attention. The establishment was modest in size and somewhat unrefined, yet the tantalizing aromas wafting from within had everyone salivating. Through the crack of the door, they could glimpse a slender and graceful woman skillfully preparing the dishes in the kitchen. Her figure was exquisite, with a delicate waist and alluring curves. Even Yao Wenwen, who prided herself on her own physique, felt a pang of envy at the sight. Lu Shishir, too, couldn't help but steal a few extra glances at the woman, whose figure was indeed a rare marvel. Chapter 142, A Fortuitous Encounter with Gujiani. The woman's silhouette was perfectly proportioned. A fraction more would render her plump, while a fraction less would appear too frail. Such a flawless body could only be deemed a divine creation. Even Jiang Yuan, accustomed to the beauty of women, felt a stir of intrigue within him. If heaven had bestowed such a perfect form upon this girl, one could only wonder what her face would be like. Would it complement her figure or stand in stark contrast? With a hint of interest in his eyes, Yao Wenwen noticed Jiang Yuan's fascination and proudly puffed out her chest, boasting, "Boss, did I not deliver? I assure you, you will be thoroughly satisfied with the female chef at this restaurant." Jiang Yuan patted her shoulder, replying, "You have indeed done well. Once we have her, you may never need to set foot in the kitchen again. That would truly be a monumental blessing." Yao Wenwen was momentarily taken aback by his words, retorting indignantly, "You." Lu Shishir interjected, "We haven't even ordered yet. Let's decide on our dishes first." At this, Jiang Yuan casually lifted the menu. Though the restaurant was small, it was impeccably clean, accommodating perhaps a dozen guests. However, the variety of dishes on the menu was quite impressive. Red wine braised beef, garlic baked potatoes, human roasted vegetables, salt and pepper pan-seared steak, lemon grilled salmon, and tomato meat sauce pasta. Easily dozens of options. Jiang Yuan was pleasantly surprised by the chef's dedication. For some reason, the establishment was not bustling with patrons. Apart from the three of them, there were only a couple of scattered customers. After selecting 2 dishes, Jiang Yuan passed the menu to Yao Wenwen. "Boss, this is a company expense, so I shall not hold back," she said, licking her lips as she meticulously chose over a dozen dishes before finally relenting. However, when she handed the menu to Lu Shishir, the latter shook her head, appearing somewhat preoccupied. "This is enough. I want to order more." Once the orders were placed, the kitchen was remarkably swift in both preparation and service. The red wine braised beef was tender and flavorful, the aroma intoxicating. The tomato pasta was a delightful balance of tangy and sweet, with the noodles possessing a satisfying chewiness. The pan-seared steak was cooked to perfection, tender and delectable. Despite Jiang Yuan's palate being accustomed to the exquisite cuisine of the beautiful chefs at home, he could not help but be pleasantly surprised by the delightful flavors before him. "Marvelous!" Yao Wenwen exclaimed, equally pleased. The trio indulged in their meal with great enthusiasm, fully absorbed in their enjoyment. However, just as they were relishing the food, a voice filled with surprise suddenly rang out. "Jiang Yuan, is that you?" Jiang Yuan looked up to find a strikingly beautiful woman gazing at him with delight. Her bright eyes sparkled with an unmistakable joy. It was Gu Jiani, the singer he had encountered not long ago during the talent audition at Tianqi Media. He had been contemplating the prospect of inviting her to be the lead singer for his private band at his villa in Dongshan district after the competition. Little did he expect to run into her again at this very place. "Is it really you?" Jiang Yuan smiled gently. "Are you here for a meal as well?" Gu Jiani's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink at the sight of him, her voice barely above a whisper. "Not exactly. I'm here to find my sister." Jiang Yuan raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "Your sister?" "The chef at this restaurant. Her name is Gu Jiahua." "Ah." Jiang Yuan felt an extraordinary sense of serendipity wash over him. Here he was, having chosen a private band singer and a private chef, only to discover they were sisters. Their parents must be exceptionally talented to have raised such gifted daughters. Yao Wenwen, unable to contain her excitement, whispered to Jiang Yuan, "Then let us seize the day and acquire both of them." In response, Jiang Yuan lightly tapped her on the head, signaling her to refrain from causing a ruckus. His perceptive nature allowed him to discern that when Gu Jiani mentioned her sister's name, a flicker of concern and sorrow had crossed her eyes. Clearly, there were matters she had not disclosed to him, perhaps out of fear of burdening him or believing that she could not manage the situation alone. "We would also like to meet your sister," Jiang Yuan stated calmly. Gu Jiani hesitated momentarily. Had it been anyone else making such a request, she might have declined outright. After all, her sister was rather shy and reluctant to meet strangers, especially given her current circumstances. Yet, looking at Jiang Yuan's expression, she felt a sense of reluctance to refuse. Moreover, he might be able to assist in some way. After a brief moment of contemplation, Gu Jiani finally replied, "All right, but only you can meet her." Jiang Yuan was not surprised by this response. He had instinctively sensed that the Gu sisters were facing some difficulties. Turning to the 2 women, he said, "You both continue enjoying your meal. I will be back shortly." Yao Wenwen and Lu Shishir nodded in understanding. Subsequently, Jiang Yuan followed Gu Jiani into the kitchen, where he encountered her sister. Apart from her already stunning figure, she was a woman whose beauty surpassed Gu Jiani's by a notable margin. Her visage was youthful, exuding a vibrant aura of youthfulness, with features that were more pronounced and animated, radiating an ethereal charm akin to that of a fairy. However, her face was marred by a sickly pallor, and her physique seemed somewhat frail. Jiang Yuan harbored a suspicion in his heart, but refrained from voicing it. Upon seeing her elder sister, Gu Jiahua naturally burst into exuberance. Yet her demeanor shifted to one of shyness and trepidation when she noticed the unfamiliar man beside her sister. However, the moment she beheld Jiang Yuan's countenance, it was as if the gentle warmth of the sun graced her face, causing her apprehension to dissipate somewhat. Gu Jiani introduced him, saying, "Jiang Yuan, this is my sister, Gu Jiahua." Jiang Yuan extended his hand politely, stating, "It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Jiang Yuan." In response to his outstretched hand, Gu Jiahua's face flushed crimson, and she instinctively took a step back. Having been introverted since childhood, she struggled with verbal communication, and strict family upbringing had rendered her exceedingly timid. Gu Jiani chuckled gently, "My sister is a bit shy. Please do not take offense." Jiang Yuan nodded in understanding. However, just as he prepared to retract his hand, Gu Jiahua took a tentative step forward and nervously grasped Jiang Yuan's hand. He was slightly taken aback. "I have heard much about you from my sister. You have assisted her greatly. Thus you must be a good person," Gu Jiahua remarked. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Gu Jiahua." Observing her evident fear and shyness, coupled with the palpable apprehension in her handshake, which, though cool and slightly clammy, felt quite pleasant, Jiang Yuan could not help but find her intriguing, and a faint fondness began to blossom within him. Gu Jiahua, gazing at Jiang Yuan, felt her heart flutter uncontrollably. Young women are often sentimental, and especially in the presence of a man of Jiang Yuan's striking appearance, her eyes sparkled with an inexplicable brilliance. Just as the atmosphere began to shift into a delicate nuance, Gu Jiani's phone rang. The ringtone, reminiscent of summer's playful whispers, was somewhat kitschy yet oddly captivating. Gu Jiahua erupted into laughter. "Sister, your ringtone taste remains as peculiar as ever." Her laughter illuminated the room like 1,000 blossoming pear trees, enveloping the space in a warm glow. Jiang Yuan felt a stir within. Her smile was enchanting, rivaling the beauty of top-tier beauties like Lu Shishir and Su Wanting. Gu Jiani, slightly blushing, replied, "I have a fondness for this retro ringtone." With that, she turned away to answer the call. However, after only a few exchanges, Jiang Yuan observed her expression transition from calm to surprise, culminating in unrestrained joy. Curiosity piqued. He watched as Gu Jiahua's eyes gleamed with hope. Once Gu Jiani concluded her call, her face radiated uncontainable delight. To an unsuspecting passerby, her demeanor might suggest she had just won a substantial lottery. "Master Chun has agreed to our request. He is willing to come and examine our father tomorrow morning," Gu Jiani exclaimed. Master Chun was the medical expert they had previously contacted. The unexpected news sent Gu Jiahua into a fervor of excitement, nearly causing her to leap with joy. The sisters' voices mingled with exhilaration and elation. Yet, as they gradually regained their composure, they recalled Jiang Yuan's presence. Gu Jiani, slightly embarrassed, chuckled, "Jiang Yuan, we got a bit carried away. Please do not mind us." Jiang Yuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's quite all right. Is your father unwell?" A shadow crossed Gu Jiani's eyes as she replied, "Yes, my father's heart condition is troubling." Jiang Yuan inquired curiously, "Are there no solutions, even from the numerous hospitals in Xiaoqing?" In his view, contemporary medical advancements should have rendered such ailments manageable. Gu Jiani nodded yes. This condition is rather complex. Even extensive examinations costing tens of thousands yield no results. After a brief hesitation, she added, "Our family has a hereditary heart condition that is quite rare. Modern medicine scarcely encounters such cases. Without the aid of top-tier medical experts, there seems to be little hope." Her mention of a hereditary ailment stirred a resonance within Jiang Yuan. He too bore a similar genetic affliction, albeit a milder one which merely caused his nose to redden and become stuffy during winter, not significantly impacting his health. However, such minor ailments often left him feeling somewhat vexed and uncomfortable. Thus, he empathized with the gravity of hereditary diseases. "Is the condition severe when it manifests?" he asked, inadvertently probing deeper. Gu Jiani's expression dimmed as she replied, "Most family members experience a rapid decline in health as they age. In severe cases, they may pass away peacefully in their sleep. Our family once operated a moderately successful Western restaurant, but a year ago, my father's hereditary condition worsened unexpectedly, forcing us to sell the restaurant and our home to cover medical expenses." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan fell silent. Gaining a preliminary understanding of the dangers posed by such hereditary conditions, the Gu sisters were both exceptionally talented, one in singing, the other in culinary arts, and they were both stunningly beautiful. Yet, with such a peculiar family ailment, longevity seemed elusive. Jiang Yuan inquired, "What is the story behind Master Chen?" Gu Jiahua explained, "Master Chen is an old friend of our father. His reputation overseas is quite illustrious, being one of the world's foremost experts on heart disease. His assistance may prove invaluable." Jiang Yuan nodded, realizing that this was a familial connection and a distinguished benefactor was coming to their aid. However, a thought struck him. How much do you still owe in medical expenses? At this pointed question, both Gu Jiani and Gu Jiahua fell silent. The harsh reality of medical costs swept away their earlier joy. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Jiani spoke. Over the past year, we have scraped together funds from relatives. We owe very little to the hospital, but we are indebted to friends and family for over 4 million. 4 million was a considerable sum for an ordinary person. Zhang Yuan felt a stir in his heart and asked, "So, your participation in the talent competition was also to help your father with his medical bills?" Winning the talent competition not only offered a remarkable opportunity to enter the industry, but also promised a substantial monetary reward. Gu Jining nodded thoughtfully. Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment before stating, "Perhaps I can cover the medical expenses for you." Upon hearing this, the Gu sisters exchanged astonished glances, taken aback by the proposal. However, Zhang Yuan raised a hand and cautioned, "Do not be overly excited. I did not imply it would be free of charge." Gu Jiashuan's heart skipped a beat as she apprehensively asked, "What is it that you desire?" Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan affirmed, "Yes, I want something." Gu Jiashuan, now frightened, inquired, "What do you want?" Zhang Yuan replied, "I want both of you." "You want us both?" The sisters' hearts raced in trepidation. "Indeed. I wish for you both to be my personal singers and chefs." The Gu sisters felt an overwhelming sense of relief upon hearing his words, yet inexplicably, a tinge of disappointment lingered in their hearts. Chapter 144. Your home is actually a royal mansion. While Gu Jining was somewhat astonished by Zhang Yuan's generosity, she had witnessed his commanding presence on stage and his audacious claims. Strangely, the judges appeared captivated, accepting his assertions without question. In her mind, Zhang Yuan was a figure shrouded in mystery, undoubtedly possessing significant influence. Thus, his declarations and promises did not strike her as entirely unexpected. However, Gu Jining was indeed shocked. This was over 4 million. To casually offer such a sum was audacious. Did this dashing young man not fear that they might abscond with the money? His lavishness was astounding. Not only was he handsome, but he was also magnanimous and wealthy. This young man was truly a hidden gem. Moreover, he had placed the sisters in a position of significant obligation. How could they ever repay such a debt? According to the code of the underworld, one would serve as a beast of burden in the next life for an unattractive benefactor, while for a handsome benefactor, one would offer oneself. No, what am I thinking? Why is it that ever since I met him, my mind is flooded with such fanciful thoughts? Gu Jiashuan was lost in a reverie. Her mind racing with various ideas, momentarily rendered speechless. Zhang Yuan observed the mix of gratitude and surprise on the sisters' faces. Clearly, they regarded him as their benefactor. He couldn't help but smile faintly. To him, 4 million was merely the cost of opening a few blind boxes. It was hardly a significant amount. Thinking of those blind boxes made him a tad restless. It had been ages since he last participated in a lottery. A sudden urge to return to his source royal mansion surged within him, igniting a desire to indulge in a delightful lottery experience. Consequently, Zhang Yuan took out his phone and transferred the money to Gu Jining. Ding! As the 4 million arrived in her account, Gu Jining's eyes sparkled with astonishment, fixating on Zhang Yuan as if she were trying to see through him completely. Anyone unaware of the situation might have thought she intended to swallow him whole. Subsequently, Zhang Yuan bid farewell, saying, "I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Until we meet again." Upon hearing that Zhang Yuan was leaving, Gu Jiashuan felt a pang of disappointment. "Will you be able to come to the hospital tomorrow?" she asked. "We are a bit uneasy. If you are there, we would feel more at ease." Zhang Yuan contemplated briefly before agreeing. "Sure. After all, my personal singers and chefs will need to reside in my home. Once the hospital matters are settled tomorrow, you can come and stay with me." Hearing Zhang Yuan's candid words, Gu Jiashuan stuttered, What did you say?" "Stay at your house." Instantly, her thoughts veered off course. "Yes, what of it?" Zhang Yuan replied, perplexed. "You are my hired personal chefs and singers. Naturally, you will reside in my home." However, Zhang Yuan, being astute, noticed the shift in Gu Jiashuan's expression and quickly deduced her thoughts. He found himself both amused and exasperated, clarifying, "Each of you will have your own room. You need not share with me." Phew! Gu Jiashuan's face flushed with embarrassment as she exhaled softly. Yet, while she felt some relief, a strange sense of disappointment crept in, which she was reluctant to acknowledge, striving to conceal it. Gu Jining readily agreed, saying, "All right. Our original house has already been mortgaged, so staying at yours is quite convenient." She then inquired, "Where's your home?" "It must be quite spacious if everyone gets their own room." Zhang Yuan replied, "There is a source royal mansion in the city center. You can easily locate it using a map app." Upon hearing this, Gu Jining and Gu Jiashuan were both taken aback, their faces registering shock. Ding. Shock points, 600. Ding. Shock points, 600. Ding. Shock points, 600. "What did you say?" "Repeat that." "You live where?" "The source royal mansion." Gu Jiaxuan was momentarily stunned, her brain seemingly short-circuiting. Gu Jianning's eyes widened in disbelief as if she had just received earth-shattering news. The royal mansion in the city center was one of the landmarks of Xiamen. Almost every resident had gazed upon that magnificent structure from afar. Each childhood in Xiamen was filled with dreams of residing within such a royal abode. However, the notion of living in such a grand building was entirely fanciful. Such a superstructure was unattainable without billions in wealth. Recently, the sisters had lamented the fact that someone could purchase the royal mansion, exclaiming how fortunate it was to possess such wealth. Yet they never fathomed that the buyer was none other than the charming young man standing before them, Jiang Yuan. This was simply beyond belief. Jiang Yuan, observing their astonished silence, inquired curiously, "What's wrong?" Gu Jiaxuan stammered, "You're not joking with us, are you?" Gu Jianning swallowed hard, incredulous as she asked, "That is the royal mansion, worth an immense fortune. Did you truly buy it?" Jiang Yuan shrugged, "Why would I lie to you? Tomorrow, you can move in with your bags." The Gu sisters were still struggling to accept this reality, their once bright eyes now dulled by shock. However, Jiang Yuan was growing impatient. He longed to return home and indulge in some lottery fun. This itch for a lottery could not be suppressed. "I must take my leave now. I will be at the hospital tomorrow," Jiang Yuan announced. With that, he turned to depart, leaving the Gu sisters in a state of stunned disbelief. They remained silent for an extended period. Finally, Gu Jianning managed to utter, "This person is far too wealthy." Gu Jiaxuan nodded in strong agreement. Meanwhile, as he stepped outside, Yao Wenwen and Lu Shishir had already finished their sumptuous meal and were waiting for Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan laughed heartily. "The matter has been resolved. From now on, you can enjoy exquisite Western cuisine every day." Yao Wenwen's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "The boss is truly impressive. Has he really purchased all of them?" Chapter 145, The Lottery, Golden Rewards Abound. When Jiang Yuan and his companions returned to the Source King's manor, they were somewhat fatigued. The prolonged hours spent riding had taken a toll on their stamina. However, after indulging in a delightful meal at a fine dining establishment, their spirits were significantly lifted. It had been a day both fulfilling and pleasurable. As soon as Yao Wenwen and Lu Shishir entered their respective rooms, they shut their eyes and began to rest. Jiang Yuan was no exception. He lay on his bed in a relaxed position, arms and legs spread out like a star. Yet, his consciousness had already submerged into another realm. His points had been entirely converted into mystery boxes. The sheer quantity of mystery boxes was astonishing, densely packed and layered in the sky. From a distance, they resembled a thick blanket of clouds, revealing their vast numbers. What rewards would emerge this time? Anticipation filled Jiang Yuan's gaze. With a swift flick of his fingertip, 10 mystery boxes in the sky were instantaneously unlocked. Reward: 1,000,000 yuan. Reward: 1,000,000 yuan. Reward: 10,000,000 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 yuan. What followed was a burst of azure skies and fluffy white clouds. Jiang Yuan felt a tinge of disappointment. However, according to his understanding of lottery metaphysics, the first few instances of blue skies and clouds might not signify a bad omen. Often, the initial occurrences of such rewards were akin to accumulating luck, suggesting that a grand revelation awaited him. Yet, life is often unpredictable. Just as he was about to validate his theory, the second round of 10 revealed a burst of rainbow-colored flames. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Was this fortune or misfortune? Without dwelling too much on it, he promptly opened all the second round mystery boxes. Reward: 1,000,000 yuan. Reward: 1,000,000 yuan. Reward: 1,000,000 yuan. Reward: 1,000,000 yuan. Reward: 10,000,000 yuan. Reward: 10,000,000 yuan. Reward: 10,000,000 yuan. Reward: 10,000,000 yuan. Critical reward: a golden sports car. Another vehicle? Jiang Yuan felt a flicker of curiosity within. He harbored a question, since he had already acquired the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. Did this mean he had reached a pinnacle in vehicle rewards? The Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost was classified among the ultra-rare luxury cars, at least in Jiang Yuan's previous knowledge. Few vehicles could rival the opulence of the Silver Ghost. So what did this golden sports car signify? The absence of any luxurious brand associated with it was indeed an unusual circumstance. This was the first time he had encountered such a peculiarity since he began his lottery endeavors. With a sense of curiosity, Zhang Yuan began to examine the details of the golden sports car closely. Item name, golden sports car. Description, the body of this car is entirely crafted from pure gold, with an average wear of 50 grams of gold for every 100 kilometers driven. Estimated value, approximately 6 billion yuan, in terms of price. It could undoubtedly be deemed the world's most expensive car. Gasp. Upon hearing this succinct description, Zhang Yuan nearly gasped in astonishment. Did they not understand how exorbitant gold prices were? Simply driving this car could deplete such an immense quantity of gold. Extravagance at its peak. This ostentatious design required no brand embellishment. Its mere existence was a testament to excess and indulgence. Zhang Yuan's eyes gleamed with delight. Driving such a car was no ordinary display of wealth. It was an unmistakable proclamation of affluence. It was audacious, it was trendy. A smile crept across Zhang Yuan's face. This stroke of luck was indeed a delightful surprise. He recalled a dessert, the golden sundae, he had once savored at the Ritz-Carlton in Nanjing. That dessert was crafted with edible gold dust, epitomizing luxury. Yet now, merely by taking a drive, the gold ware from his vehicle equated to the cost of that extravagant sundae. What other splendid rewards awaited him? Zhang Yuan rubbed his hands together and initiated another round of 10 draws. Reward, 1,000,000 yuan. 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 Reward, 10,000,000 yuan. Critical reward, a bottle of Laos Verres vodka, a collector's item. What is this reward? Zhang Yuan paused for a moment, taken aback. This was his first time drawing liquor. Today had indeed been extraordinary, as he gradually began to unearth rare rewards. Hastily, he began to scrutinize the details of this bottle of vodka. Item name, Laos Verres vodka, also known as billionaire vodka. Description, the bottle is encrusted with approximately 3,000 diamonds, with a capacity of 5 liters. Estimated value, approximately 300 million yuan. This. Zhang Yuan was astounded. Who would be so extravagant as to encrust over 3,000 precious diamonds onto a vodka bottle? The very thought of tasting such a drink must be filled with the fragrance of wealth. Zhang Yuan shook his head. This did not align with his expectations. He desired rewards that were more practical and beneficial. Fortunately, with the abundance of mystery boxes today, he still had ample opportunities. Without hesitation, he proceeded with another round. Reward, 1,000,000 yuan. Reward, 1,000,000 yuan. Reward, 1,000,000 yuan. Reward, 1,000,000 yuan. Reward, 10,000,000 yuan. Reward, 10,000,000 yuan. Critical reward, a limited edition bottle of Islay Island whiskey. Zhang Yuan was taken aback once more. Another bottle of liquor. Item name, Islay Island whiskey, limited edition. Description, this bottle is crafted from pure crystal, encrusted with 2 gold bars, 500 diamonds, and 300 rubies. Estimated value, approximately 1.2 billion yuan. In terms of value, it might be the most expensive whiskey in the world. Zhang Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. It appeared that even among golden rewards, the disparity between the upper and lower limits was indeed vast. Even similar rewards can exhibit a hierarchical substitution relationship. The former merely boasts an embellishment of over 3,000 diamonds, while the latter astonishingly features more than 8,000, complemented by an additional 300 rubies. Such extravagance is truly excessive. Chapter 146, Master Chun. As dusk gradually enveloped the surroundings, a wave of weariness washed over Zhang Yuan, having grown somewhat drowsy from the lottery draws, had exhausted his mental faculties with the day's horse riding. Coupled with several rather lackluster 10 consecutive draws, his patience began to wear thin. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 10 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 million yuan. The sky remained a canvas of blue and white. Jiang Yuan paid little heed, regarding it merely as the accumulation of luck. In a state of drowsy haze, he engaged in several more draws. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 10 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 million yuan. Critical reward, 75 shares of Xinjiang Media Company. Suddenly, a significant reward emerged. Jiang Yuan felt a jolt of energy. If this is how it's going to be, I might just shake off my fatigue. However, upon seeing this reward, Jiang Yuan could not help but feel a twinge of surprise. The media company he had previously drawn, Tianqi Media, primarily focuses on nurturing singers. Recently, the 4 rising diva stars had all originated from this very company. Xinjiang Media, on the other hand, specializes in the production of films and television series. Standing as one of the leading companies in domestic box office revenue, it has cultivated numerous acclaimed actors and actresses, making it one of the few companies capable of rivaling Tianqi Media. This is quite a commendable reward, Jiang Yuan mused, narrowing his eyes slightly. Yet, the depth of surprise he hoped for remained somewhat elusive. After several more uninspiring draws of blue skies and white clouds, fatigue weighed heavily upon his eyelids, and yawns became increasingly frequent. Perhaps it would be best to retire for the night and continue tomorrow. Reluctantly, Jiang Yuan decided on one final 10-draw session, saving the remainder for the next day, as exhaustion enveloped him. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 10 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 million yuan. Critical reward, 80 shares of Yuhan Conghai Company. A reward emerged once more, this time also in the form of company shares. However, Jiang Yuan was left perplexed, as he had scarcely heard of this company. Unlike media companies whose fame could be established with a single film or television series, many lesser-known enterprises often only resonate with those who have worked within the industry. I shall inquire about this company tomorrow, Jiang Yuan thought, before closing his eyes and peacefully drifting into slumber. The following day, at the First People's Hospital of Xiamen City, Gu Jianing and Gu Jiahua had been waiting anxiously outside the hospital room since dawn. They had arranged to meet the medical expert, Master Chun, here. Master Chun, whose real name is Chen Kongheng, is renowned worldwide for his outstanding contributions to the medical field. Initially, many referred to him privately as Master Chun, but over time, it became customary for people to address him as such. The sisters felt a mixture of anxiety and anticipation, as it was said that Master Chun possessed a commendable character and had a prior acquaintance with their father. Yet, this was merely hearsay, and the exact nature of their relationship remained uncertain. Given that this matter pertained to their father's life, their nerves were understandably frayed. Would Master Chen suddenly have other commitments? Would he demand exorbitant medical fees from them? Their concerns were not unfounded, as it is prudent to be cautious, especially regarding such critical matters. Fortunately, their worst fears did not materialize. Around 9 in the morning, a gentleman of refined demeanor and approachability appeared. Clad in a white lab coat and wearing glasses, his warm and compassionate expression towards the Gu sisters was akin to that of a father gazing upon his daughters. "You must be the daughters of Gu Qingkai," Master Chen remarked with a smile. I hadn't seen Xiao Gu in years and never expected him to encounter such a predicament. I had warned him back then not to overexert himself, but he was so engrossed in his work that this illness manifested prematurely. Upon hearing this, the sisters' eyes immediately glistened with unshed tears. Their childhood had been marred by hardship, their mother having passed away early, relying solely on their father's toil. They had not anticipated that their father's condition was a consequence of overwork. Master Chen reassured them, "Fear not, Xiao Gu's condition is not beyond the realm of healing. I have made significant progress in recent years. Allow me to examine him first." Nodding vigorously, Gu Jianing and Gu Jiahua led Master Chen into the hospital room. Without delay, Master Chen called upon the hospital's medical apparatus to conduct a comprehensive examination of their father. The results were swift to emerge. "The current situation is not optimistic. It is more severe than I had anticipated," Master Chen stated with a grave expression. "We must proceed with surgery immediately. Delaying even an hour could diminish the chances of success." Upon hearing Master Chen's words, Gu Jiahua quickly replied, "Then we shall trouble you." Meanwhile, Gu Jianing cautiously interjected, "But regarding the medical fees, we may not." Master Chen waved his hand dismissively and replied decisively, "It is merely a matter of money. Given my relationship with Xiao Gu, there is no need to dwell on such matters. Let us proceed with the surgery first." At his words, the sisters were overwhelmed with joy. Jiang Yuan stood by, smiling as well. The situation seemed to be progressing smoothly. Indeed, the character of Master Chen matched the high praise he received from the public. He is a good man, the sisters thought with delight in their hearts. However, just as Master Chen was preparing for a meeting to finalize the surgical arrangements, a middle-aged man in a suit, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, hurriedly approached. "Greetings, Master Chen. I am Chen Changqing, the secretary from Tianjun Group." Upon hearing this introduction, Jiang Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. Tianjun Group, this name seemed vaguely familiar. Recently, the name of this conglomerate appeared on the wealth list of Shaman City. Chen Changqing approached Master Chen, leaning in to whisper a few words. "Our Tianjun Group urgently requests your assistance in treating a patient." Master Chen furrowed his brow and firmly declined, stating, "I cannot. I currently have a patient in need of my care." Yet, Chen Changqing remained unfazed and replied, "The identity of our patient is crucial. I urge you to reconsider. Sometimes, relinquishing one opportunity may lead to greater gains." Chapter 147. The Arrogance of Chen Changqing. "Who exactly is this patient you speak of?" A flicker of impatience flashed in Master Chen's eyes. "Gu's condition is exceedingly dire. He requires immediate surgery. Even with my extensive experience, the prognosis is grim. Every minute wasted diminishes Gu's chances of recovery. This is a race against death. There is no time to squander." However, Chen Changqing seized his hand, enunciating each word. "Recently, our chairman has been suffering from frequent angina. I have been instructed to summon you to our residence at once." The patient in question was none other than the chairman of Tianjun Group, a towering figure in Xiamen, ranked among the top 3 in the city's wealth rankings. For an ordinary physician, the mere mention of such a prominent individual would likely instill a sense of trepidation, compelling them to acquiesce to the request. Yet, Master Chen feigned indifference, preparing his surgical attire and instruments. Casting a brief glance at Chen Changqing, he resolutely declared, "I am a doctor. My duty is to save patients. In my eyes, there is no hierarchy among them. Regardless of who your patient is, they must wait their turn." His words resonated with righteousness, imbued with a profound sense of medical ethics. Even the nurses and doctors assisting with the preparations regarded him with newfound respect, while simultaneously harboring disdain for Chen Changqing. After all, the chairman had merely visited the hospital a few days prior for a minor ailment. His angina, attributed to old age, hardly constituted a grave concern. These wealthy individuals were overly fearful of death, overreacting to every minor ailment. On one side lay a critically ill patient, while on the other was an individual with a mere occasional discomfort. How could one prioritize the latter over the former? Such audacity was almost shameless. Master Chen's unwavering stance against power and wealth was truly commendable. The murmurs of the nurses and doctors were not discreet, and their voices reached Chen Changqing's ears. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, revealing an extraordinary fortitude and resolve. "Master Chen," he stated calmly, "as the chairman's secretary, my duty is to address his needs. I implore you to understand my predicament and cooperate with my efforts." As he spoke, he retrieved a document folder from his bag, filled with cardiac CT scans, pulse oximetry data, and other professional materials pertaining to the chairman. Master Chen glanced at the documents, his brow furrowing. "Your chairman's condition is not critical. I will attend to this surgery first." Deep down, he understood the nature of these affluent individuals. While they may claim to value life, their actions often betrayed a profound fear of death. It was only natural to fear for one's life. Yet to demand the attention of a physician currently treating a critically ill patient was an egregious waste of medical resources, an absurdity, yet deemed reasonable by some. "In exchange for your agreement to our request, Master Chen, we are prepared to offer you 10 million in compensation." 10 million. The Gu sisters paled at the mention of such an amount. Who could resist such temptation? Fortunately, Master Chen was not an ordinary man. He turned away from Chen Changqing, silently focusing on the final preparations for surgery. 20 million. Chen Changqing raised his voice. Master Chen remained unmoved. 30 million. Ultimately, Master Chen coldly retorted, "Integrity cannot be purchased with money." He then turned and entered the operating room with his team. Yet, Chen Changqing was undeterred. Observing Master Chen's entry, he attempted to force his way into the operating room, seemingly intent on halting the surgery to take Master Chen away. Faced with such arrogance, the Gu sisters immediately sought to intervene. Jiang Yuan, swift in action, calmly extended his foot to block Chen Changqing's path. With a resounding thud, Chen Changqing, oblivious to his surroundings, stumbled and fell, making an unwelcome acquaintance with the floor. Dust covered his face, rendering him both disheveled and comical. However, Chen Changqing did not lose his composure. As the secretary to the chairman, he maintained an air of elegance and poise regardless of circumstances. Rising to his feet, he casually addressed the Gu sisters. "I empathize with your concerns. I understand your father's condition is precarious, causing you great anxiety. If it were my father, I would also be frantic. However, Have you considered that surgery carries risks of failure, and even if success were to miraculously occur, what significance would it hold if it provoked the ire of the wrong people? His words, delivered in a calm tone, concealed a sharp undercurrent of menace. The Gu sisters shivered at the implications. The sheer might of Tianjin Group and its formidable influence instilled a sense of dread within them. Yet, with their father's peril looming, Gu Jiahui summoned her courage, defiantly retorting, "Your chairman's condition is not dire. Our father is at death's door. Why must you refuse to wait?" Being younger, Gu Jiahui believed in rational discourse and negotiation. In contrast, Gu Jianing, older and more mature, recognized that reason often fell on deaf ears. Indeed, upon hearing Gu Jiahui's words, Chen Changqing promptly countered, "Why should we wait? That question should be directed at you. Our chairman is the cornerstone for tens of thousands of employees. Should anything happen to him, countless livelihoods would be jeopardized. Your father is merely an ordinary chef. Is not our chairman's life of greater significance, deserving of priority and treatment?" His words rang with self-righteousness, as if he alone held the truth. In truth, it was merely a case of sophistry and insincere rhetoric. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan scoffed derisively. Chapter 148. Jiang Yuan is a person one must never provoke. Gu Jiahua's complexion turned pale, and she trembled as she asked, "What do you intend to do?" Chen Changqing brushed the dust off his attire and replied, "Immediately halt the surgery and allow me to take Master Chen. Once our chairman's condition improves, Master Chen will undoubtedly treat you." Upon hearing this, Gu Jiani erupted in anger, exclaiming, "This is utterly outrageous. We shall summon the hospital security, and they will surely expel you." Gu Jiahua resolutely positioned herself in front of the operating room, steadfastly blocking Chen Changqing's passage. Unfazed, Chen Changqing laughed heartily, clutching his abdomen, and remarked, "Security? Do you truly believe that a few petty guards from this small hospital would dare lay a hand on me, the secretary of Tianjin Group?" Simultaneously, he cast a casual glance at Jiang Yuan and warned, "I advise you all to consider that everyone will bear the consequences of their actions today." His words were pointedly directed at Jiang Yuan, alluding to the incident where Jiang Yuan had tripped him. However, he was solely focused on fulfilling his mission to take Master Chen and had no desire to engage in a prolonged dispute with Jiang Yuan. After all, there would be ample opportunities for retribution. He could always find someone to deal with Jiang Yuan later. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan, who had remained silent for an extended period, suddenly spoke. "You are Chen Changqing, are you not?" Jiang Yuan said with a calm smile. "Earlier, you mentioned that even if today's surgery were successful and the patient revived, if one were to offend the wrong person, it would render existence worse than death. Is that what you meant?" Chen Changqing nodded, responding, "I was merely stating the facts and the potential consequences you may face, so you could weigh your choices wisely. I am only acting out of good intentions." Good intentions? For reasons unknown, the Gu sisters found the term ludicrous when uttered from this man's lips. Jiang Yuan countered, "Good intentions? I perceive it as a malevolent heart. You would forcibly take away a healer who saves lives, while your chairman merely seeks peace of mind, as he is not in grave danger. If something were to go awry today, would it not equate to your own hand in his demise? How malicious." Chen Changqing's expression remained unchanged as he replied, "You are merely sharp-tongued, indulging in verbal sparring. I shall warn you one last time. If you do not step aside, you will face consequences beyond your capacity to endure." At this juncture, it was evident that he had lost his final shred of patience. The Gu sisters, too, had entirely lost faith in his character. Jiang Yuan then laid his cards on the table. He looked directly at Chen Changqing and said, "Have you considered that if you successfully take Master Chen today, fulfilling your chairman's task, you may offend individuals you ought not to? Is all of this truly worth it?" Upon hearing this, Chen Changqing gazed at Jiang Yuan as though he were a simpleton. "Offend the wrong person? Who? You?" Chen Changqing regarded him with disdain. Jiang Yuan calmly stated, "It is I, Jiang Yuan." Chen Changqing sighed deeply and said, "I have extended opportunities to you, but I am now devoid of patience. You will all pay for today's events." With that, he fell silent and began contacting others. He intended to wield the power and connections of Tianjin Group to forcefully enact his will. Inside Tianjin Group, Chairman Zhou Tianheng sipped his tea lightly, his complexion rosy and his demeanor robust. However, he still recalled with trepidation the recent episode of acute angina. The sensation had felt like a harrowing brush with death. Far too frightful. Despite possessing countless assets and ranking among the top 3 in the affluent circles of Xiqing, he found himself deeply enamored with the beauty of life. Where is Master Chen? Was he not touted as a leading expert in cardiology? Surely he can cure my ailment, Zhou Tianheng mused with furrowed brows. At that moment, several senior executives of Tianjin Group exchanged anxious glances, their hearts racing. Chairman Zhou Tianheng was known for his capricious temperament and violent outbursts. A single misstep could lead to a torrent of harsh words. Just then, a phone call came through. He picked it up to find it was his secretary, Chen Changqing. On the other end, Chen Changqing exaggerated the situation and distorted the truth. Chairman, I have done my utmost, but this Master Chen is ungrateful. He insists on treating someone else before attending to you. Does he not see your worth? I have investigated, and the other patient's condition is trivial, merely minor ailments. Yet Master Chen dilly-dallies in treating him. The patient's family was exceedingly rude. Despite my entreaties, they dismissed me, claiming it was none of their concern and told me to leave. Undoubtedly, Chen Changqing's ability to manipulate the narrative was exceptional, which explained why he had risen to the position of board secretary at such a young age. Upon hearing this, Chairman Zhuo Tianhong's expression darkened. Which family dares to act so recklessly and disregard life? Upon realizing her chairman was furious, Chen Changqing's heart swelled with joy. His volatile nature was notorious. Once enraged, it was nearly impossible to calm him. This would surely be entertaining. Chen Changqing, with a glint in his eye, added, moreover, there is someone who claims that Tianjun Group would not dare offend him, asserting that you must show him deference. He insisted I bow and apologize. Chairman Zhuo Tianhang, upon hearing this, was immediately incensed. Who is so audacious? His name is Jiang Yuan. Chen Changqing gleefully proclaimed Jiang Yuan's name, relishing the prospect of revenge for his earlier humiliation. However, as soon as Chen Changqing uttered Jiang Yuan's name, the atmosphere shifted peculiarly. On the other end of the line, Chairman Zhuo Tianhang fell into a silence that was anything but ordinary. What was happening? After a brief pause, Chen Changqing inquired, Chairman, you aren't experiencing angina again, are you? Zhuo Tianhang replied, repeat that name. Did you say his name is Jiang Yuan? In truth, Zhuo Tianhang's heart did ache, but not from angina. It was the realization that his secretary had seemingly offended someone named Jiang Yuan. After a moment of contemplation, Zhuo Tianhang cautioned, do not easily provoke anyone named Jiang Yuan. Allow me to investigate whether this individual is truly the Jiang Yuan or merely a name shared by another. Chapter 149, a name shared. At this moment, Zhuo Tianhang's expression was grave. He had not anticipated that merely inviting the medical expert Master Chen would inadvertently lead to significant friction with certain individuals, entangling him with the enigmatic figure named Jiang Yuan. The gravity of the situation had escalated considerably. Recently, the wealth rankings of Shaman City have undergone a dramatic upheaval, as the once illustrious Yi Group has seen its stock price plummet by half. As the chairman of Tianjun Group, he was naturally the first to be apprised of the general situation. Not long ago, according to the latest intelligence received, the Yi Group experienced a shocking turn of events, with its market assets diminishing tenfold. The mastermind behind this turmoil is a young man named Jiang Yuan. This individual possesses remarkable skills, employing nearly supernatural methods to gain access to numerous confidential data from the Yi Group. Behind him, it is likely that a highly competent team of experts provides formidable support. Subsequently, he disseminated this information with astonishing speed, managing to manipulate the foremost law firm in Shaman to take legal action against the Yi Group. Rumors have even circulated that Jiang Yuan is audacious and overbearing, to the extent that board members of the Yi Group sought him out for negotiations in hopes of settling matters peacefully. Yet, he demanded that they bow in submission before he would consider reconciliation. If these rumors hold any truth, it suggests that this young man, Jiang Yuan, not only commands a formidable team of experts, but also wields significant power over the leading law firm in Shaman. Moreover, he possesses extraordinary intellect and strategy, orchestrating events with a masterful hand. Such a person, endowed with so many formidable attributes, undoubtedly qualifies as a first-rate rogue. Zhuo Tianhang stated solemnly, my heart is currently stable, and there is no rush to consult Master Chen for medical assistance. However, this Jiang Yuan may indeed be the hidden hand responsible for the recent upheaval within the Yi Group, so do your utmost to avoid provoking further conflict. Upon hearing this, Chen Changqing's expression stiffened. The gravity of the voice on the phone struck him as somewhat absurd. The recent events in Shaman had already become the talk of the town, and he was well aware of the situation. The Yi Group's heir had been invited to participate in a wealth interview program, which was initially a grand affair meant to showcase their prestige. Yet, someone employed ruthless tactics, causing the Yi Group's stock price to crash during a live broadcast, turning the event into a farcical joke, one that exclusively mocked the Yi Group. Furthermore, there were confidential reports suggesting that the mastermind behind these events was indeed a young man named Jiang Yuan. But could this Jiang Yuan be the very same individual? It is worth noting that the name Jiang Yuan is exceedingly common and pedestrian. One could easily toss a brick off a bridge and likely hit 3 or 4 individuals sharing that name. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence, a case of 2 people sharing the same name. Chen Changqing scrutinized Jiang Yuan's youthful visage, internally shaking his head. This young lad, at most in his early 20s, was merely a callow youth. Could he possibly stir such chaos? I refuse to believe it. It is utterly fanciful. The wealth and power of the Yi Group, while not quite rivaling that of Tianjun Group, still constitute a significant entity within Shaman. Yi Qianfan, a director of the Yi Group, is a figure of renown from the same era as our chairman. How could he possibly bow to this insolent youth in his 20s? It must simply be a case of shared names. This young man has been fortunate indeed, merely escaping disaster due to coincidence with a prominent figure named Jiang Yuan. He ought to be burning incense in gratitude to his ancestors. Chen Chongqing's countenance darkened. He had already made bold proclamations, declaring that the three of them would have to pay the price. Yet, he soon received orders from the chairman forbidding him from instigating further trouble. Such a directive from the highest echelons left him with little choice but to seek peace. The root of this predicament lay solely in the fact that this young man fortuitously bears the same name. The name Jiang Yuan has become a veritable curse among the upper echelons of shaman, leading them to prefer a false alarm over the slightest risk of confrontation. Alas, the chairman is excessively cautious in both character and conduct. After all, he is merely a person sharing the name Jiang Yuan. And yet he has commanded me not to provoke further trouble. Chen Chongqing's heart brimmed with indignation. He understood that his chairman was particularly prudent. Even the slightest potential threat to his safety would be met with a resolute dismissal of risk. As his secretary, he could hardly contravene his wishes. Taking a deep breath, Chen Chongqing endeavored to quell his rising anger. He then returned to face Jiang Yuan and the Gu sisters, stating coolly, "You are fortunate. Especially you," he added, casting a significant glance at Jiang Yuan. "Your luck is truly remarkable. I have matters to attend to, so I shall leave you to your own devices." With that, he intended to turn away temporarily, awaiting the conclusion of the surgery before returning to escort Master Chen. The Gu sisters, witnessing the departure of the formidable Chen Chongqing, erupted in jubilant cheers. The reputation of Tianjun Group far eclipsed that of the Yi Group, marking it as a premier force within the expansive Shaman city. For individuals of their ordinary background, glimpses of such overwhelming power were typically gleaned only through television and newspapers, enough to instill trepidation and a sense of fragility. Such power, in their eyes, represented a disparity akin to that between an ant and an elephant. Moreover, both Gu Jiehua and Gu Jianing harbored subtle concerns regarding Jiang Yuan. While he possessed some wealth, even acquiring a royal mansion as a villa, such ostentation was merely relative. In the face of a titan like Tianjun Group, this wealth was insignificant. Should Jiang Yuan offend such a colossal entity on their behalf, they would be engulfed in guilt and anxiety. Although the situation remained uncertain, Chen Chongqing's willingness to seek peace was a welcome relief. Gu Jiehua pulled her sister's hand, exclaiming with relief, "Thank goodness. It seems that person had some urgent matter to attend to. Otherwise, we truly wouldn't know how to handle this." Gu Jianing, equally shaken, clutched her chest, feeling as if they had narrowly escaped disaster. The sensation of having one's throat constricted was far from pleasant. Alas, how could we contend with such a person, who has the backing of Tianjun Group? Gu Jianing thought bitterly. Yet, it was fortunate that he did not take away Master Chen. The surgery could proceed as scheduled, which was indeed a stroke of good fortune. Just when everyone believed the matter had reached a temporary resolution, Jiang Yuan raised an eyebrow and called out to Chen Chongqing's retreating figure, "Thinking of leaving? Have you sought my permission? You come and go as you please." Chapter 150. The astonishment of Chen Chongqing. Jiang Yuan's voice, brazen and audacious, echoed in the ears of all present. Everyone clearly heard his words. Chen Chongqing's departing figure shuddered, hardly able to believe his ears. He had prepared to heed the chairman's directives and seek peace, yet this insolent youth dared to overstep his bounds. How audacious! It was merely a stroke of good fortune, coincidentally sharing the same name as a prominent figure. What abilities could a mere young man in his 20s possess? He was simply relying on his ignorance and audacity, daring to provoke me time and again. Brazen and foolish. Chen Chongqing turned to glare at Jiang Yuan, as if she intended to gouge out his eyes. "Repeat what you just said?" The Gu sisters were equally astonished, cold sweat cascading down their spines. Initially, the situation seemed to have reached a temporary resolution, but unexpectedly, Jiang Yuan displayed such arrogance, unwilling to let the matter rest. Chen Chongqing was already halfway out the door when Jiang Yuan suddenly issued a provocation. It was as if a snake, ready to spare a rabbit, found the rabbit kicking back. This was utterly beyond the pale. Had it been anyone else witnessing Jiang Yuan's behavior, they would have likely distanced themselves, fearing to be entangled in any way. However, the Gu sisters approached Jiang Yuan with concern, one on each side, instinctively tugging at his sleeves. The incident had arisen precisely due to their involvement. Jiang Yuan's willingness to assist stemmed from their earnest invitations. If their presence brought him trouble, they would feel an unbearable weight on their consciences. "Jiang Yuan, let's just forget it. We are no match for him." He has a powerful consortium backing him. Gu Jianing expressed her deep concern. Gu Jiahua, equally distressed, grasped Jiang Yuan's arm, whispering, "Brother Jiang Yuan, please don't act impulsively. He is the executive secretary of Tianjin Group, a prominent figure close to the board. We mustn't provoke him." Hearing the sister's heartfelt words, warmth flooded Jiang Yuan's heart. True feelings reveal themselves in times of adversity. Faced with the formidable figure of Tianjin Group, any opportunistic woman would have likely severed ties with him by now. Yet, these sisters chose to remain by his side, earnestly cautioning him. Their attitude was a clear indication of shared fortunes and shared misfortunes, embodying a spirit of camaraderie. At that moment, Jiang Yuan found satisfaction in the character and integrity of these sisters. After all, they were individuals he intended to bring home. And any flaws in character would not only hinder interactions with others, but could also lead to future complications for himself. Indeed, Jiang Yuan smiled contentedly. "Rest assured, I shall remain unharmed, and neither shall you." He then extended his hands, gently ruffling the hair of each Gu sister, one on the left and one on the right. A double dose of affection, a delightful sensation. It felt incredibly comforting. Gu Jianing and Gu Jiahua's cheeks flushed simultaneously, their expressions turning shy. Yet Jiang Yuan's hands were broad and gentle. Being patted on the head was an exquisite experience. Strangely, even in the face of impending danger, the Gu sisters felt an unusual sense of security at that moment. Meanwhile, Chen Chongqing was seething with rage, infuriated by the repeated provocations from a mere 20-something brat. Where was her dignity to go? She had already lowered herself to confront him, yet Jiang Yuan disregarded her entirely, turning instead to flirt, even engaging in a playful head-patting, twice. Such audacity. He clearly held her in contempt. "Jiang Yuan, do you believe I?" Chen Chongqing was about to unleash a torrent of insults when a loud voice interrupted from behind. Having long heard of the esteemed Jiang Yuan, I, Zhuo Tianheng, am fortunate indeed to meet you today. Upon hearing this, Chen Chongqing felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her body jolting in disbelief. Turning around, she saw her chairman, Zhuo Tianheng, whom she had served for many years, approaching Jiang Yuan with a beaming smile. Following Zhuo Tianheng were several high-ranking officials from Tianjin Group, standing with their arms crossed, evidently too intimidated to engage Jiang Yuan in conversation. The sudden turn of events left Chen Chongqing utterly bewildered. "Chairman, what brings you here unexpectedly?" she stammered. Just moments ago, she had informed him of the situation over the phone, yet here he was, appearing in person. "Chairman, there must be a misunderstanding. This Jiang Yuan is only in his early 20s. Chen Chongqing exclaimed in shock. Hearing this, Zhuo Tianheng shot her a cold glare, his voice frosty. "I am conversing with my young friend Jiang Yuan. It's South hardly your place to interject. Now be silent." Chen Chongqing, caught off guard by the reprimand, was momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Zhuo Tianheng felt a surge of unease. Since receiving the phone call, an intense sensation of dread had gripped him, an ominous premonition escalating with each passing moment. It was unnerving, as if an important event was unfolding, yet he remained oblivious to its nature. Zhuo Tianheng pondered, concluding that the issue lay within that very phone call. He promptly made his way to the first hospital of Xiqing, bringing along someone familiar with Jiang Yuan's appearance, one of the witnesses from the racetrack confrontation with the Yi family. Upon arrival, he immediately had this person verify Jiang Yuan's identity. To his astonishment, the individual his secretary had offended was indeed the real Jiang Yuan. This was a serious predicament. After confirming Jiang Yuan's identity, Zhuo Tianheng stepped forward. Chen Chongqing, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, ignited a surge of uncontainable anger within him. Slap. A resounding slap struck Chen Chongqing's face, causing it to swell instantly. Zhuo Tianheng kept his gaze lowered, shrouded in shadow, making it difficult to discern his expression. Yet his imposing aura conveyed his profound dissatisfaction with Chen Chongqing's behavior. The sound of the slap echoed through the corridor, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. "That middle-aged man looks familiar. I think I've seen his photo in some financial magazine. Isn't he the chairman of Tianjin Group? What brings him to the hospital? Is he unwell?" Rumors circulated that he had suffered heart pains due to a recent lawsuit. Who would have expected him to come in person? Yet why would he slap his own secretary? As the sharp sting of the slap coursed through Chen Chongqing's face, his mind spun in confusion. The pain was searing. But what truly shocked and saddened him was that this was the first time Zhuo Tianheng had ever struck him. For many years, he had faithfully followed Zhuo Tianheng, exhibiting an unwavering dedication and remarkable contributions. In terms of experience, no one could rival him in proximity to Zhuo Tianheng, as he firmly held the top position based on the length of service. When it came to capability, he was equally unassailable, having assisted Zhuo Tianheng in resolving numerous challenges. On most days, even if he had inadvertently caused a mishap, Zhuo Tianhang would refrain from scolding him. However, today as circumstances were markedly different, Zhuo Tianhang had, without a moment's hesitation, struck him across the face due to a minor altercation involving Jiang Yuan. This was utterly astonishing. Chairman, could there be a misunderstanding? Chen Chongqing thought bitterly. This Jiang Yuan was merely in his early 20s. How could he possibly be the one to disrupt the Yi family and threaten their foundation? Zhuo Tianhang coldly retorted, Chen Chongqing, what do you know about the matters concerning young friend Jiang Yuan? You would do well to keep silent. Or else I shall have no choice but to expel you, never to see you again. His words were laced with an icy severity, leaving no room for doubt. A chill ran through Chen Chongqing. After years of service to Zhuo Tianhang, he was well acquainted with his temperament. The gravity of Zhuo Tianhang's tone indicated that his words were not to be taken lightly. The chairman had scolded him in such a manner. Could it be that Jiang Yuan truly was the one responsible for shaking the very foundations of the Yi family? Chen Chongqing was staggered. Ding. Shock points, 600. Ding. Shock points, 600. Ding. Shock points, 600. Disrupting the Yi family. Upon hearing this, the Gu sisters were equally taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment as they turned to Jiang Yuan. They were well aware of the recent tumultuous events in Xiqing. The Yi family's young heir had embarrassingly faltered during a live broadcast, resulting in a catastrophic fall from grace. The stock prices of the Yi family plummeted as if grasped by a shadowy hand, slashing them in half. Rumors circulated that the calamity had arisen from the young heir offending a figure of tremendous power. Yet now, based on the dialogue between Chen Chongqing and Zhuo Tianhang, it appeared Jiang Yuan was indeed the alleged instigator. This was exceedingly thrilling. Gu Jianing exclaimed in a tone of incredulity, Jiang Yuan. Is he truly the one who has turned the Yi family upside down? The Yi family had long been notorious for their misdeeds, provoking widespread resentment among the populace of Xiqing. Hence, many ordinary citizens, including Gu Jianing, secretly rejoiced at the Yi family's misfortunes. However, they had not anticipated that the hero would be so close at hand. Gu Jiahua's eyes sparkled with admiration. The Yi family's avarice had allowed them to exploit their monopolistic power, oppressing employees and driving prices skyward. Jiang Yuan's intervention had dealt a significant blow to the Yi family's vitality, a commendable feat for the public good. The sisters' perception of Jiang Yuan underwent a profound transformation, elevating his status in their minds. The surrounding populace, too, regarded Jiang Yuan with a mixture of awe and admiration. Could it be that this young man was responsible for the Yi family's downfall? They had it coming. After all, the Yi family had monopolized numerous industries, forcing overtime upon us and inflating prices. Who was this young man, capable of bringing the Yi family to its knees? He must be a significant figure. Perhaps an heir from another first-tier city. It was likely he had substantial backing. Otherwise, how could someone so young achieve such remarkable feats? As the crowd grew increasingly enthusiastic, many were eager to approach Jiang Yuan for a conversation, considering the Yi family had long been a malignant presence in Xiqing. Jiang Yuan's courageous actions had severely punished the Yi family, prompting many to contemplate the desire to meet and express their gratitude to him. Zhuo Tianhang, however, furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, I have matters to discuss. There's no time for you all to befriend Jiang Yuan. He turned to Jiang Yuan, his expression shifting to one of warmth and goodwill. Young friend Jiang Yuan, I have learned that you have only recently arrived in Xiqing. Allow me to extend a welcoming gesture on your behalf. Zhuo Tianhang smiled. Simultaneously, he pointed an accusing finger at Chen Chongqing, stating, my subordinate acted with undue rudeness. I assure you, I will ensure he properly apologizes to you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan regarded Zhuo Tianhang with an amused expression. Based on his recent encounters with the wealthy, it seemed that Zhuo Tianhang's intentions were not purely to forge a friendship. Beneath his demeanor lay both concern and anticipation, as if he had ulterior motives. Nevertheless, Jiang Yuan chose not to acquiesce immediately. Perhaps another day. Today marks a significant occasion for my two subordinates, Jiang Yuan replied nonchalantly. Zhuo Tianhang, upon hearing the phrase another day, felt a sense of clarity. If Jiang Yuan intended to overlook past grievances or engage in a relationship with him, he would surely propose a specific time. This suggestion of another day clearly indicated his dissatisfaction with how Chen Chongqing's matter had been handled. Zhuo Tianhang, being a shrewd character, promptly discerned Jiang Yuan's intentions. He leaned in closer to Jiang Yuan and whispered a few words. Young friend Jiang Yuan, I shall certainly provide you with a satisfactory resolution regarding Chen Chongqing. However, if possible, I would sincerely like to invite you to my residence tomorrow, preferably accompanied by your law firm's staff, as I have a pressing matter for which I seek your assistance. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan felt a flicker of realization. It seemed Zhuo Tianhang sought his aid, and not just any aid, but specifically from his law firm, Carlo Associates. This indicated that Zhuo Tianhang had encountered significant trouble. and likely of a serious nature. A thought crossed Jiang Yuan's mind. If he were to demand a considerable benefit at this juncture, it would not be unreasonable. He began to contemplate the potential leverage he could wield. Chapter 152. A visit to the law firm. Jiang Yuan was not inherently a devil. Under normal circumstances, he would not have sought to complicate matters for Zhuo Tianheng. However, given the rude demeanor of Zhuo Tianheng's secretary, who had repeatedly spoken out of turn, he felt justified in his approach. As the saying goes, when the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam is crooked. Jiang Yuan had begun to suspect that Zhuo Tianheng's character was perhaps not as virtuous as he presented, merely adopting a more subdued demeanor out of necessity. If I'm free tomorrow afternoon, I may reach out to you, Jiang Yuan stated coolly. Zhuo Tianheng, upon hearing this, was filled with overwhelming joy. He produced a privately treasured business card from his pocket, inscribed with his personal contact information, and solemnly presented it to Jiang Yuan. Upon receiving the card, Jiang Yuan squinted slightly. It was indeed a splendid card, and he resolved to acquire a set for himself. The card was adorned with numerous scattered diamonds, exuding opulence and extravagance. Zhuo Tianheng, adept at reading the room, immediately remarked, "It seems young friend Jiang Yuan is also interested in acquiring a set of such cards. Rest assured, should you grace my home with your presence tomorrow, I shall ensure a team is dispatched to craft the finest set of cards for you, embellished with the highest quality diamonds." Jiang Yuan smiled politely and remarked, "If fate permits, that would be most splendid." Observing the profound respect and courtesy shown by his superior towards Jiang Yuan, Qin Changqing found himself momentarily taken aback. He yearned to step forward to apologize or utter some words of consolation, but alas, he was restrained by several impeccably dressed subordinates. Zhuo Tianheng cast a frigid glance in his direction before leading him away. Tomorrow, should Jiang Yuan consent to visit his estate, the ultimate outcome regarding Qin Changqing would undoubtedly be to Jiang Yuan's satisfaction. Thus, what awaited Qin Changqing was, indeed, an unexpected surprise. However, persuading Jiang Yuan to acquiesce would not be a simple endeavor. Not long after Zhuo Tianheng and his entourage departed, the doors of the operating room swung open. Master Qin emerged, looking rather fatigued. The Gu sisters immediately followed him, their anxiety palpable. Fortunately, upon removing his mask, Master Qin smiled reassuringly, saying, "Do not worry. Your father has successfully passed the critical phase and will be fine after a few more days of rest." Overcome with joy, Gu Jiahui and Gu Jining burst into tears, throwing themselves into Jiang Yuan's embrace, grateful for their father's survival. Jiang Yuan, both amused and exasperated, gently patted their heads, offering soft words of comfort. Approximately half an hour later, with their faces flushed, the Gu sisters extricated themselves from Jiang Yuan's arms. "I apologize for our emotional outburst," Gu Jining said shyly. "I'm sorry. We were just overwhelmed with joy that our father has come through," Gu Jiahui added, equally embarrassed. Jiang Yuan waved his hand with a smile, saying, "It is quite understandable." Having just emerged from the danger zone, the sisters remained steadfastly at their father's bedside, awaiting his awakening. Fortunately, Gu Chengkai regained consciousness shortly thereafter, clearly a testament to the success of the surgery. Jiang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He then called Yao Wenwen to arrange for her to pick up the family that evening. Following this incident, the Gu sisters officially joined his ranks. A pair of strikingly beautiful sisters, one an exceptional cook and the other a melodious singer. They certainly justified his journey to Xiaqing. For the time being, Jiang Yuan arranged for them to reside within the Yuan Wang mansion, intending to return to Nanjing with him in due course. Subsequently, Jiang Yuan dialed the number of his secretary at Carlo law firm, Xiao Zhang, also known as Zhang Yuning. In his absence, she had been managing various simple matters. At that moment, she was quite overwhelmed and preoccupied. However, the call from Jiang Yuan was exceptional. Following protocol, she had prepared an extra phone specifically to receive Jiang Yuan's calls to avoid missing any instructions from him. Upon answering, she immediately heard Jiang Yuan's warm voice. "Xiao Zhang, please make arrangements for me. I wish to inspect Carlo law firm." Jiang Yuan's intention was straightforward. If he were indeed to visit Zhuo Tianheng's estate, it was only prudent to bring along some associates. After all, since the matter at hand pertained to his law firm, it would be wise to have some professionals accompany him. Moreover, he had yet to conduct a formal inspection of the firm after receiving its accolades. He was also quite curious about his subordinates. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhang promptly replied, "Understood. We will make the necessary arrangements for you." Without hesitation, she abandoned her current tasks, notified the relevant personnel, and grabbed the car keys to fetch Jiang Yuan. Xiao Zhang moved swiftly, and within a mere 10 minutes, she arrived at the hospital. Soon after, Jiang Yuan took a seat in the passenger seat beside her. "Xiao Zhang, our firm," Jiang Yuan began, gazing out at the scenery through the window, casually chatting with his secretary. "Which lawyers are particularly adept? Please introduce them." preferably those who are also aesthetically pleasing and have commendable physiques. Oh, if their professional acumen is exceptional, the last criterion may be overlooked. Xiao Zhang couldn't help but blush at his words. Director Jiang, this is quite unorthodox. It feels more like a matchmaking endeavor rather than a professional inquiry. The latter remark, however, she chose to disregard. As Carlo Law Firm is recognized as the premier firm in Xiaoqing, we boast numerous outstanding talents, adept in various fields, including property disputes, traffic accident liability cases, and more. Xiao Zhang began to elaborate. Growing impatient, Jiang Yuan interrupted. No need for superfluous details. Time is of the essence. Please hastily provide the names of those who possess substantive skills and offer a brief overview. In response, Zhang Yuning straightened her posture and replied, "We have a lawyer named Ouyang Ru. She not only graduated from the law department of the University of Copenhagen, but also furthered her studies elsewhere." Chapter 153, Ouyang Ru. Each lawyer has their specialized domain, such as economic disputes, family law, traffic accidents, and labor disputes, Zhang Yuning continued. However, lawyer Ouyang excels in numerous fields, boasting a success rate exceeding 70. She is undoubtedly one of our firm's star lawyers. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan felt a flicker of interest in this Ouyang woman. Given that he intended to bring associates to Zhou Tianhong's estate, it was essential to select the most professionally competent individual. After all, bringing along someone inept would only lead to ridicule. Clearly, from what his secretary had conveyed, this woman possessed noteworthy qualities worth considering. Please continue, Jiang Yuan urged. What about lawyer Ouyang's appearance, temperament, and character? Xiao Zhang pondered momentarily, questioning Jiang Yuan's motives for such inquiries. Why not just see for yourself? However, despite her internal musings, she proceeded with her description. Lawyer Ouyang is acknowledged as one of the top 3 in our firm in terms of appearance. However, her strong personality can be quite formidable. Within Carlo Law Firm, practicing attorneys, the backbone of the establishment, were diligently engaged in their work, accompanied by interns, legal assistants, and administrative staff. Amidst this serious and focused crowd, one individual stood out distinctly. She appeared to be around 27, exuding a mature and alluring aura, the quintessential older sister type. Yet, her striking red glasses and chic, short hairstyle lent her an air of intellect and competence. Radiating an electric charisma, she captivated the attention of all, regardless of gender, rendering them unable to divert their gaze. Unlike her colleagues, who were engrossed in their tasks, her desk was strewn with a chaotic array of files, which she seemed disinterested in perusing. Holding a steaming cup of coffee, she occasionally took a sip while casting furtive glances at the wall clock. Almost 5:30, time for the workday to conclude per company policy. As the clock ticked down to the final 10 minutes before the end of her workday, she indulged herself in a rare moment of relaxation. Naturally, colleagues with a modicum of social acumen would be discreet enough to refrain from intruding upon her respite. However, her assistant, the freshly graduated Xiao Li, had yet to be tempered by the trials of the professional world and lacked the requisite perceptiveness. Clutching 3 or 4 document folders, she earnestly declared, "Lawyer Ouyang, here are 3 cases that management specifically instructed you to handle." Ouyang Ru, upon hearing this, expressed her displeasure, stating, "I am about to clock out. Let us discuss these matters tomorrow." Xiao Li, visibly anxious, retorted, but the higher-ups insisted that these are urgent cases. Ouyang Ru, with an air of indifference, stretched languidly and retorted, "Listen closely. Leaving work on time is the most urgent matter for me at present." As she straightened her posture, her striking figure became apparent, leaving even her fellow female assistant Xiao Li momentarily at a loss for where to direct her gaze. Nevertheless, Xiao Li persisted. "Is it truly that significant to you to leave work a few minutes earlier?" Indeed, it was significant, remarkably so. Ouyang Ru parted her lips, taking a delicate sip of her coffee, and mused, "How many decades does one have in life? My creed is to devote 8 hours to work, 8 hours to rest, and 8 hours to oneself." Xiao Li was momentarily silenced, her face flushed, unsure of how to respond. Ouyang Ru's confidence was unmistakable. Prior to her graduation, Xiao Li had interned at other law firms. There, overtime was the norm, an accepted reality where lawyers toiled diligently, often without complaint. Yet, upon arriving at Carlo Law Firm, she encountered the exceptionally self-assured Ouyang Ru, who categorically refused to work late. At the stroke of quitting time, even the strongest forces could not deter her from departing. Even in the face of pressing cases, she would nonchalantly delegate them to her colleagues. In other firms, such behavior would likely earn her the ire of superiors, who would seize every opportunity to make her uncomfortable. Yet, her capabilities were undeniable. Not only did she boast an impressive academic and internship record, but her performance as a practicing lawyer was nearly flawless. Over time, Carlo Law Firm had come to accept this unconventional presence. Ouyang cast one last glance at the clock on the wall. It was already 5:25. Her coffee mug was empty. "Assistant, I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave," she declared lazily. "You stay here and give it your all." Xiao Li, taken aback, protested, "But it's not yet quitting time." Ouyang gathered her belongings, rose, and replied, "I worked an extra 5 minutes last month due to special circumstances. I'm making up for it today." Xiao Li quietly pointed out, "Our flexible work policy doesn't permit leaving early." Ouyang smiled cheerfully, "My flexible work policy does." With that, she exited the office. Her spirits buoyant. The few minutes on her way home were perhaps the happiest of her workdays. However, an unusual atmosphere enveloped the firm that day. Several administrative receptionists at the front desk were whispering among themselves. "I heard Director Jiang is coming to inspect our firm. What do you think he'll be like? Anyone who becomes a director must be a balding, greasy middle-aged man. Hee. The director Wang over at the Xiancheng law firm took over after 20 years of hard work. It's no wonder he's balding. Let us hope our director Jiang isn't like that, bald and greasy. That would be terrifying." Ouyang caught snippets of their conversation and realized that the director of her own firm was indeed coming for a visit. But what did it matter? She had already clocked out. During working hours, there was a hierarchy of boss and subordinate, but beyond those confines, they were all ordinary individuals entitled to their private lives. Moreover, she was quite convinced that Director Jiang would fit the stereotype of a balding, greasy middle-aged man. Ouyang mused, "If he were a handsome young man, I might have some interest in meeting him, but surely no young man could be a director." Chapter 154. The malfunctioning elevator. Jiang Yuan and his secretary, Xiao Zhang, soon arrived at Carlo Law Firm. Xiao Zhang took charge of parking while Jiang Yuan entered the firm alone. As he approached the front desk, the receptionist, upon catching sight of his striking good looks, instantly greeted him with a warm smile. A woman's attitude toward an unfamiliar man is often dictated by his appearance. If he is a handsome young man, she is likely to perceive him as a good person, resulting in a gentle demeanor. Conversely, if he is unattractive, her instinctive response may lean toward suspicion and coldness. Although many women themselves struggle to comprehend this reality, it remains an observable phenomenon. "Hello. Are you here to see a lawyer?" the receptionist inquired shyly. "I've worked here for quite some time and know which lawyer specializes in which field. Would you like to exchange WeChat details for a more detailed discussion?" Jiang Yuan politely smiled and gently shook his head. He quickly registered his information and made his way to the elevator, intending to head upstairs. The receptionist, disheartened by his refusal, was visibly deflated. However, when she glanced at Jiang Yuan's registration details, her expression shifted dramatically. The information was straightforward, but one particular entry stood out remarkably. Name, Jiang Yuan. Occupation, director. In other words, the handsome man she had just encountered was indeed the director of her own firm. Her curiosity ignited like wildfire. She promptly shared this juicy tidbit in her group chat with her colleagues. "You all got it wrong. Director Jiang is not a balding, greasy middle-aged man. He is a strikingly handsome young man in his early 20s, with looks that could rival the popular idols online." While some of her friends believed her, others were skeptical. "Is your source reliable? Our director being a 20-something young man seems unlikely. Are you sure no one is playing a prank on you? I find it hard to believe. I've never heard of a law firm director being so young, let alone handsome. It's simply implausible." Doubt began to creep into the receptionist's mind as her friends voiced their skepticism. Yet, the registration details clearly stated director. Upon hearing her mention this, the group erupted in laughter. "Someone probably just filled that in as a joke. How could you believe that? No wonder you're just a receptionist, haha. I had initially thought there would be some sensational news, but it turned out to be merely a harmless prank. I had wondered how our director could possibly be a dashing young man. That notion was simply too far-fetched. Alas, to think that you could not discern such an evident jest is truly foolish." Upon hearing the remarks of my colleagues, even the receptionist began to feel a tinge of insecurity. Could it really be a prank? Yet, as she recalled Jiang Yuan's leisurely demeanor, it seemed implausible that this was merely a jest. At that moment, Jiang Yuan had already stepped into the elevator. Just as he was about to close the elevator door and ascend, a short-haired girl hurriedly entered the elevator. This girl was Ouyang. She had been in high spirits, ready to leave work, but upon reaching the entrance, she unexpectedly realized that she had left her car keys in the office. Due to her absent-mindedness, she promptly turned back. Otherwise, if she were delayed and found the office locked after hours, she would have to take a taxi home. Jiang Yuan felt an inexplicable waft of fragrance as the short-haired girl entered the elevator alongside him. With a casual glance, he mentally assigned her a score. In terms of looks, she seemed to be on par with Yao Wenwen. However, her demeanor was markedly more competent, and her short hair suited her persona perfectly. Especially striking was the powerful confidence radiating from her features. Jiang Yuan had never encountered a girl with such spirited vigor. he mused to himself, reflecting on the allure of her charisma. Despite his extensive experience with attractive women, from the formidable Lu Shirshir to the charming Gu Jiahua, none possessed the same spirited essence as this girl. This quality was undeniably captivating. Suddenly, a thought crossed Jiang Yuan's mind. Since she was an employee of the law firm, she would be under his purview. Perhaps he could find an appropriate opportunity to bring her home as a housekeeper. Witnessing such a confident and capable individual cooking and tending to his needs would surely be a delightful visual indulgence. Some individuals are inherently endowed with a high density of soul quality, brimming with confidence and vitality. The short-haired girl beside him undoubtedly belonged to this category. Furthermore, her appearance was quite pleasing to the eye, making the idea of having her as a housekeeper all the more appealing. Ouyang Ru, too, harbored her own thoughts. This young man's appearance was nothing short of ethereal. Given that he had come to the law firm, he was likely seeking legal counsel, and she was certain she could be of assistance. She felt a great deal of confidence in her ability to help with legal matters. If she were to resolve his case, might he not feel inclined to repay her kindness? Just the other day, her family had called, urging her to hurry into an arranged marriage. Since her family was pressing her so urgently, why not spend a little money to hire him as her pretend boyfriend? Bringing him home to appease her family would be a clever strategy. If he performed well, there might even be a possibility of making it official. However, he would have to pass her stringent tests first. Her standards for a boyfriend were exceptionally high. Just as Jiang Yuan and Ouyang Ru were lost in their respective musings, the elevator's indicator lights and interior lights suddenly extinguished. A disconcerting sound echoed around them, signaling an evident malfunction. The abrupt turn of events caused both individuals in the elevator to widen their eyes in alarm. Chapter 155, Emergency Rescue. In the darkness, a profound silence enveloped them. Jiang Yuan and Ouyang Ru could distinctly hear each other's breathing. Jiang Yuan remained unflustered, crossing his arms and standing quietly, awaiting the arrival of the maintenance personnel. The elevator of this building was equipped with emergency safety designs. If it were merely a power outage, there would be no immediate danger. However, Ouyang Ru was another story. She pressed herself against the elevator door with a thud, trembling uncontrollably. Jiang Yuan could clearly hear her breathing becoming increasingly erratic. "Are you all right?" he inquired tentatively. I'm fine," Ouyang Ru stammered, her voice tinged with an unexplainable fear, as if a monster lurked in the darkness, ready to consume her. Jiang Yuan immediately realized that this girl might suffer from claustrophobia. Claustrophobia is a psychological condition when a sufferer remains in a dark and confined space for an extended period. Their anxiety escalates. It can begin with feelings of tension and unease, progressing to fear, chest tightness, and difficulty breathing, potentially leading to a state of shock. In severe cases, it could even result in cardiac arrest and death. "How much longer can you hold on?" Jiang Yuan asked. Ouyang Ru could not articulate a response. Her anxiety rendered her lips barely able to move, and even her breathing became labored. She could only tap on the elevator door a few times in reply. Jiang Yuan took it upon himself to administer some emergency measures. He laid Ouyang Ru down, loosened her collar, and tilted her head slightly downward. He then gently elevated her legs and began to move them. These techniques were learned from a first aid course he had taken in university. After all these years, he had not forgotten many of the details, and fortunately, they proved useful today. As anticipated, Ouyang Ru's symptoms eased somewhat under Jiang Yuan's emergency measures. However, the elevator doors remained stubbornly closed, and the maintenance personnel were still en route. Ouyang Ru's condition continued to deteriorate. Sweat began to bead on her forehead, and a wave of faintness swept over her, causing her limbs to tremble and weaken. Her responses grew fewer, and she slipped into a semi-unconscious state. With no other option, Jiang Yuan acted swiftly, performing chest compressions and administering rescue breaths. In the hurried process, a necklace around Ouyang Ru's neck slipped off and fell into Jiang Yuan's sleeve. Yet, Ouyang Ru was oblivious to it all. Her consciousness was fading, and her vision was nearly engulfed in darkness. Were it not for Jiang Yuan's urgent measures, she would have likely succumbed to a perilous state of shock by now. Fortunately, at that moment, the elevator door finally emitted a sound and began to open slowly. Several maintenance personnel rushed into the elevator, their expressions filled with concern. "We apologize for the delay. We had some issues to attend to." Upon seeing the critical condition of the girl in Jiang Yuan's arms, they immediately sprang into action, dialing for an ambulance. Approximately 10 minutes later, Jiang Yuan watched as Ouyang Ru was taken away by the ambulance. He did not dwell on the elevator incident and promptly entered the conference room of Carlo Law Firm. When Secretary Xiaozhang saw him, she immediately bowed her head in a flustered apology. "I'm sorry, Director Jiang. I'm aware of what happened in the elevator, and I should have." Jiang Yuan waved his hand, indicating that he bore no ill will. Subsequently, he delved into the crux of the matter. I will bring a specialized lawyer to handle an important affair the day after tomorrow, Jiang Yuan stated. Following your recommendation, you have now summoned these lawyers to meet with me. Zhang Yuning, observing that Jiang Yuan had no intention of putting her in a difficult position, let out a sigh of relief. She then turned to follow Jiang Yuan's directive, inviting the firm's top lawyers to join him. Upon hearing that Director Jiang would personally meet them, the esteemed lawyers eagerly prepared to present their best selves before him. However, when they finally laid eyes on Jiang Yuan, they were collectively taken aback. Is this truly Director Jiang? Or perhaps his son? Nonsense. This is indeed Director Jiang himself, albeit undeniably youthful. Youthful? That is an understatement. He is extraordinarily young and strikingly handsome as well. The prior rumors were indeed true. Director Jiang is but a young man in his early 20s. Ding. Shot points 300. Ding. Shot points 300. Ding. Shot points 300. Jiang Yuan waved his hand, and instantly, the room fell silent. The sound of a falling needle would have been distinctly audible. In this setting, Jiang Yuan undoubtedly stood as the spiritual pillar for this group. With a mere gesture, no one dared to utter a sound. Jiang Yuan addressed them directly, stating, I need to undertake an important task the day after tomorrow and require the most capable lawyer at my side. I will provide each of you with a piece of paper on which to write the name of the lawyer you believe possesses the strongest overall capabilities. You may include your own name if you wish. Upon saying this, he instructed his secretary, Xiaozhang, to distribute slips of paper to each lawyer. Jiang Yuan surmised that many of them might choose to write their own names as a testament to their confidence. Yet, to his astonishment, the eminent lawyers hesitated not at all, swiftly pinning down the name of Ouyang Ru on their papers. Jiang Yuan inquired, why have you all chosen her? According to the information Jiang Yuan had received, these lawyers each excelled in their respective fields and held a considerable amount of pride. The unprecedented consensus on a single name appeared rather peculiar. The lawyers, however, maintained their composure. If it were a matter of economic disputes, I would undoubtedly select myself. However, when it comes to overall prowess, it is evident that lawyer Ouyang's expertise far surpasses our own. She is universally recognized as the lawyer with the strongest comprehensive capabilities. The success rate of the cases she handles is remarkably high, and she is adept at numerous types of cases. She is truly formidable. Nodding at their unanimous acclaim for Ouyang Ru, Jiang Yuan then queried, but where is this lawyer Ouyang now? Secretary Xiaozhang leaned in to whisper, she is the young woman you encountered in the elevator. With this revelation, Jiang Yuan experienced a moment of clarity. So it was her. Just then, a delicate necklace slipped from his sleeve and fell to the ground. Secretary Xiaozhang exclaimed, isn't this lawyer Ouyang's? Jiang Yuan smiled slightly, replying, I shall return it to her personally. With that, he rose and departed. Chapter 156, Pretending to be a Boyfriend. Within the First People's Hospital of Shaman City, Ouyang Ru stirred, groaning softly as she opened her eyes. The distinctive and unpleasant scent of medicinal solutions flooded her nostrils. How did I end up here? Ouyang Ru pondered. Momentarily startled, memories flickered through her mind, piecing together the events that had transpired. It dawned on her that the elevator had malfunctioned while she was inside, causing her to lose consciousness due to her lifelong claustrophobia. Fortunately, a stranger, a young man, had come to her aid, performing emergency measures that alleviated her discomfort significantly. However, the thought of Jiang Yuan's urgent assistance made her blush fiercely, as if engulfed in flames. Having never even had a boyfriend, she had experienced artificial respiration and chest compressions at his hands. This is it, I've lost my purity. Panic washed over her momentarily. Yet, she reassured herself that he had acted solely to save her. Without him, she might have faced a far worse fate. Ouyang Ru consoled herself, acknowledging that such extraordinary circumstances necessitated extraordinary measures. After the initial panic subsided, she found herself in a state of confusion. What was the name of that young man? What brought him to the law firm? Would she ever see him again? Just as these thoughts swirled in her mind, a phone call interrupted her reverie. Upon glancing at the caller ID, she let out a resigned sigh. It was her family, calling to pressure her into marriage. Xiaoru, you're not getting any younger. While your career is progressing well, you are still a woman and must eventually marry. I found a decent young man for you. Though he may not be the most handsome, he comes from a wealthy family. You should come home sometime. I'll introduce you properly. Men fear choosing the wrong career, and women fear marrying the wrong man. You're already at this age, and if you're not anxious, I am for you. You mustn't devote yourself entirely to work, lest you find yourself alone in a few years. She answered with perfunctory MMHMS, and yes, finding such marriage pressure calls exceedingly vexing. However, a clever idea struck her. Why not use a boyfriend rental app to find a temporary partner to bring home? Ouyang Ru, ever the quick thinker, devised a plan. Given her family's urgency, it would be prudent to hire a stand-in boyfriend to appease them. After all, he would be merely a boyfriend, not a fiancé. However, As the thought of renting a boyfriend crossed her mind, she instinctively recalled Jiang Yuan's visage, hesitating as she touched her necklace. Huh, where's my necklace? Ouyang Ru's eyes widened in alarm as she frantically checked her neck, finding it bare and clean. It dawned on her then that the necklace, a treasured gift from her twin sister before she went abroad, had vanished. If lost, it would be a profound regret. Fortunately, as she bent down to search for her necklace, Jiang Yuan had quietly entered the room. He reached into his pocket and produced the very necklace, placing it delicately before Ouyang Ru. Still focused on her search, she was startled when the necklace suddenly appeared before her eyes. Looking up, she was overjoyed to see Jiang Yuan holding the precious necklace. Thank you, Ouyang Ru exclaimed, her gratitude evident as she carefully accepted the necklace and gazed at him appreciatively. Jiang Yuan smiled in return and added, It's nothing, but I do have a request for your assistance. He needed to visit the residence of Zhuo Tianhang, the chairman of Tianjun Group, and naturally wished to bring along his ace. Since even the renowned Carlo law firm acknowledges that Ouyang Ru possesses the most formidable overall capabilities among its elite, it is only natural that I should take her along. However, Ouyang Ru appears to have misunderstood Jiang Yuan's identity, believing him to be merely an ordinary client seeking assistance from the firm. A cunning smile flickered across her face as a clever idea struck her. Of course, she replied with a playful grin. But assistance is reciprocal, since I am helping you. You must also lend me a hand. Jiang Yuan was taken aback, not expecting her to speak to him in such a manner. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that he had never disclosed his position as the director of Carlo law firm in her presence. In fact, he rather enjoyed this less formal interaction and was tempted to tease Ouyang Ru, so he played along and asked, What do you need my help with? I need you to pretend to be my boyfriend and accompany me home for a family dinner, she stated. Jiang Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words, astonished by her request for him to act as her faux boyfriend. He contemplated refusing before revealing his true identity. Yet, as Ouyang Ru waved her phone in front of him, displaying her family group chat, she added, You must perform well at this dinner. My friends and some beautiful women from my family will be there. It will be quite lively. A quick glance at her phone revealed a familiar face among her family members, a girl wearing a baseball cap, radiating sunshine with her smile. Jiang Yuan recognized her instantly. It was Shun Lingwu, one of his former university classmates. A flicker of surprise coursed through him. He hadn't anticipated that Shun Lingwu had come to Xiqing. He had heard rumors that she was thriving in Nancheng, yet he was curious as to why she had relocated to Xiqing. As the saying goes, when drought meets rain, and old friends reunite in a foreign land. Encountering an old acquaintance in an unfamiliar place piqued Jiang Yuan's interest. Furthermore, with his meeting with Zhuo Tianhang scheduled for the day after tomorrow, he had no pressing matters at hand. Visiting Shun Lingwu, a former classmate renowned for her beauty during their university days, seemed like a delightful prospect. He wondered how she had fared over the years, whether she still possessed her youthful beauty, and if she had a boyfriend. His thoughts became increasingly animated. All right, no problem. I can pose as your boyfriend, Jiang Yuan replied with a subtle smile. He was pleasantly surprised by how smoothly things were progressing. Ouyang Ru's face brightened instantly at his agreement. The following day, at 9:15 a.m., they arrived at the Grand Flower Restaurant, a well-known establishment in Xiqing, celebrated for its century-old reputation and frequently chosen for family gatherings. Particularly famous for its dumplings, thin-skinned and generously filled, its braised pork bones and green tea pancakes were also noteworthy. Ouyang Ru had risen early to meticulously prepare her appearance and arrived at the restaurant ahead of time. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan calmly sipped his morning tea, a basket of shrimp dumplings before him as they engaged in light conversation. Suddenly, Ouyang Ru tugged at Jiang Yuan's sleeve, her expression serious as she whispered, You need to be cautious later. Jiang Yuan took a sip of tea, intrigued, and asked, What should I be careful about? It's just a meal. Be wary of the women in my family. They are quite formidable, she cautioned. Jiang Yuan chuckled softly, thinking to himself that he had encountered countless women and didn't he see the need for concern. Noticing his nonchalance, Ouyang Ru grew anxious. Did you see the girl at the table in front of us? She leaned in closer to whisper. Jiang Yuan glanced up to see a girl wearing a red beret, her innocent beauty accentuated by a white off-the-shoulder top. While her looks might only merit an 85 out of 100, there was an alluring charm about her that complemented her pure appearance, making her intriguingly captivating. Jiang Yuan scoffed lightly. She's all right, but you are far more beautiful. Is she intimidating you? Don't judge solely by appearances. Some of the women in my family possess extraordinary skills, Ouyang Ru warned. Oh, Jiang Yuan casually sipped his tea, continuing to observe the pure-faced girl. Before long, a couple sat at her table, engaging in conversation. Ouyang Ru whispered again, That girl is Xiaorong. You need to pay attention to her. Thus far, Jiang Yuan hadn't noticed anything amiss about Xiaorong. However, since Ouyang Ru had specifically warned him, he idly watched her a little longer. To his surprise, he soon noticed the male half of the couple pulling out his phone to play a game mid-conversation. The girl immediately expressed her displeasure, scolding her boyfriend. "We're supposed to be enjoying our time off together, and you're playing games? Why don't you take a page from your colleague Xiaolin, who joined the company the same year as you and is getting promoted next month? You could at least use your time off to think about our future or earn a little more money," she continued. In public, being reprimanded by his girlfriend left the young man feeling somewhat embarrassed, leading him to respond with irritation. "What is wrong with playing games during my time off?" The girl, taken aback that he dared to retort, was about to escalate her reprimand when Xiaorong interjected, "Sister, I think he's just tired from work. Let him relax a bit during his time off." Upon hearing Xiaorong's sweet voice and understanding nature, the young man felt a wave of relief wash over him. This bystander was considerate, beautiful, and kind, a refreshing rarity in today's world. The girlfriend, however, was not pleased, retorting, "I'm only trying to look out for him. It's for his own good." Xiaorong, with a troubled expression, replied, "I understand you mean well, but as an outsider, you shouldn't speak to him that way. It might embarrass him." The young man's irritation grew. After all, a man's pride is paramount, and it stung that his girlfriend showed less concern than a stranger. He tossed his phone onto the table, feeling increasingly frustrated with his girlfriend's scolding. Xiaorong was exceedingly considerate, far too considerate. The girlfriend, feeling slighted, exclaimed, "I'm reprimanding my boyfriend. What business is it of yours?" The young man, riled up, responded, "She is showing concern and kindness. How can you treat her like that? You're being unreasonable." The girlfriend, now infuriated, shot back, "Then go be with her if you like her so much." Xiaorong was suddenly overwhelmed with grievance, her face brimming with unshed tears as she pitifully implored, "Sister, please don't say that. How could I ever compare to you? If I were as exceptional as you, I too could find a remarkable brother to be my boyfriend." When she refrained from crying or throwing a tantrum, she was manageable. However, once she adopted a pitiful demeanor and became somewhat coy, she presented an utterly heart-wrenching sight that left the young man utterly enchanted. He exclaimed, "She was offering us sincere advice, yet you reprimand her. How utterly ungrateful." The girl, equally incensed, retorted, "Sincere advice? Are you blind?" The couple immediately erupted into a quarrel. Zhang Yuan, observing from a distance, was momentarily taken aback. This green tea girl had some depth, he mused with mild admiration. During his school days, he had encountered his fair share of green tea types, typically found lingering around affluent, handsome men. Judging by his experiences, Xiaorong was indeed a formidable contender among them. Her demeanor, tone, and gestures all garnered significant points. She was truly a master of the art of tea. Ouyang Ru, with a vigilant expression, remarked, "She is merely the most innocent and uncalculating girl in my family." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan rubbed his forehead and inquired, "Is your family perpetually embroiled in palace intrigues?" Ouyang Ru, looking quite aggrieved, replied, "How would I know why there are so many green tea types in my family? If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have to venture out alone to become a lawyer." Approximately an hour later, many guests had begun to arrive at the Dekinghua restaurant. At last, Zhang Yuan laid eyes on Shen Lingwu. She wore a stunning crimson gown that accentuated her curvaceous figure exquisitely. Her delicate features sparkled with vibrancy, and upon closer inspection, she possessed a captivating allure akin to spring blossoms. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but admire how much more beautiful she had become since their last encounter. Shen Lingwu, with her keen eyes, instinctively turned upon catching a glimpse of Zhang Yuan, their gazes locking in mutual surprise. "Zhang Yuan, what is he doing here?" After Su Qingyu had been unceremoniously dismissed, she felt too embarrassed to confide in her friend Shen Lingwu. Following the revelation of Shen Lingwu's substitution of Li for Tao, she had quietly left Nanqing to seek refuge. Fortunately, she had a relative named Ouyang in Xiqing to turn to. Yet, unexpectedly, she found herself invited to a meal at the Ouyang household, only to run into her former classmate Zhang Yuan, who happened to be Su Qingyu's ex-boyfriend. However, Zhang Yuan was not alone. Beside him sat a woman, Ouyang Ru, with whom he appeared to share an unusually close and intimate rapport. Shen Lingwu's brow furrowed slightly, and she refrained from rekindling old acquaintances with Zhang Yuan. Noting this, Zhang Yuan touched his nose, realizing she seemed to have misconstrued his intentions. However, since he was pretending to be Ouyang Ru's boyfriend today, he felt it inappropriate to clarify the misunderstanding. As more guests arrived, several women began to notice the striking Zhang Yuan beside Ouyang Ru, their eyes lighting up with interest. "That young man is quite handsome. He seems to be Ouyang Ru's boyfriend. I must seize this opportunity and display my skills in the art of tea to win him over," they whispered among themselves, vying for his attention, convinced that Zhang Yuan was precisely their type, strikingly good-looking. Ouyang Ru did not deserve such an admirable companion. Yet, the higher-tier green tea types seemed less interested in Zhang Yuan, focusing instead on the affluent and handsome elite present. While Jiang Yuan was undeniably tall and handsome, his wealth was debatable. After all, he was just in his early 20s, unlikely to be a self-made millionaire. The elite second-generation rich and Xiqing were few and far between, and these high-tier green tea types were well acquainted with their profiles. Clearly, Jiang Yuan was merely a handsome young man and not wealthy, and the emphasis was on the wealth aspect when it came to their targets. Naturally, many wealthy second-generation individuals were present at the gathering, making them the favored prey for these sophisticated green tea types. Consequently, Jiang Yuan was swiftly excluded from their list of potential targets. Nevertheless, his striking appearance still rendered him desirable in the eyes of numerous green tea types. Shortly thereafter, Ouyang Ru stood up, announcing her intention to visit the restroom for a touch-up, temporarily excusing herself. She advised Jiang Yuan to exercise caution. He nodded in acknowledgement. With Ouyang Ru's departure, many green tea types began to eye Jiang Yuan with increasing interest, particularly the earlier mentioned Xiaorong. She stealthily approached him, clutching her abdomen and adopting a somewhat pitiable demeanor, saying, "Brother, it's my first time at this restaurant. Could you guide me to the restroom?" She had deliberately spritzed her forehead with water to feign a state of distress, appearing quite unwell. Xiaorong, with her cunning, knew that typically, when a boy encountered such a situation, he would instinctively inquire if she was all right, allowing her to launch her charm offensive. However, Jiang Yuan defied expectations, not even glancing up as he replied, "It's also my first time here. I have no clue where the restroom is. Perhaps you could ask the cleaning lady next door." He then opened his mobile game, nonchalantly engrossed in a match of Candy Crush, seemingly treating Xiaorong as if she were invisible. Xiaorong, stunned into silence. The atmosphere became palpably awkward. She glanced at her attire, which was the season's most fashionable look, a sweet little spaghetti strap that typically left boys utterly defenseless. Yet, Jiang Yuan's blatant disregard ignited her competitive spirit. Fortunately, Xiaorong was well-versed and quick on her feet, promptly saying, "Brother, I apologize for interrupting your game. I merely have a bit of discomfort in my stomach, but I'm fine." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan raised an eyebrow, his tone taking on a note of concern as he asked, "Your stomach hurts? It seems I may have hooked her." Xiaorong discreetly smirked, her lips curving in a subtle smile. "Brother, are you genuinely concerned about me?" Jiang Yuan scratched his head and bluntly stated, "No. I'm just curious about what dish made your stomach hurt, so I can avoid it." Xiaorong. Silence. Silence enveloped the evening. Xiaorong, feeling somewhat defeated, displayed a facade of grievance, saying, "I really am useless, unable to even walk to the restroom by myself." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan, exuding warmth and generosity, offered, "If that is the case, then let me assist you." Xiaorong, with a slight pout, replied, "No, I couldn't possibly trouble you to help me. That would be too much of a hassle, and if your girlfriend sees us, she might misunderstand, and I would feel terribly guilty for causing any misunderstanding between you." Jiang Yuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's no trouble at all. I wasn't planning to assist you. I'll just call a cleaning lady to help you." Upon hearing Jiang Yuan's blunt remarks, she was utterly petrified. The green tea girl, Xiaorong, could no longer endure it and hastily concocted an excuse to leave. However, deep down, she found it impossible to swallow her indignation. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly regained her composure, realizing the truth. He must have done it on purpose. Xiaorong thought with malice. "I can't believe I was toyed with by a mere young lad." In her 4 years in the industry, she had fought countless battles, seducing numerous men and breaking apart countless couples. Yet today, she had been thoroughly defeated by Jiang Yuan. This humiliation must be addressed. When Ouyang Ru returned, Xiaorong positioned herself near a few relatives of the Ouyang family and began to engage in conversation, discussing the attributes of their boyfriends. "Xiaorong, I heard your new boyfriend is the young heir of the Jingxi group, with family assets exceeding 100 million, one of them remarked. "Oh no, that's just a baseless rumor. He is quite frugal. Even his car is merely a Mercedes coupe." "Really? I remember your boyfriend drives a Mercedes S-Class, each worth several million." Another chimed in. "Oh dear, your boyfriend isn't lacking either. I've seen him drive Ferraris, and not just one. His conditions are quite impressive." "Not at all. My boyfriend is just a small business owner who started from scratch. He can't compare to your wealthy suitors." Xiaorong was deliberately seeking revenge on Jiang Yuan. She intentionally instigated discussions to compare the financial standing of their boyfriends. Given Jiang Yuan's youth and his status as a mere rental boyfriend in Xiamen, he could hardly compete with the affluent partners these scheming green tea girls had ensnared. Her goal was to embarrass Ouyang Ru, leaving her unable to hold her head high among her friends. Subsequently, she anticipated relishing the exquisite expressions of regret, guilt, helplessness, and frustration from Jiang Yuan. Listening to the surrounding girls' seemingly casual conversations, they incessantly boasted about their boyfriend's various strengths, ranging from financial capabilities to family backgrounds. From the scale of their businesses to luxurious cars and mansions, they seemed to be triggering a competitive spirit, hoping for Ouyang Ru and Jiang Yuan to engage. Should either of them succumb to their desire to compare, it would undoubtedly play into the girls' hands, granting them the upper hand. Ouyang Ru cast a worried glance at Jiang Yuan. In her eyes, he was merely an ordinary man, rented to play the role of a temporary boyfriend. How could he possibly rival the rich second-generation boyfriends these cunning green tea girls had secured? Men, after all, are exceedingly concerned with their image. She worried that Jiang Yuan might feel a sense of imbalance. Fortunately, he appeared composed, leisurely sipping his tea, unfazed by the atmosphere around him. It seemed his mental fortitude was commendable, which momentarily eased her worries. However, Xiaorong's displeasure began to grow. After gathering a few friends to instigate this conversation, her ultimate aim was to make Ouyang Ru and Jiang Yuan uncomfortable. Yet, Jiang Yuan was not engaging. He treated the chattering women as if they were mere air, casually sipping tea and sharing lighthearted banter with Ouyang Ru. This attitude, perceived by Xiaorong, suggested that Jiang Yuan regarded others with utter disdain. This pretentiousness was infuriating. She resolved to escalate her tactics. She exchanged glances with her friends, who immediately understood, their eyes gleaming with cunning. After approximately 10 minutes, a young man, about 185 meters tall, yet somewhat plump, approached. "Xiao Ru, let me introduce you to my boyfriend, Yi Kitchen," Xiaorong declared. "He is currently the PR manager at a listed company, so if you ever encounter any trouble, you can reach out to him." With this seemingly enthusiastic introduction, the surrounding girls gasped in admiration. To achieve such a position at such a young age, his future is limitless. They speculated that this He fellow must be related to a director of a subsidiary company. He was indeed quite a catch. Xiaorong was impressive for securing a partner of such caliber. Ouyang Ru glanced up to see a tall, confidently clad Yi Kitchen, who readily extended his hand toward her, exuding an air of arrogance. His eyes brimmed with self-assurance, clearly believing himself to be of high status. A flicker of disdain crossed Ouyang Ru's gaze as she detected an off-putting aura about him, which made her uncomfortable. Yet, since he had extended his hand, she felt it would be impolite to ignore it. However, the thought of shaking hands with this oily, overweight Yi Kitchen made her uneasy. In this moment of indecision, a pair of broad hands covered Yi Kitchen's outstretched hand. The owner of these hands was none other than Jiang Yuan. "My girlfriend tends to be shy," Jiang Yuan smiled. Ouyang Ru felt a rush of warmth as Jiang Yuan came to her rescue. Yet, Xiaorong's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Everything was unfolding as she had anticipated. Seizing the moment, she exclaimed, "Xiao Ru, this must be your boyfriend. Why not introduce him to us?" Realizing the implications of her words, Ouyang Ru felt a sense of dread. Jiang Yuan, however, responded with composure, "I'm a delivery man working for a logistics company. My name is Jiang Yuan." Upon hearing this, Yi Kitchen's expression morphed into a condescending smirk. "A delivery man? I never expected to share a table with one," he remarked, his tone dripping with disdain. The girls aligned with Xiaorong erupted in laughter, heightening the mockery. Feigning surprise, Xiaorong said, "Xiao Ru, your boyfriend is a delivery man? How astonishing." She deliberately elongated the syllables of delivery man, saturating her words with derision. The atmosphere grew increasingly hostile, with many green tea girls casting scornful glances at Jiang Yuan. Their disdain was palpable, and though they refrained from overtly provoking him, the sheer weight of their contempt was deeply injurious to his pride. If an ordinary delivery man stood there, subjected to such a barrage of disdain, he would likely be overwhelmed with embarrassment, unable to endure the humiliation. Yet, a number of beauty-conscious girls quietly disagreed, whispering among themselves, "What's wrong with being a delivery man? That PR manager resembles a wild boar. While this delivery man is quite handsome. Indeed, if given the choice, I would not select the wild man riding a pig. I am rather fond of that dashing delivery man." Why does Xiaorong seem to deliberately target the delivery man? Could it be that she harbors some grievance against him? My heart aches for the handsome young courier, unfortunate enough to encounter such a spiteful woman. In the face of Xiaorong's sarcastic remarks, Jiang Yuan wore a smile that was more enigmatic than genuine. Ouyang Ru cast a worried glance in his direction. However, Jiang Yuan, possessing the upper hand, initiated his counterattack. He produced a voice recorder from his chest pocket. Subsequently, he played back some audio recordings from the moment when the duplicitous Xiaorong had attempted to flirt with him. As Jiang Yuan operated the device, Xiaorong's artificially sweet and flirtatious tone resonated clearly in the ears of all present. "Brother, this is my first time at this restaurant. Could you kindly direct me to the restroom?" "Brother, I apologize for interrupting your game. I merely feel a bit unwell, but it's no trouble for me. I truly feel useless, lacking even the strength to walk to the restroom alone. Oh no, how could I possibly impose on you to assist me? That would be so inconvenient." and if your girlfriend were to see us, she would surely misunderstand. If my presence were to cause a rift between you, I would feel terribly guilty. This was a specially designed voice recorder, capable of recording continuously for 24 hours, with superb sound quality and convenient playback. Originally, it was intended as a trump card against the Yi father and son to capture crucial evidence favorable to him during negotiations. However, due to the swift capitulation of the Yi family, this custom recorder had remained unused until today, when it found its purpose. As the flirtatious and suggestive voice of Xiaorong filled the air, the expressions of everyone nearby transformed noticeably.